It's going down. You guys send the Res Dog a follow. Send Mr. Crazy Jarvis a follow. You know what I mean? Like fucking dope ass streamers and shit.
Good night, YouTube.
I will fucking catch you guys on the next one.
Alright, Kick,
LD
we're gonna
Wells, man.
continue.
Hey, keep up the good
Twitch,
work,
we're rating
man.
up,
Keep up
rating
the
up.
good work, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you coming through too, man. But everybody else, man, appreciate all the follows. Wait, let me read some shit off, man. Yo, Za, what's up, Za? Okay, I'm gonna call him Za. Cherry Pepsi, man. Oh my gosh, Schmoogers, man.
Got to get the sleep stream set up.
The Nintendo game.
The Nintendo GameCube is one of the greatest game consoles ever. I hold a deep love for the system, as do many others. It has an amazing library of games, one of the best controllers ever made, and a plethora of add-ons and accessories that make the system stand out. Despite these factors, many issues held the GameCube back and caused Nintendo, once the dominating force of the video game industry, to change how they approached the market. It laid the groundwork of the modern-day image we see in Nintendo today. It wouldn't revolutionize the gaming world, but its impact is still felt to this day. Everything has a story. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and why it failed. To explain why the GameCube failed, we first have to look at what Nintendo was going through before the system was even released. Nintendo did well with their Nintendo Entertainment and Super Nintendo Entertainment systems in the 80s and 90s. By the mid-90s, however, new players in the video game market were pushing the industry in new directions. Much like Nintendo before it, electronics giant Sony became the leader in the field. The release of the PlayStation 1 would not only give Sony a foothold in the growing video game market, but would also set new records as their PlayStation 1 system would go on to sell over 100 million units by the end of its lifespan. Nintendo stuck to their guns and offered a more powerful and cheaper game console, the Nintendo 64. The problem came with Nintendo's format of choice. Rather than utilizing CDs, Nintendo would continue to use cartridges. Not only were they more expensive to produce, but they also limited developers on how much information they could stuff into their games. This alone caused already tense relationships with third-party developers to completely sour. The Nintendo 64, despite having better hardware and costing consumers less, would only see 296 titles released in North America, and a total of 33 million units sold worldwide. Sony's PlayStation, on the other hand, would see almost 8,000 titles released on their system. Nintendo was thoroughly knocked off their high stand and relegated to a distant second place. Nintendo tried to rectify their partnership with third-party developers by making the GameCube easier to develop for. However, Nintendo's format of choice ended up causing more headaches. Rather than utilizing the new DVD format, Nintendo decided to use mini-disc. While technically a form of DVD, the mini-disc held less information than the standard DVD. A regular DVD would hold around 4 gigabytes of data on a single layer. A mini-disc could only hold 1.5 gigabytes. Nintendo's ultimate reasoning was that the mini-disc would help stop piracy. Unfortunately, this held back developers from putting their best versions of their games out on the GameCube. Nintendo even stated that the smaller size of the mini-disc would benefit creators. Legendary game developer at Nintendo Shigeru Miyamoto stated, "In a way, the smaller disc is a message from Nintendo that you don't need to fill out the capacity of a normal-sized DVD disc. If we want to make larger software, then we just make the game on 2 or 3 discs." This didn't go over well either, as developers of larger games would see an increase in manufacturing costs due to the additional disc. Add in higher licensing costs than Sony and Microsoft, and third-party developers were not interested in putting their titles out on the system. In the early 2000s, Nintendo didn't support online gameplay. Despite talking about supporting online gameplay before the launch of the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo would basically abandon these plans. The GameCube did support limited online gameplay through the use of a broadband adapter that was sold separately from the system. Publishers and developers were tasked with creating and maintaining their own network for online play. Few ever would. Sega was the only publisher to support online gaming in North America with their Phantasy Star Online games. This would cause some big titles to skip out on the GameCube entirely. Sony had an online system, and multiple titles that featured play through it. Both first and third-party titles utilized these options. Similar to the GameCube, Sony sold a separate broadband adapter for these uses on the PlayStation 2. The elephant in the room, though, was Microsoft. Not only did the Xbox have a built-in broadband adapter on the system, but Microsoft heavily invested in their own network, Xbox Live. It's because of this service that Microsoft was able to carve out a spot in the gaming marketplace. While Nintendo would claim that players weren't interested in online gaming and would continue to do so until years after the GameCube ended production, it's hard to argue with the success that online gaming brought to Microsoft and Sony. Nintendo would eventually launch their own service on the Nintendo DS and Wii, but to this day, they still fail to implement online services that match other game consoles or storefronts. Another reason the GameCube failed was that it struggled with its competition from day one. Originally, Nintendo had hoped to launch the GameCube in 2000, but were unable to due to a lack of software ready for the system. Nintendo would even push some late Nintendo 64 titles like Luigi's Mansion onto the GameCube to make up for this. Nintendo did launch the GameCube in 2001, but did so 3 days after the Xbox came out and a full year after the PlayStation 2 in North America. Coming out last caused the PlayStation 2 to get a head start in sales and build a strong library of titles. It didn't help that the GameCube's launch lineup wasn't the best. A small batch of titles that notably lacked a plumber with a red hat didn't seem to impress people as much as Nintendo had hoped. Normally, an average launch for a game console wouldn't make a huge difference, but a massive drought of new releases in early 2002 only hurt the GameCube more. It wasn't just the delayed launch that gave the GameCube trouble. The PlayStation 2 functioned not only as a game system, but also a DVD player. This was an incredible asset to the system, as many DVD players cost just as much as the PlayStation 2 at the time of its launch. The Xbox would also support DVD playback, albeit with the purchase of an accessory. This pushed the divide between the competing platforms even further. Nintendo was never hesitant to say that the GameCube was a system specifically for video games. Nintendo would sometimes even refer to it as a toy. Nintendo had struggled with its image since the late 1980s. Sega famously made Nintendo come off as a company interested in making children's toys as opposed to titles aimed at an older audience. The image problem hit its peak with the GameCube. The system's strange design, which supported a handlebar and came in colors such as indigo, were a stark contrast to the bulky and solid black consoles from its competition. The GameCube controller was also a hard sell at first glance. It featured oddly shaped buttons with different colors. The toy image was being capitalized on by Nintendo's competitors, as well as the third-party developers who didn't back the system. American audiences had supported Nintendo systems pretty consistently over the years, but they would see a drop-off with the GameCube. Nintendo of Japan was perplexed by this. Western audiences had grown to enjoy more mature and violent games over the years. Kyle Mercury, someone who was hired to market the GameCube in North America, recalls an almost famous quote from an unknown Nintendo executive. "Consumers don't want fun anymore. They just want to kill people." In HD. Whether or not this was ever said by a Nintendo executive, it's pretty clear that Nintendo's headquarters had difficulties understanding the Western market. By ignoring or at least failing to understand older audiences, Nintendo struggled with their image for the entire generation. Nintendo of America seemed to understand that this was a problem and tried to rectify it. They would start to push for more mature titles on the GameCube as early as 2002 with the launch of Eternal Darkness. Perrin Kaplan, the Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Affairs for Nintendo of America, summed it up best. The kids who played Mario when they were 6 are now 28. They still want to play Mario, but they want some other stuff. For most, however, it was too little, too late. They had already moved on past Nintendo. The misunderstanding of their audiences stems from the miscommunication between Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo of America, and the entire company's overconfidence in their product. Early on, Microsoft wasn't even a competitor to the GameCube. Nintendo and others thought that a computer software giant, especially an American one, would not understand gaming culture. Eventually, Nintendo would see themselves as an outlier in the game industry, with the GameCube and its successors. They would embrace coming up with their own ideas to chase, rather than the most popular trends others were setting. Before the launch of the GameCube, Nintendo oftentimes seemed overconfident in their product. In interviews, executives would often state that the GameCube was going to sell simply because it was a Nintendo product. While the company had a strong history in the young video game industry, much of the old guard at Nintendo failed to see the significance of many trends. This overconfidence would lead to disbelief after the GameCube failed to meet its sales targets. The Nintendo GameCube was, in many ways, a failure. Nintendo made a lot of mistakes with the system. Their failure to understand and properly market the game system came down to their misunderstanding of an ever-growing gaming community. They didn't embrace popular trends like the DVD or online gaming. They created an oddly shaped console and marketed it in an even stranger way. While their family-friendly nature helped in some aspects, it drove others away. Nintendo failed to truly improve on its third-party relationships after spending the previous decade ignoring them. Their own overconfidence led them to think of themselves as the center of the video game universe, when it was beginning to leave them behind. All of this because of their inability to understand the current video game world. But as I said before, I absolutely love the GameCube. For everything the GameCube got wrong, it got so many things right. The legacy of the Nintendo GameCube is not the same as the image it obtained during its run on the market. In many ways, it has grown and become a beloved system. It was in part because of the GameCube that Nintendo changed the way that they marketed themselves. They became a dominant creative force in the industry that always tried to one-up themselves as opposed to any others. They still have their problems, especially with online play, but they continue to push the industry forward in new and creative ways. All because their little purple lunchbox failed. In 1996, Nintendo released the Nintendo 64 after great anticipation. Gamers from around the world lined up to purchase the latest Nintendo hardware. But at Nintendo headquarters, planning and ideas for their next home console was already underway. Development for the system began as early as 1997 for what would eventually be known as the GameCube. Dolphin was meant to be the most powerful system ever created. At least, that was Nintendo's goal. The Nintendo 64 was much more powerful than both the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn, its only real competition in the market. Nintendo had hoped to continue their success in that regard, while also shoring up support to avert the failures of the Nintendo 64. Despite its extra horsepower, the Nintendo 64 was outsold by the PlayStation 1 by a margin of 3-1, and continued Nintendo's shrinking footprint in the console market in regions outside of North America. To create the most powerful game console ever made, you would need the most powerful 3D graphics card. Nintendo had originally entered talks with Silicon Graphics, the same people behind the Nintendo 64 chip. Silicon Graphics, however, would experience some inner turmoil within the company. Nintendo shopped around for a manufacturer, before settling on ArtX, a startup founded by former Silicon Graphics employees. And to create the CPU, Nintendo would reach out to IBM. A powerful home console was important to Nintendo, as they wanted to make sure the GameCube could outperform the PlayStation 2. Nintendo would also make the system easier to develop for, as the Nintendo 64 was notoriously difficult to create games for. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi was very ambitious in launching the system before or around the same time as Sony. Plans were put into place to launch the system as early as the fall of 1999, with the goal being to launch the system before holiday 2000. Nintendo believed that the constant delays of the Nintendo 64 had given Sony the opportunity to outsell them. They were adamant about getting the system out as quickly as possible. Nintendo's first mention of their next generation home console came at E3 1999. Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln would reveal to the world just enough info to whet fans' appetites. Their next system was known under the code name Dolphin. It would be more powerful and cheaper than the PlayStation 2. And, more importantly, it would not run on ROM-based cartridges. Fans cheered. Lincoln, however, wouldn't mention what the system would use to play its games. In May of 1999, it was reported that 4 development studios had received development kits for Dolphin: Nintendo's EAD Studio, Nintendo of America's NST Studio, second-party developer Rare, and the relatively unknown Retro Studios were all at work creating software for the system. Unfortunately, Nintendo had a hard time creating enough development kits. To make matters worse, third parties were generally the last to receive these development kits. By the time of the Game Developers Conference in 2000, most developers were hard at work making PlayStation 2 and Xbox games. Few had Dolphin games in development. This was in part due to the lack of development kits. Nintendo suggested that developers make their games with the specs of the highest-end PCs in mind. Third-party developers were not amused. Company spokesman Hiroshi Imanishi would make matters worse in an interview with Next Gen magazine in December of 2000. He said, "We are not approaching third parties and asking them to develop software for Nintendo. If they would like to make GameCube software, it's fine, but we will never demand them to make games for GameCube." Nintendo's mindset was always to beef up their own system's library and then have third parties come once they'd sold enough units. While this thinking had worked in the past, it didn't apply as well in the modern landscape. Third parties often felt like second fiddles when it came to working with Nintendo, while Sony and Microsoft would treat them far better. Nintendo didn't like multi-platform games either. They claimed that it diminished the value of game systems when they all had the same games. They were more interested in having quality exclusives than yet another version of a third-party title. This, Nintendo claimed, was what made them and their products different. They emphasized quality over quantity, and in a lot of ways, it's a respectable approach. Business-wise, however, it only hurt them, as third parties left to form closer relationships with other console manufacturers. Nintendo began hyping up Dolphin as soon as it was announced. They gave few details on the system itself. Nintendo claimed it was holding information due to the revisions the company was constantly making. Developers and publishers were unimpressed. Eventually, Dolphin would miss its holiday 2000 release, and it would once again see Nintendo being the last to launch a home console in the market. Nintendo would claim that there just wasn't enough software to launch the system. Instead, they encouraged players to purchase more Nintendo 64 games, and that the Dolphin would launch in 2001. Nintendo had created an interesting controller when crafting the Nintendo 64. Its 3-pronged design was unusual, but its analog stick was revolutionary in the video game world. For Dolphin, Nintendo wanted to completely reinvent their controller and create one that was not only comfortable, but easy to use for everyone. Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to perfect the controller on Dolphin, and claims to have spent more time on its controller than any other Nintendo system. Miyamoto and his team would work for over 3 years on the controller. The controller would go on to become a Nintendo mainstay for 3 generations of gaming. During the 1990s, Nintendo held an annual event known as Space World. Space World 2000 would be when Nintendo officially revealed that Dolphin had become the GameCube. Nintendo would present a highlight reel for upcoming titles for the Dolphin. While not every game made it out of the gate, none stood out more than a teaser for the Legend of Zelda series. Nintendo would showcase an older Link fighting Ganondorf in a dark and ominous location. Fans went wild for the teaser and eagerly awaited more information down the road. The most notable game at the event, however, was Mario 128, a prototype that Shigeru Miyamoto had been working on with his team at Nintendo EAD. The title was meant to showcase the power of the GameCube. They showcased changing platforms, as well as 128 different characters occupying the screen at once. The title would never be officially released, but its concepts would be carried over into later titles, such as Pikmin and Super Mario Galaxy. Nintendo didn't just experiment with software on the GameCube. Early design concept showed multiple ideas that Nintendo would later revisit for future consoles. While Miyamoto and his team worked hard on the GameCube's controller, Factor 5 reportedly received early prototypes of a controller with motion controls. Nintendo would go further and file patents in the United States in September of 2001 for prototypes from a company called Gyration. The GameCube would never use motion controls, but Nintendo continued to explore the concept during the system's run. In 2003, Nintendo would file patents regarding tilt controls featuring both the Nintendo GameCube controller as well as the Game Boy Advance. These tilt and gyration controls would eventually become a staple in Nintendo systems when they launched the Nintendo Wii. Nintendo even worked on creating stereoscopic 3D with the Nintendo GameCube. In 2010, then Nintendo President Satoru Iwata stated, "GameCube is secretly designed to load graphical circuits, which display graphics from right and left eyes respectively, for a future possibility of realizing 3D gaming experience." Nintendo would abandon the concept on the GameCube, but would revitalize it with their successful Nintendo 3DS line in 2011, after the success of 3D blockbuster films. There could be even more secrets to the GameCube's development that we still don't know about. After all, we didn't find out about the GameCube's 3D capabilities until years after it was discontinued. Since the GameCube was delayed into 2001, Nintendo would once again be behind Sony. The Nintendo 64 was tasked with holding fans over in the meantime. Due to the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance, Nintendo's latest handheld console, software was stretched thin across all Nintendo platforms. Nintendo would only release a handful of Nintendo 64 games in 2001. The last Nintendo 64 title developed by Nintendo would be Mario Party 3, when it released in May of 2001 in North America, over 6 months before the Nintendo GameCube launched. At E3 2001, Nintendo dedicated their press conference entirely to the Nintendo GameCube, revealing the launch date, launch price, and the software hitting the system on day one. The GameCube would first launch in Japan in September. The United States would see the system on November 5th, with the rest of the world receiving it in 2002. The Nintendo GameCube was priced at $199.99, $100 less than both the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. Nintendo's launch lineup would include a handful of third-party titles and impressive exclusives for the system. However, one major icon was missing. Mario, the mascot of Nintendo, would not have a new title available on the system when it launched. In his place would be his brother, Luigi, in his first solo outing, Luigi's Mansion. With roughly 6 months between E3 and the launch of the GameCube, there was one final event to hype the system up: Space World 2001. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase to the world what the future of Nintendo's latest system would have. While Mario would be missing the launch of the GameCube, a brand new Super Mario title was revealed: Super Mario Sunshine. Alongside it, the next chapter in the Legend of Zelda series would be shown. Critical first impressions for both titles would be strong, but Zelda fans were not happy with the new art style the series was taking. A year after the now famous tech demo for Zelda, this new title featured cel-shaded graphics and a lighter tone. It would hurt Nintendo's image and further solidify the kiddie concept. The GameCube was originally slated to come out on November 5th, but it would be delayed briefly in North America to November 18th. Nintendo said that this was to increase the total number of available units. Unfortunately, this would put the GameCube's launch 3 days behind the Xbox, making Nintendo the last one to the party once again.
The latest video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores.
The Nintendo GameCube would launch in September of 2001 in Japan, and a launch in North America would follow in November. After successfully launching the Game Boy Advance in the spring and summer, all eyes were on Nintendo to see if their new system could live up to their past glory. It wouldn't be easy. The Japanese economy was in a slump. The United States of America had just experienced the worst terrorist attack in the country's history, and Sony had already been out on the market for over a year with the PlayStation 2. It would be the most difficult launch for Nintendo yet. The Nintendo GameCube launched in North America on November 18, 2001. It was priced at $199.99, and it came with a system, one controller, and the appropriate hookups. The system would launch with a total of 12 games. Nintendo published 2 titles for their new system, Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race Blue Storm. Nintendo's former rival Sega would release 2 titles at the launch after discontinuing their Dreamcast system earlier in the year. They would port Crazy Taxi to the system and bring a brand new exclusive to the GameCube in Super Monkey Ball. The biggest launch title would be Factor 5's Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, an exclusive to the system. The game was an audio and visual treat, featuring 480p resolution and 5-channel surround sound, thanks to Dolby Pro Logic 2. The rest of the launch games would be rounded out with licensed titles and sports games. As far as quantity was concerned, the GameCube was definitely lacking. The PlayStation 2 had launched a year earlier with 30 titles, and had spent that year releasing more critically acclaimed games. The Xbox, which released a few days before the GameCube, launched with the same number of titles, but it also had a massive hit, Halo Combat Evolved. Nintendo's lineup wasn't too bad, but compared to what else was out there, it's hard to argue that Nintendo started off on the right foot. It was even smaller in Japan. Only 3 titles launched with the system in September, the 2 Nintendo published games, and Sega's Super Monkey Ball. While the quality of the games wasn't too bad, there just wasn't a killer app for the system. Just a few weeks after the launch, on December 2nd, Nintendo would release 2 new exclusives for the system. The first was a new IP, Pikmin, from the legendary game developer Shigeru Miyamoto. The second would go on to become the best-selling game on the GameCube, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee would create one of the biggest followings of any Nintendo game. The title would sell over 7 million units, and it's still being played by major competitive fighting game tournaments to this day. Nintendo delayed the initial release of the GameCube by 2 weeks to ensure that they had an ample supply of systems. 700,000 GameCubes would be available for the launch, but what good is it to have a system that no one knows about? In North America, the GameCube would receive a $75 million ad campaign. This paled in comparison to Microsoft's marketing push for the Xbox, which came in at $500 million. Nintendo was somewhat struck by this. Microsoft began promoting the Xbox in retailers much earlier than game makers had done in the past. Nintendo would go so far as to reach out to retailers, asking why the Xbox would be promoted months before its launch. Nintendo's ad campaign was mostly used to highlight first and second-party Nintendo games. The campaign featured full-page ads in magazines, giant banners in malls, and even a Hollywood party featuring the biggest and brightest stars at the time. Of course, Nintendo also invested in television commercials as well. They're interesting. Ads would showcase games and would feature the GameCube's iconic shape. Microsoft was out to make their name known with the Xbox, and Nintendo struggled to match their marketing presence. Microsoft would have commercials on major networks, including ESPN and Comedy Central. They would have massive print ads and even a promotion with Taco Bell. Microsoft's goal wasn't to completely snuff out its competition with the GameCube, but rather to snuff out all of its competition in the market. At the end of the day, it helped Microsoft establish a foot in the console market and has stayed there to this day. After the North American launch of the GameCube, one final piece of Nintendo-related hardware would launch in 2001. On December 13th, Panasonic released the Panasonic Cube. It was a game console with a similar design to the GameCube and even played GameCube games. The most notable difference was the included DVD player on the system. The system came about through a deal between Nintendo and Matsushita, the parent company for Panasonic. The system would launch at a retail price of 39,800 yen, or roughly $440 US. Despite its added features, the Panasonic Cube was largely a failure. It sold only around 100,000 units and was never released outside of Japan. The biggest problem was the cost of the system. While having an all-in-one unit is convenient, the Panasonic Cube ended up costing more than a separate GameCube and a DVD player. It would be discontinued in December of 2003, just 2 years after its release. Despite the strong competition, the GameCube would have a successful launch in North America, selling through most of its allotted stock. Nintendo was off to a decent start. What followed was probably the worst period for the GameCube, its first year drought. From January to August of 2002, the GameCube would only see a single first or second party exclusive come to the system, the M-rated horror title, Eternal Darkness. Nintendo would also release the first ever first-party developed wireless controller for a game console, the Wavebird. The Wavebird was slightly larger than the original GameCube controller and lacked the rumble feature, but was completely wireless. Nintendo would see some support from third parties, notably an enhanced port of Sonic Adventure 2 and a remake of Capcom's hit Resident Evil. The lack of software was noticeable, and Nintendo would spend its time reminding the world to hold out hope for the titles coming soon. With the GameCube's launch behind them, much of Nintendo's staff would see a shakeup. Many high-level executives would retire or join different companies. The biggest was Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo. Yamauchi had been the president of Nintendo since 1949, at the young age of 22. Yamauchi would completely change Nintendo as a company during his 53-year reign as president, transforming them from a small toy company in Japan to a global leader in the video game market. Yamauchi had been planning his retirement for a while, and had picked his successor, Satoru Iwata. Iwata had joined Nintendo in 2000 as the head of its corporate planning division, as well as sitting on the board of directors. Iwata had made a name for himself, previously as the president of HAL Laboratories. Iwata would become the company's fourth president, and the first not to be related to the Yamauchi family by marriage or blood. Iwata's leadership style was very different from that of his predecessors. He started by meeting with all of the department heads at Nintendo. Iwata would encourage employees to follow their own ideas when they disagreed with his direction, stating, "Creators only improve themselves by taking risks." Satoru Iwata would become president of Nintendo in May of 2002 and would serve as the head of Nintendo during the rest of the GameCube's lifespan. Iwata would become one of the most respected and beloved figures in the video game industry during the 2010s as he hosted Nintendo Direct. Iwata would serve as president of Nintendo until his death in 2015. He was 55. The software drought for the GameCube would come to an end in August of 2002, when the highly anticipated Super Mario Sunshine released to critical acclaim. The title was a follow-up to the beloved Super Mario 64 that had released alongside the Nintendo 64. Despite its differences from previous titles, the game would go on to sell 5 million copies, making it the third best-selling GameCube title ever. Other notable releases at this time included Animal Crossing for North America and The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker in Japan. Sega would port Phantasy Star Online to the GameCube in October, the only online GameCube game to ever be released internationally. In September of 2002, Star Fox Adventures would be released on the GameCube. Originally under the title Dinosaur Planet for the Nintendo 64, Star Fox Adventures would mark a special occasion. It would be the last title Rare would ever release on a Nintendo home console. Rare would become a second-party developer under Nintendo in the mid-90s. The company started making games for Nintendo consoles with the NES, but made their mark with the release of Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo in 1994. For the next 8 years, Rare would become one of Nintendo's most important assets. Rare would create several of their own successful IPs, as well as create some of the best licensed titles of the era. Rare became restless as a second party with Nintendo. In 2001, they began to shop around for a new partner, a company that would purchase 100% of the company. Nintendo seemed like an obvious choice, and had the option to make the first bid on the company. Rare, however, was interested in working with a third-party developer, so they had access to all the current consoles. A bidding war broke out for the company. Activision and Microsoft had both expressed interest in the company and began making offers. Eventually, Activision would withdraw, leaving Microsoft as the sole bidder. Nintendo still had the priority option to purchase the rest of Rare, but Microsoft had raised their bid too high for Nintendo to feasibly consider it. Nintendo would sell their portion of the ownership of Rare for $375 million to Microsoft, making Rare a first-party studio for the tech giant. At the end of the day, it only made sense for Nintendo to sell the company. Rare's production of titles had slowed down during the early days of the GameCube. Nintendo still wanted full ownership of Rare, but the price tag associated with it was just too great. Microsoft would win out in the end, not just by gaining another well-known development studio, but by denying Nintendo one of their key players. With Rare gone, Nintendo turned to their other development studios to continue the effort of quality titles for the Nintendo GameCube. Luckily for Nintendo, a small studio would become an overnight sensation just a few months later. Retro Studios was founded in 1998 by a group of former Acclaim developers in Austin, Texas. Retro had received funding from Nintendo to create new titles for the GameCube that catered to an adult audience. They were one of the first developers to receive Nintendo GameCube development kits and would begin work on multiple exclusive titles for the system. Titles would include Raven Blade, an RPG, Thunder Rally, a racing title, NFL Retro Football, a licensed football game, and a project simply known as Action Adventure. All of the titles, excluding Action Adventure, would be cancelled, and Retro's staff would be cut down to compensate. Poor management plagued Retro during their early days. The studio was understaffed for the amount of titles they were working on, and company president Jeff Spangenberg was oftentimes absent during the workday. With the controversy surrounding the studio, Spangenberg would eventually sell Retro Studios to Nintendo in May of 2002 for $1 million. Retro's next task wouldn't be an easy one, though. Metroid had been missing in action for a while. The last title in the series was Super Metroid, which released in 1994. Nintendo never created a Metroid title for the Nintendo 64, citing the difficult task of translating the series to 3D. Retro would transform Action Adventure into Metroid Prime. Not only would it be the first Metroid title in 3D, but it would be the first title in the series to be developed by an American developer. Retro Studios would rush to finish Metroid Prime before its fall 2002 release. Their efforts would pay off when Metroid Prime was released on November 17, 2002, to critical and commercial success. The title would help revitalize the Metroid franchise and would see 2 additional sequels before being spun off into its own series. Retro would become one of Nintendo's most consistent developers, and the studio continues to make games for Nintendo to this day. Nintendo struggled greatly during its first year on the market with the GameCube. The lack of major software for the system slowed any momentum Nintendo had gained during its launch. The system would rebound later, in 2002, thanks to strong first-party titles, but Nintendo's competition knew that blood was in the water. It would take everything in the company's power to make the GameCube a success.
My body is ready.
After the Nintendo GameCube launched, it had struggled to find its footing in the video game landscape. The system suffered a major drought throughout the first half of 2002, and sales were sluggish. Microsoft had stepped up and purchased Rare, one of Nintendo's most prominent developers. The world Nintendo had known in the 20th century was gone, and with new leadership at the helm, they sailed into uncharted territories as a true underdog in the console war. Sony had become one of the biggest names not only in video games but in entertainment. By mid-2002, the PlayStation 2 had already sold over 30 million units and showed no signs of stopping. The PlayStation 2 might not have been as powerful as the GameCube or the Xbox, but with smart marketing, name recognition, and a killer library, plus a built-in DVD player, it was more than enough to dominate any competition. Nintendo's biggest hope was the price of their systems and their own exclusive titles. The PlayStation 2 sat at $299, with the GameCube at $199. In May of 2002, Sony would close the gap. The PlayStation 2 would receive a $100 price cut, making it the same price as the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's pricing advantage was gone. Sony would sell an additional 20 million PlayStation 2s in 2002 after the price cut, bringing their total to 50 million units. Sluggish hardware sales weren't the only problem. Software sales were poor as well. Major third-party titles like Grand Theft Auto had already skipped the GameCube. When developers did put their titles on the GameCube, it sold less than other systems. There were exceptions, of course. Many of Sega's titles did better on Nintendo hardware, especially the Sonic series. Soul Calibur 2 sold better on GameCube as well, thanks to the inclusion of an exclusive fighter in the form of The Legend of Zelda's Link. Software publishers began to pull support for the GameCube in 2003. Eidos became one of the most notable Nintendo defectors, with their CEO saying, "The GameCube is a declining business. If other companies follow us, Nintendo will have a hard battle to fight." Eidos would cancel development for all of their GameCube titles and shelve plans for continued support down the road. Other publishers would follow Eidos' lead. Atari, Midway, THQ, and others would either discontinue or scale back development for the GameCube. Even Japanese developers criticized the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's high licensing fees, lack of development kits, and lackadaisical support for third parties was the final straw for what had become over a decade of resentment for the company. Third parties like Eidos would eventually return with new software for the GameCube, but the damage was already done. Nintendo was at one of its lowest points. Nintendo would start off 2003 strong with the North American release of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Despite the title's early controversial art style, it would be a critical and commercial success, spawning a direct sequel a few years later on the Nintendo DS and a full remake in 2013 on the Nintendo Wii U. It just so happens to also be one of my favorite games of all time. In the summer of 2003, Nintendo would release the Game Boy Player, an attachment for the Nintendo GameCube that allowed the system to play Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance cartridges. Nintendo had emphasized connectivity between their successful Game Boy Advance line and the GameCube before, and this would take it to its furthest reaches. With the addition of the Game Boy Player, the Nintendo GameCube's library grew to massive proportions, but it still wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. In September of 2003, Nintendo would make the most important decision regarding the Nintendo GameCube yet. With low sales and their warehouses full of unsold systems, Nintendo would enact a price cut, bringing the GameCube to $99.99. The system's new price would put it at the same price as Nintendo's other system, the recently released Game Boy Advance SP. At the time of the price cut, the GameCube had sold a total of around 10 million units worldwide. During quarter 4 of 2003, after the price cut was put into place, a total of 3.5 million GameCubes would be sold. It would be the best-selling quarter for the system ever. The boost in sales was also helped by the release of hot new titles for the system, the biggest release being Mario Kart Double Dash. It released in the coveted November time slot and went on to sell 7 million copies worldwide, making it the second best-selling game on the system. Nintendo had been struggling with third-party developers for some time. It had received some low-profile exclusives like Baten Kaitos and Lost Kingdoms, thanks to support from Japanese publishers. But the world would be shocked when Capcom announced 5 new games for the system in late 2002, most of which would be under the supervision of Shinji Mikami, a well-known developer at Capcom who had directed the first Resident Evil title. To make things even sweeter for Nintendo, all 5 would be exclusive to their system. Well, they would have been. Capcom would claim just a month later that only one of the games would be an exclusive, but it didn't take the wind out of Nintendo's sails. The first game would be PN03, a third-person action game released in March of 2003. The title would sell poorly and received mixed reception from critics. The next game would be Beautiful Joe, a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up coming out in June of 2003. The response from critics would be better, but it didn't deliver on the sales. It would eventually be ported to the PlayStation 2 and receive 2 additional sequels. The third title was known as Dead Phoenix. Unfortunately, this game would be cancelled before very much information was known about it. It was meant to be a 3D-style shoot-'em-up. The final two titles wouldn't see release until 2 years later in 2005. Going into 2004, Nintendo was finally starting to see positive results. The GameCube's price cut was paying off, and software sales were rising. It was time for Nintendo to finally pull out the big guns, and there was no better place to do it than E3. Enter Reggie Fils-Aimé.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass, I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
Reggie had become the Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Nintendo of America in December of 2003, but shot to fame at E3 2004. Reggie would become an internet sensation, thanks in part to his no-holds attitude when it came to speaking with the public. He would eventually go on to become President and COO of Nintendo of America, a position he holds until this day. Reggie's attitude wasn't just for show. It showcased a change in Nintendo's lineup for the year. Nintendo spent much of E3 2004 showcasing more mature titles to the GameCube that steered towards an older audience. Retro Studios was back once again with a sequel to Metroid Prime, with Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Nintendo even allowed Capcom, a third party, to spend time showcasing their new exclusive for the system, Resident Evil 4. Other big games included Pikmin 2, Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, and Mario Party 6. Resident Evil 4 would be released in early 2005 for the Nintendo GameCube, with the rest of the titles coming out in late 2004. Nintendo would close out E3 2004 with one major announcement. The Legend of Zelda series was back. Shedding these cel-shaded graphics for a more mature look, the crowd went wild. Rumors state that grown men wept at the announcement, and the timing couldn't be sweeter. The game was slated for release in 2005. Once the trailer had concluded, Shigeru Miyamoto, the series creator, stepped out of the shadows. He held a Master Sword and a Hylian shield, just as Link had done in the trailer before. Miyamoto, smiling ear to ear, would thank the audience for their support of the series. The announcement would go down in history as one of the greatest moments at E3. With the hype surrounding the GameCube, on January 1st, 2005, the Nintendo GameCube would get its newest owner, me. $100 was a lot for an 11-year-old, and a $50 game alongside it wasn't cheap either. I was mesmerized by video games my entire life, and after receiving a Game Boy Advance just a little over a year before, I bought my first ever video game system. It was a solid black GameCube, and with it I bought Pokemon Coliseum. I didn't have the widest taste in video games at the time. I took my GameCube home and hooked it up to the only TV that had the right hookups in our home. It just so happened to be a TV in the kitchen, with a small screen that was around 8 inches big. I was floored by the graphics at the time. It was the first time I'd ever seen Pokemon in 3D. I tried playing the game, but it wouldn't let me save. I thought it was odd at first until I realized I needed a memory card, something I wasn't used to with cartridge-based games. I would return to that old Walmart and purchase a memory card for $20. I still own all of these accessories to this day. Later on, I would purchase a ton of titles for the system. I remember my second game being Sonic Heroes, a title my grandparents bought for me on a Friday night. I would go on to purchase some anime fighters, additional Pokemon games, and eventually I would dig out a copy of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door out of a clearance bin. I love my GameCube, so much so that I have a second one. My wife ended up buying this before we left for college years ago and played a few games on it. Early on in our relationship, I recall playing GameCube games from her childhood. Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Super Mario Sunshine, all great games I had missed or hadn't experienced enough of while growing up, and I did it thanks to her. She even gave me a copy of Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, which was going for a hefty price at the time. We even made our first joint purchase together in the form of Pikmin 2 during our senior year of high school. The GameCube became a part of my life, and the memories I've had with it stick with me to this day. While I was just receiving a GameCube myself, Nintendo had other plans in the works. Officially revealed at E3 2004 was an experimental new system from Nintendo, a handheld known as the Nintendo DS, to be released in late 2004 and throughout 2005 worldwide. Nintendo would stress that the system would serve as a third pillar for the company, alongside the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube. The system would be a massive success, going on to become the best-selling handheld system of all time, It would allow Nintendo to fully phase out the Game Boy line of systems. But it wouldn't be the only new reveal for the company. With a new system already in development, the GameCube's days were numbered, and it had to make them count. The GameCube was once again on the rise in 2005. It had received a price cut, making it the cheapest home console on the market. It had a growing library with third-party support returning to it. Nintendo's top brass were showing that they were willing to make the changes necessary to make their company work in the modern landscape. All was well until a new threat emerged. It wouldn't be a new competitor. It would completely change the way we looked at games and would send the GameCube to its grave. It was a revolution. Nintendo's biggest success with third parties mostly came from the association with Japanese developers and publishers. Nintendo had a strong history with these companies since the 80s. It would utilize their talents to create new titles. This is how developers from Sega were able to create F-Zero GX, and the people at Namco were able to develop Star Fox Assault. The biggest developer backing Nintendo at the time was Capcom. Capcom had worked on Nintendo projects before by developing some handheld titles for the Game Boy systems and their group of GameCube titles known as the Capcom 5. By the end of 2003, one of these games had been cancelled, and two others had already been released. It wouldn't be until 2005 that the final two games would finally come out. Killer 7 was released on July 7th, 2005, or 7/7. It was a moderate success and helped put its developer, Grasshopper Manufacturer, on the map. It didn't hold a candle to the biggest title of the Capcom 5, and arguably the biggest game to ever grace the Nintendo GameCube. In January of 2005, after being delayed for years and reworked in a whole host of ways, Resident Evil 4 launched exclusively on the GameCube. The title had first been hinted at in late 1999, and had gone through many different revisions. One of the most notable was reworked into its own game and eventually became the franchise Devil May Cry. But it all paid off. Resident Evil 4 became an instant success. It was considered one of the best games of 2005 and frequently ranks among the highest rated Nintendo GameCube titles. It would help popularize the over-the-shoulder camera angle used in third-person shooters and set a new standard for action games. The title would sell 1.6 million copies on the GameCube, but it just wasn't enough. Despite Capcom's claims that Resident Evil 4 would remain an exclusive for the GameCube, they quickly began working on a port for the title for the PlayStation 2. It only made sense for Capcom to capitalize on it given the series' history on the PlayStation, as well as the massive install base the PlayStation 2 had. Nintendo wasn't happy, and is rumored to have resented Capcom over this decision. Nevertheless, Resident Evil 4 would launch on the PlayStation 2 in October of 2005, giving the GameCube its biggest third-party exclusive for a total of 10 months. The title would continue to receive ports to basically every console released after 2005, with the only current exception being the recently released Nintendo Switch. With a few minor exceptions, Resident Evil 4 has always received high praise regardless of the system that it's been on, and many still consider that Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made, myself included. At E3 2004, Nintendo had returned to form. For their next conference, they would have to make sure the world was watching. Microsoft was preparing to launch their next system, and Sony had already begun hyping up their new system, the PlayStation 3. Nintendo would shock the world with their own announcement. At E3 2005, Nintendo would reveal their next console under the codename Revolution. The new system would feature motion controls, something Nintendo had experimented with during the GameCube's development. The most surprising feature, or rather the lack of, the new system wouldn't sport HD graphics, making the Nintendo the outlier in the race for the most powerful game console. The Revolution would eventually become the Nintendo Wii. Since the Wii was a successor to the GameCube's days were numbered. It wasn't all bad news for the GameCube, however. The Wii would be fully backwards compatible with the GameCube and would still utilize the system's controllers and memory cards. Many Wii games would use the GameCube controller too. Nintendo basically built the GameCube into every Wii for the first couple of years of production. The GameCube wasn't done yet, as it would still see a plethora of high-profile titles throughout 2005. Fire Emblem would return to home consoles with Path of Radiance. Intelligent Systems also took their Advanced War series and brought it to home consoles in the form of Battalion Wars. Mario wouldn't miss out on the fun either, as many Mario spin-offs would come to the GameCube. Donkey Kong even made a minor comeback with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, a 2.5D platformer that used the DK bongos as a controller. Nintendo would continue to reach out to third parties to help with their properties as well. Star Fox Assault was developed by Namco, and Konami helped create one of the strangest spin-offs in the Mario universe, Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. Nintendo would even publish their second M-rated title in August of 2005 with Geist, a first-person adventure title with shooter elements. Third parties would begin to return to the GameCube in 2005. Eidos, one of the biggest defectors, would publish LEGO Star Wars on the GameCube in late 2005, and future multi-platform titles would come to the GameCube, albeit usually later than their counterparts on PlayStation 2 or Xbox. Eidos would even release Tomb Raider Legend on the GameCube in late 2006, a massive change as the series had previously been a PlayStation icon. 2005 would prove to be a good year for the Nintendo GameCube. One major title would miss 2005 though. The GameCube's second Legend of Zelda title, Twilight Princess, would be pushed back into 2006. 2006 would be an otherwise unimpressive year for the GameCube. With the Wii's release coming, the GameCube would see very few new titles. Chibi Robo would come out in February, bringing a new IP under Nintendo's wings. Nintendo would release the experimental Odama in April. The title was part pinball game and part real-time strategy. Using the GameCube's microphone, you commanded troops while trying to move a massive ball across the map with the controller. It was strange to say the least. Baten Kato's Origins would come out in 2006 as well. It was a prequel to the original GameCube exclusive that launched in 2003. The title would be published by Nintendo. Less than a year later, Nintendo would purchase a majority stake in the shares of Monolith Soft, the game's developer, making them a first-party Nintendo studio. E3 2006 was primarily about the new Nintendo Wii, but the GameCube wasn't forgotten. Nintendo would reveal Super Paper Mario, the third title in the Paper Mario series. It was originally a Nintendo GameCube game, planned for release in October of 2006, but the title would eventually be moved to the Wii and released in 2007. Another game announced at E3 2006 was Donkey Kong Bongo Blast, a racing game that utilized the DK bongos. It too would be moved over to the Wii in 2007, being renamed Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. It would use the Wii's motion controls as opposed to any additional accessories. Another title shown off for the Nintendo GameCube during its lifetime was a 3D Kirby title that never officially received a name. The title was shown off multiple times through the years, sporting different looks, but would never release on the GameCube. The game was never officially cancelled, but was retooled and released as Kirby's Return to Dreamland on the Wii in 2011, making it one of the last major holdouts from the GameCube era. With many major GameCube titles being pushed to the Wii, fans still held out hope that The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess would be released on the Nintendo GameCube. It would, but with a catch. At E3 2006, Nintendo would reveal that Twilight Princess would be a launch title for the Wii, and that the game would release on the GameCube at the same time. Twilight Princess would eventually come out in November of 2006 on the Wii, but the GameCube version missed the date. It would come out a month later, and would be the final first-party title released on the GameCube. The wait was worth it, as Twilight Princess received critical praise and became the best-selling title in the Legend of Zelda series. Like its predecessor, The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess would receive an HD remake on the Wii U, and was released in early 2016.
It's another late night for gamers as they wait to try out the latest game system. The Nintendo Wii goes on sale at midnight, just days after the PlayStation 3 hit store shelves.
On November 19, 2006, the Nintendo Wii would launch in North America for $249.99. Its release came 5 years and 1 day after the Nintendo GameCube landed on American shores. The Wii would go on to become a massive success. It made history as Nintendo's best-selling home console, and it would be the best-selling game system of the 7th generation, replicating the success Nintendo found in the 80s and 90s. It came with a pack-in title, Wii Sports, which would go on to sell over 82 million copies, becoming the 4th best-selling game of all time. For the GameCube, it was over. Nintendo's Lunchbox was quietly discontinued in early 2007, as releases for the system became fewer and far between. Nintendo would sell just shy of 22 million Nintendo GameCubes during its run. It would be the worst-selling Nintendo home console until the Wii U failed to reach an audience in the mid-2010s. Nintendo also failed to outsell Sony's PlayStation 2, which would sell over 150 million units before it was discontinued in 2013. Nintendo's goal of 50 million units became a far cry of reality. Nintendo even failed to outsell Microsoft, who had just barely outsold the GameCube with 24 million Xboxes. Few titles would release on the GameCube after the Wii launched. Only licensed titles and sports games would grace the system. The final Nintendo GameCube game was released on August 14, 2007. It was Madden 08, an otherwise unremarkable title. The GameCube would live on through the Wii, as the system was backwards compatible with most Nintendo GameCube games and accessories, but with support officially ended, the GameCube was finally dead. If you look purely at sales numbers, you'll see the GameCube as a system that never lived up to its expectations. It was defeated in a three-way console war by an industry giant and a newcomer. It failed to meet Nintendo's sales goals and produced a system that felt behind the times in many ways. But that's only on the surface level. Look beyond that and you'll find one of the best systems ever created. A system whose story completely changed the company behind it, and whose games are still being played by millions to this day. This is the true story of the Nintendo GameCube. Not one of failure to act in its time, but the system that built a legacy and a coalition of passionate fans. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and how it was a success. The GameCube would live on through the Nintendo Wii. It wasn't just a statement regarding the Wii's ability to play Nintendo GameCube games. Rather, what Nintendo experienced with the GameCube was largely their failure to create a solid audience of fans. Starting with the Nintendo DS and Wii, Nintendo would employ a new strategy in the video game market. For years, it had always been an arms race to create the most powerful system possible. Nintendo would begin to focus less on creating powerful systems after the GameCube. This new marketing strategy is known as Blue Ocean. Without getting into too many details, Nintendo hoped that it would be able to tap into a market that had not yet been represented with video games. They would create a system that appealed to casual and non-gamers, while still trying to appeal to the more hardcore demographic. Both the Nintendo DS and Wii stripped away features that would normally be seen in consoles at the time. Neither would have bleeding-edge technology built into them. Instead, these systems would create one-of-a-kind ways to play video games. For the Nintendo DS, it would be its dual-screen setup and bottom touchscreen. For the Wii, it would use motion controls. The Blue Ocean strategy worked. For a while. The Wii and DS are the best-selling Nintendo console and handheld respectively. The Wii would sell over 100 million units, beating out both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, despite its lack of high-definition graphics. Nintendo's handhelds never had trouble with sales, but the DS did have strong competition with Sony's PSP, further cementing the success of the system. The Blue Ocean strategy didn't always work, however. The end of the Wii's lifespan saw a massive decline in sales as new competitors started to crop up. The Nintendo 3DS was never able to replicate the success of the DS, and the Wii U would be an even bigger failure than the GameCube. Software sales, in general, were never as strong on Nintendo consoles compared to other systems, and with a few exceptions, attachment rates for software were low. Things are looking up for Nintendo now. The Switch once again features a concept that is both original and well-liked. At the time of this video's release, the Nintendo Switch has already sold over 15 million units worldwide, outselling the Wii U just a little over a year after launch, and it's on pace to sell even more. The GameCube was a somewhat experimental system for Nintendo, as many of the ideas introduced or scrapped for the system would return later on down the line. Motion controls were first thought of with the GameCube, and would be revisited with the Nintendo Wii. Stereoscopic 3D would be used with the Nintendo 3DS. Games like Odama and the later Mario parties would use a microphone to control portions of the game, something that would be built into the Nintendo DS and 3DS for uses with various titles. The biggest was the connectivity between the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance. The connectivity between these two systems would be fully explored with both the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch. The Wii U's two-screen setup might remind many of the Nintendo DS family, but Nintendo experimented with this idea in titles like The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords Adventure. Asymmetrical multiplayer, something heavily featured with the Wii U, was experimented on with the GameCube as well. Pac-Man Vs. is a great example, as one player played as Pac-Man on the Game Boy Advance, while the other players played as Ghost on the Nintendo GameCube. This is incredibly similar to the Luigi's Mansion mini-game in Nintendo Land, and it all started here. For the Switch, Nintendo has fully integrated its handheld line with its console line, something the Game Boy player tried to do with the GameCube. It wasn't exactly the same, but it showed that Nintendo was definitely considering how it could merge their two branches together when the time was right. It's almost impossible to discuss the legacy of the Nintendo GameCube without mentioning Super Smash Bros. Melee. Normally, competitive fighting games are dropped when a new version or a sequel to the previous title come out. For Melee, which released in 2001, this isn't the case. The Smash Bros. Series doesn't see as many new releases as other popular fighters, but Melee has managed to weather the release of 2 new entries. This all comes down to Melee's fast and tight combat, and its massive fan base who refuses to let it die. Melee is still being played at top-tier fighting game tournaments like EVO, taking a place alongside the most recent entry in the series, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Fans have even prayed for an HD re-release of the title for years, and simply want the game to remain exactly the same, but with a fresh coat of paint and online support. All of this from one of the GameCube's earliest releases. The dedication from this community alone has kept the GameCube alive over the years. Melee has also had an impact in keeping the GameCube controller around. The first model of the Nintendo Wii would have 4 GameCube controller ports built into the system. It not only let players use their GameCube controllers to play their GameCube games, but many Wii titles would also use it as well. The GameCube controller would even have a symbol on the back of Wii game cases if the title supported the GameCube controller. For the release of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Nintendo would release a GameCube adapter for the system. The accessory would plug directly into the console, and would only be used for Super Smash Bros. Nintendo released a brand new version of the GameCube controller to go along with it, swapping out the original logo for the Super Smash Bros. Logo. Today, the Nintendo Switch supports the GameCube adapter as well. Nintendo sneaked in adapter support through a system update, and as of now, no title has officially supported the adapter. Speculations, however, claim that it could be used for a new Super Smash Bros. Title, or even the re-release of classic GameCube games on the system. Speaking of classic games, the GameCube had a ton of them. Since online play for the 6th generation of consoles is gone and the DVD format is dead, the GameCube is on a more even level of features compared to the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Dreamcast. There are some quality third-party titles on the system. Sega really supported the GameCube with exclusive ports of its Sonic Adventure series, a few exclusive Monkey Ball titles, and new IPs like Billy Hatcher. Sega ported a lot of Dreamcast games to the system as well, including the beloved Skies of Arcadia. Sega would see a lot of success with the GameCube, and almost all of their multi-platform titles would see a release on the system. Namco, or as it would later become known as Namco Bandai, had success with the system as well. Not only would they release Baten Kaitos and their own take on the Star Fox series, but Bandai Namco would even release the JRPG mega hit Tales of Symphonia. Konami would remake Metal Gear Solid 1 on the GameCube, calling it the Twin Snakes. And of course, there was Capcom, who would become one of the most notable publishers for the system. While many of the games Capcom released on the GameCube would be ported to other consoles, their brief exclusivity helped pave the way for the system. The Capcom 5, or rather 4, made big news out of their exclusivity. Beautiful Joe spawned a brief but beloved series. Killer 7 would put its creator Suda51 on the map, and led to a bizarre but praised career. Resident Evil 1 would be remade for the GameCube, with a prequel called Resident Evil 0 coming out shortly after. Capcom ported Resident Evil 2 and 3 to the system too. Resident Evil 4 would become a milestone, not just for gaming, but Capcom as well. Not only would it be the GameCube's biggest third-party title, but it reinvigorated the franchise, and inspired multiple action and horror games for years to come. It wouldn't be a Nintendo system without Nintendo games, and the ones released for the GameCube are some of the best. Nintendo would branch out with the GameCube and create many new experimental IPs. Chibi Robo, despite its late release, was a creative idea that helped launch a brand new franchise. Pikmin would be a minor hit too. The series would really get off the ground after the 3rd title released on the Wii U. Pokemon had become a smash hit before the GameCube's release. The series never saw an RPG on the Nintendo 64, but the GameCube would get 2 of them, Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Neither title was exactly like its handheld counterparts, but it did a great job of translating the battles to 3D and featured interesting new regions to explore. Older Nintendo characters would receive new titles on the GameCube in completely different styles of gameplay. Kirby Air Ride would take the pink puffball and throw him into a racing game. Star Fox would become more like a Zelda game with Star Fox Adventures, and Donkey Kong would even have a few rhythm titles with the DK Bongos in the Donkey Konga series. The GameCube helped bring a lot of Japanese series to the West. I mentioned Super Smash Bros. Melee before, and two of the characters introduced in that game, Marth and Roy, were from the Fire Emblem series. The series had never seen an international release before. Thanks to their inclusion, Fire Emblem would receive its first international release on the Game Boy Advance, and the GameCube title, Fire Emblem: The Path of Radiance, would bring the strategy series to American home consoles. The Advance Wars also saw an international release on the Game Boy Advance, and Battalion Wars would be the console spin-off for that series, first released on the GameCube. Animal Crossing was first released on the Nintendo 64 in Japan, but it would become a hit in America when it came out on the GameCube, featuring its own included memory card. I could go on and on about the great games on the Nintendo GameCube, but three titles in particular stand out to me when I look at the GameCube and the era of Nintendo it represents. The first is Super Mario Sunshine. Sunshine represents Nintendo's need to constantly innovate on old ideas. It would have been easy for Nintendo to just make a Super Mario 64 too. Instead, they came up with a new mechanic that completely changed the way the game was played. In return, the way the game was made became completely different as well. Movement in Super Mario Sunshine is the most important piece of design, and creating levels around that made the game better. The next title that I want to mention is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The Wind Waker is a mostly normal Zelda adventure by modern series standards. You explore a massive world and the dungeons within it to save the day. It's a linear path to beat the game, and you have a pretty standard combat cycle. It has more in common with The Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time, the first 3D Zelda title, than any other game except for maybe Twilight Princess. What sets it apart is its art style. The cel-shaded graphics were seen as kiddie at first. Gamers at the time were furious that the series did not go with a more mature style and tone. However, The Wind Waker proved that a more cartoonish art style does not mean a game has to be dumbed down to its subject matter or designed for a younger audience. The team behind The Wind Waker made a game that has stood up to the test of time better than any other Zelda game before or after it. The risk that Nintendo took creating this title when fans were screaming for something different is impressive. Ultimately, we received the best result, as The Wind Waker is one of the greatest games of all time. Super Mario Sunshine showed that Nintendo didn't want to take the easy route, and The Wind Waker showed that they were willing to take risks. But Metroid Prime is perhaps the most important game ever made for the GameCube. Metroid is a loved series, and that was no different in the late 90s. Nintendo had struggled to translate the series to 3D. When Retro Studios, a recently founded developer that had been wrapped in scandal since its creation, took a crack at creating the first ever 3D Metroid game, anyone in their right mind would have been freaked out. The Metroid series was returning, but to many it looked like it wasn't going to be sticking around for long. The level of commitment and expertise behind Metroid Prime made it into one of the best games ever. Metroid Prime translated a 2D side-scrolling series into a first-person adventure game. Nintendo's faith in Retro may have come off as crazy before the release of Metroid Prime, but their guidance and leadership pushed it in the right direction. After all, it was Shigeru Miyamoto who suggested the transition into a first-person perspective, and all for the better. If I had to pick just one game that summed up the Nintendo GameCube, it would be Metroid Prime. It's a game that showed that Nintendo was willing to take risks on new and creative ideas, while shunning the lazy and easy options. It's the best example of why I love the Nintendo GameCube, and why I think it succeeded. Through this series, I've talked about the high and low points of the GameCube. The system never lived up to what Nintendo wanted, and it completely changed the company's view on games. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is about a lot of things. It's about the great games that were released on the system. It's the story of a competitive fighter that's still being played over 15 years after its release. It's the story of many great people who rose to the challenge during an era dominated by the PlayStation 2. But the story that sticks out most in all of this is that of Nintendo's. While I mentioned the other systems Nintendo had released during the GameCube era, none had quite the same effect on the company as the GameCube. The GameCube was the first time Nintendo had ever really lost. It wasn't just that it launched a console war, but it lost its way with the video game industry. They were no longer the center of the universe, and because of that, they were more creative and better game creators. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is one of improvement through failure, and how success is never something measured entirely by who gets the most or who crosses the finish line first. And that's a story I think we can all learn from.
Thank you so much for watching this video. This is the final part in a multi-part series covering the story of the Nintendo GameCube. Check out the previous episodes if you haven't already, and be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content down the road. Share this video on your favorite social media websites so I can continue to create more content like this. I want to personally thank anybody who has already done these things, as well as gaming outlets like IGN and GameSpot for continuing to keep their older articles up, as well as investigative journalists like Emily Rogers, who have done a ton of great pieces on the development of the Nintendo GameCube. If you go down to the description box below, you can follow a link that will take you to an article where I discuss the making of this series, as well as some of the sources that I utilized to create it. Be sure to give them a read, as there's tons of great information about the development of the Nintendo GameCube there. I also want to thank my friends and family who have been supportive of me while I make this series, as well as anybody who has subscribed to the channel since these videos started rolling out. There's more content on the way, as I plan on continuing to do the Story Of series down the road. And once again, I want to thank you for checking out this video and series about the story of the Nintendo GameCube.
The latest video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores.
Uhrenwürfel mit 15 Zentimetern im Quadrat.
Well, Rollin, it's all part of a $75 million marketing campaign.
We're just waiting for the GameCube to come out. Everybody's so anxious to play with it and everything.
This year, Nintendo is featuring everything from Super Monkey Ball to Wave Race.
In February 2007, Nintendo quietly ceased production on the GameCube console. After 5.5 years of production and 21 million units sold, it was time to move on. Sony's PlayStation 2 demolished the GameCube in sales, with nearly 6 times as many consoles sold. Microsoft's Xbox also outsold the GameCube, although only by a few million units. While the GameCube was the least popular of the main 3 6th-generation consoles, between its legendary library, impressive power, innovative accessories, and sleek design, the GameCube offered much more than it was given credit for at the time. More powerful than the PS2, and nearly as powerful as the Xbox, despite being half its size, the GameCube was a technical marvel, yet the casual consumer brushed it off as a kid's console. That stigma stuck with the GameCube throughout its life and even extends to today. Between the colorful controller buttons, purple color of the console, miniature discs, and a lunchbox-esque handle, it was easy to see why the GameCube was so easily misjudged. Looking at the GameCube without bias reveals a console that deserved a lot more recognition. The controller was so well designed that every Nintendo console since has backwards compatibility with it, either through a dedicated port or an official adapter. The GameCube was also the first console to master the wireless controller, with the fantastic Wavebird. Game Boy Advance connectivity brought a second screen to many games, a feature that would inspire the core concept of the Wii U. Nearly every classic Nintendo franchise received new titles on the console, from Star Fox to F-Zero to Pokemon to Mario Golf. and many new franchises were created, such as Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Animal Crossing, and Metroid Prime. This is what I consider to be the peak of Nintendo's first-party software output. If the GameCube truly had a fatal flaw, that would be its lack of internet capabilities, something Nintendo is still behind the curve with to this day. That and the inability to play DVDs, which was a major selling point for Sony's PS2. While the GameCube did technically support online gaming with a broadband or modem adapter, only a small number of games supported it. While for the Xbox and PlayStation 2, online play was a staple for most multiplayer games. What is often forgotten is that the GameCube was Nintendo's last truly traditional console. The Wii was basically a GameCube with motion controls and better online support, and sold nearly 5 times as many units. In 2006, during the Wii's initial reveal at E3, then CEO of Nintendo of America, Reggie Fils-Aimé, stated that the feel of the game is what's hot, the look is secondary. And while he ended up being right, there's just something unique about a Nintendo console that wasn't underpowered. By no means was the GameCube a complete failure. Selling over 20 million units is a success, but relative to its competition, the GameCube was considered a disappointment. Today, however, 20 years after the console's initial launch, we can more easily appreciate just how special the console was. With the GameCube, Nintendo truly tried to give players exactly what they wanted. Major criticisms of the Nintendo 64, such as the cartridges, a lack of mature games, and the non-traditional controller design, were all addressed. The GameCube deserved a better reputation, but oftentimes, we don't truly appreciate something until it's gone. In the late 90s, Nintendo had lost its market share to Sony, which really stung considering the two companies almost worked together. While Nintendo had been the king of the 2D era, the 3D era was not going according to plan. The Nintendo 64 was popular, but not as popular as Nintendo was used to their consoles being. Contrary to popular belief, however, this was still a very successful era for Nintendo, as the Game Boy and Game Boy Color were easily the best-selling handhelds, and the 64 did sell 33 million units. When Nintendo started development on their next console, codenamed Dolphin, they ran into some issues. Silicon Graphics, the company behind the CPU in the Nintendo 64, was imploding. The company president resigned after partying too hard in front of potential clients. The founder and CEO of the company had issues, with the founder eventually selling his shares and leaving. Former employees started a new company called ArtX, which was acquired by ATI shortly after, and is now part of AMD. Nintendo hired ArtX to work on the processor for the Dolphin, and the rest was history. At the 1999 E3 conference, Nintendo announced their next-gen console with an expected launch of late 2000. Nintendo was pushing the power of the Dolphin, with Howard Lincoln, former chairman of the company, even going as far to say that the Dolphin's graphics will equal or exceed anything Sony can come up with for the PlayStation 2. After the Nintendo 64 was criticized for using cartridges, the Dolphin made the jump to optical discs, to which the E3 crowd applauded. Despite not showing actual hardware or even any games, the announcement itself was enough to build hype for the system, even after Sony and Sega unveiled their next-gen consoles first. In March of 2000, another challenger approached, Microsoft. The Xbox was created to directly compete with Sony, as well as push online gaming into the mainstream with Xbox Live. Microsoft had tried to acquire Sega, but after Bill Gates opposed the idea, they tried something crazier. They came to Nintendo with an offer to buy the company. After numerous meetings and counter-offers, Microsoft eventually realized it wasn't going to happen, and decided to build their own console in-house. After announcing the Xbox and showing off a prototype, Microsoft approached Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi one last time with another offer to buy or partner with Nintendo. But again, he declined their offer. In the span of a few years, Nintendo had the potential to partner up with both Sony and Microsoft on a console, and their rejection led to the video game landscape we have today. At E3 2000, Nintendo offered no new information on the Dolphin. Not wanting to be overshadowed by their competition, Nintendo used their own show, Space World, to announce that the Dolphin was actually called the GameCube, and they finally showed it off, along with games and demos. The GameCube shown at Space World was slightly different than the final version. The controllers had a red start button, a blue A button, and a green B button that was shaped like the X and Y buttons. Here's the final controller design for reference. As for the actual console, the unique cube appearance was nearly identical to the final product, although the announced pink color would be replaced with Spice Orange. A major complaint during the Nintendo 64 era was how Mario was basically the only character in his universe to get games. So Nintendo shocked everyone when they unveiled Luigi's Mansion, a game featuring Luigi as the main character. No Mario title at launch was pretty unexpected, but to many, it was a welcome breath of fresh air. There were some tech demos showing off the GameCube's graphical capabilities, and coming from the Nintendo 64, they looked fantastic. A new Metroid game was teased, and then the grand finale was shown. It was a Zelda demo featuring Link confronting Ganondorf. The art style was very similar to Ocarina of Time's, yet looked so much better. The 54,000 people in attendance were in awe, and the GameCube was looking very promising. That said, the console did have its detractors early on. Many felt like the GameCube resembled a childish toy with silly color schemes. In response, Nintendo signed a deal with Capcom for future Resident Evil games, and 2 horror games originally planned for the Nintendo 64, Resident Evil 0 and Eternal Darkness, were transferred to the GameCube. The kids who played Mario when they were 6 are now 28. They still want to play Mario, but they want some other stuff. Our industry has matured. We're like the movie industry. You see R-rated movies and M-rated games, said Karen Kaplan, Vice President of Marketing at the time. At E3 2001, shortly before the GameCube's launch, Shigeru Miyamoto showed off Super Smash Bros. Melee for the first time, which would eventually become an all-time classic. He then showed more of Luigi's Mansion, and then gave a presentation on the final variant of the GameCube controller along with the Wavebird. The Luigi's Mansion demo was very impressive, as the graphics looked very advanced and loading times nearly non-existent. Pikmin was then showed off for the first time, and it was also announced that a non-Japanese developer, Retro Studios, would be working on the new 3D Metroid title. To cap the event off, Nintendo announced a launch price of $199 and a launch date of September 14th in Japan and November 5th in North America. The GameCube was almost ready. Exactly 1 year after announcing the console, Nintendo gave one last presentation for it at Space World 2001. However, they faced some backlash after showing a teaser for a future Zelda game, which would eventually become The Wind Waker. After expecting another Zelda like Ocarina of Time, which was what was basically shown as a demo a year prior, the drastically different art style of the game rubbed people the wrong way, and further drove the idea that the GameCube was a childish console. Miyamoto said that he thought it wasn't wise to talk about something before having the chance to test it. Only playing can you judge a game, and after E3 2002, when you all will be able to play with the new Zelda, we will talk again about it. Of course, he ended up being right, as The Wind Waker ended up being one of the greatest games of all time. But the initial backlash was so strong that it ended up affecting the casual perception of the GameCube. Despite the backlash, most people were still excited for the console, as it was not only more powerful than the PlayStation 2, but also was the cheapest console ever released when adjusting for inflation. In Japan, the GameCube released on September 14th with 3 launch titles: Luigi's Mansion, Super Monkey Ball, and Wave Race Blue Storm. While all three games were very well received, the launch lineup was criticized for being too small and lacking the firepower that Nintendo 64's launch had. There was no game here on the level of Super Mario 64. A month and a half later, however, Pikmin released, adding another very strong game to the lineup. Without that killer game, however, the GameCube failed to meet initial sales expectations and was well behind the PlayStation 2. On November 21st, Super Smash Bros. Melee was released along with Jet Black and Spice Orange color variants of the console. It worked. Nearly 150,000 consoles were sold that week alone, and over 350,000 copies of Melee as well. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the US launch ended up being poorly timed. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001 had a serious negative impact on the American public, as well as the economy. Nintendo's share prices had fallen by 12%, and it was simply a bad time to promote a new game console. Although it was postponed by 2 weeks, the GameCube did launch on November 18, 2001 in North America. Nintendo spent $75 million on their marketing budget for the US alone, hoping to compete with their new rival Microsoft. The ads were pretty surreal, with a heavy emphasis on the cube aspect of the console. Unfortunately for Nintendo, Bill Gates spent $500 million on marketing and even got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to promote the Xbox. The GameCube's launch was actually pretty successful. When adjusted for inflation, the GameCube had higher first quarter sales than the PS2, Wii U, Xbox 360, PS3, and many other consoles of the past and future. Unfortunately, however, the Xbox sold even more, 1.53 million units compared to the GameCube's 1.26 million. The GameCube's greatest strength was its library. Eventually, in 2002, the GameCube got its flagship Mario game, Super Mario Sunshine, which was praised at launch. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker ended up being a massive hit. Despite the initial backlash it received, the game sold very well and was loved by critics and players. Other great games for the system include Metroid Prime 1 and 2, Resident Evil 4, originally a GameCube exclusive, The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, Mario Kart, Double Dash, Soul Calibur 2, Pikmin 2, Fire Emblem: Path of Radiance, F-Zero GX, Pokemon Colosseum, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Kirby Air Ride, Beyond Good and Evil, Super Monkey Ball 2, Skies of Arcadia, Tales of Symphonia, Beautiful Joe, Super Mario Strikers, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, the Baton Kaitos titles. What's crazy is that I'm just scratching the surface of the GameCube's library with this selection of games. The sheer quantity of 9 out of 10 and 10 out of 10 quality titles is what makes the GameCube such a great console. In its 6-year span, the system received some of the greatest video games ever created. Let's take a look at the GameCube controller. It may look unorthodox in appearance, but in hand it fits perfectly and is incredibly ergonomic. The analog and digital trigger buttons were the standout. The L and R buttons could be pushed down all the way for a click, which was a digital input, but pushing the buttons down with varying pressure gave developers options to use analog controls for games. For example, in racing games, the R button was commonly used for acceleration. The A button was centered and was the most used button for accepting inputs. For some people, the design of these face buttons was a turn-off, and it was common for people to prefer third-party titles on the PlayStation 2 with the DualShock 2 controller. However, upon getting used to the GameCube controller's design, it is, in my opinion, much better than Sony's. Clicking A easily and then sliding your finger up, left, or right from the A button for Y, B, or X was incredibly pleasing. You don't have to look down at the controller due to the unique shape and position of each button, whereas the PlayStation 2 controller has 4 identical feeling face buttons instead. Of course, today, every modern controller is more similar to Sony's, but in my opinion, the positioning of the buttons on the GameCube controller was the best there ever was. It just takes some getting used to. The analog control stick was also fantastic. The ridge around the control stick was an octagon, and gave the stick 8 sharp points to rest in. This allowed for incredibly precise movements, helped with muscle memory, and in games like Super Monkey Ball 2, the GameCube version ends up being superior because the PlayStation 2 controller lacks that precision with its control stick. There's a reason the GameCube controller is still the controller of choice for competitive Smash players, as it's one of the most precise and comfortable controllers ever created. Its only downsides are its lackluster D-pad, which is pretty poor for 2D games, only having one bumper button, and the C-stick, which has a very small top leading to less precise inputs. The console itself was taller than its competition, but much smaller overall, and it had some cool technical aspects such as a dedicated digital output chip. The original version of the GameCube has a digital out port, which can be used to output a 480p resolution with component cables, compared to the fuzzy 480i displayed from the regular composite cables. Even in 480i, the component cables look considerably better. I play my GameCube on a CRT TV, and through the component cables the picture quality is terrific. Of course, on a modern flat-screen TV, the image is going to be stretched across millions of pixels, resulting in a worse-looking image and input lag. But when playing on a TV the GameCube was meant to be played on, it's easy to see just how powerful the system was for its time. While only $30 at the time, today the GameCube component cables go for over $200, due to how rare they are. Later GameCube models removed the digital port entirely, but for those models that had it, the graphics the system put out were very impressive. Games like F-Zero GX still look impressive today. The GameCube featured a handle on the back, which was pretty unique. The Game Boy player was basically a Game Boy Advance that needed to be attached to the bottom of the GameCube for power. This allowed you to play Game Boy games on the GameCube on your TV, which was a cool feature, although it wasn't as feature-rich as the Super Game Boy from the SNES era. There was also a Game Boy link cable accessory, allowing you to connect your Game Boy Advance to the GameCube. This gave you a second screen for some games, unlocked different items, and could also be used as a controller for the Game Boy player. Games like The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures took full advantage of this feature. Popular accessories included the GameCube microphone, used mostly for Mario Party titles. There was a 2006 game titled Odama that used the microphone to control your army. The game is essentially a feudal Japan-themed pinball game, a very unique concept that has slipped under the radar today. The DK bongos were used for the Donkey Konga games and a few other Donkey Kong titles. Think of Guitar Hero, but with bongos and a Nintendo theme. Hori released a controller meant for the Game Boy player in Japan, which features an improved D-pad. It's shaped just like a Super Nintendo controller, only with GameCube buttons and button placement. A few different revisions of the GameCube released, including special editions based on games. The main colors were indigo, jet black, and platinum, with limited gold releases and spice orange in Japan. Despite its early success, GameCube sales plummeted after the first year. During the holiday season, sales would spike back up, but each year that spike would be smaller, and sales throughout the rest of the year were just not great. By 2006, the GameCube was barely selling at all, and then the Wii released and gave Nintendo the market share back. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the PlayStation 2 and Xbox simply received more third-party support, and while the Xbox barely sold more than the GameCube, the PS2 blew both of them away. It had more third-party games, better online support, and was simply the most popular option. By beating both Nintendo and Microsoft to market, and avoiding Sega's mistakes with the failed Dreamcast, the PlayStation 2 dominated. And so, Nintendo's last powerful console died a quiet death. Its last big release was The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, which was the Zelda game fans seemed to want all along, using the GameCube's power to create a realistic-looking Zelda game, rather than the cel-shaded look of The Wind Waker. The game's release was delayed, however, and ended up being a Wii launch title with motion controls, but it also released on the GameCube so Nintendo could keep their promise. The last GameCube game released was Madden NFL 08, and then it was over. Despite its death in 2007, the GameCube remains relatively popular today, if underappreciated. The re-release of GameCube controllers for Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate sold very well, and Super Smash Bros. Melee is still the most widely played competitive Smash title. Tournaments today in 2021 still use GameCubes, GameCube controllers, and CRT TVs. It's easy to see the GameCube's influence on future Nintendo hardware. For one, the Wii was essentially a GameCube, only with a new controller. Both consoles are nearly identical power-wise. The original Wii model was backwards compatible with GameCube games, and also had 4 GameCube controller ports. Many games like Mario Kart Wii and Super Smash Bros. Brawl allowed use of the GameCube controller in place of the Wii mode. The Wii U featured a gamepad controller with a screen. When looking at the GameCube with a Game Boy Advance connected, it's easy to see the parallels. Without the Wii U, we wouldn't have the Switch today. The GameCube's influence goes beyond surface level. Nintendo's decision to go all in on the GameCube rather than team up with Microsoft helped create the video game landscape we see today. This era was crucial for setting up the future. It was the beginning of Sony's domination, the nail in the coffin for powerful Nintendo consoles, and it brought us the rise of Microsoft's Xbox. When it released, the GameCube was a powerful console, capable of producing some of the greatest graphics ever seen in video games. It had incredible first-party releases, and has arguably the greatest library of any console ever. So what went wrong? Unfortunately, the timing of its release, along with public perception misjudging the console based on its colorful design, led to underwhelming sales, which resulted in a lack of third-party support, which caused Nintendo to switch gears radically with the Wii. However, the GameCube was simply genius. It was a small, compact, and modern design that has aged well. It had innovative accessories, a fantastic controller, and gave the world some of Nintendo's greatest works of art. While on the surface it may seem like a disappointment, if you owned the GameCube, you had an extraordinary time. The most important part of a game console is its library of games, and the GameCube had too many classics to count. While the GameCube is dead, its community isn't, and its legacy is immortal. It may have never gotten the recognition it deserved, but as time moves forward, more and more people are starting to realize just how awesome every console from that 6th generation was. In the early online era, when games needed to be fully polished and complete to release, split-screen multiplayer was still alive, and studios were pumping out all-time classics, we likely didn't realize just how good we had it. Perhaps it's nostalgia clouding my judgment, but in my opinion, this was the greatest era of gaming, and the GameCube will forever be my console of choice.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for building a professional website. Stick around to hear more. As I get older and games move forward, it becomes harder for me to place myself in the past. For all of the conveniences offered in the current state of the industry, there are also an abundance of inconveniences. Long updates and download times, massive game sizes that can barely fit on a console's basic storage, anticipated games releasing in an unfinished state, expensive DLC packs and season passes for things that could have been included in the base game, and companies losing a lot of player respect after getting a taste of success. A lot of these things have become commonplace for the past decade, and they've only become more problematic with time. Which is why starting up Metroid Dread on launch day was such a magical experience. I took the game home, put it in the Switch, and within moments, I was going through the intro sequence. No day one patches, no incessant company logos, no promise of DLC that was being held over, just an excellent, challenging, immersive, and infinitely replayable Metroid game. A game that was released in such a beautiful state and accounted for extravagant sequence breaks. Something that you could get invested in and remember for a long time. No strings attached. I haven't had an experience this pure with a brand new game in a very long time. The game took me back to a time when there were no updates or download times. When a game was done, that was it. You couldn't update it or patch it after the fact. It had to be bug-free on release, otherwise those bugs would become part of a game's legacy. On top of that, the entire game had to fit on a disc. No installation, no copying to the hard drive, you just pop the game in and play. I suppose I just craved the simplicity of an era lost to time. In my eyes, the last era in which these simple conveniences were commonplace was the 6th generation of consoles. This was the era in which my love for this medium of entertainment was born, and it's all thanks to the Nintendo GameCube. This is the story of a little lunchbox that went a long way. The GameCube was all about letting experiences come first. In doing so, the system left behind an astonishing library of fantastic games. However, it faced many hardships before it finally bit the dust. In this video, I'll be discussing the games that set the system apart from its competitors, its fight for relevance in the industry, what Nintendo learned from the system, and its legacy. I'm Liam Triforce, and in honor of the console's 20th anniversary, this is a Nintendo GameCube retrospective. A quick shout out to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. Squarespace provides the tools necessary for anyone to create a website. Whether you're creating a personal blog for fun, or setting up a professional space for your business to operate, Squarespace will have you covered. There are plenty of templates to choose from in order to get started, and you'll have access to easy-to-use tools like a mailing list for clients, delivering paid rewards, and built-in video blocks for displaying your demo reels, just to name a few. Whether you're an artist, photographer, video editor, game developer, or virtually anything else, you'll find that Squarespace likely has the tools you need. And in my experience, it has been incredibly easy and fun to use. It's a great platform for unifying your online presence and presenting your work in an accessible and professional manner. If you're interested in trying out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And once you're set to launch, use squarespace.com/LiamTriforce for 10% off of your first purchase of a website or domain. Thanks, Squarespace. Although the Nintendo 64 has enjoyed acclaim in the years since its release, some of the decisions Nintendo made with the console would result in them gradually losing third-party support and close partnerships with other studios. The most commonly cited issue was its use of cartridges. The system's competitors, the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn, both used CD-ROMs for delivering games. These CDs held a maximum of 650 megabytes, whereas Nintendo 64 cartridges could only hold 64 megabytes. This limited what developers could do in many ways. Although they featured very fast or otherwise non-existent load times, developers were forced to work around the storage limitations by decreasing texture and sound quality, foregoing full-motion video in most cases, and reducing the overall amount of content they included if they wanted to avoid compressing assets. Usually, they'd have to do that anyway, because the texture cache was only 4 kilobytes in size. All of the storage limitations made full-scale RPGs like Final Fantasy VII impractical without major compromises. On top of that, cartridges were more expensive to produce than CDs. With all of this in mind, many major developers like Squaresoft, Capcom, Konami, Namco, and even Argonaut Software of Star Fox fame shifted their resources to the PlayStation. The competition was fierce, and while the Nintendo 64 was still a very technically impressive system for its time, it wasn't very easy to develop for unless you solely devoted your focus to understanding its architecture. Near the end of the system's life, Chief of Hardware Development at Nintendo, Genyo Takeda, looked back on the system's programming challenges with regret. However, when developers had this opportunity to work directly and solely with the Nintendo 64 hardware, the games would speak for themselves. These games were the reason people remembered the system with great fondness. They don't remember the Nintendo 64 for its technical shortcomings. They remember the experiences. The hours spent racing in Mario Kart 64, the first time they beat Ganon in Ocarina of Time, or the countless slap battles they had in GoldenEye. They remember the core experiences they had with the games on Nintendo 64, and I believe this remains true for the GameCube era. Now, I'm going to talk about the games that made the GameCube the incredible system that it was. Games that realized the fullest potential of the system's hardware, controller, peripherals, or niche audience to deliver experiences that you couldn't get anywhere else. But no matter what you decide to play on the GameCube, the console is unified by its main menu. You'd probably think that a little floating cube sitting in an empty black void would accompany some unsettling music, but the GameCube interprets this as a blank slate. An opportunity to sit still and reflect, change some settings, or maybe look at the many icons for the save files on your memory cards. Above all else, it asks a simple question. What do you want to play? Just hearing a few notes from its ambient music reminds me of how many memories I have with the GameCube. It is the purest, most evocative form of nostalgia I have, as that minimalistic, ambient bell pad piece connects me to every GameCube game I ever played as a kid. It transports me to a simpler time, and I think everyone needs that sometimes. Anyway, enough dawdling. Let's play some games. On launch day, what demonstrated the system's capabilities out of the box? In terms of graphics, both Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 and Luigi's Mansion were excellent technical showcases for what the GameCube could do, the former being developed by Factor 5. This studio became Nintendo's technology partner through their understanding of the Nintendo 64's architecture, and the Rogue Squadron games live on as highly regarded games in the GameCube's library. Luigi's Mansion, however, also demonstrated how amazing the GameCube's controller is, and the kind of charm that would become a staple of the system. In Luigi's Mansion, you need to snap the control stick in the opposite direction that your ghost is trying to scurry. Thanks to the control stick's octagonal notches, you can feel the accuracy of digital inputs with the freedom of analog control. You can tilt in the 8 directions flawlessly, while also making minute adjustments that aren't possible on digital D-pads. This works wonders in maximizing your profits in Luigi's Mansion and replaying the game over and over again for a better rank. And for a launch game, replayability is a great thing. Luigi's Mansion also had oodles of personality of its own, unlike any other game I've played, thanks to its ghosts, character writing, and soundtrack. Not even its sequels could accurately replicate its charm, instead forging their own paths. So, we're already off to a great start, but my favorite exclusive launch title was a little game called Super Monkey Ball. This game combined feats of performance, tech, and controller utilization into a unique and extraordinarily fun take on Marble Madness. Running at 60 frames per second, optimized for high speeds, and sporting simplistic but appealing textures and reflections, the game was great at showcasing the GameCube's capabilities. It may have just been a port of an arcade game, but it feels right at home on the GameCube. And not just because of what I've mentioned, it's also very much thanks to the controller. As you're tilting the stage and not the monkey, accuracy is key to clearing levels as you make sharp adjustments to your monkey's trajectory. This accuracy can enable you to pull off some tricky skips and incredible feats of human ingenuity. See, Super Monkey Ball isn't just about finding solutions to the puzzle mazes. It is designed for replayability thanks to its relentlessly challenging and abstract level design that you can find exploits in faster ways to cross the goal. On top of the main game, you also have the party games, which some people spent all of their time on. Both of these modes could be played with up to 4 players, making for hours of fun either alone or with a group. The game even received a sequel a year later, which fully realized the potential of these abstract level designs. So many shapes and tests of accuracy in moments that barely resemble what the game was inspired by. Super Monkey Ball was a wholly unique experience, and you could spend countless hours on it for many different reasons. Super Monkey Ball's replayability stemmed from its difficulty and the sheer depth in its level design and controls. Trying to get better times in challenge mode, and unlocking those extra levels by not dying or using a continue. Pair that with an immensely enjoyable collection of party games, and you have a pair of games that you could play for, well, 20 years. And for a game like that to launch with the console, yeah, that's a good sign. When it comes to third-party support, the most notable launch title to me was an uncompromised port of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Simply having Rogue Squadron 2, Luigi's Mansion, Monkey Ball, and Tony Hawk is an absolute blessing because pretty much all of them have benefits to being replayed endlessly. Sometimes, less is more. Even if you weren't keen on buying the system at launch, it wouldn't take long before an earth-shattering game would come to the GameCube. About a month after launch, Nintendo released Super Smash Bros. Melee, a game that would transcend the system and become one of the most popular competitive fighting games of all time, by complete accident. Director Masahiro Sakurai never intended for the game to have a competitive scene, and worried about the gap widening between casual and competitive players. But it is impossible to disregard the amount of tech that players have discovered in the years since. Players have transformed the game into one of the most invigorating and intense fighting games to watch, period. There are 134 entries in the techniques category on the Smash Wiki for Melee alone. The game has a considerable amount of hidden depth that the developers never even considered, but the end result is a beautiful competitive scene. Setting up combos and kill confirms has never been as fluid and satisfying. The controller also lent itself well to the gameplay of Melee, and there's a good reason it remains a popular choice of controller to this very day in subsequent Smash games. But even if you don't care about the competitive side of Melee, you'll find a lot to enjoy in it. There's far more content to delve into than Smash 64 ever had, and unlocking characters always comes as a welcome surprise. Surviving 100-man Melee for the first time only to discover Falco, or leaving the GameCube on overnight by accident and coming back to end up fighting Mewtwo, yeah, those are experiences that you don't forget. I always loved how the unlockable stages and characters are strewn across the different modes. It encouraged players to seek out all of the content the game had to offer, and I had a great time doing it. Melee is still one of the sharpest Smash games mechanically, and while not everyone will have an urge to revisit it today, it will always hold a special place in my heart. Still haven't unlocked Sonic, though. I have a feeling that kid was lying to me in second grade. There was one thing I didn't like about Melee, though. Its absolutely monumental impact and legacy almost entirely overshadowed another Nintendo game that released on the same day. Pikmin. This was a real-time strategy game that anyone could enjoy, speaking as someone that doesn't really enjoy real-time strategy games. You had 30 days to repair your ship and get home, which meant carefully allocating your time towards growing your Pikmin army, performing tasks, finding ship parts, and much more. It is delicately designed to ease you into such a daunting task, and while it tends to induce anxiety in new players, it is one hell of a game. If the time limit isn't your thing, then perhaps you'd like to try out its sequel from 2004. With that game, you can explore caves as much as you like to complete the Piklopedia, which can be an addicting cycle as your Pikmin counts continue to rise, or plummet, depending on the challenges you encounter. They both handle tension differently, and they offer different things to different people, but I think they still stand tall in their own right. As far as I'm concerned, the GameCube had an excellent lineup in its first 2 months, and that lineup would continue to expand. Let's rewind back to Super Monkey Ball for a second. The game was a precedent at the time, as it was the first game Sega published for a Nintendo console. Sega making games on a Nintendo platform was already a mind-blowing concept back then, but then they decided to start making Sonic games for the system, and Sonic thrived on the GameCube. This all began with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which featured more detailed textures and geometry than the Dreamcast original, and fleshed out its Chow Garden with quality-of-life features and an in-depth replacement for taking your Chow with you on the Dreamcast VMU, the Tiny Chow Garden. By linking the game with a Game Boy Advance, you can copy your Chow's data and take it with you on the go, or transfer them to the Chow Garden in Sonic Advance. Since the Chow raising in Adventure 2 was already a step up from the original, with Chow evolutions and separate gardens for each type of Chow, I honestly spent more time replaying my favorite levels and raising Chow than I did on any other aspect of the game. I even had a friend of mine bring over his memory card when I was a kid, and I was able to check out his Chow Garden, trade with him, and even battle. Yeah, I really miss everything about this. When it comes to Sonic, his games were not in short supply. a port of the original Sonic Adventure came out as well, in addition to versions of the multi-platform games Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic Riders. These games were all over the place in terms of quality, of course, but if you wanted to play a classic Sonic game instead, Sega had you covered. The Sonic Mega and Gems collections are still some of the best examples of how you handle a compilation disc. Sonic Mega Collection offered the original trilogy and Knuckles, Sonic 3D Blast, Spinball, Mean Bean Machine, Rystar, Comic Zone, and Flicky, all for $20 at the time of its release. Not only was it affordable, it offered great emulation and a ton of bonus content alongside the games you were likely to buy the collection for. Gems Collection featured rarer games in the series, notably Sonic CD, Sonic R, and Sonic the Fighters, the latter of which was an arcade game, along with other goodies like Game Gear games, the Vector Man games, and save states. Where these compilations really succeed, though, is in their presentation. Sonic Mega Collection goes for a decidedly retro design. The logo screens have you flying through hyperspace as if you're traveling back in time, and the music is reflective and nostalgic. Listening to this while flipping through old, goofy Sonic comics or reading the game manuals adds to that feeling of stepping back in time. Regardless of whether or not you've played Sonic before, this collection was worth diving into. It was the perfect entry point, as it preserved a lot of Sonic's history on a $20 disc. Sonic Gems Collection went for a modern and sleek look, and its electronic music and killer remixes made for perfect accompaniment. Both collections are evocative of a similar yearning for the past, and even though these discs were my introduction to the world of Sonic, the effect their overall presentation had on me cannot be understated. They were comforting then, and they are immensely nostalgic today. It's always nice to see developers go the extra mile and create experiences out of simple compilations like this, and these collections are the gold standard for them. In a time where access to older games no longer necessitates dedicated compilation discs, or where companies feel the need to just bundle games together and call it a day, I find myself yearning for something that could come close to matching those Sonic collections. Sega nailed it back then. Sega really seemed to favor the GameCube in general, and Nintendo took notice. After Amusement Vision did such a fantastic job with Super Monkey Ball, they ended up repurposing that high-speed game engine to create a new entry in an old favorite series. F-Zero GX is about as good as arcade racers get. It took everything that made F-Zero X on Nintendo 64 so exhilarating and cranked things up to 11 with more detailed and memorable tracks, tighter gameplay, and like most Sega games, a challenging main game that required considerable practice and repeat attempts to become the greatest racer around. Its ridiculous tone in the story mode perfectly matched the ludicrous races that you compete in, and Captain Falcon's theme is basically hard rock gospel. I'm going to reserve my extended thoughts on this game for now because it might be the subject of a full-blown retrospective in the future. F-Zero GX was an unforgettable experience, and the levels of high-skill, speed-induced dopamine it created have yet to be matched. It's a crying shame that this was the last F-Zero game released on a home console, but it's also pretty hard to believe that anything could top it. Artist Takaya Imamura, who created Captain Falcon, said in 2003 that it was hard to see if they could take the series any further than GX. There may have been attempts to do such a thing behind closed doors, but the series has remained dormant since the 2000s. Maybe one day we'll see the Blue Falcon and the Black Bull face off once again. Alongside F-Zero GX, Nintendo and Sega created an arcade counterpart, aptly named F-Zero AX. This game ran on a board known as the Triforce, the name coming from the trio of developers that worked on it: Nintendo, Sega, and Namco. Being based on the GameCube's architecture, it also accepted GameCube memory cards, which you could use to import exclusive content to GX. This board would also be used to create Mario Kart Arcade GP, which let you play as Pac-Man. It was awesome seeing these arcade machines in the wild. F-Zero AX in particular also bridges nicely into a philosophy that Nintendo still holds dear: finding new ways for players to experience games. The GameCube was arguably Nintendo's last traditional games console of any kind. The Wii focused on motion controls, the DS had its dual screens and touch-based gameplay, the Wii U had asymmetrical multiplayer, and the Switch is an amalgamation of these ideas rolled into one device that you can play anywhere. But for as long as they've been around, Nintendo has always been keen on experimenting with new ways to experience games. In the GameCube days, the most infamous example of this experimentation was the Game Boy Advance link cable. This created an asymmetrical gameplay experience that wouldn't be revisited until the Wii U. Take, for example, Pac-Man Versus. 3 players control the ghosts on the TV screen and can only see a portion of the maze at a time. Meanwhile, the player controlling Pac-Man uses the Game Boy Advance and can see the entire maze like the normal arcade game. The ghosts have to communicate to track down Pac-Man before he can complete the maze. It's honestly a lot of fun even today, but it is only a sampling of what was possible with the link cable. A much more fleshed out demonstration exists in the form of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. Much like its predecessor, this game had players progressing linearly through Zelda-esque gauntlets of puzzles and combat challenges, with items tying into the game's cooperative nature. However, unlike the original 4 Swords, Adventure's dungeons and worlds are not randomized, primarily because the designers created elaborate puzzles and layouts involving the GBA connectivity. Some portions of the level can only be seen on the GBA screen, and when you involve 4 players at a time, this can lead to some layered and complex problem solving contingent on your communication and memorization as a team. It is an absolutely wonderful multiplayer experience, and it is a testament to Nintendo's philosophy on finding new ways to experience this medium, and quite possibly the catalyst for the endless experimentation we see today. For further experimentation on the GameCube, look no further than Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. This is a platformer that you play by clapping and banging your grubby little hands on a pair of bongos. You know how Rayman Legends has a level in which you clear hazards by playing to the beat of Black Betty by Ram Jam? That's the closest thing I can compare the entirety of Jungle Beat to. And for that feat alone, Jungle Beat is definitely worth your time. I had so much fun recording this game during the summer that I actually went back to it a second time just for this video. This game is genuinely astonishing. There were a handful of other games that featured these peripherals, including notable ones like Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles and Donkey Konga, but I just wanted to give you an overview of the peripherals themselves. The truth is, there were plenty of peripherals for the GameCube, as is the case with any games console, but these two were unique innovations in designing games, and they remain difficult experiences to emulate nowadays. Now, let's step back for a second. F-Zero GX managed to be the definitive F-Zero game. What other series received definitive games on the GameCube? Well, when talking definitive, I could never forget Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. It is a marginal step beyond the original game in character writing, world design, problem solving, music, mechanical variety, emotional resonance, and fun. Simply put, it is one of the best RPGs ever made, and one of the few RPGs to effectively innovate on turn-based combat by making you an active participant in its battles. This was something that the original Paper Mario did very well, but Thousand Year Door significantly improved on its gameplay in every way, in combination with everything else it did right. Now, along with being definitive, another thing these games reveal about the GameCube itself is the platform's devotion to innovation. Sure, through its peripherals you can see this philosophy, but it also shines through in game design. A rhythm platformer that is controlled with a pair of bongos, a puzzle platformer that can be so much bigger and bolder than it appears, an asymmetrical multiplayer Zelda game that has you communicating your perspectives on both screens to other players, a Resident Evil game in which you suck up ghosts optimally and find secrets for a higher score on each playthrough. These are the experiences that set the GameCube apart from its competitors. Take, for example, Mario Kart Double Dash. It's my favorite game in the series thanks to its two-rider motif and the cooperative and competitive possibilities that it invites. Whether I was in control of both of my riders at once and performing item management and optimal drifting, or I was tackling each track with a friend and communicating as we cleared each lap. Double Dash was an excellent take on the quintessential kart racer. It may have been eclipsed by Mario Kart Wii and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in terms of content and features, but its core gameplay has yet to be matched. Even more abstract is Kirby Air Ride. It features a simplistic control scheme and a unique take on racing in general, but hidden within is one of the most fun party game modes in any video game ever, City Trial. Essentially, you have a set amount of time to upgrade your character and air ride machine by collecting items for each stat. After all is said and done, you compete in a race, minigame, or boss battle. In addition, you also have to watch out for events that can drastically affect how you go about upgrading, and you can go out of your way to search for the 3 pieces of the Dragoon or Hydra to create a legendary air ride machine, and mop the floor with your opponents. All of this is happening simultaneously against the other players as they attempt to sabotage you or blow you up, and all within a sprawling city with detailed sections, shortcuts, secrets, and more. As far as I'm concerned, City Trial is all Kirby Air Ride needed to be in order to be successful, because it's all anyone ever talks about from this game. Its uniqueness serves as a further testament to how GameCube game developers thought outside of the box to solidify the console's identity. So many of the GameCube's best games are unique experiences that remain unparalleled by anything else in the history of the medium. And although they are excellent games, I'm not talking about what they accomplish in overall quality. What stands out to me are the ideas they carry out. Rather than trying to maintain the status quo of their genres or strive for excellence over the established rule sets of a genre, they all strive to be distinctive takes on these genres. That's not to say the other consoles didn't have games like that. Halo Combat Evolved made incredible strides in designing a first-person shooter, while Kingdom Hearts redefined the possibilities of an action RPG. But the GameCube was consistent in this philosophy of thinking outside of the box, and there are still so many games I haven't mentioned. Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, for example, is a must-play. It is a fresh take on psychological horror that deliberately messes with the player in their darkest moments with tricks that I won't dare spoil. You may or may not enjoy Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, but its concept of an egg-rolling platformer is unmistakably original. If you wanted a further showcase for the brilliance of the GameCube's controller, Soul Calibur 2 was a perfect fit for the control stick's notches. And you can't forget Mario Party. Even though the franchise was annualized on the GameCube, its gameplay remains unmatched by its imitators, and I find Mario Party 6 to be the sharpest entry in the series. The console is also home to hidden gems that don't compromise on the system's reputation for individuality, like Wario World and Geist. Okay, maybe they're not gems, but they are pretty distinct games. I have over 100 GameCube games on my shelf, so picking out the ones I wanted to spend time on was excruciatingly difficult, and I still haven't talked about all of my picks yet. The point I'm trying to make with these games I've discussed is that the system had a strong lineup of games with distinguished characteristics. These characteristics took them a step beyond the genres that defined them, and instead bent genre rules to their will, or otherwise went beyond any expectations held by players. A fighting party game that based its competitive scene on oversights and hidden advanced techniques, a real-time strategy game that directly involves you in the action, and puzzle solving on a time limit. This is why the GameCube had such a strong lineup. And it's a shame that this commitment to delivering experiences ended up being detrimental to the system's short-term relevance. While the GameCube was a pretty powerful system and it was much easier for developers to take advantage of than the N64, it had its hiccups. The decision to use mini DVDs over full-size DVDs forced developers to release games on multiple discs. They'd have to compress data and video files or remove content entirely, much like the N64. But perhaps the biggest hit to third-party developers was its lack of a proper online infrastructure. The PlayStation 2, and especially the Xbox, took full advantage of the possibilities of online multiplayer. However, Nintendo saw no reason to pursue it. Aside from Phantasy Star Online and the Japan-exclusive game Homeland, the GameCube really only made use of LAN multiplayer, meaning multiple systems could connect to one another on the same network. And even then, only 3 games utilized it, and you'd need to buy separate peripherals in order to connect systems. Phantasy Star Online was a very highly regarded game and is still played to this very day on private servers. So, why not have more online games? Well, Nintendo's reasoning included concerns over quality control, doubts over subscription fees, and wanting kids and families to feel safe and secure with their GameCube at home. This alienated many developers that wanted to deliver online experiences across every system, as they'd either have to spend money on an online mode for a console that had no online strategy in place, or release the game without online features and hope that people buy it. The original Battlefield 1942 was proposed to Nintendo as a GameCube exclusive, but you can imagine how well that went over. These problems, combined with the console's lunchboxy appearance and Nintendo's traditional focus on family-friendly entertainment, drove many third-party developers away from the system. Even Nintendo's strongest and most confident releases were met with skepticism. Super Mario Sunshine, I love this game. FLUDD and Yoshi both feel like perfect and organic extensions of Mario's abilities, and each mission had defined characteristics that could occasionally revamp how you explore a level. However, not everyone was keen on the game's structure, which focused on clearing Episode 7 in every world and eliminated the freedom established in Mario 64. And getting 120 shines meant collecting 240 blue coins. It's a very complicated situation, and I'd love to make a full-length video on the game someday. A game I have made a video on is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. It's my favorite game, but I'm sure you know all about that by now. Its new art style was deliberate and a massive commitment, and it had an effect on the game's design, mechanics, and especially its narrative. It aimed to convey an alternative perspective to growing up, unlike Ocarina of Time, and not many people were able to see through its whimsical art style at the time. Most of its pre-order sales came from people looking to get the Ocarina of Time Master Quest disc for their GameCube, which completely validates the point Wind Waker was trying to make. Its reputation improved over time, and the game's art direction is now seen as groundbreaking and one of the best examples of cel shading in a video game. I personally believe it paved the way for many games that attempted a similar style, but at the time, it didn't convince people. With some of Nintendo's biggest and most recognizable franchises not attracting as wide of an audience as previously done with the N64, aside from Smash Bros. And Mario Kart, the GameCube, as it stood in the 2000s, offered an impeccable lineup of games to a rather niche market. Nintendo needed a game that would transcend its own target audience. It needed to fit into a recognizable and profitable genre, but also follow the GameCube's reputation of bending genre rules. The franchise that was chosen to accomplish such a monumental task was Metroid. Metroid Prime was met with skepticism when it was revealed that it was going to be a first-person shooter, but the core of Metroid was very much intact when it first released, sweeping awards in 2002 and becoming a legendary game in Nintendo's repertoire. Retro Studios perfectly transitioned the gameplay of Metroid into 3D, and the first-person perspective meant exploring this new access for depth in puzzle design, combat, and atmosphere with unparalleled immersion. Metroid Prime eventually became a trilogy of games, and I've made a video on how much I love them. Still one of my favorite videos to date, along with Wind Waker. Metroid Prime transcended both Nintendo's traditional audience and refused to conform to FPS traditions, making it a killer app for the GameCube. But it wouldn't be enough to save the system from its inevitable decline. While I believe the console's strong lineup of games solidified its reputation today, its sole focus on games, as well as its target audience, ended up isolating the company back then in an ever-growing industry. The latter was an inevitability, while the former was the result of their vision for the console, for better or worse. To this day, Nintendo remains apprehensive about changing the way they do things. I won't delve deeply into this topic because, well, I have once before on my now defunct Twitter page, and there's no need to beat a dead horse. It also generally depresses me to dwell on their stubborn nature, so I won't bother. The only thing that has truly stayed the same is the company's commitment to delivering fantastic experiences, and that's what keeps me and many others crawling back. I don't agree with everything that Nintendo does, but they certainly haven't forgotten how to make great games. Also, that's not to say third-party support didn't exist on the GameCube. Along with Sega's adamant support for the system, many highly acclaimed multi-platform games hit the system, and I had fond memories experiencing them first on the GameCube. They may not be relevant to the discussion of what set the system apart from its competition, but just because it didn't have Grand Theft Auto or Final Fantasy doesn't mean it didn't have any support from the sidelines. The question is, did that support last? And the answer is no. By 2005, both first and third-party support for the GameCube dwindled, with 2006 releases slowing to a crawl. During this time, the most you'd get would be a swath of licensed games for kids, or an oddball first-party game like Geist or Mario Superstar Baseball. Great games did release during the twilight of the system's life, but they were few and far between, and occasionally very odd or niche, which was welcome in the grand scheme of things, but it wasn't great for creating broad appeal at the time. Another huge hit to the system's library was the loss of developer Rare, and it was entirely Nintendo's fault that they had to say goodbye to them. Rare contributed to the Nintendo 64's library in a major way, creating innovative first-person shooters, 3D platformers, and even a kart racer that unquestionably inspired Crash Team Racing. Their impact on the industry should not be overlooked. while they were making these games, Nintendo never thought to acquire the company, instead settling for the 49% stake they own. With development costs rising and Nintendo refusing to offer more capital or purchase the remaining stake, Rare was eventually bought out by Microsoft for $375 million. Adjusted for inflation, that's over $500 million. Nintendo let Rare slip through their fingers. To be fair, their last game with Nintendo was Star Fox Adventures, which wasn't one of their finest works, and after being acquired by Microsoft, they really haven't been the same. I mean, I guess I liked Viva Pinata, I think? But perhaps this was a gradual change that was already in motion before the company was acquired. Regardless of whether or not Nintendo was going to let them get away, maybe this decline was inevitable. But no matter where you stand on the issue, it's a fact that we never got to play a proper Banjo 3 or Donkey Kong Racing, and that still stings after all these years. The Rare I once knew belonged with Nintendo, but it's clear that they weren't going to be the same company forever, so maybe their departure was for the best. With all of this at hand, things were looking grim as the system was set to face obsolescence, and Nintendo had one last trick up their sleeve in an effort to reclaim support. They collaborated with a developer that was once one of their closest partners. Introducing the Capcom 5. This was a lineup of GameCube games that were touted as exclusives, and they all aimed to fit right in with the system's focus on originality and quality. The first of these was PN03, which certainly was unique, but it didn't strike a chord with everyone due to its controls and repetition. The second game was much better. It was an excellent side-scrolling beat-em-up called Beautiful Joe, a game that oozes style and charm to this day in all aspects. This is where things started to go south, however. The third game, Dead Phoenix, was never released, and it was around this time that the exclusivity fell through. Beautiful Joe received a port to PlayStation 2, as did the fourth game, Killer 7. The fifth game was supposed to remain exclusive, but it has since become one of the most ported video games ever. However, that fifth game was for a limited time a big reason to purchase a GameCube. It swept Game of the Year awards in 2005, and is personally one of my favorite games of all time. While Resident Evil had a phenomenal presence on the GameCube with an excellent remake of the original game, as well as ports of 2, 3, and Code Veronica, and the original prequel game Zero, the one that had the biggest impact was Resident Evil 4. Seeing as most of us have played this game by now, I'm not going to sing its praises over again. Simply put, it forever revolutionized third-person shooters without compromising on the tense gameplay of Resident Evil. By emphasizing accuracy in an anxious setting, it made survival contingent on how well you can aim, strategize, and organize. Its effects can still be felt in the genres it influenced, the games it inspired, and even future Resident Evil games. In summary, the Capcom 5's games were not all failures, God no, but the strategy itself unfortunately flopped. The system's market share and target audience wasn't broad enough for the games to make bank, especially when you consider the irreverent or mature themes they dealt with. This resulted in the exclusivity deal fading into the background, with Nintendo and Capcom's relationship remaining strained for many years. It was a final nail in the GameCube's coffin, despite everything it had accomplished over the course of its life. Nintendo eventually abandoned ship and released the Wii in 2006, with the GameCube being discontinued the following year, and leaving Madden NFL 08 as the last game released for it. Yeah, what a swan song. And that, my friends, is the tragic story of the GameCube. But while its life ended there, its legacy lived on. The Wii was the beginning of Nintendo's Blue Ocean strategy, in which they focused on capturing an audience outside of the ones their competitors were fighting over. The strategy has since brought them astounding levels of success. With the Wii striving to reach an untapped market of casual players and non-gamers, I feel as though this was a move directly inspired by how diverse and fundamentally different the GameCube's library was. On top of Satoru Iwata's mission to reach new people with Nintendo's games in the Wii and DS era. The GameCube library thought outside of the box a lot of the time, as demonstrated before with genre-defying games and innovative peripherals. While the software library was constrained by missteps made on the company's part, it was the beginning of an era in which Nintendo would continue to think differently than its competitors. And thanks to the Wii's controller setup and DS's dual screens, different ways of experiencing games came about in that generation too. Oh, and on top of the Wii's robust virtual console lineup of NES, SNES, and N64 games, The Wii's similar architecture to the GameCube meant that it was fully backwards compatible with GameCube games, controllers, peripherals, and memory cards. This means that with a much larger install base than before, players on the Wii could have all of the amazing experiences that they might have missed out on. There's no support for the broadband adapter or Game Boy player, but everything else was compatible, including games like Four Swords Adventures and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. This arguably made the Wii Nintendo's best home console, but that's a discussion for another day. Obviously, the Wii wasn't going to stay on the market forever, and neither were the GameCube games of old. As the Wii U rolled around, GameCube games had long since left local GameStops, and the system didn't even support GameCube discs, despite having native compatibility for them built in. Now, in the Switch era, we have no official way to support these games, and Nintendo has yet to provide a solution. Games from other companies like Sega and Capcom have since been re-released or remade, and I understand that licensing can prevent games like Star Wars Rogue Squadron from being re-released, but Nintendo owns all of the first-party games I focused on in this video, and they have done little to preserve their legacy content. Some games that rely on peripherals, like Four Swords Adventures, might be impractical and financially ill-advised to re-release, as that would mean creating a solution for a single, relatively niche game. But most of the other games I talked about today have no reason to be held back. They have an adapter for the controllers best suited to these games, and compromises can be made otherwise, like they did with Super Mario Sunshine. Oh, by the way, Super Mario Sunshine is available on the Switch, but the compilation it is playable on has since been delisted, as they felt it was best as a temporary celebration of Mario's anniversary. But I don't buy it. I say it was a sales tactic and they capitalized on nostalgia and fear of missing out over preserving their games. With Super Mario Sunshine's inclusion on the Switch, it's clear that they have an emulator in place to support these games, and a company willing to work on it. The Nintendo European Research and Development Division, or NERD for short, is currently hard at work on maintaining the NES and SNES emulators in place on Nintendo Switch Online, and presumably the N64 emulator too. They also developed a DS emulator for the Wii U Virtual Console, as well as the emulation on 3D All-Stars for Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy. So, what's holding them back from bringing GameCube games to the Switch? I don't know. They're sitting on money, and I wish I had the answer as to why. People want to buy and support these games, but they have no viable way to do so directly. Other systems are also in a problematic position thanks to Nintendo's Switch Online service. It took a year and a half for NES games to finally come to the Switch, 1 more year for Super Nintendo games, and 2 more years for Nintendo 64. Along the way, Nintendo would drip feed us games that wouldn't always be exciting, and games like Earthbound and Super Mario RPG remain unaccounted for. Flashback to the Wii. Super Mario 64 was available at launch, with new games being added every Wednesday. Or heck, how about Xbox? They have made strides in maintaining their Xbox and Xbox 360 emulation so that many of their legacy titles can be played on modern hardware. On top of that, these games were purchasable on digital storefronts. But even then, all digital storefronts will eventually close, taking their libraries with them. This is an unavoidable reality in the digital era. Preservation efforts have fallen in the hands of emulator developers, and they've done a fantastic job of keeping history alive. Provided that you still have copies of your old games, playing them in emulators can offer improvements that were never possible on the hardware they were made for. From pixel-perfect upscaling in Super Nintendo games, to achieving 60 FPS in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, to enabling widescreen support for a plethora of GameCube games that didn't have it. Emulation is a great way to play old games in the modern era. I am very grateful for the work these developers have done, and Dolphin, a GameCube and Wii emulator, is one of the best emulators around thanks to its suite of features, graphical options and improvements, and astronomically high compatibility. It's so monstrous in terms of features that I can't address everything they've accomplished in this video. I've seen plenty of people make the switch over to Dolphin in recent years for playing GameCube games, and I don't blame them. Super Smash Bros. Melee has received some incredible advancements, with Slippy implementing rollback netcode. I can't even fathom how much work that must have taken, but the end result is the most accessible Melee has been, well, ever. The only problem that remains is acquiring the games themselves. I am very fortunate to still have working copies of all my old games, but some people weren't as lucky, or perhaps they never had the chance to experience them. On top of that, not everyone has the hardware or tech savviness required to run GameCube games in an emulator comfortably, leaving us with the only legal option available to us, buying them secondhand. So, let's check eBay for Paper Mario, why don't we? Paper Mario, 1000-Year Door. Oh, well, how about F-Zero GX? Huh. Super Smash Bros. Melee? Okay, no, yeah, that's rough. This brings us full circle as we pile another inconvenience onto the unavoidable facts of the industry today. If you look for originality and innovation, you're likely to find it, especially as Nintendo and independent developers continue to breathe life into a crowded industry of remakes, remasters, reboots, sequels, DLC packs, annualized franchises, and weird amalgamations of mechanics that worked across financially viable games. But games like Metroid Dread remind me of a time when nothing stood between you and the game, and that's why I decided with this video that I wanted to relive my childhood one more time. I wanted to go back to a time where nothing mattered more than having a great game to play. It'd be nice to have that simplicity back, but things have changed, and I have to accept that. That's why I'm going to talk about one more game. A game that preserves a sense of simplicity as you go about your life. It's something to look forward to, and something that you can become attached to. And it's unlike anything else on the GameCube. It's Animal Crossing. It's funny, actually, that a game could focus on simple pleasures like fishing, catching bugs, rearranging furniture, and talking to friends, and still be one of the most cathartic and profound video games of all time. The repetition of these day-by-day actions shouldn't translate into a compelling game, and yet they do. Perhaps it's the personalities of your neighbors that keep it fresh. Perhaps it's the feeling of excitement you get as you finally pay off your loan and can fill your house with more furniture than before. Or perhaps it's the feeling you get as you work towards filling the museum with donations. Whatever the reasons we have for coming back to our town, I feel it is the simplicity of these tasks, knowing that we will eventually feel fulfilled in completing them, that makes it all worth it. It is a direct reflection of our adult lives, presented in a cute and easily digestible manner without outside stresses or pressure to complete something in a specific time frame. You can just go at your own pace, figure things out on your own, and the villagers nearby will be happy to help you and be your friend. Most of the time. When revisiting so many games I loved from childhood, I was surprised to discover how much more Animal Crossing resonates with me as an adult. Firstly, it is everything I loved about growing up with the GameCube. Like the other titles I've discussed, it is wholly unique and groundbreaking in its own right. Second, it is one of the purest experiences I've ever had with a video game, which is a feeling I've missed dearly. But most importantly, it is a reflection of how I've come to appreciate my daily routine. We may not think much of going for a walk or grabbing a morning coffee, but it's those simple pleasures that define how we choose to live our lives, and I should relish having these simple privileges now, while I can still enjoy them. While I miss the simplicity of feeling magic in every new game I played, I also cherish the simplicity of talking to you about these memories now, and doing something productive with my love of the GameCube. In essence, the purity and simplicity of an experience like the one I had with Metroid Dread, and many games of my past, will continue to come my way as long as I recognize and savor them before time takes hold of me once more. Many systems and experiences have passed me by, and who knows how long I'll have these videos. That's why I'll appreciate them while I can still make them. I owe a lot to the GameCube. It shaped my interest in games, my passion for the medium, and a lot of its games eventually drove me to create this YouTube channel. So, thank you, Little Lunchbox, for everything. Oh, by the way, there's one more GameCube game I wanted to talk about in this video, but being the huge Zelda fan that I am, I felt it deserved more than just a quick look. My Zelda retrospective will continue with Twilight Princess. If you'd like to catch up on my Zelda videos, check them out by clicking the playlist on the screen. I've included links to all of the videos I've made on the games I've featured today in the description, so check those out too. For now, I've been Liam Triforce, and thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Welcome back to another indigo-hued episode of What Happened, the show that deep dives into games, movies, and consoles that absolutely went through it. And out of the many pieces of hardware that Nintendo has released over the decades, their plucky lunchbox-shaped machine is certainly one such console. But looked back upon much more fondly nowadays, Nintendo's 6th generation contender had been seen by many as a bit of a joke at the time for a variety of reasons, and no amount of celebrities awkwardly holding the machine was going to change that. So, grab the nearest handle, whatever's at arm's reach, and turn your Wavebirds to channel 3 or, 4? Okay, there. As I answer the question, what happened to the Nintendo GameCube? It's a pretty well-known fact, but the Big N gave up a lot of market share a lot of quickly during its battle with the original PlayStation. Sony's machine beat the N64 to market by almost 2 years, and was able to move a staggering 102 million consoles through the late 90s and early 2000s, via its contemporary marketing campaigns, a perfect read on the future being disc-based, which led to massive third-party support and, just being the cool new kid on the block. Meanwhile, put a lot of emphasis on multiplayer fun via its native 4-player support and a smaller, but nonetheless still stellar, selection of exclusives developed mainly by Rare and Nintendo's own internal teams. Despite providing radically different gameplay experiences from what was available on the SNES and laying the groundwork for so many 3D gameplay conventions, the N64 sold a good deal less than its 16-bit predecessor, 32.9 million consoles against 49.1. Now, the Game Boy line was doing incredibly well, but still, Nintendo's piece of the overall video game pie was getting smaller and smaller. So they were well aware they were going to have to seriously address their missteps if they wanted to keep, existing in the home console space. By far, the biggest of these missteps was their continued commitment to cartridges. Aside from certain technical advantages like faster data read speeds and more durability compared to the oh-so-scratchable 90s-era CD, the lower storage capacity and the high manufacturing costs of cartridges unfortunately ostracized Nintendo from third-party support in an era where developers were itching to implement CD-quality soundtracks, tons of voice acting, and elaborate CGI cutscenes. And of course, cheesy FMVs that I still love. To put it all in perspective on just how bad this problem became, the N64's other main competitor, the Sega Saturn, which despite selling far worse, had seen over 1,000 games shipped worldwide, which more than doubled the N64's back catalog, which sits at just under 400. Up now, if I could again pull up the PS1 sales figures. Oh, okay, yeah, you get the picture. So when Nintendo began designing their next machine, carts were gone from like second one. But of course, this big decision had to be done in the most Nintendo way possible. Instead of going with a standard or expected format, they went with their own proprietary mini-discs, which offered more space than traditional CD-ROMs, but still lagged behind the storage capacity of the forthcoming DVD by what most tech journalists and industry vets described as a huge shitload. GameCube game discs could hold roughly 1.4 gigs, while the DVD could easily house a girthy 4.7, with later DVD types taking on even heavier loads. I mean, you do the math. Why did Nintendo do this? Well, they reportedly didn't have a whole lot of faith in the DVD format as a whole, just like they did for CD-ROMs the previous generation, didn't want to pay the licensing fees for the technology, and, most importantly of all, they were terrified of the piracy that had been rampant in the CD space. Even though this decision would generate a lot of long-term negative effects elsewhere down the line, it can't be denied that proprietary discs were indeed a good solution to all those pesky piracy problems. To make all of this happen, though, Nintendo naturally needed to seek outside help, so the optical drive was designed by Panasonic, as Nintendo R&D had very little experience in this field. After a failed chipset venture with Samsung, Nintendo then partnered with up-and-coming graphics company ArtX, who were made up of former designers from Silicon Graphics, who had worked closely with Nintendo on the who would then begin working on their new Flipper chipset to power Nintendo's new machine. Flipper provided the backbone of the console's graphical capabilities, and even led to the Dolphin codename the GameCube went by for a few years. Nintendo felt this new chipset would give them the edge they needed, as Flipper was more powerful and versatile than the competition, and cheap to produce to boot. Nintendo engineers knew it was superior to what was in the Dreamcast, and they were confident it would easily outclass whatever Sony could throw at them next. Kenichiro Ashida led the hardware design for the GameCube, and he and his team worked tirelessly to deliver a form factor that was visually friendly and particularly compact, inspired largely by the small size of the GameCube discs themselves. The masterstroke of the design, however, was of course the handle. During the team's research process, they found that a lot of 1990s era gamers regularly moved their consoles around to find their ideal play positions, given that most controllers were still wired at the time. Ashida also regarded the handle as an overall aesthetic plus, helping to lend the console an even more friendly appearance. Miyamoto and his team, meanwhile, spent a long time in secret developing the GameCube's controller, abandoning many ambitious prototypes and other wild ideas until they honed in on something that was both comfortable and functional, while still having those oh-so-distinct Nintendo eccentricities. While things were starting to come together, Nintendo grabbed Martin Hollis, the director of GoldenEye, who at that time had just quit from his position at Rare and was in the middle of a vacation. Nintendo quickly sold him on an advisory job at Nintendo Technology Development, where he worked for about 6 months, helping and advising Nintendo's designers, marketers, engineers, even Miyamoto himself on the console, its features, architecture, the whole 9 yards. Hollis would eventually suggest the name StarCube, which Nintendo would actually go on to copyright as a potential name, although it obviously got tweaked in the end. In an interview on Video Games Chronicle, Hollis humbly admits that he doesn't know for sure if his initial suggestion led to the word cube being used, or if someone else within the company had come up with it on their own. In that same article, Hollis also explained how the overall design and look of the GameCube came to be and how Nintendo was looking to position it. The size and the price go together pretty much. As you optimize on cost, you optimize on the space as well. That was Nintendo's concept from the start. They had this idea that they wanted a small machine. Although they weren't explicit about this in public, they didn't want to compete on performance or be seen using numbers like polygons in a kind of marketing battle. The GameCube's design was complete by early 2000, with the initial plan actually to release it during the holiday season of that year to go toe-to-toe with the PS2, and prevent Sony from taking advantage of another year-long head start that they had with the original PlayStation. Obviously, that did not happen, due to that really pesky problem of games not even being close to finished. The second man in charge of Nintendo at that time, Hiroshi Imanishi, even kind of threw the software teams under the bus a bit in an old article on ZDNet. We are targeting a December launch before the Japanese Christmas season, but we have to take many things into consideration for political and strategic reasons, so we just cannot tell if the Japanese launch is 100% sure or not. It's always the case with Nintendo. The hardware is already completed, but the software is not. Eventually, Nintendo relented, choosing to delay the console's launch all the way to September of 2001 in Japan, November of 2001 in North America, and March of 2002 for Europe, for the very competitive price of $199 US, $100 less than the competition. Regardless, Sony was still getting that head start completely unopposed. Dreamcast, an advantage that Miyamoto tried to wave off by claiming that the GameCube software would be so irresistible and superior that it will become the requisite for everyone, even though they already have the PS2. This was a fancy way of saying that even if people shelled out $299 for Sony's machine, eventually they would all have to buy the GameCube. It was just a matter of time. No, it wasn't. a lot of noise was made about the GameCube's default color scheme, which, even well into its life cycle and having seen a good number of other color options, was a critique it could never really shake. Before launch, Nintendo of America's marketing team were called in to give their input on what would ship to store shelves, input which would largely be ignored. Revisiting that same VGC article from earlier, Nintendo's former VP of Marketing, Perrin Kaplan, stated, "We were called in to rate which colors we liked. There must have been 30 GameCube box samples in there, and the colors range from poopy brown to crazy and striking prime colors. I remember some were these dark yellow, almost skin tone-like colors, and we were like, you cannot launch that. It's so unattractive." Japanese leadership were pretty insistent on purple, or more accurately, indigo, as the default color, but Nintendo of America thought otherwise. We actually suggested that the purple was not the best to start with, and Japan said, no, we're going to use that. Then we pushed for black and silver, because I think in the US, nobody had ever really done the purple color before. It wasn't that you couldn't bring out hardware that was a different color, it was just a very female-looking color. It just didn't feel masculine, I think. I remember us being very nervous at E3 that we were going to get bad press purely based on the color. Which they did! While it seems silly nowadays, as expressing oneself via customization and multiple options is like a really reasonable thing, but the early 2000s were a pretty different time. Anyway, after appearing at both the 2001 E3 and Space World shows, the GameCube released in Japan on September 14, 2001, with approximately 500,000 consoles shipped to stores. Around that same time, Nintendo of America were originally scheduled to hold an early star-studded pre-launch event, but they obviously decided to delay that a little bit until October, because, yeah, I think the vibe would have been a little off if these now legendary photos had been taken immediately under the shadow of 9/11. The November 18th North American launch of the GameCube went relatively well, but it can't be denied that it lacked the killer app that Nintendo's previous consoles had all enjoyed. Absolutely no disrespect to it, but Luigi vacuuming up a storm in a haunted mansion didn't quite have the same impact as his brother swinging Bowser around in 3D for the very first time. Fortunately, Luigi wasn't alone, as he was also backed up by Ryoto Hayami and Luke Skywalker. Wave Race, Blue Storm's gorgeous water effects, and Rogue Leader's stunning, everything made for an incredibly solid exclusive trio, with Miyamoto's charming Pikmin hitting store shelves less than a month later. All four were financial successes, but if you craned your neck just a bit to the side, you'd be able to see Final Fantasy X in its natural habitat, as it absolutely crushed everything at retail that same month. Miyamoto's wild theory about PS2 users jumping aboard GameCube looked all the wilder as the days passed. As far as other key titles went, new Mario, Zelda, and Metroid titles were still about a year away, and their absence absolutely hurt the Cube's very important first holiday season and first year on the market. Thankfully, there was one little understated release which sprang up about a month after launch to help the GameCube ship weather these early rough waters. Melee would wind up being arguably the GameCube's most important game, selling over 600,000 units across its first few weeks in Japan and North America combined, and continuing to sell well and consistently over the course of the console's entire life cycle, clearing 7 million units until the Cube was eventually retired. While it remains the console's most successful title financially, Smashing and/or Wave Dashing didn't pry away the millions and millions more who were all glued to their PS2s or Xboxes. In fact, no matter the game, price drop, or marketing tactic, that was something Nintendo would never be able to do. That demographic, the fabled hardcore gamer, was the main group the GameCube regularly tried targeting and failed to attract, even when Nintendo made a lot of big money moves to try to do just that. I went pretty in-depth on this in my Resident Evil 4 video, but Nintendo snagging RE exclusivity for a number of years was an incredibly lucky break, and while it produced some great games, Capcom shareholders were disappointed at the lackluster sales in comparison to the earlier PlayStation entries. This concern bled over into the once GameCube exclusive Capcom 5, or 4, which all got PS2 ports, sometimes with extra content, except for my beloved PN03, of course. Eternal Darkness, a psychological survival horror gem that Nintendo funded and published, despite its very strong critical reception, failed to sell even 500,000 copies, at least according to a claim by Eurogamer. Then, when Nintendo announced they had secured an exclusive remake of Metal Gear Solid, there was much rejoicing from the GameCube faithful, before the Twin Snakes would reportedly post some of the lowest sales figures of the entire franchise. I tried and failed to find concrete numbers for North America and Europe, but in Japan, it shifted only 71,000 copies in total. According to NPD Group numbers archived in various places, Twin Snakes sold over 148,000 units in its first 2 months on sale in North America, while in Japan, it shifted only 71,000 copies across its entire life. So it's very possible that it never even broke 300K, a depressingly low bar for a series as revered as Metal Gear. Mature-rated and third-party content rarely, if ever, sold blockbuster numbers on the GameCube, something that Eidos CEO Mike McGarvey pointed out when his company announced they were abandoning support for the Cube as early as 2003. The GameCube is a declining business. If other companies follow us, Nintendo will have a hard battle to fight. Can you imagine how bad things must be going when third parties start recommending that other third parties stop supporting you? After that, Eidos only shipped 3 titles on the GameCube by development teams who already had them in the pipeline, while PS2 and Xbox saw over 20 Eidos-published games released within that same time period. The slumping sales numbers were publicly waved away by Nintendo higher-ups, though in a rare bit of transparency, Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi went so far as to theorize that the massive disparity between the Cube and its competition was due to the popularity of violent games on other consoles, implicitly acknowledging that titles like Grand Theft Auto were far and away the biggest success story of the 6th generation. There were some extremely vague rumors that Rockstar had been planning to bring GTA to the GameCube in some form, but those seemed to be pretty unsubstantiated. Aside from their lone Cube title, Smuggler's Run Warzones, the GameCube evidently failed to rizz up Rockstar, as the kids would say. The same story played out for a number of other publishers and franchises, where both the Xbox or PS2 saw some fairly big releases that just skipped the Cube altogether. The Suffering, Blood Rain 2, Psyops, The Punisher, Max Payne, Silent Hill, Castlevania, Contra, King of Fighters, Onimusha, Fatal Frame, the list goes on and on. While it's true Nintendo burned a few bridges during the life of the N64, the relationship with third parties was at an all-time low, being only perhaps by the woeful final years of the Wii U. Nintendo's play for the core audience had completely whiffed, and everyone knew it. The Lunchbox's troubles came to a head when, at the start of 2003, Nintendo actually had to halt the console's entire production line to save money from overstocking warehouses with unsold machines. For around 9 months, no new cubes were manufactured, the polar opposite of what you usually see from major hardware launches. Once production picked back up again in September, Nintendo smartly dropped the price of the Cube down to $99, the same MSRP as the Game Boy Advance. I ain't gonna front though, that's a pretty fire deal. This coincided with the 2003 holiday shopping season, which did provide a nice boost in sales, but it wasn't momentum that was retained. Now, while it's been a good bit of gloom and doom up to this point, keep in mind, for the majority of the console's life, it was actually profitable for Nintendo. This was due to their aggressive cost-saving measures, which we've already touched on. No DVD drive, proprietary discs, and the inexpensive custom flipper chipset. Regardless of the bump, the PS2 would still firmly remain the market leader, and realistically, there was no way Nintendo would ever catch up. The GameCube's design and Nintendo's philosophy behind it was locked in, mostly due to Hiroshi Yamauchi's extremely strict management style. Nowadays, if Nintendo of America pushed back against something, there's a decent chance plans could change, but not during the iron reign of Yamauchi. While he stepped down from his position as Nintendo president 6 months into the GameCube's life, it was too late to pivot from the course. Launch was a bust, all of Nintendo's internal teams were already committed to their projects, and only so much course correction could realistically be done by the new president, the late great Satoru Iwata. During all of this, the Game Boy Advance was the one big bright spot for Nintendo, selling over 81 million units throughout its life, where it operated with next to no competition. It was a huge success that Nintendo hoped to capitalize on in a few different ways with the GameCube. GBA to Cube connectivity was touted as the main selling point for releases like Four Swords Adventures, Animal Crossing, and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, along with full compatibility with the entire Game Boy lineage via the Game Boy Player. These were fairly novel features, but if the goal was to get new butts and seats, they maybe weren't as flashy or as sexy as Nintendo thought they were. Simply put, the GameCube lacked the X factor it desperately needed to break out and appeal to the non- or lapsed Nintendo fan. Yeah, you could easily carry the console around, but unlike the PS2 or Xbox, which allowed DVD and CD playback and online multiplayer, something the GameCube completely lacked. Almost completely lacked. Functionality and feature-wise, the Cube didn't offer much more than the N64 did, unless you were a massive Game Boy Chad who demanded their handheld experiences must be on console. It was admirable that Nintendo stuck to their guns by delivering a pure, dedicated video game system, but technology and trends were rapidly changing around this time, and the bets they placed on the Cube's features were obviously not panning out. Even big innovations like the ever-wonderful Wavebird controller were somewhat muted, as it wasn't there at launch or was made the standard for the console as the pack-in. If it had, Nintendo might have been able to levy it as even the slightest edge over the competition, although that still probably wouldn't have moved the needle all that much. This was a sentiment shared by Martin Hollis, who, if you recall, helped Nintendo with the Cube's overall design. In order for a console to win, you need to do everything right, and then you need to have one more thing, a killer feature that nobody else has. Nintendo had suffered quite a punishing defeat with the N64. They made nice money, but they lost the majority market share, and the reason was because they didn't have a CD drive. Really, it's as simple as that. So that's something they got right on GameCube, and it was also a lovely machine to develop for. But that wasn't enough. It didn't have that one more thing. It didn't have a gimmick, a secret weapon, or that one sizable feature that nobody else had. The handle and the idea of carrying it from house to house, I think, could have been great, but we just couldn't think of a way to make that a big deal. I never really felt like we made a success out of the handle. It was just nice to have, and that's it. As we are winding down, I will take a minute to talk about one aspect of the GameCube that Nintendo had apparently poured a bunch of money into that, unfortunately, never even released. An official 3D LCD screen add-on. Yes, more than a decade before the 3DS would hit shelves, Nintendo was this deep into making their cubic console even more three-dimensional. For many years, this information has mostly been forgotten, but recent developments have brought some new info to light. In an Iwata Asks article on the subject of the Nintendo 3DS, Iwata shared that the GameCube actually has the necessary hardware to display 3D images, even sharing that they had a version of Luigi's Mansion that played out in full 3D directly on the GameCube hardware. and that the LCD screen that they had showed off at E3 2002 actually secretly supported this feature. Wait, Nintendo showed this thing off? Yes, although E3 2002 was just before everything went digital, so video or images of the device are extremely rare. Iwata also revealed that Miyamoto and future criminal Yuji Naka collaborated on a version of Phantasy Star Online 3 that allowed for 2 GameCubes to be hooked up, and using the LCD screen attachment would allow users to enjoy card battles without being able to see each other's hands. Ultimately, what sealed the add-on's fate was, of course, the price, as Nintendo never found a way to make it affordable, which was kind of the point of the GameCube. If the screen had been released and Yuji Naka and Miyamoto's PSO3 collab had been a blockbuster, things might have been very different, although on second thought, this might have messed with Naka's recent canon event. These expensive / unreleased innovations, and with coming in third in home console sales during the entire generation aside, Perrin Kaplan looked back on this time at Nintendo with a positive outlook. With GameCube, we made money and it was profitable, and that's something I think is sometimes really missed by the public. The others were bleeding, and we were still profitable. One of the challenges that we always had with GameCube is that Nintendo has always been an incredibly profitable company, and we saw ourselves as different from Microsoft and Sony. But externally, we would still be judged in a lineup. But it was the popularity of the GBA, a platform that was still offering comparatively simple games, which gave way to the Nintendo DS, which proved to be fairly successful during its initial 2005 launch before the clean, sleek lines of the DS Lite really pushed the hardware into the stratosphere. It's quite possible that the GameCube's lack of meaningful innovations led directly into the DS being arguably the most different thing released at that time, clearly paving its own way forward with a variety of unique features. Nintendo actually looked back to an earlier GameCube controller prototype and decided that it would be that X factor, that killer new feature that they would entirely base their next home console around. At the same time as GameCube, Nintendo was secretly working on a revolutionary controller sensor idea that was very time-consuming work that ultimately never got filtered into our GameCube development. But after several years, this did produce the Wii Remote. The Wii is essentially a GameCube with some numbers doubled, but in a different colored box. But it's the Wii Remote that brought the extra thing that won Nintendo the market. That's how fine the margins are sometimes. Satoru Iwata had told investors to expect the GameCube to sell 50 million consoles by March of 2005, and while we can all appreciate the man's legendary positivity, he was a little off on that estimate. By the time the console was discontinued in 2007, it had moved 21 million units, placing it firmly below the N64, where it would remain until eventually being bested by the Wazoo.
Hey y'all!
These plummeting sales were ultimately the thing that lit a massive fire under Nintendo's red racetrack ass and got them to refocus their vision on where they thought the industry should head. They put all their bets on the Wii and its motion controller, and while it still couldn't dethrone Sony's original PlayStation in terms of worldwide sales numbers, the Wii came pretty damn close. But many Nintendo fans still hold the GameCube incredibly near and dear to their hearts. Whether it's the legions of Melee players who still use actual hardware for tournament setups, the psychos who salivate at the mention of Custom Robo or Kirby Air Ride, or the litany of players who discovered the console through the incredible Dolphin emulator, the GameCube is still more than just a fond memory for many a gamer. While it's been a bit of a bumpy ride since then, it's unmistakable that the many mistakes of the GameCube are an indelible part of what made Nintendo into the company it is today. So, good job, you weird geometric-shaped indigo son of a bitch. If you know of any other games, movies, or consoles that had a weird or confusing development journey, do let me know in the comments below or over on my Twitter. A really good example of one such project would be Star Fox Grand Prix, a long-rumored but never confirmed entry in the series allegedly developed by Retro Studios. If you head on over to Did You Know Gaming and check out their newest video, which I narrated, you'll find out if this space animal racing game actually existed at some point. Link in the description and in the pinned comment below. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
When you're late to the party, you'd better be dressed to kill. Newsweek, September 3rd, 2000. Following the release of the Nintendo 64 in 1996, technology not only continued to innovate and grow more complex, but it did so at a rapid rate. By 1998, Sega had released the first of the sixth generation of home consoles, that being the Dreamcast. A technical powerhouse blowing the PlayStation, Saturn, and even the Nintendo 64 out of the water, the Dreamcast was hailed as the future of not only 3D graphics but home console gaming as a whole. Not long after, in March of 1999, Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2, which was by far superior to the Dreamcast in just about every aspect. Finally, by May of 1999, Nintendo would announce they were indeed working on a successor to the Nintendo 64. On May 12, 1999, Howard Lincoln would address fans, retailers, members of the press, and developers alike in a press conference. One day before E3, Lincoln opened with how Nintendo remained focused on the Nintendo 64, and that they believe that it has many more years of profitable life, both for our retail partners and for our company. With that out of the way, Lincoln then raised the curtain on Nintendo's next home video game system, slated for launch worldwide at the end of 2000. The system was codenamed Dolphin. In 1997, a group of 20 developers who had worked on the Nintendo 64's graphics chip left Silicon Graphics and formed a company by the name of ArtX. Led by Dr. Wei Yin, who was the head of SGI's Nintendo operations, Dr. Yin was the senior vice president of SGI from 1988 to 1996, leading development of OpenGL, a popular graphics API still used today, and he also served as president of MIPS Technologies. Among the 20 developers was David Orton, who joined SGI in 1990, and was head of the Advanced Graphics Division. Orton himself was appointed president of ArtX, and after being sued by SGI, claiming that ArtX's high-level SGI alumni would be using trade secrets, Nintendo paid a visit to the new startup, looking for someone to develop the graphics design for their new home console. Initially, employees at ArtX weren't too sure about working with Nintendo, mainly because they didn't want to divert attention from the upcoming ArtX 1 PC chipset that would launch in 1999. Eventually, the two companies struck a deal, meaning that ArtX would develop a flipper chip in return for royalties, which meant Nintendo would fully ditch SGI and MIPS following the departure of then CEO Ed McCracken and many higher-ups at SGI. According to Greg Buckner, then head of ArtX, Nintendo had given up on SGI. The last of the people they trusted were gone, and they went looking for the people. It's not a company-to-company thing for them. It's a person-to-person thing. Along with that, Nintendo was wary about the continued use of the MIPS architecture and wanted to replace it as its source of microprocessors. Nintendo did, however, jump around to a few other companies before landing on ArtX, two of which were 3DO and a company by the name of CAG-Ent, which would eventually be purchased by Microsoft. During the pre-E3 announcement, Lincoln announced that Dr. Yen and the ArtX team would indeed be developing the Dolphin's graphics processor. Lincoln also said, "We are absolutely confident that Dolphin's graphics will equal or exceed anything our friends at Sony can come up with for the PlayStation 2. After confidently taking a shot at Sony, Lincoln would then detail the other most important part of a home console, the CPU. Of course, we need to power Dolphin with a CPU that's second to none, a CPU that is the most powerful processor of any current or planned video game system. How about a 400 MHz CPU? Well, that's precisely what we're going to use, and we call that chip the Gecko processor. IBM and Nintendo have entered into a multi-year $1 billion technology agreement under which IBM will manufacture the custom-designed 400 MHz Gecko processor for the Dolphin. Gecko is an extension of the IBM Power PC architecture. And with that, Nintendo's 6th generation console was unveiled, although maybe not fully unveiled in regards to full specs and cosmetics. Nintendo did announce that they had already begun providing development kits to 2 companies Nintendo had a good relationship with, Retro Studios and Rare. Ending the announcement, Lincoln had this to say: "But as I stand here this afternoon, I think Nintendo is very well positioned to take on Sony and Sega." By October of 1999, Nintendo ordered over $2.8 billion worth of semiconductors to power its 6th generation hardware. Partnering with NEC to create these conductors, NEC even announced plans to expand their production of components for Dolphin by building a new factory in southern Japan. By the time 2000 rolled around, the world was eagerly awaiting the launch of Sony's PlayStation 2. In February, Nintendo of Europe would continue to boast about the Dolphin's superior graphics at the 51st Nuremberg Toy Fair. NOE announced that they were going to stick to launching the Dolphin by the end of the year. Axel Herr, the managing director of sales and marketing, even said, "According to our technicians, Dolphin will be 33% above the projected performance data of Sony's PlayStation 2. That's easily twice as fast as the Dreamcast." The PlayStation 2 would come on March 4th in Japan, and shortly after, Nintendo Japan executives would announce that they were delaying the launch of the Dolphin console and would actually be scrapping the idea of launching the system worldwide. Hiroshi Imanishi, the head of the General Affairs Department and the man who first convinced Yamauchi to get into the toy industry in the 60s, told MSNBC that Nintendo was instead targeting a December launch before the Japanese Christmas season, and that Nintendo of America would release the system at its own discretion. According to Imanishi, it's always the case with Nintendo. The hardware is already completed, but the software is not, alluding to the fact that the reason for the delay was they did not feel ready with their current software lineup. Imanishi would also give a few more details about the system, including the fact that it would not play DVDs, and that Panasonic would manufacture a version that could play them. He also said that Nintendo had not decided on a retail price, but reiterated that it would be cheaper than the PlayStation 2. Shortly after this interview, ArtX, the company responsible for the Flipper graphics processor, was acquired by ATI, a tech corporation that was founded in 1985 as Array Technology Incorporated and specialized in graphics processing. This, however, according to Greg Buckner, hadn't really influenced the processor design. Was it a power play by ATI to get a leg up on NVIDIA and other graphics companies? Probably, considering an ATI spokesperson said, "ATI now becomes a major supplier to the game console market via Nintendo. The Dolphin platform is reputed to be the king of the hill in terms of graphics and video performance with an 128-bit architecture." Curiously, Nintendo ended up not showing Dolphin at E3 2000, instead showing more late games from Nintendo 64 and the very old Game Boy. With analysts feeling that Sony was able to gain dominance due to the Nintendo 64 being late to the party, things were beginning to feel very similar with no information on Dolphin. Finally, on August 25th, 2000, Nintendo's Space World Conference was held at Makuhari Messe, and Nintendo officially announced the GameCube. Set to launch in July 2001 for Japan, Nintendo also announced that 5 unnamed titles were released alongside the GameCube. With the US release slated for October 2001, Nintendo also showed off demos for the GameCube, which included Pokemon, Wave Race, Metroid, Zelda, and Star Wars. More information on the software lineup for the the system would be announced at E3 2001. This specific space world would eventually go down in history, giving us wonderful looks at early builds of games such as Luigi's Mansion, Mario Kart Double Dash, Metroid Prime, and games that would never appear again, such as the Mario 128 demo and the gritty, realistic Zelda 128 demo. Along with unveiling some software for the system, Nintendo announced the official finalized specs, the console design itself, hence the GameCube, and other features for the system. These features include a 56K modem that naturally required a LAN adapter plugged into the bottom of the console, a wire that would connect the newly announced Game Boy Advance to be used as a second screen of sorts, a fancy new controller, and in another head-scratching turn of events for many, a proprietary 1.5GB mini DVD disc. Yep, instead of following industry footsteps of moving to DVDs so that players could play games, watch movies, and maybe surf the internet, Nintendo decided that the GameCube was a games machine and promptly kicked the DVD movie format to the curb. With this change, however, the GameCube is of course the first Nintendo console that is not cartridge-based. Finally, in May 2001 at E3, Nintendo would reveal their hand by showing off the launch titles, some more information on the console including colors, release dates, and a price of $199, which was $100 cheaper than the PlayStation 2 and the newly announced Xbox coming from Microsoft. Games themselves would retail for around $49.90, a more standard price, and the following games were shown with playable demos, which included Super Smash Bros. Melee, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader, Star Fox Adventures, Dinosaur Planet, Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, and Wave Race Blue Storm. During the E3 press conference itself, Nintendo focused on the Nintendo difference, which had 4 legs: innovation, quality, characters, and heritage. The E3 show also gave Satoru Iwata a lot of stage time, emphasizing that Nintendo was an entertainment company, and Shigeru Miyamoto a chance to Miyamoto-san would also show off the Wavebird, a new wireless controller that could be played at around 30 feet away from the console. With a new Japanese release date of September 14th and a delayed North American release of November 5th, and a 2002 release window for Europe and Australia, Nintendo seems set to take on Sony's PlayStation 2.
Keep making the greatest games. You start with a platform, one that blends power and agility with a singular purpose. You base everything you do on the art of the developer and your true knowledge of the players. Then you make it affordable and available. Add a generous helping of pure Nintendo fun, and you call it GameCube. What does it take to make a great game? What it takes is the Nintendo difference.
Nintendo continued to lean heavily on the Nintendo difference for their marketing and promotion. Ad campaigns would later release with images like a TIE Fighter, Pikmin, a man in a full body cast, and more in a metal cube with the slogan, "Life's a Game." Other advertisements included people locked in these metal cubes, slogans like "Born to Play," and people just whispering "GameCube." These advertisements were along the lines of early 2000s, with edgy, radical, and cool advertisements, presumably meant to market towards a demographic Nintendo had let slip away: teenagers to young adults. Leading up to launch, Nintendo spent $75 million on marketing, which, comparing that to Microsoft's $500 million, looked a bit weak. This $75 million included commercials during Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, and Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Along with that, Nintendo ran print ads, appearing in over 50 magazines including Maxim, Sports Illustrated for Kids, and more. They even threw a star-studded party for the GameCube, including Ryan Reynolds, Paris Hilton, Michelle Rodriguez, Wayne Brady, Scarlett Johansson, Ashton Kutcher, Dylan and Cole Sprouse, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Jason Alexander, and more. Nintendo would go on to host more Cube Club events well into 2002 in 15 different cities. All while Nintendo and Microsoft were preparing to enter the console wars, Sega was planning on leaving. With the announcement of the Dreamcast discontinuation coming in March of 2001, that made the PlayStation 2 the only choice for next-gen gaming for around 6 months. IDC would conduct a survey in August of 2001 where they found that 32.9% of participants intended to purchase a new console. Of that 32.9%, a whopping 62.9% planned to purchase the PS2, 6.3% planned to purchase the GameCube, 5.8% planned to purchase the now defunct Dreamcast, and 4.5% planned on getting the Xbox. Finally, on September 14th, 2001, the GameCube launched in Japan, shipping around 500,000 units to retailers, and according to reports, the launch was fairly low-key, especially compared to Nintendo's other console launch, the Game Boy Advance, which had sold 650,000 units on its first day. One of the primary issues with the GameCube's Japanese launch was, of course, the launch titles. Luigi's Mansion, Super Monkey Ball, and Wave Race Blue Storm were the only games to launch for the GameCube. In fact, the GameCube's launch with Luigi's Mansion makes it the first Nintendo home console to release without a Super Mario Bros. Game. Overall, around 280,000 and 300,000 consoles were sold during the first 3 days. 2 months later, the GameCube would launch in North America. Shipping a total of 700,000 units, Nintendo announced it had sold $100 million worth of GameCube products on its first day. According to a Goldman Sachs survey, around 73% of retailers had sold out of Xbox consoles, whereas only 48% of retailers had sold out of the GameCube. It's important to remember, though, that Nintendo shipped around 700,000 units in total, while Microsoft had only shipped around 300,000 Xbox units. The 100 million number would eclipse that of the Dreamcast initial launch. Nintendo would even state that Luigi's Mansion was the most popular game, even surpassing Super Mario 64's launch sales. On December 3rd, Nintendo announced that after the first 15 days on the market, the GameCube had sold 600,000 units. The GameCube itself weighs around 5 pounds, and dimensions are 4.3 inches by 5.9 inches by 6.3 inches, and compared to the original Xbox and the launch PlayStation 2, takes up a lot less space in total. This specific unit is the Indigo variant with a skin cover that my brother put on when we got the system. I do have another console custom painted by myself, which is my main driver. At launch, there was the Indigo version, the Jet Black version, and eventually a Platinum limited edition console would release. In Japan, you could get the Spice Orange Color variant, the Tales Symphonia Mint Green variant, the SD Gundam G Generation GameCube Red and Black, and a black and white Punch-In Tigers model. Finally, there was the Panasonic Cube, which was a stainless steel GameCube with DVD functionality, only released in Japan. The Panasonic Cube came with media controls at the top, a Panasonic branded controller, and a remote control. On the front of the regular GameCube, we have the now mostly standard 4 ports for multiplayer fun, and 2 memory card slots, titled Slot A and Slot B. On top, you have 4 buttons, the open button, which pops the hood, the power button, and a reset button. After popping the hood, the optical disk drive is there for the proprietary 1.5 gigabytes GameCube game disc. Around the back on the DOL-001 version of the console, you have the AC plug-in, the same video connector as the Nintendo 64 and the SNES, and a new hub. This is for the GameCube's component cable, which allows for digital AV output from the GameCube. A revision in 2004 put the original digital AV cable output port, and that is serial number DOL-01. Of course, you can't forget about the handle for the GameCube. The idea for the handle came from how many homes had more than one TV, so it was easy to carry from one room to the next, not to mention taking it to a friend's house, something that was fairly common when I was a kid. On the bottom, we have some plastic covers for 3 different ports. Serial port 1 is used for either the broadband adapter or the modem adapter, allowing for online functionality. Serial port 2 is completely unused. Then there is one high-speed parallel port that transmits up to 81 megabytes per second and is reserved for the Game Boy player, allowing users to play Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. Popping the hood fully on the GameCube and finalizing specifications include the Gecko CPU, which is an IBM PowerPC CPU that is based on the 750CXE. The custom Gecko adds about 50 more instructions and a modified FPU that is capable of SIMD functionality. On chip, it also has 32 kilobytes of L1 instruction cache, 32 kilobytes of L1 data cache, and 256 kilobytes of L2 cache. Graphics-wise, the ATI Flipper runs at 162 MHz, and it contains the GPU, audio DSP, I/O controller, and Northbridge itself. It has 3 MB of memory on chip, 2 MB for ZBuffer/frame buffer, and 1 MB texture cache, with a total of around 18 GB per second of bandwidth, with 7.6 GB of that bandwidth going to the ZBuffer and 10.4 GB per second going to the texture cache. It has a total of 24 megabytes of 1T SRAM for main memory, which runs at 324 megahertz and 2.6 gigabytes per second bandwidth. It also had multiple pipelines, including one vertex pipeline, 4 pixel pipelines, which included 1 texture mapping unit, and 4 render output units. The overall floating point arithmetic capability of the GameCube was 11 gigaflops and had a fill rate of 648 megapixels per second. I've mentioned fill rates before, and the term refers to the number of pixels a video card can render to screen and write to video memory in a second. And in the case of texture fill rate, the number of texture map elements the GPU can map to pixels in a second. In terms of polygon performance, the GameCube hits 90 million polygons per second raw, 40 million polygons per second with fogging, Z-buffering, alpha blending, and Gouraud shading, 33 million polygons per second with fogging, Z-buffering, alpha blending, and texture mapping, and 25 million with all of that and lighting, and 6 to 20 million polygons per second assuming game conditions with complex models, fully textured, fully lit, etc. The GameCube also had a number of image processing functions, including motion blur, bloom, subpixel anti-aliasing, per vertex lighting, light and shadow mapping, nit mapping, environment mapping, depth of field, and more. As for the audio processor that is integrated into the Flipper GPU, it's a custom 81 MHz Macronix 16-bit DSP with a sampling frequency of 48 kHz, 64 simultaneous channels, 8 kilobytes of RAM, 8 kilobytes of ROM for instructions, and 8 kilobytes RAM, 4 kilobytes ROM of data memory. For a full comparison between the 6th generation consoles, the Flipper itself does most of the heavy lifting. So, in matrix flops, the GameCube stands on top with 7.5 gigaflops, the Xbox in second with 5.8 gigaflops, PlayStation 2 in third at 5.5 gigaflops, and the Dreamcast in last at 1.4 gigaflops. In terms of theoretical real-time performance with 4 light sources, the GameCube was able to render 20 million polygons per second. The Xbox could render 16 million polygons per second, and the PS2 could render 9.8 million polygons per second, and the Dreamcast can render 6.8 million polygons per second. In terms of texture fill rates, the PlayStation 2 sits at 1.2 gigapixels per second with texture mapping, Z-buffering, and alpha blending. The GameCube sits at 648 megapixels per second with Z-buffering, alpha, texture mapping, and nit mapping, trilinear filtering, fogging, and S3 texture compression as well. And in regard to the Xbox, that has a realistic fill rate between 250 to 700 megapixels per second, and that number is with Z-buffering, fogging, alpha, and texture mapping. The Dreamcast was very dependent on whether the texture was opaque or not, so it varies. When it comes to polygons per second, the GameCube could handle 33 million with fogging, Z-buffer, alpha, and texture mapping. The Xbox could do around 29 million, and the PlayStation 2 could handle around 25 million. And the Dreamcast stands at a whopping 7.1 million. While I did not find a realistic range for the PlayStation 2, the realistic range for the GameCube, like stated earlier, is between 6 to 20 million polygons per second, which at 60 FPS could be 100,000 polygons per frame at its low, or at 30 FPS around 666,000 polygons per frame at its high. The Xbox had a peak realistic performance between 7 million polygons per second and 21 million polygons per second, or around 485,000 per frame at 60 FPS and 700,000 per frame at 30 FPS. Again, with just about all of these specifications, these are the theoretical maximums that these machines can hit. Depending on the bandwidth, the code, and everything in between, these numbers fluctuate. For example, in some early marketing, Sony stated the PlayStation 2 could possibly render millions of textured polygons per second, while not considering the lack of VRAM to support all of those textures. Moving on from specifications, we have the GameCube controller itself. Moving away from the three-pronged design, Nintendo took some inspiration from the PlayStation DualShock controller, making it a two-handled design. With a total of 8 buttons, we have the big green A button, a smaller red B button below and to the left, 2 kidney bean-shaped buttons which are X and Y, a Z button right above them, and then of course the analog L and R buttons. Of course, we have our fully analog joystick and the C-stick, which has morphed from buttons from the N64 controller into a joystick. And then below the main joystick, we have the classic D-pad, which, according to interviews, almost didn't make it in the controller at all. We also have the start button in the middle like always. Favored by Smash players everywhere, the GameCube controller is one of, if not the best controller of all time, and my personal favorite. And to be 100% honest, I kind of wish Nintendo kept this design. Maybe tweak the C-stick size and put another Z button on the left side to make it more modern. According to Miyamoto-san himself, this GameCube controller is the one on which I spent the longest time on designing. The idea behind the controller was to have real differences between the buttons, so one was, quote, able to feel them with your eyes closed and have them more intuitive versus everything always being round, end quote. One of the first peripherals for the GameCube was the Wavebird. Shown off at E3 by Miyamoto-san himself, the Wavebird released in 2002 and was available for purchase with Metroid Prime and Mario Party 4, but it could also be purchased separately. Other peripherals for the console include the GameCube ASCII controller, which is a very wide GameCube controller that has a keyboard mainly used for chatting in Phantasy Star Online. The microphone, which was bought with Mario Party 6, plugs into one of the memory card ports and has an attachment to clip onto the GameCube controller itself. The DK bongos were bundled with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. They are beautifully plastic bongos with buttons underneath the tops, allowing you to hit them to make Donkey Kong move, and you can even clap to make DK jump. Some features from GameCube were ultimately scrapped, one of which was a stereoscopic 3D mode that was prototyped and scrapped with Luigi's Mansion. Nintendo was reportedly working on a LCD screen to enable the 3D functionality, but due to the price of LCDs, the prototype was dropped altogether. Another futuristic piece of tech for the GameCube was motion control, or as they were known at the time, sensory controllers. When we were doing Star Wars Rogue Leader for the GameCube, actually, we had an early prototype of that controller, and that had motion control. Julian Eggbrecht, back to Honor. We are a very small game company. We do not have the resources of these others. Now, in 2021, Nintendo employs about 6,500 employees, give or take. In the fiscal year of 2020, Microsoft had a total of 163,000 employees. And for Sony, they employ 111,000 employees. Obviously, this is 20 years after the launch of the GameCube and the Xbox. However, I think this comparison should paint a pretty decent picture. While Nintendo was rightfully hailed as the video game giant of the 80s and 90s, in general, Nintendo was a very small company. Microsoft and Sony, however, are and were large companies in comparison, having divisions in all of entertainment, whether that be PC-based, home electronics-based, and everything in between. Sony and Microsoft breaking into the video game market was just another venture for them. Meanwhile, it's really all Nintendo has. If Sony or Microsoft's video games division fails, Sony has TVs, phones, laptops, and more. And Microsoft obviously has Windows, Microsoft Office, Windows Server, laptops, phones, again, and more. In regards to whether Nintendo would add a DVD player to the GameCube, Tim Van Hook from ArtX recalled that, ArtX prepared our all-inclusive competing proposal, a universal multimedia engine. Sure, it would cost more, and early production units might have to be subsidized by game sales. Nintendo considered our vision. We waited. Finally, they explained that they would not be able to proceed in that direction. We are a very small game company. We do not have the resources of these others. Yep, a little humility goes a long way. Pick your battles, marshal your cash flow, do what you do best. Nintendo's annual revenue for 2020 was $12 billion, which compared to Sony and Microsoft's $75 billion and $143 billion respectively is chump change. We may not view Nintendo as a small company, but in comparison to many other companies out there, they are. This is doubly true in the early 2000s. Remember, Nintendo's total budget for the GameCube marketing was around $75 million for launch, whereas Microsoft was ready to spend $500 million for their launch, and Sony reportedly spent around $150 million for the PS2's launch. One of the GameCube's shortcomings was its focus on being a video game system rather than a multimedia machine like the Xbox or PlayStation 2. With limited online connectivity, no ability to play DVDs, and Nintendo even stating that the GameCube was explicitly a games machine, the GameCube was just that. Nintendo is focusing on what they do and what they do best, games. Not only that, but it's very likely that Nintendo simply didn't have the resources to focus on anything else. Case in point was the acquisition of Rareware. In 2000, Rare would be developing around 7 games for the GameCube, including Quest, Cameo, Elements of Power, Donkey Kong Racing, Perfect Dark Zero, Conker's Other Bad Day, Starbucks Adventures, and Grabbed by the Ghoulies. Thanks to Rare's wonderful library of second-party games released for the Nintendo 64, Nintendo already owned half the company. Founders Tim and Chris Stamper were interested in selling the company to a third-party publisher, mainly so that they could publish games on other platforms, i.e. PlayStation and Xbox. Rare would eventually approach Activision, EA, and Disney to buy the company. Nintendo would eventually extend their option to acquire Rare by a year, but Activision and Microsoft would end up in the bidding war, with Microsoft raising the bid as high as possible, up to $375 million. In the end, it was Yamauchi-san himself who would end up denying the offer to buy Rare. Whether this was a good thing for Rare as a company was yet to be seen, as many were happy and excited for Microsoft to own Rare. With the Nintendo 64 not so far behind them, Nintendo had somewhat soured the relationship between their third-party publishers as well. The Nintendo 64 was incredibly difficult to develop for, according to many developers. Thanks to the microprocessor design and the complexity of the SGI workstations. Moving forward with the GameCube, Nintendo intentionally worked with developers like Rare to make a developer-friendly system. Nintendo knew the limitations of their own development teams, but instead of simply prioritizing third-party development, Nintendo looked at second parties as a way to extend to their Japanese developers. One of these studios was Retro Studios, famed developers for their work on the Metroid Prime series, as well as their work on the Donkey Kong Country Returns series. Though, to be fair, Nintendo initially purchased Rare for around $1 million, a steal thanks to the troubled development of Raven Blade and Thunder Rally. According to reports, Nintendo helped clean up the studio from being an overworked, understaffed studio to one of Nintendo's biggest assets in the GameCube era, primarily thanks to Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Nintendo wanted to sell the GameCube as its own experience, so instead of reaching out to third parties to develop for the GameCube, Nintendo actually waited for developers to ask to develop for the GameCube. At GDC 2000, a lot of software houses were already working on games for PlayStation 2 and Xbox, but the Dolphin, as it was known at the time, was the butt of jokes. According to one developer who spoke with IGN, Nintendo is making these same old mistakes. It's not giving us any incentive to bother with the GameCube. One of the biggest points that executives at Nintendo would continue to point out is that Nintendo's idea with the GameCube was to focus on quality over quantity with their games, which echoed their idea with the Nintendo 64. Looking at the library for the GameCube, it seemed to have worked for the most part. Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Parties 4, 5, 6, and 7, Mario Kart Double Dash, The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, Metroid Prime, Animal Crossing, Pokemon Coliseum, Pikmin 1 and 2, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, Eternal Darkness, Star Wars Rogue Squadrons 2 and 3, F-Zero GX, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, and many more. And who could forget the cultural phenomenon that was Super Smash Bros. Melee? Looking at the top 35 selling games of the GameCube, 28 of them were published by Nintendo themselves. Of course, Nintendo did have solid partnerships, namely with Capcom and Sega of all companies. Japan's gaming market was in fact shrinking as well. Video games dropped from being Japanese schoolchildren's fifth favorite activity in 1995 all the way down to ninth in 2000. The Japanese economy itself was also affecting the gaming market, and considering Nintendo decided to launch a console primarily aimed at younger players, it seemed to be a rough time for the GameCube. In August of 2003, Nintendo released their financial information, which revealed that their full-year profits fell by 38%, thanks to slowing GameCube sales. Satoru Iwata, Nintendo's new president and CEO, who took office in 2002 after Hiroshi Yamauchi retired, forecasted the GameCube would sell 10 million units in the fiscal year. However, final sales of the GameCube for the year would only be 5.6 million units. In an interview with CNN, Iwata-san himself admitted that Sony and Microsoft's vision for the future was bringing a, quote, sense of crisis, end quote, to them. Iwata-san himself also admitted that while launch sales were good, Nintendo failed to maintain momentum with the third-party or first-party games releasing after launch, other than Smash Bros. When we launched the GameCube, the initial sales were good, and all the hardware we manufactured at that time were sold through. However, after this period, we could not provide the market with strong software titles in a timely fashion. As a result, we could not leverage the initial launch time momentum, and sales of the GameCube slowed down. Thanks to the slow sales of the GameCube, the little third-party support that they did have, including EA, THQ, Atari, Eidos, Acclaim, and more, would drop support for the GameCube, not fully abandoning it, but slowing down releases. While first-party software sales were really strong, it didn't really translate to third-party sales at all. Games frequently sold less on GameCube compared to sales on the PS2 and Xbox. Seeing publishers leave, Nintendo discounted their publishing and licensing fees, which was already a few dollars higher than Sony and Microsoft, and they also promised to help market the games. Nintendo's relationship with more independent publishers was also not great, and some believed that the lack of the Grand Theft Auto series, which at the time was sold by an independent publisher, was part of the issue. We need to make sure that we have good relationships with all the independent publishers, because you never know what the next big hit game is going to be. In 2002, Iwata-san stated that Nintendo intended to sell 50 million units by 2005. Unfortunately, however, by 2006, Nintendo would end up selling only 21.7 million units, less than half of Nintendo's forecast. Meanwhile, the PlayStation 2 would end up selling 155 million units, and the Xbox itself would make a distant second with 24 million units sold. The GameCube would unfortunately lose to its predecessor, the Nintendo 64, which sold roughly 32 million units, but it did manage to beat the short-lived Dreamcast, which sold roughly 9.13 million units. While the GameCube was generally seen as profitable, by 2003 Nintendo reported a loss of roughly $26 million. The system itself received two price cuts, first dropping it down to $149 and then down to $99. Many of the ideas that Nintendo's creative teams came up with while developing the GameCube would eventually be used. Motion controls were used in Nintendo's immediate successor, the breakout smash hit Wii, and a 3D system would eventually be realized with the Nintendo 3DS. In fact, in a 2020 leak from Nintendo revealed that Nintendo planned an HD GameCube that would allow users to dock the system to a TV and then play it on the go with a built-in display. Concept that should sound familiar, as Nintendo did just that with the Switch in 2017. As Nintendo moved on to a new, more profitable phase in their history, the ideas, games, and lessons they learned from the GameCube and the Nintendo 64 in many ways would help them out with future consoles.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I cherish
the Nintendo GameCube. It's all I'll ever need. Not upset by the Nintendo GameCube. I would love to see that video. Named after a shape. Yeah. This was my childhood system, and by proxy, it's my favorite game console of all time. Funny how that works out. Everything about it, I absolutely adore. It has one of my favorite libraries, controllers, and system design out there. It's impossible to not have fun looking at this thing, let alone playing it. How many people I hear constantly talk about their nostalgia link to the GameCube. I was shocked to find out I was hearing voices in my head. Yeah, the GameCube sold pretty poorly, not in comparison to the competition at the time of previous Nintendo systems. As a kid, I never realized this. I was too busy sticking with it. I always knew the PlayStation 2 was more popular. Until I logged onto the internet one fateful day, I discovered just how many people said geometry can kiss my ass. The GameCube was rumored to be a Nintendo fanboy, i.e., a fucking idiot. I was willing to defend this console to the death. I would have been convicted of manslaughter, and I would say, yeah, well, the third-party support was better than you think. I would go to my friend's house who had a PlayStation 2, look at the controller, and scoff. Yeah, you may have every game known to man release on this thing, DVD playback, music CD support, backwards compatibility with the PlayStation 1, no robust online multiplayer, but I can bring mine to punch. I mean, looking back, I can clearly see a lot of the GameCube's downsides, how they might have contributed to such low sales. It doesn't mean I love it any less, it just means I might not make my immersive content. Might. It's hard to ignore how it feels like everybody's had a GameCube experience in their lives. Death, taxes, and Luigi's Mansion. So let's discuss the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's first foray into the GameCube market. Nintendo dominated the video game industry with their initial home console, Nintendo Entertainment System, and Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and struggled with their third, the Nintendo 64. While a modest success, not only were sales going down due to the Nintendo console, they were no longer top dog. A controller like this, anything was possible, even failure. Sony's PlayStation sold over 100 million units. That's 3 times as much as what the 64 sold. Nintendo struggled so much this generation? I don't know. The PlayStation used its CDs for games. Far more data to be stored, bigger levels, more content, full motion video, and amazing audio quality. Couple that with the fact CDs were cheaper to mass produce, Nintendo 64 using cartridges became that much more pathetic. Like, you just want to wipe your nose whenever you use this. So, while there were some outstanding titles on the platform, Nintendo just couldn't compete with Sony. Only a little over 300 games were made for the 64 compared to the PlayStation's. Onto the drawing board for Nintendo. Their success with the Nintendo 64 was poised to be the successor to the Nintendo 64. Yeah, there wasn't necessarily a massive directional change Nintendo was making with this project. It was just meant to be a more powerful new video game machine. Codenamed Project Dolphin. Oh, badass! Development started in 1998. The first public announcement of the codename being just prior to E3 1999. Nothing else of worth was really talked about outside of the graphics. You'll like them. DVD support was teased, though in reality it was still up in the air. This system was a raise off, and I thought Nintendo announced it because the Nintendo 64 just was not working out, and everybody else was showing off their new console. Sega already released theirs. What Sony did during the PlayStation 2 and I'm talking about stepping into bringing their own system, they pulled a me at a high school reunion. I got some projects in the works. Nintendo waited a year and a half until August 2000 at their Space World Expo in Japan to fully reveal not only their new handheld Game Boy Advance, but their next generation home console titled GameCube. With a name like that, you can't be disappointed. The way they revealed it here made GameCube feel like a fashion statement with great specs. So many funky colors. After replacing what the hell the N64 was, Nintendo went, alright, shapes, alright, this is where GameCube games debuted. They didn't want a tech demo. The first game officially shown for the GameCube was Meowth's Party. Early versions of Wave Race, Blue Storm, Luigi's Mansion, Star Wars Rogue Leader, and Metroid Prime were shown, but Nintendo claimed that none of these represented games in active development, and they were all just tech demos, which they say during every console review. This was also the case for the infamous clip of a Zelda GameCube title showcased at the event as well. Link and Ganondorf fighting it off with a graphics quality fans could only dream of. GameCube was set to be fairly powerful, more so than the PlayStation 2 and Sega Dreamcast. Nintendo was planning a launch in July of 2001 in Japan and October of 2001 in North America. Big things were in the works for not only this system, but the Game Boy Advance as well. The Nintendo 64 experienced numerous software droughts, which obviously was something Nintendo was trying to avoid this time around. They always do. So, they just gave up on the 64 as early as May 2001, releasing their last game half a year before GameCube launched, and most games in development for the 64 were moved right on over to the GameCube. Nintendo was putting their all into this generation. Honestly, I mean, the Game Boy Advance had so many games, more quality support than the Game Boy Color and original Game Boy ever had. And adding their next-gen high-tech system to the mix, also with a healthy amount of titles, I think they would have dominated this generation. You'd think! Nintendo is a stubborn child that doesn't actually understand why they fail in the first place sometimes. Dude, the bullet wounds help me run faster. Yes, Project Dolphin was revealed to use discs, and it seemed that Nintendo was finally responding to everybody saying they needed to move to CDs and DVDs. This wasn't what we meant. GameCube games came on discs, yes, but they were mini DVD-type discs. So they were cheaper to produce than traditional Nintendo 64 cartridges, and you could store a lot more on them. It was still pathetic. The already released PlayStation 2 and upcoming Xbox used regular-sized DVDs for their games. The developers stole considerably more data on them, and with the file doing nothing but increasing in size every generation, it was pretty stupid that the GameCube discs were far closer to PlayStation 1 than the PlayStation 2 in terms of capacity. Even though the GameCube was more powerful, some PS2 games just didn't work on that thing. They were too big. You'd have to do so much work to get some of these titles to fit on GameCube because of the tiny discs. When Tiger Woods PGA Tour on GameCube had to release on 2 of them, that's when I, as a GameCube fan, noticed something was up. 1.5 gigabyte discs sure are limiting. On top of the storage limitations, these discs may have looked like mini DVDs, but they were Nintendo's own creation. And the GameCube was just that, a cube per game. The PlayStation 2 did as well as it did, only because of the fact it could play DVD movies. That way, you just had to buy one product instead of a game console and DVD player separately. The Xbox could also play DVDs, while the Dreamcast at the very least could play music CDs. The GameCube couldn't do anything like that. So, yes, while the move to discs was good, like Nintendo still wanted to put their own stupid spin on it. Like, fine, we'll be discs, but you're not gonna like it. They were so concerned over piracy. The discs were pictures of copies. Having granted my technology to the system to the price point, Nintendo announced a starting price of $199.99. It's $100 in competition. Nintendo was the cheap bitch this generation. That concept was announced in 2001 alongside the launch plan for the console. Games that were initially revealed that were shown as full-fledged games that were running around with ghosts turning out to be leading dimensions. Yeah, no just finding Mario platformer launch title like the previous system. Here's a smelly brother instead. Of course, the big reveal was Super Smash Bros. Melee alongside a brand new IP from Nintendo, Pikmin. They lead to this being the next Pokemon. A lot of the same letters. Connectivity between GameCube and Game Boy Advance was advertised heavily during the pre-launch build-up. Nintendo was expecting this to be utilized. They also discussed a wireless controller for the system, a wavebird, and after a few delays, the system launched on September 14th, 2001 in Japan, November 18th, 2001 in North America, and May 3rd, 2002 in Europe. Sales were pretty good. Until they weren't. That's generally the case with Nintendo consoles. They sell really well a lot, start of life. Depends. GameCube appealed to Nintendo fans. Bought it up at launch. If you weren't a die-hard Nintendo fan, you'd find something to like about the console, no doubt. Though there were obviously better PlayStation 2-like options available. With that being said, the launch of the GameCube was only 3 days after the original Xbox, 309 days after the PlayStation 2, and a little over 10,000 days after Watergate. What did Nintendo have to show for it? Oh, perfect. GameCube launched in 2 colors, jet black and indigo. For some reason, this was Nintendo's only color in North America. During this generation, the Game Boy Advance scored as well. It felt like Nintendo trying to appeal to both hardcore children and hardcore man children. Like the black one, that's right next to any purple. The purple one is too much fun. Like, I want to do stocks, damn it. Well, the design is much more grounded than the Nintendo 64. It definitely feels like it's excessive. The controller ports on the front. I think Nintendo struck a wonderful balance between standard and game console and still be consistent. This generation doesn't necessarily do their own thing like they did with the Wii U, Nintendo Switch, where who cares what Sony's doing? Let's make Brain Age. GameCube and Nintendo was actively directly competing with Sony and Microsoft. However, they obviously didn't want to break the GameCube with any Nintendo charm. It was so much much smaller than other game consoles at the time. I mean, you could fit it in a car. Hell, two of them! The biggest Nintendo-esque innovation was being able to hold the thing. Video game consoles have always had this issue. Nintendo fixed it by installing a handle for maximum looking like a lunchbox. They wanted people to lug their GameCube around and bring to friends' houses. Going as far as consuming the GameCube to be pseudo portable. Yeah, this was one of the most comfortable home consoles to travel with, but keep in mind, you also need a controller, an AC adapter, an AV cable, and games, so the portability of the GameCube with the handle becomes a moot point when you have to wear cargo shorts to carry the rest. I think this was more of a design choice to give the GameCube more character rather than being about functionality. Without the handle, it's literally just a Game-Cube. With it, it's a GameCube. I mean, I think it's important to have an instantly recognizable design for your system. If you just try to identify systems via their silhouettes, even if you think the PlayStation 5 looks disgusting, it's a better reaction than trying to figure out which one of these rectangles is the Xbox One. Let's die it right! The handle helps characterize the game. It's working and functional. This is something that carries over to the controller. The GameCube controller. My go-to quotes. I love this thing. It's obvious Nintendo learned from the Nintendo 64 and put controllers out on the market. It's unbelievable how this fits in your hands. Everything just oozes in the right position. It's like your hands were made for this. So much better than anything else on the market at the time. PlayStation controllers, they're good, but they're too rigid. They're made to look good rather than feel good. Xbox controllers, this looks like it would be uncomfortable to use. Dreamcast, you're lucky you have good hands. This, I mean, it's pretty stupid looking, but makes so much sense. This button layout is genius. You have one big button that's supposed to be for your primary action in the game. Then you have everything around it, and every button has a distinct shape, which makes it so much easier to just focus on the game without looking down at the controller. If you ever play GameCube with somebody and they ask you where the B button is, you get it, right? Analog triggers. They're pressure sensitive, meaning in certain games you can give a shit or kind of give a shit. They click when you push them as hard as possible, which is so smart. Other controllers, I find myself nearly breaking my fingers because I'm pushing harder and harder, even though that's as far as it'll go. The Z button? This one was always peculiar to me. I mean, it works fine. It's a shoulder button. It's the only one. D-pad's a little too small, and C-stick is as well. And it's comfortable enough. It works awesome for camera control as a secondary stick. However, we're starting to creep into first-person shooter territory. Both these sticks working as equals. That works perfectly fine. It's just a little funky. The GameCube controller has a few quirks where some games may not work well with it. Button placement doesn't line up at all with the Super Nintendo, so if you ever play an old school game with it, try to consider a feature. Just one Z button on the top is strange. There's no select button, just one for start/pause, which they denote on the controller that this is a pause button. The D-pad and C-stick are too tiny. It is not a perfect controller by a long shot, but it'll forever be one of my all-time favorites. It feels so good in the hands, and when you play a game that works well with it, it's terrible. Play the damn GameCube. However, while the controller feels great, it did lack innovation. So much as the controller was doing that others didn't. That's where the accessories come into play. You get the Wavebird wireless controller separately to cover the cord. The Wavebird was a revolution for a controller. 1 year after the GameCube's initial release, the first wireless controller was the first true wireless controller. Wireless controllers used to primarily use infrared technology. The Wii remote. Controlling the transition signal. The Wavebird used radio wave. You point your thing wherever you want. They don't give a shit. Just plug the adapter in, match up the numbers via the dials, which is Nintendo. I was wondering if you could make these smaller. Pop two AA's in, and for up to 20 feet away, you're good to go. The battery life is incredible on the Wavebird. So, since you had to turn the controller itself off and use it to turn it on, because of the need for batteries, Nintendo worked out the rumble feature of wire control. But this wasn't available at launch. So what was available at launch? The GameCube launched with 12 games here in the States. Yikes! Definitely wasn't the craziest launch, but I think 30 of the games enforced that a little bit of memories. The Madden that released that year, there were some standouts. These Tarzan Untamed, which, hey, IGN thought it was 1 point better than the PS2 version. Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader was a big deal. You wanted a graphical showcase, this was the game to get. It still looks impressively close to the movies. It's just a straight up great game to prove. Nintendo had a thing going with LucasArts at the time, immediately pushing Star Wars titles on their hardware. And Stormtrooper was one of the Nintendo characters represented on the Nintendo 64. more about this game, but I've never seen the Star Wars movie. Every day it turns out much more too late to start. Sega was notably one of the bigger names on the GameCube at launch, just months after wrapping up things with the Dreamcast. What once was Nintendo's biggest rival became one of their biggest supporters. Super Monkey Ball, the first Sega game on the Nintendo home console. This was a big deal, and for some, it was revolting. Not in my house. But for many Nintendo fans, they finally got to experience Sega games on their turf. Turned out, Super Monkey Ball became one of the most beloved GameCube titles. Originally an arcade game titled Monkey Ball released earlier that year, Super Monkey Ball is a Japanese port, i.e. they added Gangan. The premise is going to be simpler. Monkey Ball, you just roll the ball to the goal. You control the environment, not the monkey. You're playing this while sweating. Seriously, one of the simplest ideas ever for a game. It doesn't matter because that end up making it unbelievably accessible and understandable. The game is brutally difficult at times, but it's unfair and too daunting for casual players. There's no buttons involved, just use the stick, and if that's too simple, don't play the party game you're free. The main game is very grounded in its arcade roots. It's mostly about endurance. How many stages can you beat, and when you lose, back at the beginning. And not only does this mode have multiplayer, the rest of the game features all these extra things you can do with others that truly make this an awesome party game. Racing Taxi also released at launch. An arcade and Dreamcast game by Sega, the game port was published by Unwind. Yet sometimes Sega didn't publish their own stuff in some regions back then. Sonic Advance by THQ, just for good measure. But what about Nintendo? What did they bring to their own party? Well, Wave Race Blue Storm for one. Sequel to the beloved Wave Race 64, Blue Storm is barely here to show just how powerful the GameCube is. Like, dude, I think that's water. It looks so good even today. Blue Storm holds up so well visually. Even the menus look like smeared tears. The water effects were on another level, but gameplay was still fundamentally Wave Race at the end of the day. Just a little to see that Wave Race 64. The controls are bad, but they're overly sensitive to things that are difficult to be in a fast-paced racing game like this, where there's no wiggle room. You have to stay on the course and in between the lines. One micro adjustment of the stick and the game's going through the window. Still a fun game though, with a great presentation, though easily forgotten. And that might be because there was a launch title more people cared about. Reluctantly, Luigi's Mansion, a game you can't help but have this reaction towards. Regardless of Luigi's Mansion's quality, I'll get to that in due time. Let's be honest, this looks lame as hell. Trust in a console launch with this fucking dork? Nintendo systems were known for launching a revolutionary Mario game. This one felt like they were playing the Joy-Cons. Luigi's Mansion, starring Mario's brother in a haunted mansion 3 weeks after Halloween. And then maybe the repeat in Mexico's this holiday. But to be fair, you did get a Mario series game, but Luigi's Mansion is anything but a Mario game. As a launch title, I do kind of think it wasn't the best move. And the GameCube launched 3 days after the Xbox. It had Halo, you got Luigi. I think too much pressure was on Luigi's Mansion to be this groundbreaking experience. It was more so just a very charming experience. And it used the GameCube hardware really well. Feels like a total showcase for the GameCube controller. Triggers, dual stick, it's all used to control Luigi. Aiming your flashlight and vacuum around, sucking up a ghost while exploring a haunted mansion, solving puzzles to advance the routes. It's damn short, around 6 hours long. That's the experience. If this is some 20-hour-long adventure, I don't know if it would work as well. Luigi's Mansion is a great spooky game to pop in every Halloween. The fact it doesn't overstay its welcome, you could tell to do that. If only it didn't come out in damn November. I think Luigi's Mansion comes up short when its duty is to sell a console, but it's still a game. It's a wonderful experience. It's a Luigi game without a good character. Without this game, you wouldn't be the freak he is today. The setting is just superb. This mansion feels lived in. It's like a character in of itself. And graphically, it still looks fantastic. The amount of lighting and dust effects is insane. And Nintendo's two launch titles, they're pretty much here just to show off the GameCube's technical capability. They're good games at the very least, but you could finish them all in a day. After that, all you can do is gawk at the GameCube boot up sequence. What's that made up for? GameCube is one of the simplest menu interfaces out there. Just turn it on without a game in, and we can. This is part of the system I would dick around in as a kid, just because I could. On this menu screen, I like seeing the tagline do the games by putting a game in after the menu appears. Anybody do the secret combos to make funny sounds happen on the start of the screen? That's a stupid question. You're alive. PS5, aren't you? But the game boxes, these are cool. Finally, Nintendo had plastic cases for their games. No more cardboard. And of course, in Japan, they got funky as hell with these things. Tiny with cardboard sleeves, just like me. This system is so alright. I've got to see what the rest of the world thinks. So that was a GameCube 1. Nothing amazing, nothing that bad. It was just alright. The launch mainly comprised of sports games, licensed games, and oddball exclusives. The day you bought the system. However, it would be much longer until more games came out. Just 2 weeks later, it happened. December 3rd, 2001. Super Smash Bros. Melee. Most people say, they had missed the GameCube launch. It didn't matter. The 3-player League of Mansion 60 times. I definitely gave the launch lineup a hard time, but in reality, if you have the next major game come out 2 weeks later, that doesn't matter. Sexiest voice I've heard all year. Super Smash Bros. Melee was the GameCube game, quickly becoming the best-selling GameCube game. So Super Smash Bros. From the N64 and turned it into an event. The original Smash felt like a wacky crossover fighter with Nintendo characters, where Melee took that concept and made it into something more serious. All of Nintendo's major characters fighting together, but that was faster, smoother gameplay, great visuals, orchestral music, so many more single-player and multiplayer modes, collectibles, secrets to discover. This was the whole package. It was a staple of every GameCube owner's collection, except for me. I played it at a friend's house. I got the Mario game. Come on, this wasn't War of the Whiskers. Melee was the jack-of-all trades. My multiplayer experience. But single-player-wise, there was so much to do and unlock. Getting all the characters and stages to go towards. All the trophies to collect and ogle, various single-player modes, classic mode, picture mode, all-star mode. So many things to do. Whether you're playing alone or playing with friends, the time we made this one of, if not the best GameCube game. If Melee wasn't enough 2 weeks after the system's launch, how about another Nintendo published title the exact same day or before? Right alongside Super Smash Bros. Melee, Nintendo released Pikmin for GameCube. I wonder what happened. You know, for a game called this, Pikmin sold fairly well for a new IP on a console with such a low install base, and for good reason, which is Hiro Miyamoto's Eevee on the GameCube. Mario and Zelda's new game, many expected instant success. Played up to somebody who looked like an idiot. This is a game you have to play to get. Every time I tell people, enemies and tell them to build things and each color has different strengths and weaknesses and you have to round up all your Pikmin before nighttime. They look at me like I'm deranged and I'm just saying, ignore the bloodstains, I'm telling the truth. This is one of my favorite games, partially because both concepts is hard to explain. Believe me, the game does a great job teaching you everything without feeling overbearing or taking too long to do so. The moment you start playing, it all clicks. Pikmin is a wonderfully fun little game, and coupled with Nintendo's other first-party efforts, it shows that half of their lineup was traditional Nintendo experiences, re-energized, and the other half was something completely new, which was kind of my perception of the GameCube's lineup throughout its life. The launch window of GameCube was quite good, all things considered, and the strong initial sales indicated that, and that's all she wrote. Nintendo had a really hard time selling the GameCube from 2002 onwards. It felt like the mega fans all bought it at launch. The end. Now, this was the go-to console for kids. No, I was once a kid. I'm who everybody goes to for all their kid-related questions. I got my GameCube in 2003, the Platinum Edition, the only other color introduced here in North America. It always said a limited edition on the box, and it's like, really? I saw these everywhere all the time. It was limited to 50 billion units. Limited to! You know, these are probably the least desirable now because this is around the time Nintendo wanted to hit the GameCube's price point. In 2003, Nintendo slashed the price down to $99 and got rid of the digital AV output on the back, which was used for us Nintendo fans' fancy TV's component cables. Only God owns these. They're so expensive and hard to find, and for what? Oh, Mario's hat is red. They do look far better than the regular composite cables, but barely anybody used them, and that could be attributed to them being only available to purchase directly from Nintendo. Wow, nobody needs the digital AV out. I wonder fucking why. So they axed the port halfway through the system's life. I mean, it was dumb that they didn't widely offer these, but growing up in the early 2000s, nobody used these. Can't blame them for cutting support. It was all about the yellow, white, and red AV cables because everybody actively hated themselves. However, if you want to use the GameCube now, you really want to get an older model with that digital AV port. Not for the component cables, but with the modern HDMI adapter. Neon, and there we go. This looks better than most neighborhoods in my area. The GameCube cleans up obscenely well. Much better than the PlayStation 2, so this third-party multi-platform game can look better on here than that console. However, it never will. Third-party games people wanted on the GameCube. That's the deal with owning a game console as a kid. These things never matter. You don't know what's going on. You just like playing the GameCube. And I looked over at my library and I saw all these third-party games not made by Nintendo, and I thought, well, what are these people talking about? The GameCube has so much third-party support. And then I realized all of the third-party support was made for Embryo, third-party games on GameCube. They exist. Most of the licensed kid game variety. And some of these games were pretty great, but some of them were nothing to write home about. As a kid who had a GameCube, this was never an issue. The games that we were playing regardless of whatever console you owned that generation. But if you were a badass, you mostly had to look towards a PlayStation 2 or Xbox. GameCube ran into countless limitations regarding the disc capacity. Many times GameCube versions of games would cut video cutscenes or gameplay content in general to fit on the disc. But they just had to double up on them. And if they actually got some games to fit on the system, oftentimes people were selling versions. Most people who bought the GameCube bought it for the Nintendo first-party exclusives. These were parents who bought it for their kids. So oftentimes, GameCube got at least an entry into the series, and eventually they would just skip it to the following games. But it just straight up never got Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, Final Fantasy 10, 11, 12, Silent Hill 2, 4, Burnout 3, Revenge. Basically, none of the multi-platform games since Revolution games, and many other titles that would have run on it if the GameCube was more than capable. It just had discs that were too small and its audience exclusively drawn too unique. It definitely helped when third-party games were fully Nintendo-esque in design, which is why Sonic had a huge presence here. Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 ported over from the Dreamcast, the only console did these versions at the time. Yeah, really helped these games out. Most people would agree Sonic Adventure DX isn't as good as the Dreamcast original. Sonic Adventure, many kids to be diagnosed with becoming a Sonic fan. And yes, it is fate. Sega made sure Nintendo fans converted, offering both Sonic Mega Collection and Gems Collection, lots of Sonic games from the Sega Genesis and other consoles. And if that wasn't enough, the first original from the ground up Sonic title for a non-Sega home console, Sonic Heroes. This one was multi-platform, but the GameCube version was often considered the best, as Sega knew this is where it would do the best. Sonic fans? GameCube, and there was Shadow the Hedgehog. They did Sonic Riders. I still have no goddamn idea how to play this game. There's a lot of, I don't know what it is, but there was a lot of it. I only own Sonic Mega Collection, but we have a lot of nostalgia for Adventure and Adventure 2 Battle, some clips of them within Mega Collection. There's this whole history of Sonic video, and I knew there was just so much Sonic on GameCube that I just didn't have access to. All these games have their flaws, but all in all, pretty good generation for Sonic. And hey, the developer Sonic team kept busy with a brand new IP exclusively for the GameCube, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Witch. I wish! Super Monkey Ball got a sequel, Super Monkey Ball 2, 1 year after the original, and even though the first was quite good, this one is unconventionally better. It was made specifically for the GameCube, which has to have an actual story mode with typical level progression. It's pretty much more of the same, but better. This is definitely one of the standout series on the system. Everybody remembers Super Monkey Ball. Nobody remembers Super Monkey Ball Adventure. This was a weird one, not developed by Sega. Instead, Traveler's Tales, a spin-off. Within a 1-year span of Sega releasing 20 Super Monkey Ball games. Billy Hatcher died for this? Sega also ported some of their other non-Sonic Dreamcast games, like Skies of Arcadia and Phantasy Star Online, fundamentally the online GameCube game with online multiplayer. You can buy this broadband adapter, which, according to the box, extends possibilities. I want to remove the portal for a minute. While only 2 Japan-only games and Phantasy Star used it for online multiplayer, this adapter was mainly used for LAN play, connecting multiple GameCubes to multiplayer without split screen. Only 4 games used it. But Nintendo obviously wasn't interested in online multiplayer with GameCube. Bizarre, Sega put Phantasy Star Online on there, and pretty much only on there. And least for a little bit, and eventually hit Xbox, never the PS2. Well, they thought the GameCube and Dreamcast, while structurally similar, would be easy. Porting games from the Dreamcast would be fairly effective. Ika Ruga came over from the NES, and that was a big deal. IBM dropping demand for the gaming piece. Now Nintendo played nice with a former enemy, but what about Nintendo? Square was the RPG powerhouse. Jumped from Nintendo to Sony with the PlayStation, it hurt Nintendo 64 big time. Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest remained at home on the PlayStation 2, but they supported the Game Boy Advance quite heavily, actually collaborating with Nintendo for a GameCube exclusive Final Fantasy. Square on Nintendo was back, and it was the only Square Enix game on GameCube, and Nintendo still published it, and Square created a new company named to develop the game because they didn't want to piss off Sony due to their exclusivity deal with mainline Final Fantasies. It was a fairly decent success. To spin off of Final Fantasy, multiplayer Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, using the Game Boy Advance as multiplayer. This was a random initiative Nintendo had in the GameCube's life to push games using the Game Boy Advance. I guess because that system was doing so well, Nintendo thought they were pushing it alongside the GameCube developing the olives aren't sounding like push it with milk. It does offer unique gameplay opportunities like the Pac-Man Versus. Crystal Chronicles was developed by Square and published by Nintendo. This one was developed by Nintendo and published by Namco. Miyamoto even designed the game. It's multiplayer Pac-Man. Appears on the TV as the Ghost, and the player with the Game Boy Advance is Pac-Man. And it's so damn good! It's a small game, though. By itself, they gave it away to the game career bonus. That came with this Pac-Man 1-2 bundle. I'm going to talk about this one because it's really a great book for the listening. Pac-Man World 2 is great. It's critically nothing special. Visual just makes me so damn happy. Pac-Man World 3 freaks me the hell out, okay? Pac-Man talks, which implies he has organs, which implies he can think. He's a good time, nothing special, nothing very entertaining. Obviously, these games are more successful if you're playing with them. You don't have to play too specifically. You can definitely have some good simple fun playing it. But anyways, Pac-Man versus the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles show Nintendo was a collaborative third party. So that never before. Capcom being one of their biggest partners, Nintendo struck a deal to make the Resident Evil series exclusive on the GameCube for that generation, which was nuts. I mean, this was a permanent survival horror franchise born and raised on PlayStation. This was one hell of a boss fight. Capcom found Nintendo being incredibly supportive and incredibly and what's considered by many is one of the greatest remakes of all time. Nintendo put out an original Resident Evil based on the game's strategy and engine, Resident Evil Zero. This game was actually originally being developed at the Nintendo 64. This system was originally a great remake, we'll take what we can get. Shortly after, Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica reported over, these weren't at all remakes. 2 and 3 were literally just the original PlayStation games running on GameCube. This is a common practice today, since old games released on new consoles, no graphical improvements, but it's on GameCube. Like, this isn't right. Some Resident Evil games still appeared on PS2, but this is deeply loyal to Nintendo themselves. Evident by Capcom's initiative includes Capcom 5, 5 brand new AAA exclusive games from Capcom for the game. Piano 3, Beautiful Joe, Dead Bees, Killer 7, and the big one, Resident Evil 4. Capcom meant business with the GameCube. NetGames canceled the Beautiful Joe report to PlayStation 2, Killer 7 released the PS2 day and date with the GameCube version, Resident Evil 4 was announced for PS2 before the GameCube version was released after the director promised to cut his head off if something ever happened, but thank God Piano 3 stayed exclusive. What credits due? Beautiful Joe was amazing, it was exclusive for roughly a year. Hell, they got a sequel and now is exclusive to GameCube. For a month, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube was exclusive for almost a year as well, and is superior visually. The PSD version had some content, but still, RE4 was one of the greatest games of all time. It's available on countless platforms now. However, I still will always see it as a GameCube game. It's so far in the past at this point. It's easy to forget sometimes. Nintendo brought over one PlayStation franchise, and one more hurt. Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes. Remake of the original Metal Gear Solid by This is a weird one. It takes the original game, mixes it with the gameplay of the sequel, and cranks everything up to be as over the top as possible. It's still a totally valid way to experience Metal Gear Solid, and you hit the GameCube something the other consoles just didn't have. But that's not always a great thing. Coming back to Capcom, Mega Man Network Transmission. Who gives a shit? Capcom only released 2 original Mega Man games, Network Transmission and Mega Man X Command Mission. So far cry from what you'd expect from a Mega Man game on a Nintendo console. It's just okay. If you wanted the actual game, the true collections would do the trick. The new Mega Man X platform is still exclusive to PlayStation 2, which is just weird. But for multi-plats, Ubisoft supported the GameCube quite a bit. Prince of Persia series, Beyond Good and Evil, Tom Clancy, they were pretty much all on the GameCube. They gave it to Symphonia, which is definitely the most beloved Tales game out there. The GameCube did much better with RPGs than the Nintendo 64 did. The PlayStation 2 still had it beat, but it was obvious there was something for everybody on this console. It was something Nintendo really strived for. Not only did they try to make as many exclusivity deals as possible, but link their characters out to other companies. Soul Calibur 2 launched across all 3 systems, with each one having a unique character. PlayStation 2 had Itachi from Tekken, Xbox had Spawn, but GameCube had Link from The Legend of Zelda. This is something Nintendo is far more willing to do nowadays, but this is still pretty wild to see and made the GameCube version a success. Not enough for Soul Calibur 3! Out of all the companies, I think EA may have given the GameCube the most consistent support. Madden, FIFA, NHL, NASCAR, Tiger Woods, SSX, 007, The Sims, Harry Potter, Medal of Honor, Need for Speed, Time Splitters. Nearly all of EA's software releases at the time released on GameCube in addition to the update. Unsupported CD discs opinion on the beta versions and in the case of the GameCube version less, EA was rewarded for the goal. In NBA Street Youth and SSX Encore, you can play as Mario because Nintendo didn't budge on motion of time. Little Mac from Super Punch-Out was playable in Fight Night Round 2, alongside Super Punch-Out straight up being playable within Fight Night. You can't say Nintendo didn't try with third-party delay. It was really cute to see. But the PS2 had Grand Theft Auto. I don't really think the Origin NBA was going to do that. Third-party support wasn't nearly on the same level as the PS2 or the Xbox. There was more than enough to play if you only had a GameCube. That was important. The problem wasn't necessarily that there wasn't anything to do with the GameCube. It was what you couldn't do with the GameCube. You couldn't play DVDs or CDs or not Nickelodeon Party Blast. However, there were so many neat things you could do with a GameCube. You could get a hernia. Nintendo's first-party output on this thing was unprecedented. One of, if not the best lineups they've ever had. Pretty much every single one of their core franchises got an entry on GameCube, and they introduced loads of new ones as well. But every Nintendo console is defined by the mainline Mario title that releases. A year after launch, the GameCube got Super Mario Sunshine. That down a peg. After what many critics refer to as Luigi's Barnet launch, they got a traditional Mario game that next year. De-emphasized traditional. Sunshine followed a lot of Super Mario 64's framework, but changed a ton, making this feel like one of the most different Mario games out there. You have a water pack, Flood. You can spray water, hover with it. It's a fun and helpful addition. Though Mario's walk feels really into hell, as this is one of the tightest controlling Mario games. Mario 64 feels sluggish in comparison. How quick and nimble Mario is in Sunshine, the stages are designed in a constant memorable game. People fucking hate it. This is one of the most polarizing Mario titles. They are sometimes. Going from 100% completion is grueling. It's not required. You don't get anything special for it. This Sunshine definitely feels quite rough. Lots of content was cut prior to release to get the game out in time. It feel incomplete. Obviously is very conservative with the content that's there. They'll squeeze everything they can out of a level to make sure you play through it again and again, and coupled with the unbalanced difficulty at times, Sunshine can be quite frustrating. But I still love it. While Mario Sunshine is a very peculiar Mario game, it's still a Mario game. The only Mario on the GameCube. Take it. Conveniently enough, out of all franchises to get multiple entries on the platform, it wasn't Mario. It was Metroid. Holiday 2002, Metroid Prime hits store shelves. Monday before Metroid Fusion released on the Game Boy Advance. After 8 years of no Metroid game, finally in 2002, fans could say, "Yeah, stop with the Metroid games." Prime was not only the first 3D entry in the series, but it was the first person as well. Super Mario Mini was making for one of the biggest games of all time. Metroid Prime was developed by newcomer Retro Studios and Metroid was at its height. So, a few years later, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes followed. Wait, Echoes is barely talked about in comparison to the original. It's about half as much, but it's still got rave reviews. I think Prime did so well because it was an entirely new thing. Everybody had to check it out. But then by the time Prime 2 released, that excitement wore down a bit. Nintendo pretty much positioned Metroid as a competitor toward Halo. Prime 2 featured a multiplayer mode, but Halo 2 featured online and launched the same week. These don't make a lot more sense. Still great games, more Metroid than I think anybody ever expected on this console. I can say the same about Zelda. My! There was so much Zelda content here, and it all started in 2003 with The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Okay, take one thing for a look at the cartoon. When the GameCube tech demo looked like this, and soon after this was the Zelda game Nintendo showed, people weren't happy. They wanted Ocarina of Time with better graphics, and what Nintendo gave us was better than that. Everybody was pissed! To be honest, Wind Waker looks a million times better than that second time of Mighty Right. People wanted to was when Lord of the Rings was used. I think people really wanted a Zelda game that gave off the those clicks, and instead we got a paint chart. And then regarding the graphics, Wind Waker is a good design. The most thousand illustrations of how visually stunning to the We're afraid to be a more serious experience. While the cartoon visuals were limited at the time, have you seen this game recently? Like, it looks better than some games look right now. If the game came out today, nobody would think twice about it. Its team style helped to make this game stable and everlasting. It will never look bad or arcade. While many tested the style back in the day, people used Zelda art style. When Cooper's games used cool the Zelda art style out there. I've always felt Zelda's supposed to be colorful and lively. The thing about it is, it's a legend. Each game is supposed to be a different story passed from generation to generation. And different art styles represent that. The storyteller puts their own unique spin on things. So who the hell told this story? 1 year later, in 2004, the Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventure series. Still using the two new character designs. Right now, there's 4 of them! 4 Swords Adventure is the sequel to the bonus sub-game included in the Game Boy Advance for the Link to the Past. Putting over there. Multiplayer top-down Zelda. And the only way to do it is to plug in one of these. Why did nobody care? This was the biggest push by Nintendo for the Game Boy Advance to GameCube to be good yet. You can't play 4 Swords Adventure single player. That's sad. To play multiplayer, everybody needs a Game Boy Advance with a GBA to GameCube link to be able to play. Certain things appear on the TV, certain things appear on the GBA. Now, is this really necessary? No. They could have easily designed this game to work just fine on one screen. It does allow for each player to go off and do their own thing. It's a fun multiplayer ROM, but obviously one of the weakest Zelda sequels. I'll give Nintendo this. It takes a lot of guts to make a Zelda game based around 24 Game Boy Advances, 4 link cables, and 1 GameCube. It's stupid. It's also stupid. Most of the time, linking the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube and specific titles unlock extra capabilities when you have the right game. Linking Metroid Fusion Prime unlocks a special suit for the original Metroid for NES. Wind Waker, you can use the Tingle Tuner with the GBA link cable. Mom, the Tingle Tuner! Regardless of 4 Swords Adventure being good, it still wasn't the Zelda fans wanted. That game is compared to announced in 2004 and finally released in holiday 2006, The Legend of Zelda Wild Link. Nintendo, listen, this was the Zelda people wanted to see. It was an phenomenal game. It holds up as well as Wind Waker does in practice. I mean, it all comes down to art stuff. Twilight Princess on GameCube still looks good. It honestly looks like an early Xbox 360 game. The low resolution is still flaws. It's just gameplay-wise, comparing Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, I really think it comes down to preference. I don't think one is obviously better than the other. Say Twilight Princess is more consistent with the game, there's more to it. The original version of Wind Waker does have some glaring issues in the back end of the game. Uniqueness, Triforce quest is not hard to long. Wind Waker is inherently more charming and memorable in my opinion. If anything, I think it's incredible we kept these two games from the GameCube at all, and they were as good as they were. Twilight Princess was the best game Nintendo released on the GameCube. They still did it out of obligation because by the time it released, the next console had already launched, with Twilight Princess on it. The game got delayed so many times, Nintendo decided to release it on Wii first, and then follow it up with the version of the game. But since this is the original version, the original vision of the game, I think it still feels the best. Twilight Princess on Wii forces motion controls onto the player, which is horrible, but the game wasn't designed around it. Aiming your bow or slingshot is perfection with the pointer, but everything else is a bit more tacked on. It definitely feels most at home on GameCube. Ironically, it's where the edition of Ocarina of Time. And then just because they could, they released Ocarina of Time on GameCube again, just in case you took it the first time. Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition. This is one of the gaming console for a period of time because they couldn't sell. So Nintendo farted some Zelda games on a disc and called it a day. This disc includes Zelda 1 and 2 for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for N64, plus bonuses like a Witcher demo and a short video retrospective of the Zelda series. Now, you can play every Zelda game released up to that point on GameCube. All the games played along that disc, Game Boy games, in the past on Game Boy Advance, play them all via the Game Boy Player. Oh, this is it! It's the greatest thing ever invented. It's in my will. The Game Boy Player made virtually all Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games playable on GameCube. It's on the bottom, pop this on the top, bam! We use the Game Boy camera. Fundamentally, has roughly 10,000 games in the GameCube library. This is actually the only thing I got with my GameCube when I was younger. On my birthday, I got this right alongside my Platinum GameCube. It was the only thing I could do with it for a while there. Playing my Game Boy Advance games on the TV. Hey, I wasn't complaining. The games that could only ever play on a non-lit screen in the car on the same screen you watch games on, I learned to love that day. But this wasn't even something the GameCube needed to prove its worth. This is the cherry on top. Mario Sunshine may have been the only mainline Mario, but we got literally every type of spin-off imaginable. First up, Mario Kart Double Dash. Why, yes, I'm turned on. Such a damn good Mario Kart. The gimmick of 2 characters per card is so fun and has way more strategy to which character to pick. It used to be, I like Yoshi because, damn, now each character has their own special item and you can mix that with other characters' special items by pairing them together. Each character is their own way, but mixes that with another's, and there's so much more to consider now. Like this whole my mother thing. I used to play battle mode so much with friends. It was my favorite part of the game. I tried to buy the game off of the friends who had it, and it never budged. Mario Sunshine, though. Mario sports titles were so plentiful. We got awesome renditions of Mario Golf and Mario Tennis. Better than ever. Just solid arcade multiplayer sports games. But we got 2 new series on the system. Mario Baseball and Mario Strike. Mario Superstars Baseball, developed by Namco of all people. Follow the footsteps of Mario Golf and Tennis. With baseball, with a Mario Strike. It's a good solid time, but Super Mario Striker is a bit more interesting. It's the only other Mario sports game that actively asks me to suck it off. I have no idea how this got approved, but it was during a time in which you could tell Nintendo was swimming in the sea saying, we have to start publishing M-rated games! I've asked to prefer Mario Golf. Episode 20. The sports title includes Mario multiplayer game on the block. We've got Mario Party 4, Mario Party 5, Mario Party 6, Mario Party 7. 2006 was known as a year without Mario Party. Mario Party became Nintendo's annual franchise in the game. Why I don't need it before. That was interesting. So many reviewers hated these releases, saying how they were so pleased with the same thing over and over again. It's like, you guys need Madden a 9.5. It's like, oh, the Nintendo 64 games are better. You played the GameCube ones? They're so good, and each of them are way more distinct than you may remember. Are you really serious? Mario Party on GameCube was damn impressive. Now, they even used the GameCube microphone for 6 and 7. 16 is the best. It's a whole day and night mechanic, but each of them is good in its own right. I don't think they had to really do a new one every single year, but hey, advance then no matter what was releasing on GameCube that holiday season, you can rest easy knowing if all else fails, you could always succumb to buying a Mario Party. I feel like the game did a lot more with each release that people give it credit for. I think the GameCube era is Mario Party ever better. Okay, the Instant Revolution Mario Mix, the absolute worst Mario Party ever. Another one of Nintendo's collaborations, this time with Konami. It's strange to me that out of all franchises Konami had, Dance Dance Revolution never really hit the Nintendo console too much. Like, come on, this is Nintendo fans' bread and butter. They like arrows and dumb shit. It's even stranger, Nintendo's basically had to give them money to make a DDR game happen on the console. This was the only DDR on the GameCube, which is like accessories. That's a Nintendo fan's wet dream. Well, at least this one came over. It's Dance Dance Revolution with Mario skin. Yeah, I think this might show how dire third-party support was at the time. Nintendo couldn't even get a Dance Dance Revolution game. Like a dozen entries a year in arcades or on consoles without lending their characters. And it was because the GameCube disc size being not optimal for all those songs. Well, for sake, the Game Boy Color got DDR. Now, this was a harder game than that for a while there. This was fairly quickly. So, yeah, DDR version 46 on the PlayStation 2 was fine. The one GameCube version that was exclusive, terrific. How's the Mario spin-offs are pretty frantic like this. For mellow players out there, you had Paper Mario for 1,000 Years. All up to the N64 game, 1,000 Year Door just expanded upon everything. A bigger, more epic, imposing RPG adventure. They didn't need any gimmicks or massive alterations to the gameplay. They took the original game and just made it better. Just a really solid, easy RPG for people who don't like RPGs. And I'm done talking about that. What do you know about Wario World? Wario's first home console platformer. We had Wario Land on the handheld, but this was Wario World, bitch. It was developed by Treasure. You got a lot of treasure. They've done Gunstar Heroes, Ikaruga, Sin and Punishment. Might give them Mario. Let's go! It's a pretty standard platformer, nothing else too special. I appreciate the fact that they tried to do a 3D Wario game. Well, something like this was one of the eight today. They were trying all kinds of new things. It was an exciting time for every series. Except for WarioWare. WarioWare Mega Party Game. I love the WarioWare series. This game is just unimpressive. It takes the micro games from the original WarioWare and Game Boy Advance and just puts them on a GameCube. They don't look any different. In fact, they just straight up don't look good. They do not hide the fact that it's just a Game Boy Advance game at its core. They don't give the single-player story mode or the extra side quests on that one. Instead, they focus on multiplayer. There are a ton of really fun multiplayer modes focused on playing micro games. They can be an absolute blast. There was a bit more to this. That's something I find myself saying about every WarioWare game. I love them, but I feel like there should be more fun, especially with this one. Great multiplayer modes, I want more, especially considering all the micro games are recycled from the GBA. It surprises me how well this game reviewed at the time. While Mario Party always got crucified for using the same dice in that game. Oh, Mario got 2 games, Donkey Kong better get like 3 bongo rhythm games. Oh, thank Christ. So Donkey Kong was in a weird place this generation. Basically, it was just a bunch of weird spin-offs for a while. And add Donkey Konga to the list. Donkey Konga used the DK bongos, an accessory for the GameCube based on just Donkey Kong that worked with 4 games. Less than the GameCube microphone. Accessories that were so much less specific got so much less support. Donkey Konga was a rhythm game. Bongos, they're all fun enough. 1 and 2 came out here, while 3 was exclusive to Japan. Reason for this. Konga was a fun little spin-off series, but Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is interesting. The platformer that uses the bongos. I don't think anybody at Nintendo actually thought it was a good idea to use the bongos for a platformer. I think they just wanted to see if they could do it. They did. Jungle Beat is an insanely polished DK game. This Nintendo made themselves in-house and over a decade. It was made by the team that would go on to make Super Mario Galaxy. You can tell so hard. Many little elements that would go on to appear in that game. They start here. It's so cool. It's not a practical game. It's a cool one. But maybe you're in for something simpler. How about Pokemon Channel? Pokemon Channel is a simulation game. Pikachu, but less content. You can watch Pokemon TV shows with Pikachu. There are mini games here and there. I am so glad I went with this and not the drink here. There's also Pokemon Box, which is available online in the Pokemon Center store. It was just a game that would let you use your Pokemon GBA games to finish your Pokemon. Again, I'm glad I went with this instead. There were legitimate Pokemon games released. Speaking of, full-blown RPGs. People have been traditional Pokemon games on home consoles for decades. GameCube kind of gave us that to some extent. Pokemon Coliseum was basically a successful Pokemon Stadium game on Nintendo 64, but this one is a story mode. It's an actual Pokemon game on a home console, kinda sorta. Having somebody who couldn't give 2 left pisses about Pokemon try to explain how Pokemon Coliseum is an RPG but not like the main Pokemon game, it's like trying to watch him explain why you shouldn't be executed. So, the mainline Pokemon games are about collecting all the Pokemon you can to help you battle your way to being the best Pokemon trainer out there through RPG mechanics. A game like Pokemon Coliseum is more so just an RPG adventure in the Pokemon universe. There's only like 4 Pokemon in the whole story, while Pokédex, so it's obvious they collect an aspect and emphasize in favor of just being a single-player RPG story mode in addition to the battling portion from the stadium series. That I do. However, it's still an RPG Pokemon adventure on console. It will be a spin-off, but it's supposed to do a mainline game when it's not. I think they did a decent job giving a 3D Pokemon adventure on a home console. They even followed it up with Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I think they were definitely trying to make this look more like the Game Boy Advance game rather than a Pokemon Stadium type game. The title and especially the box art really feel more so like the mainline games. For most of Nintendo's home consoles, Pokemon releases just spin-offs. For example, the consoles being more fit for... But Pokemon Colosseum and X Real Darkness show that they're doing fixes as much as they could. They my experience. They completely meet all the requirements. And if Pokemon games couldn't save the GameCube, I'm sure they said, fine, we have nothing for this. Battalion War. This is a different take on the Advanced Wars series. Action-oriented compared to turn-based strategy. I always found Battalion Wars to be a weird series of Nintendo. A home console version of Advanced Wars that really has practically nothing to do with Advanced Wars. It's really good because Fire Emblem, the series by the same developer as Advanced Wars Intelligence System, had a very traditional entry on the game. Path of Radiance. The first Fire Emblem on a home console to release outside of Japan, that was a big deal. I think. I mean, what? Did you expect me to have anything to say about Fire Emblem Path of Radiance? It's Fire Emblem. I'm a f***ing idiot. Who's the man? I think it's great that they were consistently bringing out the Fire Emblem title to the West, though. Path of Radiance is so epic and looks great even today. Now, it's wild to see the CGI cutscenes look so on par without cutscenes making more modern Fire Emblem games. Path of Radiance was definitely a darker game compared to Nintendo's other route. Nintendo game at the end of the day. The one game is what it meant to be a Nintendo game. It's never been. Eternal Darkness series first M-rated Nintendo published a survival horror game unlike any other. Even to this day, walking around the open world, you know what happens. It's creepy as all hell. Just the ominous sound in the background. Game actively fucks with you at every turn, playing tricks on the player themselves to scare them, not the characters in the game. What's brilliant about this title and what makes it so special? It's one of the most truly scary survival horror games ever made. I personally think this holds up better than the first two Resident Evil. It's easy to understand why it didn't do the greatest sales-wise. I mean, why would you want a game that lies and tells you your save data is things running? You're going out of your way to create problems for yourself. And then we have Guts, Nintendo's other M-rated game on the game. Everyone didn't leave the same impact that Eternal Darkness did. Okay, the concept is nice. It's about ghosts! Both of these games didn't win sales first on 5. It's well enough to see we'll pick 2! You're a 7 for the best. It's quite a bit different structure from the first. More risks on the It's all about just this game to become one of Nintendo's largest franchises, especially considering the limitations of the console that we're releasing. It's hard to imagine Animal Crossing without online support at some point. In this country, you basically have to plug in your memory card. All games do not use this game accessory. However, Animal Crossing did support the e-reader accessory to the Game Boy Advance, which I thought would work well as a GameCube accessory. So you have to plug the e-reader into the Game Boy Advance, plug that into the GameCube, and see any part of the GameCube game to apply certain content. At one point or another, if you plug in the Game Boy Advance in enough, one GameCube games in the Advance supported the first 52 in Japan, Pokemon Colosseum in Japan, Pokemon Channel. More is more than I think. This just makes me wonder why they didn't just have the e-reader as a standalone unit you could plug into the Game Boy Advance before the GameCube. Instead, you always had to plug it into a Game Boy Advance. And for GBA games that supported it, you had to plug the e-reader into a separate Game Boy Advance, then connect that Game Boy Advance to your Game Boy Advance. Nintendo in 2005. Nobody gets me! If you want to talk about strange GameCube moments, how about this? The Japanese exclusive GameCube model made by Panasonic. The Panasonic GameCube. This is the GameCube with a DVD player built in. It's not like DVD functionality was programmed into the GameCube. You can swap between DVD player mode and GameCube mode. By all extents and purposes, it's a DVD player and GameCube duct taped together. It's a gorgeous device. Even though it was obscenely expensive in Japan, for the right price, it significantly helped GameCube sales over here. The PS2 and Xbox really had the advantage of DVD playback, especially the PS2. So if whoever made Sony piss their pants, I think they would have headed to the bathroom just in case. No, it works better as closet fodder for me. Then we have Chibi Robo, my darling, my checklist of sins. This is a game I think of when GameCube was brought up. It's a little different and weird, but in its own right. It's charming and bizarre. Robot in a big house aiming to make the residents happier. This was the generation where they were willing to do weird shit. Exactly. Use the microphone from Mario Party 6 to control pinball in this Freedom Japan wartime pinball game. That's the creator of Seaman. Tower. Just Robo. Nintendo would have two games released for the same console released within 2 years of each other about robots, both named C-Robo. Much like Animal Crossing, the series initially released on Nintendo 64 and may have played over here on the GameCube. I kind of wish the game was dumber, and I'm not trying to be weird about this, just the game's about customizing the robot and then battling with it. I just feel like both customizing and battling aren't as fun as they could be. I wish it was a bit more of a party fighting game than the action RPG that it is. Hey, it's still a solid game. Buying Kaitos and buying Kaitos Origins by Conquest. Developed the Xenoblade series, card battling RPGs, first one published by Namco, second by Nintendo. Evil Wars, Gotcha Wars, there's so many forgotten games on the GameCube, and we're still not done with the major releases. Kirby Air Ride, a Kirby game on the platform. A platform in development that eventually became Return to Dreamland on Wii years later. But Air Ride was a different take on racing, like a racing game where you only use one button. Yeah, let's also make a Donkey Kong where you look like a 1080 Avalanche, 1080 snowboarding on the 64. Much the Wave Race Blue Storm of that series. Nintendo put a ton of effort into the non-Mario Kart races, especially F-Zero GX. Have you met God? No, but you got damn close. I thought second making GameCube games was weird. How about booting up F-Zero GX and seeing that Sega logo right at the start, next to the Nintendo one, no less? Yeah, this was a collaborative effort. Here's the vision. The Sega studio responsible for Monkey Ball developed this, and it's see why there wasn't a home console F-Zero after this decade, because how the hell do you top this? Never before have I played a racing game that puts you in a trance like GX does. The visuals and smoothness are unmatched with all my colors and especially the track design. I just get sucked in while playing. Sometimes when I see a road above me, I flinch. It almost feels like you're really there playing the game. It's amazing. It's brutally difficult. GX is an amazing racer from the peak of the F-Zero franchise. It's about as good as it gets. Star Fox Adventures was the first Star Fox released on the GameCube. It's not Star Fox. It used to be a game called Dinosaur Planet, but was changed later on to include the Star Fox group. It's not a bad game, not by a long shot. It takes the universe of Star Fox and turns it into more of a Zelda game. On-foot adventure with puzzles and combat. This was developed by Rare, like the Nintendo 64 with half its library. They were positioned to be an excellent ally to have throughout the GameCube generation. The day after Adventures released, they were bought by Microsoft. Now, Adventures got a ton of slack back in the day. Because it's quite good. It's just not Star Fox. So give this game a chance at the game today. When you move to a real game Star Fox, 20 years later, there's a party with exactly that. Not Nintendo specifically. Star Fox started to truly struggle this generation. They gave up on making the games themselves and started to outsource them. Rare developed Adventures and Namco developed Star Fox Assault. They're fine games, more in line with what you'd expect out of the franchise. Expanding to on-foot missions in addition to the on-rail space shooting. It shows how they and the game for the Star Fox. The original on SNES and Star Fox 64 were short games. You just keep playing them to find new paths and have a high score. The games become less and less made. It's kind of the story of Nintendo this generation. They struggled with problems of how amazing the GameCube's lineup was. All this was a hard pill for me to swallow as a kid. Now I see all these amazing games. Nintendo gave us pretty much every franchise we wanted. And it's hard to comprehend how this was one of Nintendo's lowest selling systems. Easier to see why. I love this system. It will always be my favorite of all time. But if somebody told me they weren't huge into it, I'd understand. Maybe this is an opinion they'd have, but still, I get it. I think the GameCube had some of the most consistent yet creative output from Nintendo. While others may see it as too experimental or oddly enough, too safe. Games were either just more of the same for the Nintendo 64, or some games straight too far, not being what fans wanted from that franchise. Star Fox got both of that. Looking back at this whole generation, I think it's clear as day. GameCube owners were very satisfied with their console. But for those who didn't own one, there just wasn't that major hook. There were tons of games to play and enjoy here. But you could say that about every console out at the time. That wasn't special. So it makes sense why the PlayStation 2 dominated and the GameCube sold as little as it did. But I feel like the more limited library and lacking the ability to do anything but play games create some more passionate connection to the console. You didn't buy this because it made the most practical sense. You bought this to play Mario Party 5, damn it! You let everybody who owned a GameCube can agree on and bond over how cool and fun the games were, and still are. How much it stood apart from the competition in terms of its library and design. It was pretty much a standard game console with a Nintendo twist, which is what a lot of people wanted from the Wii generation when the company leaned too heavily into the casual market. Why can't Nintendo just make a standard game console to compete with the Xbox and PlayStation? Well, they did, and you didn't buy it. But I did, and I do it again. One more time, and when it comes to choosing between DVD playback and,
Ocarina of Time's profound messaging and place in the world was something that only became fully apparent with, well, time. It left an immeasurable impact on the industry when it first released, and it only became more resonant with age. One of the narrative's crucial themes was nostalgia, and it addressed our attachment to the happiest days of our youth. This not only ended up being an introspective commentary on nostalgia for those that grew up with the game, but its words ended up being a meta-reflection of how perceptions of Ocarina of Time have changed, and how we can acknowledge the passage of time. In other words, it's a game about growing up. Now, Nintendo couldn't have anticipated their own game's legacy, and its immediate success no doubt put immense pressure on the team. A demo at Space World 2000 previewed what people were hoping would be the next Ocarina of Time, but the team was burnt out on creating Zelda games in this style. So rather than trying to emulate the success of their previous game, they did something that took a great deal of courage. They experimented. First, they developed a systematically driven and bittersweet adventure through the ephemeral world of Termina. It may have carried over the gameplay cornerstones established by its predecessor, but it couldn't be more different otherwise. It was clear that they weren't about to let the success of Ocarina of Time cloud their judgment. Ocarina of Time's release had come and gone, and a game attempting to follow closely in its footsteps wouldn't recapture that magic. It was time to move on. Each subsequent game in the series could be viewed as an opportunity to start fresh, a chance for the youth of tomorrow to know courage like the hero of time. While a great story can inspire courage, it isn't something that you can inherit. It's something that you develop over the course of your own life. To know true courage, you must forge your own path. Wind Waker's title screen says so much with so little. We pan across Outset Island, the genesis of this story. It's a quaint little island with not much going on, but the music seems to paint a much grander picture. The element that completes this picture is Link. He is standing at the peak of the island, staring out into the ocean. This, combined with what we're hearing, infers a longing for adventure, a desire to leave the island and explore the unexplored, an urge to leave home and see what the world has in store. In other words, it's a game about growing up. Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker are two sides of the same coin, a similar lesson split between two very distinct outlooks. Whereas Ocarina of Time was about gently letting go of your nostalgic attachments and moving forward, Wind Waker is an exciting coming-of-age story about maturity, freedom, the navigation of life, and not being defined by those that came before you. A message that was almost certainly deliberate. After its new art style received a mixed response at Space World 2001, Ocarina of Time's colossal legacy cast a massive shadow over the team, and their frustration bled into their work. They stood by their creative vision and put out something intended to inspire a new generation. I was a part of that new generation. I may have been playing other Zeldas at the time, but Wind Waker was the first Zelda game I managed to finish. It didn't just define my taste in video games, it ended up being instrumental in my development as a person. It is my favorite game of all time. As such, this video aims to delve deep into what I feel makes Wind Waker the game that it is. Everything that defined it, and how it defined me. It feels so good to finally say this, so here goes. I'm Liam Triforce, and this is a video about The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. The tale of the legendary hero puts a dark spin on a familiar melody. After the Hero of Time was sent back to relive the missing years of his youth, Hyrule was left without a hero to save it. Because of this, traditions have fallen into place over the past several years to keep his and the kingdom's memory alive. Hanging shields adorned with the royal family's crest, garbing young boys in green when they come of age, and, at one point, even training them in the ways of the sword. Of course, these traditions were put in place long before our character was born, and all we really need to do in order to understand how he feels about these traditions is observe his facial expressions. This is an utterly brilliant introduction to one of the game's predominant themes, as well as a humorous way to demonstrate Wind Waker's distinct visual style. These traditions may seem as though they exist to keep the memory of the Hero of Time alive, but if Link is serving as an example here, it's that young boys don't want to have anything to do with the legend, and I mean, why would they? They were born long after the kingdom was dead and buried, and all they really want to do is live for the present. Even Link, although he is pretty lazy, barely even knows what day it is. He is respectful and listens to his grandmother as she tells him about these old traditions, but he is pretty aloof in this first portion of the game. Perhaps this is due to his circumstances. He's a boy caught up in an old-fashioned tradition on a small island in a vast ocean. Maybe it's hard for him to put on a happy face without something to get excited about. Earlier I mentioned that whatever Nintendo put out next would exist in the shadow of Ocarina of Time. Well, this is reflected in Link's situation here, and it becomes even more apparent as you take control of him for the first time. Many parallels can be drawn between the Kokiri Forest and Outset Island. Jumping across platforms for rupees, a Z-targeting tutorial presented without consequence, you can find tunnels to crawl into for rewards, you can fetch a sword and shield based on your own knowledge of the island, and there's a room full of tips and tricks to learn about. You can even hear a bit of Kokiri Forest melody in the theme for Outset Island. Now on the other hand, what if you've never played Ocarina of Time before? It's only natural that the mechanical groundwork laid out by Ocarina would eventually bleed into other Zelda games, so it makes sense to carry over these teaching tools. But what does this Link do differently? Well, the primary difference here is how you can inspire people and leave a positive impact. In Ocarina of Time, most of your time is spent preparing for your meeting with the Great Deku Tree. There is a sense of urgency there that compels you to keep moving forward. You aren't really doing things for anyone else. Your only goal is to figure out how to play and accept the Great Deku Tree's grand trial. From the word go on Outset Island, all that really matters is talking to your grandmother and then your sister afterwards, which is likely something that your character does every day. Not to mention, you're doing this as part of some tradition that you don't really want to be a part of, especially if you've never played Ocarina of Time. But as you learn to perform these tasks on the way to your grandma's house, you'll no doubt notice these colorful characters walking around. If you decide to jump across these rocks for rupees, you can talk to the kid watching you and he'll say, "Wow, I hope I'll be able to jump like you someday, Link." If you fetch some pigs for this man and his wife, you'll be rewarded with a few rupees and their sincere gratitude. The same gratitude is also expressed by this man trying to cut his grass, if you decide to cut it for him. Even Beetle is elated by your presence. Although he claims to sail the entire ocean selling goods, when you leave the shop, he looks down in sorrow. He acts as though you're his only customer. To be alone at sea like that, it's nice to keep him company, especially because Beetle's company is more than welcome. Although it may not seem like much, this tutorial does let you discover mechanics on your own, which in turn sets you up for the kind of freedom that this game enables. Sure, your next destination may be clear, but there's nothing wrong with venturing off into the unknown for a while in order to prepare learn, and inspire others. The most poignant resident you inspire is met at a dire moment. After your sister loans you her telescope for your birthday, the both of you are startled by a giant bird carrying a girl in its talons. A pirate ship manages to knock it out of the sky, but the girl falls into the forest above Outset. This is just the kind of excitement that Link needs. Remember when I mentioned that Link was presumed to be listening to his grandmother, even if he didn't entirely understand the point of this tradition? Well, you can directly provide proof of that respect Link was showing by heeding her words and seeking out Orca, the only person on the island still knowledgeable about sword fighting. Orca is an old-fashioned man, dedicated to a long-forgotten art form, but he senses urgency in you and offers to train you. Orca differs from those trying to uphold the legend in a crucial way. He may be keeping an old tradition alive by staying privy to the ways of the sword, but by training you, he's providing you with the tools for you to shape your own destiny. He understands that he has no control over what Link does, but because Outset Island no longer regularly trains boys who come of age in sword fighting, he can decide who is truly deserving of that power. With that in mind, Orca senses good intentions in you, and he is compelled to entrust you with the sword. You better not let him down. As you cut down those trees and climb up to the top of the mountain, you'll notice the music of Outset Island fades into silence. Up here is the first time you've had true freedom from your home, but it's also the first time you've been completely alone. The game is giving you a moment of repose, so that you can ask yourself if you're ready to face what lies ahead. Of course, most people are just going to rush into the forest and beat up the bokoblins in order to save the girl, but by doing so, you're proving that moment of silence right. Maybe you shouldn't be so gung-ho about acting like a grown-up and rescuing that girl, no matter how exciting that might be. Because before you know it, you'll have left your childhood behind. And if the hero of time wasn't ready for that, you must ask yourself, are you ready for that too? After Errol is kidnapped, the music is subtly altered. First of all, this is what Errol's theme sounds like. Outset Island's background music uses this melody twice. Once here, and again here. It's probably one of the most comforting melodies in the game, primarily because it is attached to the time you spend with your sister. But with her gone, the music is oddly unfamiliar. The strings now descend in place of where her melody used to be. It's still composed in such a way that it reminds you of your home, but it isn't the same as it once was. From now on, it is a constant reminder that Errol is somewhere out there and you need to get her back. This entire occurrence is a prime example of how trauma can force someone to grow up. Life is a constant, unpredictable series of events that you usually don't have any control over, and certain events can stomp out the twilight of your youth. In Link's case, it was the immediate responsibility of having to leave home and save his sister. It really sucks to lose out on the rest of your childhood, especially due to circumstances beyond you. It can be frustrating, and it can be easy to sink into our memories from those days. But instead of sulking, and instead of following the same emotional venture that the hero of time faced, Link's first instinct is to do something about his kidnapped sister. Whether that means running off a cliff trying to chase after that bird, or asking for help from the pirates, Link is willing to do anything he can. He's taking such a tragic event and turning it into an opportunity to set sail. In contrast to the hero of time, who needed some guidance in growing up, Link is taking that step on his own. As far as I'm concerned, Wind Waker's Link isn't just a bridge between the player and the game. He's also a character, one that acts and reacts of his own volition, and one that has flaws. But most importantly, we can understand why he reacts the way he does. He inspires me to do something in spite of my circumstances, to view tragedy as an opportunity to learn or act. Both Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker handle its calls to adventure differently, and both are equally valid. But it's clear that Link was never meant to be a reflection of the hero of time. Finally, he has his own reason to set sail, his own adventure. All he wants to do is get out there and save his sister. What happens along the way will be exciting to discover. There's just one thing left to be done. As you leave your childhood home, you're also leaving your grandmother behind. As a new chapter in your life begins, the chapter in hers ends. One of her grandkids is missing, and the other is setting off to save her. No matter what happens, she'll be forced to stay at home, alone, until your eventual return. Both of your kids leaving the house at once is an emotional time for a parent or guardian, which makes Link's goodbye one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the game. Tetra poking fun at your sentimentality ends up being a very clear sign of something that you may not be ready to admit to yourself. You're not quite ready to leave. In our rush to gain independence or discover the world, we tend to learn things the hard way. Sometimes we need to do a little more learning and a little more growing first. Now, it's totally understandable why Link would want to take that step. But an obvious step is about to turn into a massive, daunting leap for him. And Wind Waker portrays this in the best way it knows how: gameplay. Our first venture means awkwardly trying to fit in with the pirates. They don't exactly make you feel welcome, and you just kind of have to meander your way below deck looking for something to do. The only character that you end up gelling with is Nico, mainly because the both of you are outcasts. Otherwise, he treats you like his swabby and tests your platforming skills. Then comes the invasion of the Forsaken Fortress. If there were ever a more perfect visual analogy for rushing into things, it would be this. Just this entire scene. This analogy extends to the concept of the dungeon itself. After smacking into the fortress head-on, your sword flies out of its scabbard. To clear this dungeon, you'll have to do it without a method of defending yourself. Equipped with nothing but your wits, you'll have to disable the searchlights while scavenging for weapons, and sneak past moblins in barrels. You can even branch out and search for treasure while you're sneaking around if you feel so inclined. Your approach to this dungeon is completely non-linear. It doesn't matter where you decide to go as long as you end up climbing to the top. Only one searchlight needs to be disabled, the one aimed at Errol's window. But figuring that out is the best part. The design of this dungeon builds on the tutorial's subtle push for exploration, and it carries the thematic through line of being in a rush to mature by putting you in such an uncomfortable position so early on. But there's no turning back now. Picking my sword back up and cutting down that lone bokoblin is such a gratifying moment because it represents conquering a challenge that I was initially unprepared for, which is a common occurrence when faced with the unpredictability of growing up. Speaking of which, Link may have been able to make it to his sister's cell, but he is overpowered by that pesky bird known as the Helmerach King, and thrown out to sea as commanded by a mysterious figure. We may have the courage to rise to such an occasion, but nowhere near enough experience. After being rescued by a talking boat known as the King of Red Lions, Link finds himself on the shores of Windfall Island. This is where Wind Waker establishes once more that while our objective is very clear, in this case it's buying a sail, there's no reason we shouldn't be taking our time. Windfall is a bustling commercial district that acts as a central hub of sorts for the Great Sea. There's plenty of things to do and plenty of people to talk to, so much so that it can be a bit overwhelming. It's like moving to a new place. It may seem daunting at first to take all of this in, but if you choose to step out of your comfort zone and seek out tasks, information, and the like, it'll eventually feel like home, and you'll become an irreplaceable part of their community. It just requires courage to take that step. And maybe a lot of sploosh kaboo. We'll discuss the specifics of what Windfall Island contributes to the game's design and its thesis much later. For now, we need to understand how the game opens up to us. Up until this point, we faced a lot of harsh realities. Losing our childhood, failing to save our sister despite having the courage to do so, facing the consequences of rushing into things out of an eagerness to mature. But we've still maintained that courage we began with, and now we're about to be given a playground in which we can foster that courage. A place that we can make our own with just a touch of bravery, memorization, and intellect. A place to learn, struggle, fight, explore, grow. Welcome to the Great Sea. The Great Sea is one of the most liberating settings for a video game I have ever experienced. It managed to create one of the most open-ended venues for exploration in a Zelda game since the 1980s. And with a series of gentle nudges, it encouraged freedom and discovery in an unprecedented manner for a Zelda game of its era. It struck a perfect balance between the established conventions of Zelda and the spirit of the game that started it all. And despite all of this freedom, I feel as though it is the most accessible overworld a Zelda game has ever had. It employs elements of memorization, curiosity, and atmosphere, and blends them all beautifully together. I have so much to say about the Great Sea that it's hard to decide where to begin. So I'll walk you through it bit by bit. We'll be able to see how the Great Sea evolves as it instills discovery, establishes its general mechanics, gradually offers freedom, and everything in between. Let's start with the stuff that happens before you first set sail with the King of Red Lions, when you are first inspired by the world around you. As we've discussed, Outset gives you things to discover in such a limited amount of space. The Forsaken Fortress may have a clear path to take, but by exploring it for a bit, you can find a few rupees and even a piece of heart. On Windfall Island, you can seek out quests and unearth secrets simply by talking to people and investigating the nearby buildings. No one is asking you to do this. In fact, some would argue that taking your time to discover the world is causing your sister more grief in the long run as she sits in that cell. That's because this adventure wasn't always just about saving your sister. It's also about discovering the world, and in turn, discovering yourself. This is something that Link has wanted for a long time, if his response to the happenings on Outset Island are any indication. While Tetra falling into the woods and Errol being kidnapped are great reasons to desire leaving the island and getting out of your comfort zone, they aren't exactly the happiest of circumstances. No, our desire to get out there is driven by something deeper, something closely associated with human nature, our innate curiosity. The Great Sea feeds on this inherent curiosity from the moment you step foot on Outset Island. When I first played this game, I was endlessly fascinated by the silhouetted islands out in the distance. I couldn't wait until the time came when I could finally explore those distant islands. I remember staring at those boats on the shores of Outset, wondering when I'd be able to cross the ocean too. What could those islands hold in store for me? The game almost never compromises on this feeling. Each island is silhouetted until you approach it, which gives you time to wonder about what it might be, and if it seems intriguing enough to stray off your set path for a bit and explore the unknown. Here's an example of how Wind Waker keeps me intrigued. Let's say you're on your way to the Forest Haven and you decide to stop at Bomb Island. From there, you should be able to see silhouettes of islands like Bird's Peak Rock, the Private Oasis, the Thorn Ferry Island, and the Cliff Plateau Isles. If you sail a bit further out, you could also possibly catch a glimpse of Ice Ring Isle as well. Each of the islands are visually distinct from one another, and from that, you can deduce that they will all likely feature different gameplay. Bird's Peak Rock involves using the unpronounceable Hioi pair to hit 5 switches. The Private Oasis's cabana can only be entered once you acquire the deed, and from there you'll have to navigate a maze in the property's basement. The Ice Ring Isle has you slipping and sliding across icy terrain in order to acquire the Iron Boots, which are necessary for accessing the Wind Temple. As you can see, each of them are accessible at different points in your adventure, and they are all vastly different from one another in looks and in gameplay. That's one of the most compelling things about the Great Sea. Its structure allows for its disconnected areas to have such strong identity, and forgoes the challenge of attempting to fit such areas into a seamless overworld like in previous Zelda games. These silhouettes in the ocean both convey and hide enough information from the player to keep them guessing about what might lie ahead, and which path they should take next. It allows their imaginations to run wild, and from there, curiosity is a given. But let's back up for a second. When giving the player too much freedom, you risk overwhelming them with possibilities. To give players a taste of what the Great Sea has to offer, the game first restricts you to traveling in a straight line on your sea chart. You'll be doing this between Windfall Island and Dragon Roost Island, and again as you sail toward the Forest Haven. You'll also find lookout platforms to loot and submarines to investigate. This gives you a feel for the flow of exploration in the Great Sea. Your first stop will likely be at Paw Print Isle, where a kind salvager will give you your very first treasure chart if you choose to speak with him. And while you can't nab everything in the secret cave just yet, you will be able to pick up a piece of heart as a reward for listening to your curiosity. This doesn't mean you can immediately and fully plunder each island you come across, though. On your way to the Forest Haven, the contents of each island will be off limits, instead fleshing out the other things that appear in the Great Sea. Searching nearby submarine will grant you an empty bottle, and you can reap the rewards of some of your treasure charts here too. Essentially, this tutorial teaches you about the Great Sea in two parts. It first showcases island exploration with Paw Print Isle, before showcasing the other things you can find in lieu of not being able to access the islands yet. In traditional Zelda fashion, you'll have to come back later when you have the right item, and you can put the pieces together. I mean, what do you think Bomb Island will require? That's a tricky one, huh? But in an ocean this vast, with 49 different quadrants to visit, it can be hard to commit all of this to memory. That's why this sea chart exists. With the help of the fishmen, we can add each individual island to our map as we come across them, with the small payment of bait, of course. They'll also give you various hints pertaining to the Great Sea, and how investigating points of interest just might benefit your main quest. Even with these tools at your disposal, the Great Sea will still employ a lot of memorization. So much so that it reaches beyond the scope of human short-term memory, which can at best remember 5 to 9 items at a time. I discussed this limitation when addressing the design of the water tunnel. With 9 paths to take and rooms further within each path, 3 water levels to consider, and the spatial awareness that comes with all this, you are bound to get tangled up eventually. The Great Sea presents a similar dilemma in an entirely different context. You're not cooped up in some dungeon, and as the game has made clear already, it's okay to put off the primary objective in exchange for some adventure. And the game is about to give you the perfect opportunity to do that, in the most unsettling of circumstances. After clearing the Forbidden Woods, your next objective will be to visit Greatfish Isle and retrieve Nehru's Pearl from Jabun. However, upon arriving, you'll realize that it has been completely devastated by Ganondorf. For him to effortlessly tear it to pieces like this. He certainly hasn't lost his touch since the legend took place, but with such power, it made me wonder why he'd only attack now. What could he be plotting? Well, he's testing you. After brushing you aside at the Forsaken Fortress, he is making a conscious effort to impede your progress as he notices your strength growing. It's time to face the Endless Night. Ganondorf has inflicted a curse on the Great Sea, causing a period of indefinite darkness and thunderstorms. Most residents of populated islands remain inside, and the familiar sailing theme you've likely grown fond of by this point is replaced with a villainous take on the same theme, with Ganondorf's theme sneaking in there too. Despite how oppressive the atmosphere is during this phase of the game, this is a crucial turning point in the design of Wind Waker. For the first time, you can freely explore the entirety of the Great Sea. You obviously won't be able to do everything with your current item selection, but after acquiring bombs from the pirates, the only big obstacles from here will be the arrows, hookshot, power bracelets, and skullhammer, as the iron boots and mirror shield have limited use in the Great Sea. That might sound like a massive chunk of the game is still inaccessible, but there's still a lot you can do now that you aren't confined to a set path. To show you what I mean, I did the homework. Of the 49 quadrants in the Great Sea, there are only 5 squares in which you can do absolutely nothing during the Endless Night, and that's factoring in treasure chart rewards, lookout platforms, and submarines. If we're only talking about things you can do on the islands of each quadrant, then you'll still have access to the goodies on half of the islands. And even with that on the table, since you won't be able to explore every island you visit during the Endless Night, nothing's stopping you from marking them down in your sea chart and memorizing what they look like so that you can solve them later. This is the biggest opportunity to explore the Great Sea that you've been given thus far, and it exists against the backdrop of a dire circumstance. This is your moment to prove yourself. The moment to prove to Ganon that he doesn't own this ocean. You do. Like what happened with Outset Island. As Link, you are taking a tragic setting and turning it into a chance to make progress. Progress in your adventure, as a person, and for the world. The Endless Night comes at a perfect point in terms of difficulty progression too. At this point, you've cleared the Forsaken Fortress, Dragon Roost Cavern, and the Forbidden Woods. These 3 areas all teach you different skills, as well as develop the transferable skills for resourcefulness, solving puzzles, and fighting enemies. You've seen a plethora of different enemies that each have optimal ways of being defeated. You've had to micromanage different floors and rooms uniquely in all 3 scenarios. The Forsaken Fortress has indoor and outdoor sections with unorthodox ways of connecting its separate floors. Dragon Roost Cavern will only let you change floors after clearing challenges or crossing lava, and changing floors in the Forbidden Woods is contingent on its vertical rooms and Boko Baba buds. But perhaps most important is that the items you obtain from each of these dungeons act as keys in the Great Sea. Solving puzzles in dungeons is always transferable to solving puzzles in the Great Sea. They're just set in different contexts. All that's left for you to do is get out there. Now, I've talked at length about how exciting such a tragic part of this game can be, so instead of waffling on about it for any longer, why don't I give you an example? This will also give me a chance to explain a few more inner workings of the Great Sea and how they factor into quests that lead into more quests, kind of like Majora's Mask. Keep in mind, this is just a singular example from one of my many playthroughs. After being faced with the challenge of the Endless Night, the first thing I did was just set off for the islands surrounding Greatfish that interested me. After sailing north for a bit, I stumbled upon the Northern Ferry Isle, which happened to be the only ferry isle that didn't have an obstacle to clear. It's as if they wanted you to discover this island right away, and in taking this detour before returning to Windfall Island, I managed to increase my wallet size from a measly 200 rupees to 1,000. This immediately opened up a lot of doors for making a profit, especially since silver rupees beforehand would simply max out your wallet. The copious amount of treasure charts that I'd previously been saving for later suddenly had more value to me. In light of this discovery, I set off for unknown parts of the ocean, immediately coming across the silhouette of a submarine off the coast of the island. Finally, I could use my new boomerang to stun these moblins and get revenge for all those times they'd mopped the floor with me. I pocketed the treasure chart and set sail. The treasure happened to be at the nearby Spectacle Island, which netted me 200 more rupees. Anyway, I stopped at Windfall and grabbed the bombs, which Tetra graciously let me borrow out of the unspoken kindness in her heart. But before leaving, I figured I'd knock out a few goodies that I'd been curious about finding with my new items. After that, it's off to see what I can do with these bombs. My first stop was at Paw Print Isle from the tutorial phase of the Great Sea, as it had a few bombable areas with rupees and the like. But there's also another reason I wanted to revisit the place. The grappling hook isn't just useful for crossing pits or scaling walls. As the game progressed, I found that its primary use became stealing items from enemies. Your spoils bag lets you carry these items, as well as sell anything you don't need to Beetle for a quick buck. But it's best that you hang on to them. Characters on Windfall, Outset, and Dragon Roost will all have need for these items for one reason or another. By making a habit of stealing these things, you can speed up the process of clearing all of these quests and increasing your strength. And these items set up goals that stretch across the entire game. Joy pendants in particular are required in order to beat the game. We'll delve more into this topic later. In the case of Paw Print Isle, I simply came here just to steal some green chew jelly to mix potions back on Windfall. A humble goal, but when you consider just how useful magic is in Wind Waker even this early on, I'm glad I sought after the jelly in hindsight. Like, the Deku Leaf is such an amazing item. It allows you to get basically anywhere, and it never stops being a useful tool for traversal and puzzle solving. But it drains magic like nothing else, so it'd be best to prepare for any kind of scenario. You might think this is kind of an irrelevant tangent, but it actually plays into something else that Wind Waker is amazing at: encouraging micromanagement. We'll save that discussion for later too. For now, let's switch our focus back to discovery and exploration during the Endless Night. So we have our bombs now, right? Bombs are arguably the most useful key for the Great Sea series of rocks, as they can open boarded up passages, destroy giant rocks, they can be ammunition for a cannon on the back of the King of Red Lions, allowing you to sink enemy ships, with some of them carrying heart pieces and the like. They can destroy lookout platform defenses from afar, and take down giant octoroks with ease. I also got an upgraded bomb bag during the Endless Night from a fairy fountain, which gave me further breathing room for using my bombs at sea. As you can probably tell, bombs give you plenty of options when exploring the Great Sea, and it'd be a shame to simply pass this opportunity up, no matter how dourward the ocean is right now. When all is said and done, you can max out your wallet, double your magic meter, and end up with a total of 11 hearts if you thoroughly scour the ocean and manage your resources accordingly. Not everyone is going to hit all that criteria, but it's exciting to know what's possible. And in order to accomplish all of this, all you really need is diligence and curiosity. When faced with such adversity, all I wanted to do was explore the ocean. And considering how much variety there is in what you can do out there, such enticing challenges that all require different skills to complete, getting the third pearl back and breaking the curse is a piece of cake. Speaking of which, Jabun is hiding in the back of Outset Island. Now would be a perfect time to show your grandmother how much you've grown. Unfortunately, she hasn't been the same since you left. She sits alone in her house, suffering from severe symptoms of empty nest syndrome. It seems as though nothing will wake her, except for a fairy, and there happens to be a fairy fountain in the forest above Outset, that of which you can access thanks to your bombs. Waking your grandmother up will allow her to make you elixir soup, the best item in the game. Full health, full magic, doubled attack power until you take damage, and there's 2 helpings inside. Now that she's awake, she can watch you grow and support you from afar, and you can come visit her whenever you like. It's fulfilling to show her that her infinite kindness is appreciated, and that your goodbye wasn't forever. On the subject of growth, that's the best part about the Endless Night. This is the first time you've been given this kind of freedom, despite the circumstances. This is what Link has been longing for. All of this searching you're doing is out of a subconscious desire to grow and familiarize yourself with an unknown world. If you choose to do as much as you can, you'll have a much better grasp of the sea as it opens further. All of this against the backdrop of a challenge imposed on you by an all-powerful force. The Endless Night represents how good Wind Waker is at driving the player to explore. It is yet another example of carving a path out of a roadblock. In the end, you want to be ready the next time you see Aryll, don't you? You still have to return her telescope after all. To this day, it has become a personal challenge to grab as much as I can during the Endless Night, and I'm not alone on that. Here's a GameFAQs thread from 2009 in which users discussed their attempts at it. This transitions nicely into my next point. Wind Waker capitalized on an important aspect of the original Legend of Zelda: sharing information. The original Zelda may seem cryptic or inaccessible nowadays, but it held a lot of power precisely because of how open-ended yet secretive it was. The game doesn't have any outward teaching tools. You had to discover the game on your own. This was common for games of its era. They could teach you through gameplay. They didn't need to tell you how to play. In Zelda's case, discovering how the game works was the game. Finding dungeons, bombing walls, burning bushes, all of this stuff was up to you to figure out as you worked your way toward Ganon. Due to the density of the overworld, how you have to figure out the proper application of each item and where to use said items, not everyone is going to be able to find every little secret in this game on their own. I find that experiences in life are more valuable when you have someone to share them with. And that is especially true for art. Socialization and discussion of art directly contributes to its longevity and impact. With so much to find in Zelda 1, and considering how huge it was upon release, it's inevitable that people would start sharing the secrets they discovered with each other. My second cousin grew up in the 80s, and I have a distinct memory of him watching me try to play the original Zelda in my grandpa's living room. I must have been about 7 years old at the time, with my gaming sensibilities stemming from games of the early to mid-2000s. I remember trying to navigate a maze of bushes, and he mentioned coming back with a candle and burning a particular bush to get into the 8th dungeon. He also showed me a bombable wall that revealed a secret cave with a heart container. After he'd shared what he learned with me, I began to look at the overworld in a new light. I managed to find the entrance to Death Mountain all on my own, thanks to the knowledge about bombable walls that he shared with me. At the same time, I was trying to beat Wind Waker. After the Endless Night, the game expands exponentially. The residents of Windfall come back outside and the village operates as normal, so plenty of previously impossible quests are now accessible. You'll begin to acquire items in rapid succession. The Skull Hammer will let you smack buttons stationed across the Great Sea. The Hero's Bow will let you shoot things from afar, which means you can finally battle Cyclos and learn the Ballad of Gales from him. With this song, you can warp to designated spots around the Great Sea, bypassing some unnecessary sailing, and you can warp inside the Mother and Child Isles to acquire the fire and ice arrows from the Fairy Queen. I always thought Link's reaction to her crush on him was just precious. From there, it's the power bracelets, iron boots, mirror shield, hookshot. The game just keeps on opening up to you. What all of this is contingent on, with the exception of the dungeon items, is your own attentiveness, and how well you are able to put the pieces together. Even with this new set of tools, there are bound to be some missing parts from time to time. Incomplete quests that bridge into other quests, like how completing the deluxe Picto Box will allow you to use it for more quests around Windfall, missing items from other parts of the Great Sea, what have you. Like, let's say you need to get into the Wind Temple, but you can't get past the strong gust pushing you back. The map fish nearby will tell you where to go to retrieve the item you need, but in order to get to that island, you'll need to know how to raise its temperature, and this is where you may find you'll need to start following the breadcrumb trail of the fishmen across the ocean. Although I've listed all the items you can obtain, it's not nearly as straightforward as I've made it seem. By nature, the Great Sea is non-linear. It wouldn't be designed the way it is if they wanted you to do things in a specific order, barring the main quest. As a result, some of the information given to you won't be relevant for a while, such as the clue about getting into Overlook Island. The hookshot is the last major item you obtain, so if you happen to stumble upon Overlook Island during the Endless Night, you'd have to commit that clue to memory for a long time. So what now? Well, when short-term memory fails us, note-taking can have our backs. I couldn't dig up the notebook I used back then as it was over a decade ago, but while trying to uncover every secret the Great Sea had to offer, I filled up pages and pages of my notebook, jotting down clues and things I wanted to remember. Whether it was speculation over an islet's purpose, a connecting thread in a side quest on Windfall, or the location of a specific cave I wanted to revisit later. Everything that I felt would be useful at some point in the game was in there. Where did I get this idea? By sharing my experience with a friend. I highly doubt he's watching this video, but I just want to thank a childhood friend of mine for inadvertently making me realize that I was playing my favorite game of all time. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I was at his house playing some GameCube games and I noticed he had Wind Waker. After talking about it for a bit, we told each other where we were in the game progress-wise. From there, we ended up sharing some things that we learned. As it turns out, putting a non-linear sandbox for exploration in a video game means different players are going to be drawn to different things. Imagine that. He told me that the key to getting into Fire Mountain and Ice Ring Isle was shooting down Cyclos, who shows up at different parts of the map depending on the time of day. I'd run into him by accident before obtaining the hero's bow, and now that I knew how to beat him, I needed a plan of attack. My friend and I each drew crude replicas of the Great Sea on our own pieces of paper, and from there, he showed me the approximate locations of where he thought Cyclos' tornado would appear. After that, I told him about some secrets I'd found by sailing around, like the cave on Bomb Island, an ominous submarine I found near Seven Star Isles. I even told him about the Triforce charts I had, which is where he happened to be in the game. He was surprised by how early I found them, because he was having a hard time tracking them all down, even with the help of Tingle's incredible chart. So we exchanged as many secrets as we could before I had to go home. When I turned the game on later that night, I referred to my hand-drawn sea chart, and sure enough, there he was. Cyclos in all of his glory. Sharing discoveries with friends has always been a part of what makes video games so special. It wasn't exclusively tied to the original Legend of Zelda. A different friend of mine helped me unlock Dark Garden with Sonic Adventure 2 because I was too dumb to figure it out myself. And lest we forget all of the widespread rumors like Sonic and Melee or Luigi and Mario 64. The Zelda series itself had a handful of moments that were popularized by word of mouth, like the 5th bottle glitch in Ocarina of Time, or doing dungeons out of order in Link to the Past. But Wind Waker was different. Wind Waker offered a stage for this sort of discussion that hadn't been seen since the 80s. This is what I would call an adventure. It was an unparalleled sandbox that brought me tremendous amounts of joy. With every secret I discovered, every heart piece I'd collect, every purchase I'd make, every person I'd help, I could feel myself getting stronger. I felt more confident in tackling those combat gauntlets I'd find in caves across the ocean. I could take on whatever the next dungeon would throw at me. All because I had this inherent desire in me to make the world my own. With this confidence in my knowledge of the ocean came the final step, mastering it. Memorizing the ocean will make certain quests much more manageable, even if it'll take a lot in order to get to that point. But the payoff will be worth it. Example, the Korok Sapling quest. At some point, you'll no doubt take notice of the Koroks scattered across the Great Sea. These guys were scattered in an attempt to spread the Great Deku Tree's forest across the ocean, but the trees they planted have since withered. To help them, we need water from the forest haven. We can use it as many times as we like, but after 20 minutes, it turns into regular water and it won't have any effect on the trees. You can have the Deku Tree mark the locations of the trees on your map, but it's up to you to plan out the most efficient route. If you've gotten used to using the Ballad of Gales to save time, you can probably stitch islands together in your route and figure out what saves the most time. It can get dicey, but with enough planning, you should be able to nab the heart piece. This is just one example, and it's a completely optional task. There's also the Goron trading quest, in which you have to memorize where each Goron resides and which statues they wish to trade for. And let's not forget the countless uses your spoils bag can have. We've touched upon this before, but the items in your spoils bag will continue to lead to opportunities across the Great Sea, even if you don't realize it right away. People across the ocean will be on the lookout for these items for one reason or another. If you recall, Orca has a knight's crest sitting in his room, and he'll teach you the hurricane spin if you manage to wrangle up 10 of them. You can net yourself an easy blue potion for just 4 Bokobaba seeds, if you know where the store is. Rito girls are apparently infatuated with golden feathers, so I'm sure someone would be grateful to have them. Oh, and don't forget, if you ever need potions, the potion shop could always use some spare chew jelly. Actually, speaking of which, I don't think I've ever been able to locate every single blue choo-choo in this game to this day, which is kind of a testament to how much you're able to do in the Great Sea. Like I've alluded to previously, one of these types of spoils is actually required in order to beat the game. After getting the killer bees to settle down, they'll mention that Mrs. Marie loved jewelry. She's collecting joy pendants, and if you manage to find 20 of them, she'll give you the cabana deed, which will allow you to enter the basement of the cabana on the private oasis and obtain a required item. For balance's sake, joy pendants are the most common spoils in the game, even appearing in certain treasure chests across the various dungeons. But by giving her 40 of these things instead of just settling for the deed, you'll be granted the Hero's Charm, which allows you to see enemy health bars. This might seem goofy, but it can help you prioritize targets in the game's more aggressive combat sections, that of which become plentiful as the Great Sea really expands. These are a few examples of activities in this game that take a while to complete, but they shed light on how systematically driven Wind Waker can be. The Great Sea isn't just made up of uncharted islands and endless discovery. It eventually reveals itself to be a series of moving parts. Everything that you do or discover contributes to your main quest in some way, taking inspiration from Eiji Aonumura's previous Zelda game, Majora's Mask. Every reward in the Great Sea connects to another in some way, and in order to figure out how, we need to examine a reward's utility and discoverability. Let's take rupees for example. They can buy you lots of things. Bait for filling out your sea chart, Kyoi pairs, potions, ammunition, entrance to minigames, auction items, even heart pieces and treasure charts at times. You're actually required to save up your rupees by the end of the game, as Tingle will need you to decipher a handful of charts for 398 rupees each. That adds up, but if you're smart with your money, you should be able to afford it in the end. How do you gain rupees? By completing minor side quests, finding them in treasure chests, defeating enemies, breaking pots, a Zelda classic, and salvaging them from the ocean with the help of a corresponding treasure chart. There is our first connection. Independent scientific research has proven that there is a direct link between seeking out treasure charts and being filthy rich. You can find them by clearing side quests and unearthing them in chests across the dungeons and islands, but they aren't going to be as easy as finding rupees thanks to how much you can gain access to with them. Treasure charts can reward you with more rupees than you'll know what to do with. Almost every quadrant in the Great Sea has a corresponding reward to reap from a treasure chart, and alongside massive rupee rewards, you can also find heart pieces and unique charts that reveal locations of big octos, great fairies, lookout platforms, secret caves, and submarines. There are even charts that reveal how many heart pieces are on each island, and how many heart pieces can be found through treasure charts on each island. Speaking of which, heart pieces are classic rewards that give you instant gratification and a feeling of immediate growth, and it's exactly why they're the most difficult to obtain. You can find them in the same manner as treasure charts, but they don't appear in dungeons at all, with the exception of that first heart piece you could find in the Forsaken Fortress. In order to experience that gratification, you'll have to go out of your way to look for them. All three of these rewards link up with one another in some way, and they drive exploration if you weren't already experiencing that desire organically. I'll give you a long-winded example of how all of this happens. Let's say you decide to stop at Four Eye Reef after sailing around the vicinity of the Forsaken Fortress. Sheer curiosity has brought you out here, and after revisiting the fortress a second time, cannons have appeared at the reef. So you take them out one by one and fly over to the chest that appears. You open the treasure chart and save it for later. In order to get into the Earth Temple, you need to stop at Dragon Roost Island first. At this point you have the doubled magic meter, so you decide to stop at the nearby flight control platform and attempt the minigame for a heart piece. Just by visiting that island, you'll also notice a submarine that contains that lookout platform chart, and the reward for your previous treasure chart lying in wait. This will grant you the Island Hearts chart. Let's say after looking at this thing, you are inspired to check out 7-Star Isles, and you also notice from the looks of your platform chart that there's a tower waiting to be investigated. So you nab the heart piece after defeating the nearby Big Octo, steal the treasure chart from the Wizrobes on the nearby lookout platform, and head to Shark Island, where the reward from that treasure chart can be found, 200 rupees. Shark Island will also spawn a chest containing 200 rupees if you use all of your items fast enough, and that inspires you to head back down to Windfall and participate in the auction. You strategically mash the A button, claim your reward, and head out. At Windfall, you notice that new quests have opened up to you, so you earn a few heart pieces while you're there, and now you finally feel ready to face the Earth Temple. Now, this is a completely hypothetical situation that I've come up with. Where you choose to go after finding that Island Hearts chart, or if you even let yourself be influenced by it, is completely up to you. The point is, all of the rewards you net for exploring connect to one another in an engaging, non-linear cycle. A rupee reward could lead to the purchase of a treasure chart from Rockspire Island, which takes you to another heart piece and shifts your priorities to rupees as you try to make up for your lost savings, thus making you seek out more treasure charts. There are seemingly infinite paths to take when playing Wind Waker, even if you always wind up progressing through the game in the same manner each time. The Great Sea is a boundless, methodical ocean that is yours to map out. You are free to create your own path. When all of this comes together, it still won't mean you've mastered Wind Waker's gameplay loop, nor does it mean you've seen all there is to see. The final challenge, in which your resourcefulness will be tested and your collection of the 3 main rewards will be put to use, lies in the most contentious part of the game. It's time for me to make a case for the Triforce Chart quest. By the time you reach this point, you'll have every major item. The only keys that you may be lacking will be for optional rewards, like a missing treasure chart that leads to a heart piece you have yet to collect, for example. Right now, all that's left for you to do is reassemble the Triforce of Courage. With the use of Tingle's incredible chart, you will have the general locations of each chart, and you can grab them in any order you like. Some of these charts can be found pretty early on, as I've alluded to previously, and the fishmen can sometimes hint at their whereabouts. Whether that means finding a way into the private cabana, discovering one in a chest after bombing your way into an island of steel, or stumbling upon a chart after finding a cave on an island in the middle of nowhere. These charts can either be one of many discoveries you make in the Great Sea, or some of the most challenging puzzles to crack. Either way, you'll need all 8 shards in the end. To make things just a little trickier, you won't be able to use each chart to fish up a shard until Tingle deciphers them. It costs 398 rupees to decipher a single chart, meaning that you'll be spending a staggering total of 3,184 rupees. Essentially, this roadblock is a test of how much money you've been able to make simply from exploring the Great Sea and fishing up rupees with treasure charts, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. There are plenty of other uses for rupees, as we've discussed, so prioritizing what you need to use them for is simply an extension of something that Zelda has been doing for a long time. And it's one of the many things Wind Waker has you micromanaging. On top of that, no one's really forcing you to explore the Great Sea. The game may give you great emotional or mechanical reasons to do so, but like Majora's Mask, you could disregard the vast majority of content the game has to offer and railroad yourself to the end. However, just like that game, you'd be doing yourself a major disservice, and it would only set you up for a much more challenging endgame. As such, the Triforce Chart quest acts as a final exam of sorts. It deliberately tests you on your knowledge of the Great Sea and your ability to find stuff within its 49 squares. When it comes to finding the charts themselves, it usually boils down to stumbling upon the island you reside at, or finding the right item that'll let you in. Like I've said, there's a good chance that you could accidentally stumble upon some of them as you explore on your own terms, but there are 2 notable exceptions to this. Let's start by discussing the Savage Labyrinth. Deciphering the Triforce charts gives immediate purpose to rupees and treasure charts, 2 of our 3 big rewards. But what about heart pieces? Yes, having enough heart containers to face the final boss is going to make a difference, as always, but as it turns out, there is a quest in this game that was implemented in order to test you on your raw strength and resilience. The Savage Labyrinth is a massive 50-floor enemy gauntlet made up of bad guys from across the entire game. They usually appear in sizable chunks, so there's plenty of fighting, plenty of item strategy, plenty of target prioritization, and plenty of dodging to be done here. But naturally, there's plenty of variety down here too. Although you only have to clear 30 floors to nab the Triforce chart, you can continue to the bottom to net yourself more rupees for deciphering said chart, and a piece of heart. if we're going to talk about why I think the Savage Labyrinth is so fun, now would probably be a good time to bring up Wind Waker's combat as a whole. To put it simply, it's fantastic. The developers took the groundwork laid out by the Nintendo 64 Zeldas and thoroughly refined it. It is incredibly fluid and responsive. Varying my sword slashes has never felt this good. It also has a new trick up its sleeve, the parry. When locked onto an enemy, you wait for the Q and press the A button to dodge and strike. Some might say that the parry is overpowered, and when facing larger enemies one-on-one, it can be. But when other enemies are attempting to swarm you, a parry is not very easy to pull off, nor is it the best option. On top of that, it takes a while to kill enemies with the parry alone, so it eventually becomes yet another tool in your kit. For example, it is very useful for taking out Dark Nut armor and circumventing the defensive measures enemies might use, but it isn't the only thing you should be doing. Spin attacks are great for crowd control, the boomerang hits stun enemies, the ice arrows can freeze them, the skull hammer can flatten them. Item strategy is key in Wind Waker, and it can be fun to experiment wherever necessary. For example, this is a Floor Master. These things can disrupt your progress in a dungeon by taking you to another room, and it's pretty easy for them to grab a hold of you. I've learned an efficient way of dealing with them though. Shoot an ice arrow at one of them and then smash them with the skull hammer. It will guarantee their death each and every time. Anyway, you get the picture. Combat in Wind Waker is very fun, but it isn't always easy, especially as they introduce more powerful enemies and start throwing them at you in larger quantities. This is where you'll begin to feel the weight of all that effort you put in looking for heart pieces, and it finally comes to a head in the Savage Labyrinth. It is an endurance run, and I love it. Not only is it a test of your practical abilities and critical thinking, but its difficulty is directly reflected in how much of the ocean you've already made yours. The Triforce Chart quest, in many respects, is a test of practical mastery of the game's moving parts. But let's rewind for a second. I established one of the Great Sea's prime motivating factors as innate human curiosity and wonder, and Wind Waker does everything it can to drive that wonder. As such, it doesn't come as a surprise to me, in hindsight, that the game would have a culmination of that. This particular part of the Triforce Chart quest encompasses everything the Great Sea stands for. Throughout the game, you may have heard rumors about some kind of ghost ship. The pictographer Lenzo has a pictograph of it in his gallery. In fact, he has pictographs of quite a few locations around the Great Sea to get your imagination going, which, as I've repeatedly mentioned, is something that I really love about this game. He even alludes to meeting a beautiful young lass many years ago on Outset Island, although she probably isn't as young as she used to be. Grandpa? When you examine the ghost ship, he'll mention that he found the ship on a whim after being shipwrecked, and he heard rumors that the person who mapped out its movements died a mysterious death. Now, you can actually come across the ship at night in the same manner as Lenzo if you happen to be in the right place at the right time. And let me tell you, that is a magical experience. The chances of this happening are very slim, as the ship only sails near a specific island depending on the appearance of the moon. So if it's a full moon, it'll be in one place, and if it's the first quarter, it'll be in another. The modern day equivalent to seeing this thing out of nowhere would be like seeing a dragon for the first time in Breath of the Wild.
What in God's sweet name is that? Guys?
If you try to sail into it, you'll pass right through it. It doesn't become apparent that entering the ghost ship is required until you obtain the incredible chart, and that's where you'll have to start scouring the Great Sea for the chart that'll grant you access. To my knowledge, the only fishman that offers a hint towards location is right in front of the location. So, all you'll ever know until then is that it exists. This ends up being the ultimate test of your wisdom of the Great Sea. Finding it means searching every single quadrant until you finally come across it. As it turns out, it happens to be hiding within a maze on Diamond Step Island, and finding it feels super rewarding. Now to track the ghost ship down. The chart will show you which island it will appear at in accordance with each phase of the moon. All that's left to do now is pay attention to the moon and head over to the corresponding island. While I may have made the process of sailing into the ghost ship seem pretty straightforward, it can actually get pretty complicated. For starters, the landforms are deliberately obscure and unnamed, so you'll have to make sure that you can find them on your sea chart. You have been filling out your sea chart, right? As you can probably tell, the game is testing you. They aren't going to hand you this ghost ship on a silver platter. You're going to have to know where it's going to be, and when it's going to be there from your time exploring the Great Sea. It is the perfect test. Even if you know where it's going to end up, you'll still have to sail around and look for the ship before dawn arrives. As such, it might be best to plan a raid. Know which phase of the moon is coming next, and then play the Song of Passing at the island it will show up at next. Eventually, you'll come across it in all of its spooky glory, and you'll be able to sail in there to earn yourself the Triforce chart. This is not only a uniquely atmospheric part of the game, but it represents everything that I love about the Great Sea. The genuine wonder that comes with searching for stuff, and accumulating knowledge and experience in such a magnificent, uncharted ocean. By the time you've finally assembled the Triforce of Courage, it stands as a symbol of your mastery over the Great Sea. And all of this became a reality because I had the drive and the courage to forge my own path. It didn't matter where I was going or where I'd end up, because I knew the wind would always guide me to my destination. That destination? Adventure. The Great Sea is an astounding setting for a video game in a mechanical sense and a metaphorical one. I grew up here, and I'm really glad I did. Since the Great Sea is so important to me, and precisely because I spent so much of my time finding things in it, I have quite a few stories to tell, both from playing the game itself and from the copious amount of media surrounding it. Here are some of my stories from my childhood adventures and endless research. When I first arrived on Great Fish Isle, I couldn't help but imagine what it used to be like. What happened here was absolutely tragic. You can see remains of pathways and buildings completely torn to shreds if you look around. Maybe it used to be a peaceful fishing village or something. It wouldn't be until years later, when I was flipping through my Hyrule Historia book, that I'd notice a few pieces of concept art depicting an underwater area. First, there was a scene in which Link would plunge underwater and meet Jabun. Perhaps he took refuge from Ganondorf underwater, and in order to meet him, you need to find an item somewhere in the Great Sea. This theory actually holds some weight. Hidden in the game's files is a strange, unused item that spells out water boots in Japanese hiragana characters. As you might know, it is normally impossible to see what lies beneath the ocean unless the King of Red Lions takes us there, and the water in Wind Waker is opaque, so this item might have been used for a scrap dungeon involving Jabun. Also, there's some concept art for an underwater level that you can travel to via a giant fishing hook, so even if the water boots weren't going to be implemented, there's evidence that they had to scrap a dungeon on ideas pertaining to Jabun's existence. Although as a trade-off, we did get the Endless Night, which Wind Waker benefited greatly from. So while the mystery of Great Fish Isle may never truly be solved, what remains of it stands as a testament to the many mysteries of the Great Sea. These two islands are the locations of the Power Bracelets and Iron Boots, which are required to enter and solve the Earth and Wind Temples respectively. In the final game, they may just be yet another mystery to solve in the grand scheme of things, but they might have been something more once upon a time. Again, while flipping through my Hyrule Historia book around the same time, I saw concept art for a place called Stovepipe Island, which features a village built on an active volcano. Upon seeing this, I immediately deduced that this would have been what Fire Mountain eventually became. It's been known for a long time that 2 dungeons were cut from Wind Waker as they fell behind schedule, which brings Fire Mountain's true purpose into question. But if we are to believe that Nehru's Pearl was once accompanied by a dungeon, then where does that leave Ice Ring Isle? Well, there isn't any evidence from the game's files or supplementary material of what the island might have featured, so perhaps the game's structure was drastically altered after these dungeons were scrapped to make Fire Mountain and Ice Ring Isle feel more like sibling islands. Or heck, maybe the ghost ship was once a full dungeon. We'll probably never know, but that won't stop me from imagining what these islands might have looked like in another universe. Ocarina of Time's playground of mechanics in 3D space opened Pandora's box for new ways to play the game, and in the years since its release, this only rings truer. In Wind Waker, there are still new ways of solving problems that you can discover for yourself. Here are a few examples of things that I learned and picked up on growing up. When I first arrived on Dragon Roost Island as a kid, I saw a trail of bombs leading to a rock with a treasure chest on top. What they want you to do is shoot an arrow at the trail of bombs, but because I didn't know there was a bow in the game at the time, I had to get crafty. Here's a reenactment of what I did, and I'll warn you, it may not be for the faint of heart. After a seagull gulps down the Hioi pear, I do this. What are you looking at? It worked! Speaking of which, this is Spectacle Island, which features a minigame in which you shoot barrels with a cannon. Salvatore mentions, in accordance with the atmosphere that he's established for the minigame, that you're shooting down enemy pirate ships. But what if we used a real ship? If you place the King of Red Lions just far enough away from the island, you should be able to make it to shore without drowning, and he should be in range of the cannon. Once you find the right angle, fire away. Yep, you can do this forever. Pocket that heart piece and treasure chart and move on. Now in truth, I didn't actually figure this one out on my own. I have a very obscure YouTube channel from my childhood to thank for this one. Qwerty the Zipit was once a channel where two kids uploaded videos of themselves messing around in Wind Waker, among other things. Now it solely exists as an archive of their activity back then. I remember being utterly fascinated by some of the things you could do with Action Replay and whatnot, but when they uploaded a video of them doing something that I could actually replicate, I was very happy. If by some miracle one of those kids happens to be watching this now as an adult, I just want to say that Kid Me is very grateful for the good times he had with these videos. Hilariously, this was actually patched out in Wind Waker HD, which means that someone at Nintendo probably saw this video from 2009, made by a pair of children pointing a camera at their TV. Or not, but I can dream. Speaking of YouTube videos, I fostered my love for Wind Waker by watching videos about it, specifically the Let's Play series by Chugga Conroy. I started watching him a few months prior to his Wind Waker playthrough, and jumped in with Super Mario Sunshine. Keep in mind, this was when the YouTube Partner Program was in its infancy. When I saw what he was doing, I realized that I could share my love of games in a revolutionary way, and potentially even make a career out of it. It's been almost 12 years, and I haven't given up on that. So thanks, Emil, for everything. My fascination with unused assets and test levels, the goofy differences in the original Japanese version of Wind Waker. I could go on for hours about my childhood infatuation with every little detail surrounding this game. And you know what? I know some of you would be totally fine with that. But there's another reason I brought these stories up. A lot of this was driven by childhood wonder, and that's what a lot of the Great Sea is built upon. That's not to say that your imagination or innate curiosity leaves you as you get older. If it did, this game wouldn't exist, nor would most games that evoke a similar feeling. But I am over a decade older than I was when I finished Wind Waker for the first time. I've memorized its map layout and all of its secrets since then. With that knowledge and experience sticking with me, the wonder I once held onto has diminished. And as a result, my perception of this game has been impacted. Let's rewind to the beginning of the game on Outset Island. This carefree stage of the game is suddenly undercut by a sobering reality after Aryll is kidnapped. Her melody is removed from the music of Outset, and you quickly realize that things will never be the same. Now let's fast forward to the first time you revisit the island during the Endless Night. Monsters have overrun the island, Grandma's house is accompanied by a sad tune, and the pig you got for your neighbor is all grown up. This island doesn't hold the same magic that it once did, due in part to my ever-growing experience with the ocean beyond, but also due to how the passage of time can affect things we once held dear. One of the toughest things about nostalgia is looking past it. Nostalgia can create an opaque cloud of perfection over something that you associate with fond childhood memories, and it can take a lot of courage to see through those clouds. But in doing so, you just might learn a thing or two moving forward. Ocarina of Time aimed to teach us this, and Wind Waker inadvertently did the same. For me at least, because I don't think it's perfect. It's been said that creativity is the art of hiding your influences. Rather than trying to emulate the things I love, I've made it my goal to fill gaps and hit notes that I felt were never hit to begin with. And I also make an effort to iterate or improve upon the things that I felt my influences got wrong. As the saying goes, those who cannot learn from history are doomed to repeat it. What I'm about to discuss are problematic things about Wind Waker that I've noticed over time. Things that I wish were different for one reason or another. Rest assured, I didn't waffle on about Wind Waker for this long simply to mask my true feelings. I love this game just as much as I want it to be better. It's just taken me a long time to notice its missteps. Let's start by addressing difficulty, an element most blatantly on display in this game's dungeons. Now, the dungeons in Wind Waker never even come close to being bad. I don't want to give off that impression, but it's here where I think it is easiest to lobby criticism against Wind Waker's difficulty. To balance out the copious amount of side quests in Majora's Mask and the notion of simply ignoring them, the team designed some of the most crushing and puzzling dungeons in Zelda history. To this day, I am confident in saying Majora's Mask's dungeons still hold those distinctions. They were deliberately designed this way, as their brutal challenge would subconsciously reinforce the idea of acquiring tangible growth. Like, oh, this dungeon is hard, so I should prepare more before I attempt to beat it. This notion will drive players to find more heart pieces and masks, which in turn enables them to discover more about how the game works. And because a lot of the quests in that game will eventually open up other quests, it becomes an endless feedback loop that will inevitably prepare you for a lot more than just dungeons. Of course, there's also the possibility that the overwhelming difficulty and lack of accessibility at play in Majora's Mask could drive players away, as it almost did me. That's why I can understand the decision to make the dungeons in Wind Waker substantially easier, but this presents a reverse dilemma. When the dungeons can be arguably much easier than certain challenges across the Great Sea and during the Triforce Chart quest, there's much less of a reason to feel you need to prepare for said dungeons. In Wind Waker's case, preparing for dungeons means exploring the Great Sea, finding caves, solving side quests, all that jazz. If there's less of a reason to do so, that could inadvertently cause players to blitz through the game in a linear fashion and miss a lot of what makes it so special, and in doing so, it sets them up for a startling endgame. I think this is where a lot of the distaste for the Triforce Chart quest comes from. If you haven't spent the majority of your time exploring the Great Sea, it'll feel like nothing but padding, and you might feel a bit lost. So in summary, the game does a great job conveying the wonders of the Great Sea to you, but it doesn't always balance that out with a challenging main quest, and this is primarily noticeable in dungeons. To elaborate on how I feel about these dungeons, let's take a look at how I would rank them from least compelling to most compelling. That means we're starting with the game's first dungeon, Dragon Roof's Cavern. Most of it is spent progressing linearly from room to room and learning about concepts. Stuff like using Bokoblin's staff to light torches, usage of bombs, and creating platforms across lava. This is what most of the dungeon focuses on, and while there are occasional creative uses of these concepts, like throwing a lit staff across a chasm to burn down a barrier, or attempting to make a platform on a geyser while this little scumbag slithers around, the major issue is that the layout of this dungeon itself is incredibly straightforward. Until you make it to the peak of Dragon Roost and retrieve the grappling hook, you'll essentially be walking in a straight line as you solve each room. At one point, you'll actually pass by the boss door in order to reach the summit. Once you have the grappling hook, it's just a matter of visiting areas in which you can use it. You can branch off a little bit to grab a joy pendant or a treasure chart, but that's about it. I suppose it's good at establishing how dungeons function, but rarely does it feel genuinely puzzling. The Tower of the Gods is similarly straightforward, although it does give you some freedom to figure things out at first. To gain access to the higher level, you'll need to figure out how to bring these pillars out of the rooms they reside in. Usually this means moving blocks around in accordance with the rising water level and hopping across, or in one case, killing some choo-choos. After that, though, the dungeon is painfully linear. You just progress from room to room carrying statues or using the command melody whenever necessary to solve increasingly more difficult puzzles, and before you can finally reach the top. Its linearity is so detrimental to the dungeon that going back to the first floor to retrieve a treasure chart with my new bow ends up being too much of a hassle for me. I always just re-enter the dungeon afterwards. Certain rooms involving the hero's bow and some platforming ended up being the highlight for me, which kind of has nothing to do with the dungeon's thematic through line, but I suppose it isn't completely void of challenge. Some of these statue puzzles, whether they involve the command melody or not, can be tricky to figure out. Regardless of whether or not a dungeon is good, linearity is a bit of a common problem with the layout of these things. You'll hardly find yourself holding onto more than one key at a time, and if you're in a room where you face an immovable obstacle, there's usually a door nearby that takes you to the correct path, continuing the cycle of straightforwardness. Let's say, for example, you're in the Forbidden Woods, and you see that tree hanging from the ceiling. You can't cut it down right now, and the door nearby is locked, so there's really only one correct path. You grab the key, and there's only one place you can use it. From there, you get the boomerang, and the dungeon has basically finished itself by that point. All you have to do is take out the remaining rooms with your new item and kill the boss. To be fair to the Forbidden Woods, it can be pretty fun to explore and solve. They make great use of the Deku Leaf and Boomerang here, which are already items I love. One of the first rooms you enter is a giant vertical area that you ascend to find goodies, which in turn foreshadows the vertical room in which you cut down the tree. There's also a really enjoyable motif involving wilting nuts and wind-powered platforms. You might need to carry the nuts across these platforms, use the Deku Leaf to push them to where they need to go, or maybe you'll need to take them across even more dangerous terrain. Either way, this knowledge ends up being applicable to an optional room involving a moving platform, a plant-covered treasure chart, and a convenient hole for a bomb. The Earth Temple is also composed of great puzzles. Fantastic puzzles even, all involving the mirror shield, the command melody, and Medley's harp. They incrementally build on concepts involving shining lights on things, like choo-choos that turn to stone, which you can subsequently place on switches, or murder. There are chests, designated walls, and paralyzing fog, until it all comes to a head in this room. You have to move mirrors and link up your mirror shield with Medley's harp and other light beams. It's quite an intricate puzzle, and it's super satisfying to solve, even if it takes a really long time. But as for the layout in the Earth Temple, pretty dang simple. As showcased with the Forbidden Woods in the Earth Temple, Wind Waker excels in creating compelling dungeon rooms. What it isn't so great at is finding creative and perplexing ways to connect them. For comparison, Dodongo's Cavern wasn't clear about where it wanted you to go, but you could eventually connect the dots by exploring each side of the dungeon. The Fire Temple was continuously unclear, and it connected its rooms with this threatening, boulder-infested maze that could eventually be scaled as you found your way through. And do we really need to mention the layout of the Water Temple again? That may have been an extreme example, but Wind Waker almost never varies its dungeon layouts in a similar manner. The dungeon that comes closest to doing this is the Wind Temple, although it still suffers from the same problems that the rest of the dungeons face. The reason it ends up being even remotely confusing is its central hub of doors. They all lead to different rooms on different floors, and it ends up making the Wind Temple the most fun to figure out, especially as you have to search for the item that will save Makar, and search for the big key afterwards. On top of that, its puzzles are pretty great too. Iron Boots and Deku Leaf, Iron Boots and Hookshot, Hookshot and Deku Leaf, using Makar to create a path. It also features the best dungeon boss and boss music in the entire game. Previous dungeon bosses had little to offer. Their weaknesses were often blatant, and usually required nothing more than usage of the item you obtained in the dungeon, and a few swift sword strikes. They honestly might be some of the most pitiful dungeon bosses in Zelda thus far, which is why it always comes as a surprise to me just how much fun Mulgera is to fight. Instead of something like aiming at Valu's tail and swinging a few times to expose Goma's weak point, you have to always be actively searching for an optimal position to fire your hookshot in the fight with Mulgera, because the sand beneath your feet is constantly shifting, and tiny little sandworms will launch themselves at you. Once you manage to actually latch onto Mulgera's tongue, you'll need to do as much damage as possible without slipping into the depths of the sand and being scooped up. It is an excellent fight, despite how simple I'm making it seem, and the music slaps, but I'm sure you knew that already. If every boss in Wind Waker were designed to be as engaging as Mulgera, perhaps I'd be singing a different tune about your endless searching being irrelevant to the dungeons. So what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it's not like enemies won't try to put you in the dirt. Once you reach the Earth and Wind Temple, encounters can get pretty difficult. Stalfoses, for example, will be unfazed by your attacks until you deal enough damage to separate the parts of their bodies, in which case you'll have to go bananas on their head as fast as possible, while avoiding the other parts of the body. It's a great enemy. However, if you have been exploring the Great Sea, especially to the extent that I've encouraged, Link will essentially feel invincible in these fights. Sure, the most damaging hits will eventually add up, but since it's possible to collect up to 17 hearts before the Earth Temple, you can essentially turn Link into some kind of transcendental being that was placed in this world to kill all who oppose him. The Savage Labyrinth is still pretty challenging, even if you have every single heart piece that is possible to obtain up to that point, but otherwise you can make Link untouchable, especially if you complete Zunari's quest and obtain the magic armor. I suppose you could say that having this feeling is like a reward in and of itself, though, kind of like an adrenaline rush akin to obtaining the Fierce Deity's mask. As for the difficulty of the dungeons themselves, perhaps you could argue that their consistent low levels of challenge were intended as an introduction to the mechanics of Zelda as a whole, and that'd be fine. After all, that's kind of what they were going for, and I believe they succeeded in some regard. If you've never played a Zelda game before, you likely won't even notice their low level of difficulty. In fact, you just might find them challenging. But when you consider how Ocarina of Time was a starting point for a lot of people too, and how tricky its dungeons were from the start with complicated layouts and unorthodox setups for puzzle solving, especially as the game progressed, it became harder for me to advocate for the dungeons of Wind Waker in the greater context of the series. But hey, the dungeons aren't the only part of this game with critical flaws. Even the Great Sea is guilty in a few areas. Yes, as much as it pains me to say it, this ocean isn't always smooth sailing. So, discoveries in Wind Waker are categorical in nature, as in, there are a finite amount of types of discoveries to make. When you discover an island, sometimes their innate characteristics will be enough to drive an excellent puzzle. And for the most part, that's exactly how it goes. We've talked about this fantastic loop already, but for the sake of argument, let's look at an example again. Needle Rock Isle has a very peculiar design, and your only clue is that you can spot birds nested atop the spire in the center of the island's moat. By flying up there with a Hioi pair, you'll discover a switch, which will give you access to a piece of heart. It's just as much fun to find this island as it is to solve. If the island itself doesn't immediately deliver compelling gameplay, one of the caves hidden on the island will. Caves can hold unique challenges, like this cave in Bomb Island that has you using magtails as rocks to hold switches down, or any of the caves that I've already showcased. Other times they'll hold a static type of cave, like a combat grotto, a series of combat challenges which are common between caves that hold Triforce charts, or just a cave with a chest in it. These types of discoveries are the best that Wind Waker has to offer, and they coexist with the lookout platforms, submarines, big octos, and treasure charts. For the majority of the game, this is what makes the Great Sea emphatically fun to pick clean. But as you pick the ocean clean and complete your sea chart, you'll begin to fall into a routine. Things that once excited me, like a distant submarine or a hidden cave on a remote island, eventually become just another thing to cross off the checklist. This feeling is amplified if you decide to clean up the rest of the goodies you're missing in the ocean. You'll begin to notice things that just don't carry a feeling of excitement. Instead, they carry an atmosphere of annoyance. Let's talk about how the Great Sea is divided. Although this may not seem detrimental to you as you play through the game, once you realize how they've made use of the spaces in the overworld, you might get a little frustrated. Let's start with the Triangle Islands. They're only used for placing the pearls, and then they're done for. So that's 3 squares down. Next, let's take the Fairy Islands. Although it is quite exciting to discover potential upgrades to your arsenal in the ocean, they do not need to take up isolated spaces on your sea chart. Remember how there was a fairy fountain hiding in the forest above Outset? Or how a fairy could double your magic meter if you saved her from a big octo? Why didn't they do something similar with the other fairies? Hiding them amidst populated islands or creating new islands and hiding them as rewards for clearing puzzles would have been absolutely phenomenal. As it stands, the fairy islands are wasteful. So that's 8 squares of dead space total so far. Now let's talk about the worst islands in the game, the eye reefs. They all play out the exact same way. Blow up the cannons, slowly climb on top of the reef, and fly over to your reward. On top of that, there are 6 of them, with 2 of them being right next to each other. These are horrible islands as far as I'm concerned, and exist to fill space, bringing us to 14 dead squares. Finally, let's talk about the islands that solely exist for the main quest, and are otherwise useless to you. This includes the Forsaken Fortress, the Tower of the Gods, Headstone Island, Gale Isle, Fire Mountain, and Ice Ring Isle. Aside from the heart piece on top of Headstone Island or the treasure chart on Ice Ring Isle, once you grab the treasure necessary for completing the game or otherwise finish off the island at hand, you'll never need to revisit them, aside from picking up a treasure chart reward or maybe clearing a nearby lookout platform, which happens a lot in this game. That brings us to a total of 20 squares, which accounts for 40% of the Great Sea. That is a massive portion of space that could have been utilized better. If the progress-related islands had islanders stationed there as part of a side quest, kind of like the Koroks, or optional caves and rewards to be unearthed, basically if they served more of a purpose, the Great Sea could have been even more intricate. If the fairy fountains were integrated into other islands like on Outset, if the eye reefs were replaced with well-designed islands oozing identity, we wouldn't be having this conversation. As it stands, the Great Sea is an amazing setting for a game that was never utilized to the fullest extent, perhaps due to the strenuous development cycle this game faced, which eventually resulted in that Triforce chart quest existing. Here's another big problem I have with the Great Sea: digging up treasure chart rewards. The act of doing this isn't the problem. In fact, it's actually quite fun as you're just minding your own business and exploring the ocean. There's nothing quite like leaving all your treasure charts open and sailing off into the unknown, only to see that shining ray of light in the distance. You pull up real close next to it based on the sound of shimmering hope, and you unearth one of a few rewards, like a silver rupee, a heart piece, or a special chart. As you're going about your exploration, yeah, it's pretty fun. But when you're trying to collect every heart piece, or as rupees begin to lose their purpose, things get a bit more complicated. There's usually no way of knowing which treasure charts lead to heart pieces. Like I mentioned a while back, you can find a chart that reveals how many treasure charts can be found on each island that lead to heart pieces, but you'd have to have a brilliant memory to know which treasure charts have already led you to those heart pieces, because by the time you get this special chart, it'll be far past too late. You first have to clear 3 Eye Reef, and then use that treasure chart at the boating course. Super obscure. What most players will likely end up doing in order to finish off their health bar is painstakingly digging up each treasure chart, and with a treasure chart for almost every square on your sea chart, you'll likely be doing this for a while. It's here where the time that sailing can take will really start to get to you. I haven't talked about this yet because it's a very common point of contention with this game, and to be honest, I never really agreed with it. As you're approaching a nearby island, you're given time to imagine what said island will revolve around, as I alluded to previously. On top of that, you're surrounded by possibilities for most of the game. Things to find, enemies to fight, treasure to uncover, you get it. However, this aura of mystery dissipates as you approach the end of the game. By that point, you've mastered the ocean, so there won't be anything left for you to discover. You'll just keep warping and changing the wind direction and watching the same animations over and over again. It ends up feeling dull as you head from place to place picking up the stuff you missed. So, those are Wind Waker's major issues. But as Link taught us on Outset Island, it's one thing to dwell on those issues, and it's another to do something about them. Released for the Wii U in 2013, Wind Waker HD sought to improve upon heavily criticized elements of the original game, while staying true to it at the same time. With the swift sail you purchase at Tsunari's auction, a favorable wind will always be blowing, meaning there's no need to keep changing the wind's direction over and over again, and you move faster to group. There are only 3 Triforce charts to decipher, with the rest of the shards simply appearing in their respective chests. The Wii U gamepad allows you to check your sea chart while simultaneously moving through the ocean, which makes the process of finding treasure or planning a route that much more efficient and, not to mention, fun. And to top it all off, the remaster follows in Skyward Sword's wake and includes the additional hero difficulty level, wherein hearts do not appear as drops, meaning the only way you can heal is by finding a heart piece or container, using a potion, or visiting a fairy fountain. It's a great remaster, even if the lighting engine can often reveal the vertex lighting underneath the cell shading and thus destroying the art style, among other things that I don't particularly care for, like the hero's charm being found at the bottom of the Savage Labyrinth. But regardless of what I think, this remaster isn't actually what I was referring to when I talked about doing something about these problems. If you're like me and you prefer the original game's lighting, item locations, or heck, the original Triforce chart quest, you can mod all of these changes into the GameCube version with better Wind Waker. The game moves much faster, and you can still experience the original game's beautiful timeless cell shading in all of its glory. And yes, this will work on actual hardware. I've tried it and I've recorded it. Here is the Swift Sail running on actual hardware. And they said it couldn't be done. Oh, you might be wondering why Link is wearing purple here. Well, that's because this is the Wind Waker randomizer, which is what I really wanted to talk about when it comes to improving the core of Wind Waker. With the setting as open-ended as the Great Sea, moving the locations of items around would impact how you explore it. But instead of just moving a heart piece or the cabana deed from one place to another, the randomizer, as you probably already know, has the ability to randomize the locations of every single item in the game. You could find bombs in the Wind Temple, or the skull hammer from Mila, or the hookshot from Sorting Mail for Baito. It doesn't matter, anything goes. You could even start without the sword and have to scour the Great Sea for it, thus forcing you to use items exclusively in combat. This randomizer fully converts the Great Sea into a giant puzzle box, and removes the weird progression restrictions imposed on the base game. For example, although the Earth and Wind Temples both appear on your map at the same time, and you can speak to the sages of each temple in any order, you cannot activate the trigger for getting into the Wind Temple until you've completed the Earth Temple. This is because the hookshot, which you gain in the Wind Temple, is actually used to locate at least 2 of the Triforce charts, whereas the Mirror Shield isn't used until the final level. If the game were to give you freedom here, you could complete the Triforce of Courage before even entering the Earth Temple, which would cause problems later. The randomizer completely circumvents this thanks to its nonlinear nature. It allows the Great Sea to realize its fullest potential. Anything can be anywhere, and that is really exciting. The randomizer breathes new life into this game each and every time I play it. I could be tackling the toughest combat challenges with low health and a limited arsenal on one playthrough, but in another, my biggest hurdle might be trying to figure out which rooms I can visit in dungeons without the required item at my side, because there might still be a sword upgrade in those early rooms. As I've discussed, the Great Sea has lost some of the magic it once held, both due to its problems and the simple fact that I've memorized a lot of what was once intended to hold mystery. So, it's nice to have something rejuvenate the magic it once held with a younger version of me that had never explored it. Then again, I suppose that's just a part of growing up. The world around you tends to lose that magic as you're confronted with sobering realities. That's why I'm really glad that Wind Waker had something to say. Its messages have outlasted my childhood and will likely stick with me for a lifetime. Finding the courage to answer the call to adventure, developing courage as we explore the unknown, and even using that courage to realize the missteps of those that came before us. All of this plays a part in the game's thesis. Majora's Mask taught us how to be selfless. When looking into potential side quests, it turned the question of what can you do for me into what can I do for you. A lot of this was due to its setting. We knew that everyone was going to die, and with the ability to travel through time, you could choose to ease their anxieties and allow them to die without any regrets. The heart pieces and masks were only the end result. This wasn't just about personal growth. This was about helping others in their time of need, and the game did a fantastic job of making you care. Majora's Mask was directed by Eiji Aonuma, who would return as director for Wind Waker, and he remains series producer to this very day. He understood that Zelda quests don't necessarily always need to be arbitrary means to an end. They can play an essential part in the game's message. Let's flash back to Outset Island. You have the option to inspire those around you, which is especially apparent with the kid that watches you jump across rocks. When you arrive at Windfall, you'll have to integrate into a society that is already functioning well without you. There are a bunch of odd characters from all walks of life, and it can be difficult to feel like you're fitting in. Like I've said, it's akin to moving to a new town. An inevitable part of life for many, but still difficult in its own ways. However, you'll find that this town will open up to you if you have the courage to get involved. Whether that means by helping Mrs. Marie with the rowdy killer bees, or by becoming Lenzo's research assistant, there are always ways that you can become a part of this community. In fact, you just might be able to change things for the better. This is Anton, who loves to take walks around town. He'll teach you about cool shortcuts and stuff if you speak to him. This is Linda, who wishes someone would notice her dress. See where this is going? The two of them have an unspoken attraction toward one another, and although Lenzo only wants a pictograph of the moment their eyes meet, you can take this further by showing Anton the pictograph he took. From there, he gathers the courage to tell her how he feels, and if you give them a few days, you can find them on a date in the cafe. It's quests like this, whether you're showing Kamo that you understand how he feels, or getting Mrs. Marie joy pendants for her birthday, or getting the windmill moving again, that demonstrate how you can have an impact on this community. And then there's the grand task of stalking Tsunari's shop. In order to do this, you'll need to locate the 3 Goron merchants and complete that trading quest we discussed. It's satisfying to watch the shop expand and come to life knowing that you had a vital role in its success. And in addition to the heart piece you get from the Goron merchant, you can also get a heart piece for decorating the town. You can fill each spot with whatever ornaments you've acquired, but if you have the cash to spare, you can choose to make the town shine. Finally, you have something tangible to show for all your hard work, and it at least made one person's day. At this point, you've fully integrated into the society that you may have once felt out of place in, and now you're an irreplaceable part of it. So what does all of this represent? Well, on top of Windfall Island being an allegory for fitting into a new place as a part of growing up, it also demonstrates how you can share some of your courage with others. Let's start by looking at a small example of this, once again on Windfall, with Mila. You can catch her trying to rob Tsunari's store. If you let her express her feelings on how her family fell into a life of poverty after being the richest in town, she'll eventually come to the realization that she doesn't need to keep dwelling on circumstances beyond her control. She ends up living a happier life working at the shop, all because she had the courage to admit to herself where she was going wrong. Her family may be struggling, but she is happy being able to work honestly for what she cares about most. Plus, being born into wealth is a lot different from having to work for it, so I have no doubt that she'll grow a lot as a result of this. That's the magic of Wind Waker's world. A lot of the people you meet are ready to make use of the courage they've learned, but they don't know how. Perhaps they're lost or misguided, or simply need a similar spark to the one Link had when his sister was kidnapped. To me, the Great Sea isn't just about personal fulfillment. It's also about demonstrating the courage you've developed to others, and this philosophy is on full display as early as Dragon Roost Island. This is Prince Kamali. He's been in a rut after failing to retrieve a scale from Valoo. which is a rite of passage among maturing Rito. It's how they get their wings. Baloo himself is pretty upset, and he feels that it may be best to just give up on ever getting them. Link offers to calm Baloo down, to which Kamali retorts that it's easy to say that you can do anything. He's right. It is easy to say that. But if you keep telling yourself something over and over again, you'll eventually start to believe it, regardless of whether what you're saying reflects positively or negatively on you. So let's show him what a positive mindset can do. After freeing Baloo from the torture he's enduring, he gives us Din's Pearl and says that he wishes to be just like us. Sound familiar? When you reach the Forest Haven and speak to the Deku Tree, you'll be interrupted by news that the Korok Makar has fallen into the Forbidden Woods. After saving him, you'll realize that his heart was in the right place. Even if it remains unsaid, it's clear that he was drawn towards the woods out of a desire for adventure. He just wasn't ready yet. And if you recall, Link has been in that same place before. Later in the game, you'll meet the ancient sages, who were killed by Ganondorf in another effort to stop Link from, well, stopping him. By communicating with them, you'll learn that you need to find their descendants to continue fighting Ganondorf. Like Ocarina of Time, this is an opportunity for growth. But not personal growth, as it was for the Hero of Time. This is an opportunity to help the new sages find their spark. And one of those sages happens to be Makar. By having him venture through the Wind Temple with you, you can help steer him on the right path and find his own purpose. I love this little guy. The same goes for one of my favorite characters in the game, Medli. She doesn't appear very often in the main quest, but her story is emotionally resonant in all the right ways with me. When you first meet her, she'll timidly mention that she's studying to be an attendant, and no doubt inspired by the stories she's heard of your selfless actions in trying to save your sister, she is compelled to ask for your help. She feels as though she's failed Kamali in not being like his mother, and thinks that she may be able to inherit the kind of courage his mom knew from Baloo. She desperately wants to have the same confidence in herself that Kamali's mother had. As Kamali finally earns his wings, Medli feels a bit lost, and longs for a purpose in this world. But when she hears the Earth God's lyric, she is overjoyed at the prospect of being able to have an impact, even if it means leaving Kamali behind. Throughout the Earth Temple, you're able to help her build confidence in herself until the two of you finally make it through to the end of the dungeon. Both of these characters find their purpose through gameplay by being vital in your ability to solve each dungeon, and you're able to watch them grow on their own. You gave them that spark. All they needed to do was make use of it. The sages are a prime example of how courage is built in a person. As Medli learned, it's not something that can be inherited or imitated. As Makar learned, it's not something that you can force. Both of them just needed a little guidance. And because Link had been in both situations before with the Legend of the Hero of Time and the Forsaken Fortress, he was the right person to show them the way. Of course, in order to guide them in developing their courage, Link first had to develop his. Throughout the game, he faces many tests. Smacking into the Forsaken Fortress and winding up unconscious in the ocean? No, he's not quite ready to save his sister. But after being able to help others going through similar problems and facing the uncertainty of the endless night, he is finally able to return to the Forsaken Fortress, save all the girls that have been kidnapped, and show that stupid bird who's boss. Even if Ganondorf gets the better of you once more, your friends show up and set his fortress ablaze. It's a fantastic culmination of this phase of the game. Now, no matter what comes next, the death of the sages, or the search for the pieces of the Triforce, you'll always have people to rely on throughout your journey. That's the thing about the Great Sea. It's not just a place for you to grow. It's also a place for you to help and connect with others. Although there are scattered bits and pieces of society stationed across the Great Sea and you might feel alone at times, they haven't gone away forever. In fact, you can keep in touch with them by using the mail system. Grandma might send you some cash to stay afloat, or perhaps you'll get a heartfelt letter of thanks from the mother of a part-timer you helped on Dragon Roost Island. People will reach out to you if you decide to put yourself out there. It takes courage, but it's all worth it just to see that postbox bouncing around. I love knowing that I've affected someone, even when I can't be there for them. In all of its facets, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker is a game about growing up. Through self-discovery, the exploration of the world beyond, the development of courage, or by simply helping others going through similar trials and tribulations, you can have an impact on the world in your own way, even if the world you were born into is really messed up. The Great Sea above exists as an aftermath of a battle that ended long ago. The people of the Great Sea, who had nothing to do with this tragedy, are simply trying to live their lives. They didn't choose to be born here, but they're doing the best they can with what they have. Link is one of those people caught in the middle of it all. With Ganondorf's return, it's as if history is repeating itself. Hyrule is gone, and yet trouble is still brewing. Now, let's talk about something weird that I adore about Zelda. Ambient cavern music. Ever since Ocarina of Time, the grottos of Zelda have been these ethereal locations far removed from the outside world. Regardless of whether they hold combat challenges, intricate puzzles, or simple rewards, they were an escape. Wind Waker takes place against the backdrop of everything that happened in Ocarina of Time. As such, its cavern music features a similar woodwind motif, but it never ascends into that same whimsical mood. It's as if we aren't supposed to be here, like we've stumbled upon a remnant of a bygone era that we had nothing to do with, frozen in time. This is Hyrule Castle. After Link proves himself to the gods, the King of Red Lions reveals to him that the kingdom he once heard about in those stories was sitting beneath the ocean he called home. Everything is intact, including the hills and caves beyond the castle walls. There are murals in the castle's basement honoring the sages from the Hero of Time's era. As a kid, I was mesmerized by this place. Seeing this legendary kingdom frozen in time by a spell from the Master Sword had me in complete awe. The ambience inside the castle is an eerily silent and twisted melody, reminiscent of one usually associated with Hyrule. That is, until Link pulls the sword from its pedestal and allows the minions of Ganon to roam freely. Now, I love fighting off all these enemies and stealing their resources as we finally get to hear that familiar castle melody, but in drawing that sword from its pedestal, I've allowed Ganondorf's power to be unleashed. Now, what do you think Ganondorf will do with this power? Perhaps take over the Great Sea? No, he doesn't care about the ocean above. What he actually wants is to reunite the Triforce and take over Hyrule. That's right. He wants to take over a kingdom that has been sealed away for eons. Really? That's what you want? Power over a kingdom that's dead and buried? And we're being mixed up in all of this because of it? This means that everything he had inflicted on the Great Sea was all in an attempt to realize his dream. He overran it with monsters. In a search for the descendant of Princess Zelda, he sent the Helmarok King to capture any young girl with long ears, meaning the only reason Errol was kidnapped was because she looked somewhat like Zelda to that damn bird. He hit the Great Sea with the Curse of an Endless Night as a means of testing Link, to see if he was truly a worthy successor to the Hero of Time. He murdered the Earth and Wind Sages, all for his stupid dream of resurrecting Hyrule. Laruto in particular was the last of her people, the Zora, while Fado was the last of the Kokiri tribe. And they died for nothing. To say that Ganondorf is a selfish, bitter old man would be the understatement of the century. Meanwhile, all of the people who live in the Great Sea are caught up in this mess, particularly Link and Tetra. Tetra is forced to deal with this sudden revelation that she is the new Princess Zelda, and now she has to live inside the basement of a castle that has been sealed away by the gods. She was pretty good at being a pirate, and suddenly she should have to throw all of that away because of some legend she had nothing to do with? Yeah, that should sound familiar. These kids are simply trying to live their lives to the fullest. Thankfully, Link admirably continues to show us how to turn these circumstances beyond our control into an enlightening opportunity for growth. He is content with the customs of Hyrule and the traditions set in stone, as all he really wants to do is save his sister and grow up. And what's great about experiencing his journey is that we get to watch his courage come together. From being tossed into the ocean like a ragdoll after failing to save his sister, to accepting that he still had some growing to do, to reuniting with his sister and making this journey personal, to flinching at the sight of Ganondorf's ugly mug, to finally standing toe-to-toe with him in the final battle. Some legend didn't teach him this courage, he developed it on his own, and we were there with him for every single moment. Every discovery we made was another step forward in his maturity. Every person we decided to help is another opportunity to learn a lesson from the world around us, all because we had the courage to get out there. Every step we take through Ganon's disturbing illusionary room or up the stairs of his foreboding castle is another step closer to stopping this madness. Link never really cared about Hyrule, and neither should Ganon. Link cares about the Great Sea, what's happening now. Even as Link draws the Master Sword from its pedestal, the Blade of Evil's Bane once wielded by the Hero of Time, his first instinct is to slash it about before collecting himself and realizing how important of a moment this is. This Link is not the Hero of Time, nor is he a descendant of him. No matter how badly Ganondorf wants a rematch, Link is the Hero of Winds, a title he earned after much toil and hardship in his own world. In that sense, it's easy to see where Ganondorf is coming from when he says our gods destroyed us. Link was born into the Great Sea, a world that exists as a remnant of the prosperous kingdom of Hyrule. He is sailing on the remains of that kingdom, and he is constantly reminded of it from the customs of outset all the way up to the present. The sages, Medley and Makar, their purposes came from a need to ease the regrets of their ancestors. Reminders of Hyrule even exist in the game's soundtrack, from hearing a piece of Kakariko and Windfall Island, to hearing the lost woods inside the Forest Haven. From Ganon's perspective, everyone was born destined to face turmoil. But getting this far is proof enough that he was wrong. This is perhaps the greatest setting for a final battle I have ever seen in a Zelda game. It isn't just a clash of good versus evil, it's also a clash of generations. An old man caught up in the past against a couple of kids who want change. It's a battle that will continue to be fought for years to come in our world, and it feels incredible to see it represented in an emotional climax to our journey. It helps that each phase of this battle is a ton of fun, as you continue to keep track of Ganon's various puppet forms, use each corresponding item wherever necessary, and barely sneak in a shot from your light arrows. And once you defeat him, he leaves you to ascend to the top of his castle in dead silence. A final test of your courage. What could he possibly have in store? What could await me at the top? The only way out is through, and there's no turning back now. Having witnessed all of this and wanting to act before Ganondorf places his hand on the fully assembled Triforce, the King of Red Lions finally steps in to prevent Ganon from fulfilling his desire. In order to end the strife that he inadvertently created for the people above the waves, he requests that the gods drown him, Ganondorf, and the rest of Hyrule for all eternity. When the final showdown with Ganondorf transpires, for all intents and purposes, he has nothing left to fight for. What we're taking part in here is a fight between hope for the future and a tired old man that simply cannot let go of the past, making for one of the greatest final bosses I have ever experienced. It may be simple, but it is very effective. The sounds of the rushing waterfalls are overpowered by the dire music and the swords clashing. And yet, all you really have to do is figure out when to strike. Like the rest of the game, it's about finding the perfect opportunity. The king is no different from Ganondorf. He lived dwelling on his regrets as he was forced to make a difficult decision to save his people. But from the extraordinary display of Link and Tetra's courage, he knew that he could trust them to sustain hope when darkness comes. With both the king and Ganondorf clinging to the past, they're a lot like the Hero of Time. He tended to dwell on the past and needed help in accepting how time had changed things. It's fitting that the last survivors of Ocarina of Time would be no different. And that's why this game is a perfect allegory for the dilemma its developers faced. With the weight of Ocarina of Time on their shoulders, they chose to create something for a new era of Zelda fans. The gorgeous new art style is symbolic of this, as is the entire tale of a fight for the new generation. But in addition, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker is a beautiful coming-of-age story about self-discovery and finding your own definition of courage. In creating this game, the developers have scattered the seeds of the future, even if it means having the courage to leave the past behind forever. At the cafe bar on Windfall Island, the woman that runs the place will say, "You know, the world's a crazy place, kiddo. You're still young, so you probably don't know about what goes on out there beyond the comfortable confines of your home." She's right. The world is a crazy place. A dangerous place. A scary place. It takes courage just to live in it. But like the king says, it's the only world we've got. That's why I'm glad I'm here. And I'm glad I got out there. I continue to use the courage I've built and look toward the future. The king's words have not fallen on deaf ears. Here's the thing. It can be hard to maintain hope as you face a continuous cycle of circumstances beyond your control. That's why the king only relayed those words to people he knew were courageous enough to understand them. As we know, the king learned something as he watched Ganondorf bring about his own demise. In that moment, he had the courage to face his regrets. Link and Tetra had the courage to heed his words and look to the future, leaving the game on a perfect note. But when you're a kid, it's difficult to extrapolate all of this. When I finished this game, I was experiencing what were quite possibly the happiest days of my life. I had great friends with many similar interests, and we indulged ourselves in our favorite hobbies. Aside from minor childhood annoyances like homework and bedtimes, things were pretty good. It's fitting, then, that the thematic conclusion of Wind Waker would go right over my head. I didn't really have any life experience to apply these words to. All I saw was an epic battle of good versus evil. It wouldn't be until a couple of years later that I would be forced to grow up and I would gradually develop true courage. Now, I'm going to tell you a story. It's not one I tend to share very often, and it will be abridged to save time, but I want you to have an understanding of how Wind Waker continues to inspire me. When I was 11 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. In retrospect, my childhood ended right then and there, and I don't think I was ever the same since then. I was provided with diversions throughout the duration of my treatment, but I won't mince words. It sucked. It took about 3.5 years for me to come out of it, but I ended up feeling lost afterward. I no longer had leukemia to use as a crutch for keeping up with school or meeting new people. On top of that, because leukemia came out of nowhere during such a great time in my life, I began to expect terrible things would happen whenever things were going, in my own words, too well. This led to me developing a severe anxiety disorder and quarreling with the people I love, as my fears would be verified by a death in the family, a setback in my own mental health, or more recently, a massive global shutdown. Out of a longing for comfort, I popped in a game that I love dearly, Wind Waker. And as I played through it for the trillionth time, its words finally began to resonate with me. Link's actions began to resonate with me, especially considering how reactionary I can be sometimes. But most importantly, the game reminded me that I was still here. I'm still breathing, and I've had the courage to keep going in spite of everything. All I really wanted was to live my life, and I felt like the world was preventing me from doing that. But everyone has their own version of living, and I refused to accept my version of that as my reality. I wanted to be traveling, hanging out with friends every day, doing everything imaginable, instead of grounding myself and realizing that I have a pretty good life. I may not have a ton of friends, but the ones I do have care about me, and I care about them too. I may not be traveling right now, but at least I have a goal that I can work to fulfill. I've created a dream job for myself, and I'm never going to take it for granted. I have an opportunity now, in spite of everything, to have an impact on people. All of this is my version of living, and I'm happy with that. I'm here because I continue to have the courage to see the other side of things, the courage to keep going, and I'd love to find out what life has in store for me. What I want you to do now is recognize how far you've come against all odds. If you feel helpless as an observer of our world, as if there is nothing left to believe in, know that it takes courage to never lose hope. So hang on to it. Rest assured, good or bad, nothing lasts forever. And I believe I am concrete proof of that philosophy. If you're strong enough to stay here and fight, then you're a hero to me. All of this is what Wind Waker taught me. It renewed my wonder in the world around me, simply by reminding me that strife can be an opportunity for growth. Nor am I defined by my past. I'm here now, and whatever happens next, the wind will guide me. I'm Liam Triforce, and I love Wind Waker with all my heart. Thanks for watching.
During the Nintendo GameCube's retail lifespan, it was largely considered to be a flop. It sold a paltry 21.74 million systems. Compared to the Nintendo 64's 32.93 million total systems sold, the Super Nintendo's 49.1 million systems sold, or the NES's staggering 61.91 million systems sold. The GameCube wasn't quite the financial success that Nintendo had hoped for. Throw in some negative press reviews from the era, and it appeared the GameCube would be nothing more than a footnote in the history of gaming. So what's driving this renewed interest in the Nintendo GameCube in the modern era? Have they figured out that we were all terribly wrong about the GameCube during its retail run? Or are they just looking at it through rose-colored lenses and throwing cash at retro gaming nostalgia like happens far too often in the modern era? Come on, let's check out the GameCube together and find out why it feels so right today, being so wrong back then. During the GameCube's retail life from 2001 through 2007, it was met with its share of less than glowing critical reception. At its 2001 launch, CNET noted that the GameCube lacked features that its competitors offered. And at its 2007 discontinuation, CNET said, dead or alive, the GameCube was a bad deal. You see, by then, most people were playing multiplayer games like Halo Online, and the GameCube had no built-in internet support. And even if you supplied your GameCube with its optional internet adapter, there were very few games that could take advantage of it. This led online blog Joystick to note at the GameCube's launch that the lack of online games limits its market share. But I think the most powerful insult the poor GameCube endured during its launch had to come from Time International when it remarked that the GameCube was an unmitigated disaster. But fortunately for the gaming community, they were wrong. You see, the GameCube was never a bad game system to start with, and certainly not an unmitigated disaster. And let me just say this, if Time International played baseball, they would be the kings of the strikeout because they swing and miss a lot. Their assertion that the GameCube lacked innovation was utter nonsense. You see, the GameCube introduced a number of innovations for Nintendo, the first of which was to use optical disc media for the first time in a game system. The GameCube also introduced the use of memory cards for saving game data. Yet another innovation for the Nintendo GameCube was the ability to play your Game Boy Advance cartridges on the big screen. You could even link your Game Boy Advance to your GameCube to use it as a controller and a second screen. The GameCube controller was Nintendo's first to feature both dual analog sticks and rumble functionality built right in. But the most notable first for Nintendo has to be the introduction of the OEM wireless controller, the Wavebird. It features fast, reliable radio frequency, or RF technology, to connect it to the GameCube, and it adds only 5 milliseconds, or about 1/3 of one video frame to the total gameplay experience. Take that, Time International! The hardware may be great, but content is king. Let's take a look at some of the absolute bangers on the platform. I want to take a moment to point out there are some common recurring themes throughout these games. See if you can spot them as we go through the list. First up, Animal Crossing. I think it's best described as a social simulator game with an endless, non-linear gameplay path. As the human player, you take up residence in a village filled with anthropomorphic animals. The goal of the game is to earn and save money so that you can pay off a house. You earn money by collecting natural materials and selling them. Along the way, you'll engage and interact with various life events in the game, including social interactions with the animals, attending events, and contributing to the village's development. Animal Crossing attracted a number of non-traditional gamers due to its unusual but immersive gameplay. Its focus is on family, friendship, and community rather than combat. It's one of the earliest examples of the casual gaming genre, and it continues to have sequels released for it even for today's modern Nintendo gaming platforms. But this is the game that started it all, and it holds a special place in the hearts of many GameCube gamers worldwide. Chibi Robo is a game developed by Bandai and Skip Limited, but when Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto of Mario fame heard about this game's development, he lent his input to the project as well. As the player, you take on the role of Chibi Robo, a 10-centimeter tall robot owned by the Sanderson family. Among the game's goals is to navigate the household to locate happy points. You also progress through the game by helping solve family crises or locating lost items for the family. Every action you take in the game drains a little bit of your internal battery. Once in a while, just like with real-life devices, you'll have to stop at an electrical outlet, plug yourself in, and recharge your battery to full. The game is still loved to this day for its original premise and charming storyline, and it has a fun competitive element to it as well. Your goal is to become the top-ranked Chibi Robo in the world. It's like competing for the top spot on an online leaderboard before online leaderboards were a big thing. That's pretty cool. I think most gamers would guess that Super Mario Sunshine was the first Mario-themed title to be released for the GameCube, but it wasn't. Luigi's Mansion was, and it was a launch title for the system. It's the second Nintendo game in which Luigi is the main character, along with Mario is missing for the Super Nintendo. As Luigi, you received notification that you won the grand prize of a mansion in a contest that you didn't enter. Geez, they've literally had online scams since game consoles first started going on the internet. Throughout the game, you'll have to explore the mansion and try to find Mario, who's missing. Yeah, again. You'll encounter ghosts throughout your journey, and you'll need to capture them using a special vacuum cleaner tool called the Poltergeist 3000. There's even a tool called the Game Boy Horror, Nintendo's tongue-in-cheek reference to its own Game Boy Color. There are 4 total levels of the mansion to explore, and each level has a boss battle at its end. The game's gameplay, atmosphere, and voice acting have all received both critical and gamer praise throughout the years. There are several sequels available to this game all the way up through the Nintendo Switch, but the franchise started right here on the Nintendo GameCube. The platform is host to one of the most unique variants of the Mario Kart series, Mario Kart Double Dash. It's the 4th entry in the kart series, and it has some elements that make their appearance for the first time here. Among them is the first appearance of Toad's sister, Toadette. But the innovative new gameplay element here is having 2 riders on one kart. The front rider drives while the rear rider uses items. Not only can you race with 4 local players on these Mario-themed tracks, you can also play the game through a local area network using the previously mentioned GameCube broadband adapter. There are 4 total gameplay modes to choose from, including Time Trial, Grand Prix, Versus, and Battle. The game has 20 total selectable characters, 11 of which are new to the series. Its arcade-style gameplay, high-quality graphics and sound, and new characters and items make Mario Kart Double Dash a must-have for any GameCube collector. The late 1990s and early 2000s were a transitional period for gaming from 2D platform-style games to games now using a new 3D first-person perspective. Among the games to master this transition is Metroid Prime on the GameCube. Metroid Prime is an action-adventure game, the 5th in the series, and it returned after an 8-year hiatus. Among the many things that makes Metroid Prime a standout title is that Nintendo says they put the emphasis on exploration rather than combat. For that reason, Nintendo classified the game as a first-person adventure rather than a first-person shooter. The game takes place between the original Metroid game and Metroid 2, Return of Samus. You'll be battling space pirates and their biological weapons on the planet Talon 4. You'll also have to solve puzzles along the way to reveal some of the game's hidden secrets. Metroid Prime was the winner of a number of Game of the Year awards at launch. That should come as no surprise as seeing how, once again, Shigeru Miyamoto had his hand in its development. Not only is the gameplay top-notch, but the game's cinematics and soundtrack are unbelievable. Many gamers, even to this day, consider Metroid Prime to be one of the best video games ever made. You know, the great thing about consoles that don't connect to the internet is game developers have to get the game right the first time. And in the case of Pikmin, that's exactly what they did. Once again, that should be no surprise as Miyamoto was involved in the game's creation and development. Pikmin is a fun cross between a real-time strategy game and a puzzle game. You take on the role of Captain Olimar, whose spaceship is crash-landed on the planet PNF-404. The local Pikmin are intelligent, loyal plant-like creatures, and they join forces with you and follow your orders to help you try to reclaim the 30 pieces of your broken spaceship. Throughout your journey, you'll also have to deal with the fauna, inhabitants of the planet that are harmful to both the player and Pikmin. You'll have to collect at least 25 parts of your spaceship to win the game, and there are 3 total endings depending upon the total number of parts you collect along the way. Gameplay is split into individual days, and you have 13 total minutes in each day to achieve as much as you possibly can. There's no way to be a solo ranger if you want to win at Pikmin. You'll have to befriend and cooperate with the planet's inhabitants in order to be successful. There are a number of sequels to this game, but just like several other titles mentioned in this video, Pikmin got its start on the GameCube. When a new game system is launched, sometimes their launch titles aren't very good. That is absolutely not the case with the GameCube, as Star Wars Rogue Leader Rogue Squadron 2 is an absolute gem. In this game created by LucasArts and Factor 5, you play either Luke Skywalker or Wedge Antilles. The game spans the storyline of all 3 original trilogy Star Wars movies. You know, the ones that didn't suck. You'll be doing battle against the evil Galactic Empire across 10 total missions in a variety of worlds. Oh, and if you're into Star Wars eye candy, this game absolutely delivers. The game's presentation always gives you the feel that you're inside the Star Wars universe. It's almost hard to believe that a game that looks this good and plays this well was a launch title for the GameCube. While the game has replacement voiceovers, it has the original John Williams soundtrack from the 3 films. You can choose from a selection of 6 total ships, the A-Wing, B-Wing, X-Wing, Y-Wing, T-16, and the ship that made the castle run in less than 12 parsecs. If you ever wanted to know what it was like to shoot down TIE fighters from one of the 2 gunner's chairs, this is it. Of the 650-plus North American games released for the GameCube, Super Mario Sunshine is my absolute favorite. While trying to vacation on the beautiful Isle Delfina with Mario and his friends, Princess Peach is kidnapped by the evil Shadow Mario, and per usual, it's up to Mario to save the day. Teamed up with Flood, the rechargeable water-based backpack, Mario encounters new allies and foes like Bowser Jr., Toadsworth, Petey Piranha, Shadow Mario, Gooper Blooper, Piantas, and Nokis. You can use the Flood Backpack to hover or fly through the air at high speeds, spray enemies or goop, or even dash at high speeds on the ground. The Delfino emergency broadcast system keeps you informed throughout the game, and there are many secrets to be discovered throughout your journey. Do you have what it takes to collect all 120 Shy Sprites, rescue Princess Peach, and restore peace and freedom to Isle Delfino? Okay, fess up, you knew this game was coming, you just didn't know when. There's absolutely no way we could have a conversation about the GameCube in the modern era without including Super Smash Bros. Melee. It was released in 2001 as one of the early games for the GameCube, and it's the second game in the series. The fighter roster for the game includes characters from such Nintendo IPs as Mario, Pokemon, The Legend of Zelda, and Star Fox. Compared to traditional fighting games, the game has a rather unorthodox style of measuring damage. The counter increases a percentage rather than decreasing a health bar. This counter measures the amount of knockback power the player will receive. To win the bout, your goal is to knock the player off of the stage. Super Smash Bros. Melee features beautifully rendered 3D backgrounds themed around Nintendo's IPs. The game was the #1 selling best game on the GameCube platform, and for good reason. 4 players can compete head-to-head simultaneously in a variety of different modes. Melee offers a near-perfect balance of graphical quality, orchestral soundtrack, and tight gameplay and controls. And even to this day, over 20 years later, Melee is played competitively in gaming tournaments around the world. It's a testament to the game's enduring playability and one of the main reasons people seek out the GameCube system today. But the GameCube's no one-trick pony, and The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker is proof positive. As the player, you take control of Link with the goal of saving your sister from the evil Ganon. There are a number of things about this game that differ from its predecessors. First of all, it uses a cel-shaded graphics style rather than the traditional 3D animated polygons. The game is set at sea and takes place across a series of islands. It's wind that helps a sailboat go forward, and you can control the wind using a magic wand known as, wait for it, the Wind Waker. You'll also have to explore and fight your way through a series of dungeons in order to gather the power necessary to beat Ganon. The game's beautiful graphics, orchestral soundtrack, and engrossing gameplay make The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker a must-have for GameCube fans everywhere. So what is it that's got gamers clamoring to get their hands on a GameCube? Is it a matter of personal greed and just wanting to add more pieces to their shelf collections? I don't think so. When you look back through some of the games featured in the video, you'll see that they have common threads, like community, friendship, teamwork, problem solving, and appreciation for the value of family. In my opinion, these things are sorely lacking from games in the modern era, and I think gamers yearn to have these things reintroduced into their gaming experiences. Nintendo knew the importance of these qualities when they launched the GameCube over 20 years ago, and the stories and the joy they bring to gamers around the world are more than just a snapshot in time. They are timeless. Here's another game system that's had a resurgence of late, the Atari Jaguar. Check out the video shown on screen and linked in the video description and pinned comment to find out why.
The Nintendo GameCube debuted in Japan on September 14, 2001, and came to North America on November 14, 2001.
It marks the fourth gaming console by Nintendo, with its predecessor being Nintendo 64. At the time, the GameCube was up against other game consoles like PlayStation 2, the short-lived Sega Dreamcast, and newcomer, the original Xbox by Microsoft. Because of this, the GameCube's performance with sales was poor, being one of Nintendo's least successful selling systems. Despite the shortcomings of its sales, the GameCube continued to prevail thanks largely because of its first-party games. In retrospect, the system is now seen in a positive light by gamers, Nintendo fans, and those who grew up with the GameCube.
This documentary will dive into the games that built their house on the GameCube. We will dive into the history, development, and gameplay for every notable and exclusive games for the system from its launch in 2001 to its discontinuation in 2007. This is only for Nintendo GameCube.
Mario from the Supernatural. Luigi's Mansion. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
One of the most distinguished launch titles for the GameCube was not a Mario game, but instead a Luigi-led game with Luigi's Mansion. The idea started with the ground of making a game that would show off the graphical power of the GameCube. The game would be set in a Japanese-style house with the player traveling across it, taking inspiration from the Legend of Zelda and the exploration of dungeons. But the Japanese house was changed to a child's dollhouse, and the playable character would be Mario. As development continued, the designers wanted to incorporate dynamic lighting effects. With them putting the focus on the use of shadows and darkness, they again changed the area, making it an American-style haunted mansion.
This idea of a haunted mansion convinced the developers that due to Mario's heroic and brave status, he would not be the appropriate character for this kind of game. So, they turned over to choose Luigi, as they felt that he would embody a cowardly character.
Around this time, the GameCube console itself was also in development. This allowed the team of Luigi's Mansion to make some recommendations to further better the demo. One request that became vital was for the design of the controller. They wanted the controller to have two analog sticks that would support the mechanics of movement and the directional control. The latter would be responsible for controlling the flashlight and poltergeist.
With a working controller finalized, testers found the C-stick to be uncomfortable when playing for an extended period. With this feedback, a better design made the C-stick wider and more comfortable.
The elements of the game, that being of ice, fire, and water, came with the GameCube having a fully powered graphical chip that can render them better than the Nintendo 64. It also included dust clouds, creating a dynamic dust system that allows each dust cloud to seem different. One developer working on it for 6 months.
For the game's story, we find Luigi heading to a mysterious mansion that he won in a contest that he did not sign up for. He tells Mario, and they agree to meet up at the mansion for a celebration. Entering the mansion, Luigi is attacked by a ghost, but is then rescued by a scientist who introduces himself as Professor Eldon Gadd, or EGAD for short. EGAD informs Luigi that the mansion is supernatural in nature, and only existed for 2 nights. He says that he saw Mario entering the house earlier and has not seen him since. EGAD equips Luigi with ghost hunting technology such as the Poltergust 3000 vacuum cleaner and Game Boy horror communication device. Luigi returns to the mansion to capture the ghosts that occupy the mansion and find Mario. Diving into the gameplay, the mansion is split into 4 areas, each one becoming available based on player's progression. To seize a ghost, the player will stun them with Luigi's flashlight, which displays the ghost's spot. Once the ghost is stunned, the player would use the Poltergust 3000 to decrease the ghost's health points to 0 to suck them up and capture them. There are puzzle factors on some ghosts. Particularly, the portrait ghost required the use of the Game Boy horror and critical thinking to capture. Speaking of using strategies to seize ghosts, there are elemental medallions that include fire, water, and ice, which can be used to combat specific enemies that are vulnerable to these elements. With the Game Boy horror, it has several functions. It can be used as a map hub, keeping track of rooms that are open. It can track rooms that the player can unlock whenever a new key is found in a treasure chest. It can also be used to scan objects, detect booze, and keep track of treasure and portrait ghost the player have caught. There's additionally the exploration element with the player searching for items and secret pathways, as well as collecting money, gems, pearls, and gold bricks. Luigi's Mansion will receive positive reviews by game critics, praising the gameplay, graphics, and design, but had some criticism for its short length. A remake of Luigi's Mansion was released on the Nintendo 3DS on October 12, 2018. There are also 2 sequels of Luigi's Mansion and Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, also on the 3DS, and Luigi's Mansion 3 on the Nintendo Switch. There would also be an arcade game called Luigi's Mansion Arcade, which is an all-rails light gun game with 2 players using the poltergust.
Space Combat. Star Wars Rogue Leader. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated D for D.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader, is the sequel to Star Wars Rogue Squadron. The original game was released for the Nintendo 64 on December 7, 1998, and developed by Factor 5. It was both a critical and a commercial success, and Factor 5 sought out to create a sequel. Around mid-2000, they were working on Star Wars Episode 1, Battle for Naboo, and after receiving an early GameCube prototype hardware, the team immediately got to working on a tech demo after gaining LucasArts approval. 19 days later, a playable demo debuted in Space World, Nintendo's trade show.
The demo also came with a cutscene that emulated a scene from A New Hope. It received a positive response by audiences. After showing off the demo, the staff of the game continued to work on Battle for Naboo and Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, while there were artists working on material for Rogue Leader. Some of them took references from Star Wars films, books, and even toys to make the ship parts look authentic. Much of the development was done by Factor 5 employees as well as a few designers from LucasArts. For the game's storyline, it is set between the original Star Wars film. Much like with Rogue Squadron, Rogue Leader's gameplay is an arcade-like flight action simulator where the player acts as a Rogue Squadron fighter. The 10 levels in the game include a reenactment of the Death Star battle from A New Hope. The objectives of each stage vary to search and destroy or protect a certain thing. The player can also manage a squad to do certain tasks like shoot or form into a group. There are also secret levels that need to be unlocked.
A few levels allow the player to pilot the Millennium Falcon, and another one where the player joined the Rebel Alliance to fight Darth Vader. After its release, the game received strong positive reviews, with praise given to its graphics, sound design, and gameplay. Super Monkey Ball was created by Amusement Vision, a branch of Sega that was founded in 2000 with game developer Toshihiro Nagoshi. They were primarily focused on arcade games like Virtua Striker, although they did make home console games like Daytona for the Dreamcast. Wanting to move away from the simulator games, Negotiate went for something different, something that'll be easy to pick up in the arcade scene. A game that would be comparable to Marble Madness, navigating a ball through a maze-like environment. Early concepts included a simple colored ball that has a sticker on it, but because of its unattractive nature and the testers unable to track its movement, it did not last long. Eventually, thanks to amusement vision designer Mika Kojima, whose monkey characters were based on her own work, the concept of playing a character that is in a ball came into being. In 2001, the arcade game Unwind debuted in a computer operator trade show. The arcade cabinet was a single-player game controlled with a distinctive banana-shaped analog stick. The game has 3 playable characters, I, Mimi, and Baby. Diving into the game, Monkey Ball has the player not controlling the ball, but controlling the world. By tilting the stage with the control stick, the player must navigate the monkeys through the platform stage to the end goal before the timer runs out. If the player falls off the stage, they will lose a life and must start over at the beginning. On each stage, there are bananas scattered around. The player could collect them to boost up the point and earn an extra life. The bananas having the Dole Food Company logo display on them due to Dole having a licensing agreement with Sega. The arcade game would have gotten an extended port on the Dreamcast. However, Sega announced that they will discontinue the Dreamcast and step down from the console-making business to become a third-party developer. With this, Amusement Vision was informed about the GameCube, and Nakoshi felt that it would work perfectly for Monkey Ball's simplistic mechanics. 10 employees took 2 months and several weeks to create a working board, while also taking an additional 6 months to add in extra modes and multiplayer action. With Super Monkey Ball, there are 3 main modes: main game, party games, and mini games. The main game is much like the gameplay of its arcade counterpart. The player can choose I, Mimi, Baby, and a new character, Gon, and must navigate through the level to get the ball to the goal. The main game has 3 difficulty levels: beginner, advanced, and expert. Starting off with each level, the player is given 2 lives and 5 continues. Once the continues are all used up, the game is over. Collecting 100 bananas would gain the player an extra life. If the player completes the levels without getting a continue, they earn a chance to play the extra level. Practice modes give the player a chance to practice a stage with infinite lives. Competition modes has 4 players competing against each other to be the first to finish the stage. Moving on from the main game mode to party games, there is Monkey Race, Monkey Fight, and Monkey Target. Monkey Race has 3 modes: 1 course race, Grand Prix, and Time Attack. 1 course allows just 1 race to be held on whatever course the player chooses. Grand Prix has the player racing through all the courses, and Time Attack, where the player must finish a course before the time runs out. Monkey Fight has 1 to 4 players taking combat with each other by using the analog stick and the A button to punch opponents with a boxing glove attached to the ball. Points are given to the player for how many times they knock down an opponent off an arena. The player with the most points wins. Monkey Target has the player riding down a large ramp and up to the air, pressing the A button to open the ball and act as a glider. The player would use the analog stick to navigate themselves to land on floating platforms that have different point labels on them. With the mini-games, the player would have to unlock them with play points, which can be earned by playing the main game. The mini-games are Monkey Billiards, Monkey Golf, and Monkey Bowling. The game was held with many positive reviews, praising the level of difficulty, simple controls, and multiplayer mode. It also became one of Sega's commercially successful games at the time. Ever since then, the game has spawned a franchise with several sequels and spin-offs. Fun fact,
Ever since the first game's inception, the announcer was uncredited and has remained unknown. It wasn't until December 2019 when YouTuber Nick Robinson managed to find the Tokyo-based voiceover actor Brian Matt, who is the announcer.
Congratulations! Ready? Go! Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wave Race Blue Storm is the sequel to Wave Race 64, which was a follow-up to the 1992 Wave Race for the original Game Boy. The gameplay of Blue Storm is a jet ski racing game with several modes. The main racing mode is titled Championship Mode. In Championship Mode, the player would choose which difficulty they want to have. There are 4 levels. Exhibition is a practice mode with 1 course. Normal has 5 courses and 5 days. Hard has 6 courses and 6 days. And Expert has 7 courses and 7 days.
Courses and 6 days. And Expert has 7 courses and 7 days. With the levels, there are weather conditions that can affect the waves and their height. There's clear, partly cloudy, partly rainy, and stormy. For the characters, 3 are from the previous game, some are newcomers, and others are from 1080 snowboarding. Ryota Hayami, David Bayoner, Akari Hayame, Nigel Carver, Ayume Stewart, Rob Haywood, Ricky Winterborn, Sarina Delmar. The other modes include Time Attack, where the purpose is to finish the course as quick as possible. In Free Roam, the player can roam freely through any course, with no time limit or other racers. Stunt mode's goal is to gain high points by performing stunts, which can be done using certain button combinations. And finally, there is multiplayer, which is available for Championship mode and Stunt mode. Upon its release, the reception of Blue Storm was favorable, with critics praising the water and weather effects, gameplay, physics, and graphics.
Super Smash Bros. Melee is the follow-up to Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64. The original game was developed by HAL Laboratory with the head of production, Masahiro Sakurai.
The creation of the first game came with Sakurai wanting to make a fighting game, presenting the game as Dragon King. To his mentor, Satoru Iwata, the prototype featured generic characters and no health bars. Sakurai felt that he needed to change the concept to make it more appealing. By replacing the generic characters with Nintendo characters, Nintendo was impressed and gave Sakurai the green light to develop it. Super Smash Bros. Was a huge success upon release. With this, Nintendo wanted a sequel for their lineup of games for the upcoming GameCube system. For Sakurai, this was his biggest game project. Development took 13 months and Sakurai stated that his lifestyle was destructive. He worked for long hours and took no breaks on holidays and weekends, staying in his office from morning until night. While in development, Hideo Kojima contacted HAL Laboratory for a request to add Solid Snake in the game, but things worked too far into work to add the character in. Such a fate happened to Sonic as well, who was also suggested. Other characters that were suggested was James Bond from the Nintendo 64, GoldenEye, and Banjo-Kazooie, but never came to being because of licensing issues. One character that would have been replaced was Ness from the Mother series. His substitute would have been Lucas. This was due because Mother 3 was in development and Lucas was the main character of the game. However, Mother 3 was going through its own development issues at the time, causing Ness to stay in the game. The gameplay is different from many fighting games. Since there are no health bars, each character has a damage meter. The higher the percentage of the meter, the easier a character would be to knock out of the stage's boundaries, leading to a death and loss of a life point. There are no button input combinations like other fighting games, so Smash Bros. Has a simplistic control mechanic, pressing the A or B button while using the control stick with commit and action. The A button is for standard attacks and the B button is for special attacks. The cast of Melee includes 25 characters. The veterans from the first game are Mario, Luigi, Donkey Kong, Link, Samus, Yoshi, Kirby, Fox McCloud, Pikachu, Jigglypuff, Captain Falcon, and Ness. The newcomers are Peach, Bowser, Dr. Mario, Zelda, and her alter ego Sheik. Young Link, Ganondorf, Falco, Pichu, Mewtwo, Marth, Mr. Game & Watch, Roy, and Ice Climbers. The latter of which were incorporated in the game because Sakurai and his development team wanted to add a character from the Nintendo Entertainment System era. In terms of the modes, single player has classic mode, adventure mode, all-star mode, event match, stadium, home run contest, target test, multi-man melee, and training. Classic mode has the player in a ladder campaign where they fight various characters. After choosing a character, life points, and difficulty, the player will go through 11 stages. Stages 1, 4, and 7 are regular players versus CPU matches. Stage 2 has the player and CPU ally versus 2 CPU opponents. Stages 3, 6, and 9 are bonus stages. Stage 3 is target test. The player must break 10 targets before the 2-minute timer runs out. Stage 6 is snag the trophies, where the player must hit 3 falling trophies into a bin. Stage 9 is race to the finish, where the player must race through an obstacle course within 2 minutes. Stage 5 has the player and CPU allies fighting a giant version of a character. Stage 8 has the player versus 10 multi-characters. Stage 10 is a battle between a metal version of a character, and finally, Stage 11 is the last battle with Master Hand as the boss. All-Star mode, which must be unlocked, requires the player to defeat every character in the game while having only 1 life point and 3 health supplements between battles. Event match pins the player against 10 objectives. By completing a certain number of the objectives, more will be unlocked. leading to the final event, Event 51, the Showdown. In Stadium mode, starting off with Home Run Contest, the player starts on a platform with a sandbag. In a 10-second time limit, the player must use a bat to damage the sandbag and launch it out on the field. The sandbag has a damage meter. The higher the meter, the more the sandbag will go further in the field. Getting the bag at a higher distance will lead to unlocking content. Target test is much like its counterpart from classic mode, but it doesn't have a time limit. Every character has their own target test, and the player must complete them. Multi-man melee is where the player fights against multiple CPUs. There are 6 modes: 10-man, 100-man, 3-minute, 15-minute, endless, and cruel. Training allows the player to practice among a CPU to better help themselves to work on their skills. With versus mode, there is melee. Melee is the main fighting mode where the player can fight against 3 CPUs or other players. In tournament melee, the player can set up a tournament with up to 64 players. This mode is split between 3 sub-modes: tournament, winner out, and loser out. Special melee allows players to choose from the following options: camera, stamina mode, super sudden death melee, giant melee, tiny melee, invisible, fixed camera, single button, lightning melee, and finally, their slow-mo melee. The reception of the game was universally acclaimed. Praise was given to the gameplay, controls, graphics, music, the diversity of characters, and modes. The sales skyrocketed so much that Melee became the #1 best-selling game for the GameCube. Ever since then, Melee has inspired a competitive tournament, with the later games continuing being part of the fighting game community, along with Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom, Soul Calibur, and many other fighting games.
Here we see a wild Pikmin in its natural environment. These strange creatures become attached to metal pieces on the ground, and then leave it. Pikmin work together to fight large predators like this ground, even if things get even. As night falls, the Pikmin return to their nest to rest for another day of peace. Hang in there, little guys. Only
Pikmin represents a new IP for Nintendo. It all started from the mind of Shigeru Miyamoto. He had an idea for a game that would be called Adam and Eve.
The game would have the player acting as a god in a prehistoric world and looking over 2 humans. Depending on the actions of the player, the humans will be enemies or lovers and have children. This concept was later scrapped. While this was going on, Nintendo debuted a tech demo at Nintendo Space World 2000. The demo, titled Super Mario 128, showed off multiple Marios interacting on a small platform. It was meant to demonstrate the power of the GameCube and how it can have multiple characters sharing the same screen. It was this demo that implanted the seed that became the mechanics of Pikmin. Coming back to the scrapped Adam and Eve game, the developers soon added more characters in the prototype, having them be as small creatures no bigger than a cat. There also wasn't going to be a main character with the player only using the creatures as weapons. Miyamoto then insisted that a playable main character to be added on, and later, the developers changed the creature's size to an ant. Another change to the creatures was their appearance. Originally black, They were given colors to distinguish each other. There were a few elements in the game that were left out in the cutting room floor. One was to give the Pikmin more free will and disobeyed the player, which the developers left out because they felt it would frustrate them. And another, which was shown in pre-release footage, was to have Olimar unpluck planted Pikmin using a whistle. Miyamoto requested the feature to be taken out as he felt it would make harvesting too simple. The mechanic was removed 2 months before release. The story of Pikmin follows Captain Olimar, a planetary navigator traveling through space for an intergalactic vacation. But his ship, the SS Dolphin, is hit by a meteor, which leads it to crash land on an unknown planet. When Olimar recovers, he discovers that not only are parts of the Dolphin are scattered around the planet, but the planet also contains a poisonous atmosphere that is lethal to him, and his life support system will only protect him for 30 days. While investigating the crash site, he comes across a bizarre large object that resembles an onion from his planet. The object spouts a seed that quickly grows into a leaf. Pulling the leaf out, it is revealed to be a small plant-like humanoid creature because it resembles the pick carrots of his planet due to its look and size. Olimar calls it a Pikmin, seeing that the Pikmin will obey his every command. Olimar must use them to find and recover the missing ship parts before time runs out. The gameplay of Pikmin revolves around a 30-day deadline. Each day has a 15-minute timer, and the player must use their time wisely to achieve whatever tasks they need to do. The task being for finding and receiving ship parts, fighting enemies, tearing down walls, or building bridges. The Pikmin have unique abilities to them based on their colors. Red Pikmin are fire resistant and can do more damage to enemies. Yellow Pikmin are lighter in weight and can be thrown to higher places. They can also carry bomb rocks that can be used to attack enemies and take down walls. And lastly, blue Pikmin can go through water. The player must use these abilities to their advantage to achieve their goals. To grow more Pikmin, the player must use pellets in which the Pikmin can take to the onion and could produce more Pikmin depending on the number on the pellet. Additionally, Pikmin can use the corpses of enemies as a substitute to pellets. The other game mode besides the main story gameplay is challenge mode, which must be unlocked after beating the main game mode. In challenge mode, the player must grow as much Pikmin as they can. The reviews of Pikmin were widely positive and was a commercial success. The game had since spawned a series with sequels, re-releases on the Wii, and a spin-off.
football. A supersonic power. Ball up right now and roll! Action! Come on, honey, and your break. And your stand. Hey, focus! What do you think about it, Mark? Okay, if you understand, what part of supersonic speed do you not understand?
The right hedgehog is hard to find. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Extra two-player action. Only on Nintendo Game. Rated E for everyone.
Sonic Adventure 2 Battle represents a landmark for both Nintendo and Sega. Once rivals in the late 80s and 1990s, trying to dominate the video game world, Sega's beloved mascot finds himself entering the house of Mario. How did this happen? First off, Battle is an expansion port of the original game for the Dreamcast. Sonic Adventure 2 began its development shortly after the release of the previous Sonic Adventure. Around its release in 2001, Sega announced they will be discontinuing the Dreamcast and will become a third-party developer, leading to Adventure getting a new release on the GameCube. The expansion port that Sega made had improvements in the textures and graphics. They had multiplayer and various other upgrades.
For the game's main storyline, Dr. Eggman invades a facility run by a military task force named Gun.
With the use of a Chaos Emerald, he revitalizes a black hedgehog named Shadow. He asks Eggman to fetch him additional Chaos Emeralds and to meet him in the abandoned space colony, Ark.
Sonic is captured by Gun when they mistake him for being Shadow, but he escapes from a Gun helicopter and is chased throughout Central City.
After a brief encounter with Shadow, Sonic is once more taken prisoner by Gun.
Meanwhile, Knuckles clashes with expert treasure hunter Rouge the Bat over a Master Emerald. However, Eggman captures it, but Knuckles smashes the emerald into numerous pieces, which he manages to gather and rebuild. Rouge, who is secretly working for the government, travels to Ark and strikes a deal with Eggman and Shadow to get more emeralds for use in the Eclipse Cannon, a super weapon designed by Eggman's grandfather, who also created Shadow. Tails and Amy rescue Sonic from Gun's Island headquarters, while Shadow, Eggman, and Rouge collect 3 emeralds on the same island.
Eggman uses the emeralds to power the Eclipse Cannon, which destroys half of the moon.
On a global broadcast, he threatens the entire world that unless his demands are honored, he will destroy the Earth in 24 hours. It is now up to Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy to stop him.
The gameplay is divided into 2 campaigns, Hero and Dark. Hero follows Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Dark follows Shadow, Eggman, and Rouge. The characters have levels that are the same as each other. Sonic and Shadow levels are fast-paced platformers. Tails and Eggman levels are slow-paced make-shoot em-ups. Knuckles and Rouge have treasure hunting levels with open environments and a radar system to discover 3 parts of a certain object. In addition to the main game mode, there includes multiplayer and the Chow Garden. Beginning with the latter, the Chows are beings who first appeared in Sonic Adventure. They serve as virtual pets for the player to raise. During the main game, the player will encounter a Chow container. Inside, there is a Chow key which will allow the player access to the Chow world. Within the Chow world, there is Chow Garden and Chow Kindergarten. The garden is the main area where the player can hone their Chow, feed them fruit, and give them chaos drives and small animals that will boost up their attributes such as flight, power, swimming, stamina, and running speed. In the garden, there is a cave where the player may play as their Chow and Chow race and Chow Karate. These mini-games are also available in multiplayer mode.
In Chow Kindergarten, there's Black Market, a shop selling products such as fruit, seeds, hats, and eggs that hatch different colored Chows. Chow Classroom, where Chows learn to sing, dance, draw, and play instruments.
The principal office is where the player may obtain advice on how to raise their Chow. The health center is where the Chow's health may be examined. And fortune-telling house, or a psychic Chow, gives the player's Chow a name. In multiplayer, there are 6 modes. Action race, 2 players race to the finish line. Treasure hunt, whoever finds pieces of a master emerald first wins. Shooting battle, 2 players blast at one another until one player's life gauge has run out. Chow race, Chow karate. And finally, kart race, which was a level in the main campaign. Sonic Adventure 2, Battle received mixed to positive reception. Critics praised the upgraded graphics and gameplay, while some would feel that it was a downgrade of the Dreamcast version. At the first week of its availability, Battle sold over 2.56 million copies. The legacy of Battle has led to fans seeing it in a more positive light. Furthermore, Sonic Adventure 2, Battle has the debut of Rouge and Shadow, the latter of whom received his own game spin-off, Shadow the Hedgehog, which was released in 2005 for the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and the original Xbox.
Resident Evil, more terrifying than ever, comes to Nintendo GameCube. Spine-chilling action. Devastating weapons. Unspeakable evil. Live the nightmare. Resident Evil, exclusively from Capcom. Rated M for mature, only on Nintendo GameCube.
Resident Evil is a remake of the original Resident Evil. The first game was released on the original PlayStation and was a commercial success and coined the term survival horror. It was created with the intent of it being a remake of the Famicom game, Sweet Home. Capcom, the studio behind Resident Evil, made an agreement with Nintendo to port previous and new games of the series to the GameCube. With this, the original game's director, Shinji Mikami, felt the remake would help newcomers to appreciate the game and would fix the localization problems with the first. Much like they did with the original, the developers used 3D models on top of pre-rendered backgrounds for the environment, as trying to make them with computer graphics would cost too much hardware. Other improvements included some tweaks in the gameplay, a subplot that was cut from the original, which involved character Lisa Trevor. And the biggest addition was the use of motion capture and new voice acting. The production lasted for a year and 2 months. The story of Resident Evil is set in the fictional Raccoon City on July 24, 1998. Strange murders are happening. Police department, special tactics, and rescue service are called to investigate, but they disappear. An Alpha team, which includes Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Albert Wesker, and Barry Burton, are called in to discover what happened to Bravo team. They are attacked by dog-like creatures and take refuge in a mansion. Within the mansion, Chris and Jill discover it's home to an underground laboratory of the Umbrella Corporation, who are experimenting with a biological agent called the T-virus, and there are zombies roaming around in the mansion as a result. For the gameplay, the player can choose to play as Chris or Jill. Each character has their own advantages. Jill can carry more items and lockpick doors, and Chris can tolerate damage from enemies as well as give them damage. While exploring the mansion, the player must solve puzzles to gain access to new areas and battle enemies. If the player's health is compromised, they must find and combine herbs to heal themselves. To save the game, ink ribbons can be found and used in typewriters. The supply of ink ribbons is limited in the game, so they must be used sparingly. Much like its original counterpart, The remake has a control scheme which has been titled Tank Control. It is a system where the camera angles and controls will change. For example, pressing up on a controller will make a character move forward in the direction they face, left and right for rotation, and pressing down will make the character walk backwards. The reviews were met with critical acclaim. Praise was given to the updated graphics, gameplay, and attention to suspense and tension. The game sold around 445,000 copies in the US and is considered the best video game remake.
Bomberman Generation is the 19th installment in the Bomberman series. The first game was developed by Hudson Soft. It was released in Japan on 1983 for various home computers, such as the MSX, the NEC PC, Sharp MZ, and the Fujitsu FM. In 1985, it made its way to the NES.
In the following years, the Bomberman series has been on the Sega Saturn, Game Boy, TurboGrafx 16, Nintendo 64, and the original PlayStation. The gameplay of Generation has the player going through 6 worlds with each having 5 levels. The levels have environmental puzzles the player would solve, battles with Pokemon-like creatures called Cheruboms, and mini-games such as Bomb-G Jump, where the goal is to jump into a moving log that is flowing down the river. Motor Bomber, where the player must ride the motor bomber while avoiding obstacles. Bomber Marathon is a race to the goal and avoid being crushed by a tumbling boulder. And finally, Rail Bomber, where the player will ride a rail lorry to reach the goal and take out obstacles on the way. With multiplayer, there is Standard Battle, where players can defeat each other by using bombs. In Reversi Battle, players must use bombs to flip the color panels that match their assigned color. Coin Battle has players breaking coin barrels to collect coins. Dodge Battle, where players must avoid falling bombs. Finally, Revenge Battle, in which players get points on how many moles they take out with bombs. Bomberman Generation received a positive reception. Nintendo Power Magazine awarded it the title Most Underrated Game of 2002.
What is real? Is it the light? The emptiness? Your fear? The terror will consume you, and nothing will be what it seems. Eternal Darkness, only for Nintendo GameCube, rated M for mature.
Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem was created by Silicon Knights. It was planned to be on the Nintendo 64, but the decision was made for it to be a GameCube exclusive. The story of Eternal Darkness takes place over different time periods and locations. In Rhode Island on 2000 AD, Alexandra Roivas heads to her family's estate after her grandfather, Edward Roivas, was murdered. Frustrated with the lack of progress with the local police, she investigates throughout the mansion and finds a book called Tome of Eternal Darkness. Reading the book, there are accounts of various individuals in the past who have encountered an ancient evil that seeks to spread eternal darkness to the world. With the gameplay, it consists of fighting monsters and solving puzzles to move on in a certain location. The player can attack in a general direction or target an enemy to focus on individual parts of the enemy's anatomy. There are many classes of enemies that the player must defeat or avoid. Each class also comes in a few varieties, and there are subtle differences between each variety. The game has 12 playable characters from different time periods and different places. Each character has their own 3 major parameters: health, sanity, and magic, and they have access to a limited number of weapons. There are various pathways to choose in the plot, each with slight implications on gameplay in chapters and interlude intervals. Magic can be used by most characters and consists of spells that can damage opponents, protect, and heal characters, and can be used to solve certain puzzles. All spells require the player to combine a series of runes to cast them. Another gameplay aspect is the sanity effects. A sanity meter will be provided to the player. This meter, when low, will influence the character's grip on reality. This can include a skewed camera angle, heads of statues following the character, and disturbing noises. Stronger effects include bleeding on walls and ceilings, subtle changes to the environment, the character suddenly dying, and fourth wall breaking effects such as faking a TV or game malfunction. At the time of its release, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem earned near universal critical praise, with high ratings on game rankings and Metacritic. It won awards like Outstanding Achievement in Character or Story Development Award at the 6th Annual Interactive Achievement Awards presented by the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences in 2003.
The world of pleasure play. Cherish life and never waste.
Everyone loves a sunshiny day.
We're gonna keep it that way. That's clean is better than dirty, and dirty's meaner than clean.
Let's all lend a helping hand. Mario can't do it alone. He'll spray his water to fly around and clean the sludge that's on the ground.
That's clean is better than dirty, and dirty's meaner than clean.
Super Mario Sunshine, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
Super Mario Sunshine is the new entry following Super Mario 64. Following the success of 64, Nintendo was getting ready to develop a sequel. It would have featured co-op with a second player as Luigi and the chance to play with Yoshi. It would have been on the Nintendo 64 DD, a magnetic disc accessory that was only Japan exclusive. But because of the 64 DD's commercial failure, the sequel was cancelled. During Nintendo Space World in 2000, the tech demo Super Mario 128 was shown. The demo paved the way for the mechanics for Pikmin, and many felt that it would be the next installment of Super Mario. But really, the plan was scrapped, and the development of the new Super Mario game took place around late 2000. The game's director, Yoshiaki Koizumi, wanted to involve an idea of Mario using a water pump, leading to the creation of the Flood water pack. It was originally going to be a gun-like nozzle, but was removed to avoid possible controversy from the United States. For the creation of the hub of Isle Delfino, developers would travel to tropical islands in France and Italy, as well as read through travel brochures for inspiration. The hub world would have been populated with human NPCs, but were changed to the Piantas. Other cut content was various nozzles Flood would use. Yoshi and Mario spitting water from their mouths. A train traveling system that connected various areas of Delfino. Multiplayer with Shadow Mario, and 5 world areas, including the final stage having different objectives for the player to complete. The story of Sunshine finds Mario on vacation, along with Princess Peach, Toadstool, and other colorful. Upon arriving at Isle Delfino, they come across a goopy slime-like graffiti in which a water-spraying device called Flood helps Mario in cleaning it up. A mysterious Mario doppelganger frames Mario for polluting the entire island, which causes the sources of power, the Shine Sprite, to disappear, and the island is covered in shadow as a result. The residents of Isle Delfino, the Piantas, sentenced Mario to clean up the mess. Much of the gameplay is the same as Super Mario 64. Sunshine is a platform game where the player controls Mario as they explore various worlds with different objectives. By collecting shine sprites on every objective, more will be unlocked. In the main hub, Delfino Plaza, various worlds will be accessed as the player progresses in the game. They can also buy shine sprites by collecting blue coins. With the flood mechanic, the player can use its various nozzles for different purposes. The squirt nozzle is used to spray water to clean up slime and fight slime-based enemies. The rocket nozzle is used to shoot Mario up into the air. The hover nozzle allows Mario to hover for 5 seconds. And finally, the turbo nozzle allows Mario to run at incredibly fast speed over land and sea. Blood will need to refill on water, which the player can do by entering water sources like fountains and the sea. In addition, there are platform levels where blood is taken away from Mario. The use of Yoshi, who can eat food to fuel for juice, so he can use it for spitting, and it dissolves orange wave-like obstacles. However, if Yoshi encounters a large body of water or runs out of juice, he will dissolve. Sunshine would receive widespread praise from critics for the graphics, puzzles, music, and gameplay, although some fans took issue with the blood mechanic. The game would end up being one of the best-selling games in gameplay. And on September 18, 2020, it was released in a compilation pack called Super Mario 3D All-Stars for the Nintendo Switch, which includes Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Galaxy.
Where did he go out? Spin, you little monkey, spin! Wow! Whoa! It's like a party, but it's better than a party. The monkey ball is going and going. I got real fast. I go real fast. Going. Blast it off. Super monkey blast.
Super Monkey Ball 2 is the sequel to Super Monkey Ball. With this new installment, there are improvements as well as new additions. There is Story Mode, which follows Ai, Mimi, Baby, and Gon as they fight Dr. Bad Boon to receive the bananas he has stolen from Monkey Island. In Story Mode, there are 10 worlds that each have 10 stages. The gameplay is much like the main game from the first one. However, there are unlimited lives for the player to continue with the stage. The more progression the player makes, the harder the stages will become. In challenge mode, the player can choose whatever level of difficulty they wish to play. And there are 2 lives and 3 continues. If the continues are all used up, then the game is over. Collecting 100 bananas will grant the player an extra life. Completing the stages without a continuation will unlock extra levels, that being Beginner Extra, Advanced Extra, and Expert Extra. There is also a Master Extra level that the player can unlock. The minigame section from the original is gone, and in its place is party games. Monkey Race, Monkey Fight, Monkey Target, Monkey Billiards, Monkey Bowling, and Monkey Golf makes a return with some upgrades. For example, Target allows 4 players to play together instead of taking turns. The new games are Monkey Tennis, Monkey Baseball, Monkey Soccer, Monkey Boat Race, Monkey Shot, and Monkey Dogfight. Much like the original, Super Monkey Ball 2 was favored with positive reviews from game reviewers. IGN states, just as simple as the original and also just as addictive. But where it's an entertaining single-player experience, it's a superb multiplayer one. All of the revamped mini-games are fantastic.
This is one of the best multiplayer games for GCN, without a doubt and hands down.
Here's a true story.
Four friends got to live in a video game.
And find out what happens when they stop being themselves.
Start being someone else.
Animal Crossing
For Nintendo GameCube. A walrus moved into the village today. What?
I've just been fishing, you know, seen some pirates.
All Rob does is fish. Fish and see his pals. I'm the one getting the job, tending the garden.
Welcome to Animal Crossing, a light game that's happening every minute of every day, whether you're playing or not.
Hey, it's called the lawnmower. Other people have to live here too, you know.
Rated E for everyone.
Animal Crossing is an enhanced version of the Nintendo 64 game, Dobutsu no Mori. The creator, Katsuya Iguchi, wanted to create a game that had themes of community, friendship, and family. Assembling a team made of Hisashi Nogami, Takashi Tezuka, and Kazumi Totaka, the team wanted Dobutsu no Mori to run on a real-time clock and hoped that the 64 DD would help utilize the mechanic. But since the 64 DD was discontinued, the development of Dobutsu no Mori moved to the original N64 and would have a game pack cartridge which includes a real-time clock to run on real-world time and a controller pack for saving progress. Due to lack, the development team had to remove a few elements from the game. Dobutsu no Mori, or Animal Forest, was released on the N64 in Japan on April 2001. It is the last game Nintendo released for the Nintendo 64, and third to last game released for the system in Japan. Its success led to Nintendo wanting to release an expansion port on the GameCube. The port would be called Dobutsu no Mori Plus, and would have extra content that was left out of its original counterpart and used the GameCube's built-in clock system to keep track of the time and date. With the sales of the game reaching up to 91,658 copies being sold in the first week of Japan alone, Nintendo began to localize it for the West. Animal Crossing GameCube is a social simulation in which the player takes on the role of a new resident of a town populated by anthropomorphic animals. The gender and look of the player's character is determined by their replies to robots. A cat they'll meet at the start of the game. Afterwards, they'll arrive in town and meet Tom Nook, a raccoon who owns the local store and will give the player an apartment and a job. There are also a variety of chores and objectives to complete by interacting with the town citizens. The player can also visit Nook's store to buy and sell items, decorate their home, buy or design new outfits at the Able Sisters clothing shop, drop off mail or deposit bells, the game's currency, to pay off the mortgage, and donate artwork, fish, fossils, and insects to the museum to be displayed. Whenever the player wants to stop the game, they can save their progress by talking to a gyro, a machine that resides next to their house. Saving is a vital part, as exiting the game without doing so will result in loss of progress. The game takes advantage of the GameCube's internal clock system to track days, weeks, months, and years, so every day plays out in real time. So holidays like Christmas and Halloween will occur like in real life. There is also a traveling system where the player can visit other towns by placing a friend's memory card of Animal Crossing into slot B of the GameCube. Animal Crossing was met with critical and commercial success, domestically and internationally. The Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences nominated it for Console Game of the Year, Console Role-Playing Game of the Year, Game of the Year, Innovation in Console Gaming, Outstanding Achievement in Game Design, and Outstanding Achievement in Gameplay Engineering. The Strong National Museum of Play placed it in the World Video Game Hall of Fame in 2021. Animal Crossing has generated a beloved series of games, the most recent of which, at the time of this video, is New Horizons on the Nintendo Switch, released on March 20, 2020.
planet that only knows fear needs a hero that has none. Star Fox Adventures, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for Teen.
Star Fox Adventures is a new entry in the Star Fox series. The original Star Fox was released on the Super Nintendo on March 26, 1993. It was a 3D aerial rail shooter that took advantage of polygonal graphics thanks to a Super FX graphics chip in the cartridge. The sequel, Star Fox 2, would have been released in 1995, but around that time, the original PlayStation and the Sega Saturn were demonstrating the capabilities of 3D graphics, and many felt that this would be the future of games. Star Fox 2 was shelved, but managed to be officially released from the Super NES Classic Edition in 2017, and is available on the Nintendo Switch online service. After the cancellation of the sequel, the team behind it worked their efforts on making Star Fox 64. It was released on the Nintendo 64 on June 30, 1997.
Around this time, the development company Rare was creating a new IP called Dinosaur Planet. Its development started after the release of Diddy Kong Racing. Dinosaur Planet would revolve around Saberth the wolf and Crystal the fox. Shigeru Miyamoto looked at the game's content and noticed that it bears a resemblance to the Star Fox series due to the anthropomorphic characters. It was then that both Nintendo and Rare agreed to change the project into a Star Fox title called Star Fox Dinosaur Planet. The Saber character was changed to Fox and the project was soon made into a launch title for the GameCube. Around its release, Rare was bought by Microsoft to make games for the original Xbox, ending the association between Rare and Nintendo. The story takes place on the planet Serenia, where it's in danger of being torn into 4 pieces by the tyrannical General Scales and his Sharp Claw Legion. Crystal, the planet's only survivor, sends out a distress signal. General Pepper contacts the Star Fox team to investigate. Fox encounters the Queen Earthwalker, who tells him that Scales stole 4 spellstones, 2 of the Force Point temples, tearing the planet apart. She tells Fox to meet the Warpstone and rescue her son, Prince Tricky, at Ice Mountain. After Fox rescues Tricky, he becomes Fox's sidekick. Armed with Crystal's staff, Fox must save Serenia. The gameplay departs from the 3D rail shooter of the previous Star Fox titles and goes for a linear action-adventure approach similar to the Legend of Zelda series. The player controls Fox McCloud as they explore the planet Serenia to find 4 spellstones and the Krazoa spirits and return to Krazoa Palace. Fox is equipped with a staff that acts as a weapon and tool for exploration. The staff can be upgraded with powers that aid in combat and puzzle solving. Within the levels, the player will find scarabs. They can be used to buy healing goods, new equipment, and maps of the different locales. In addition, there is a second game mode called Aring Mode, which works similarly to other Star Fox games. The player chooses where they want to go on Dinosaur Planet in this mode. At first, the planet itself, the game's overworld, is only accessible via Aring, but after unlocking a planet part during the adventure mode, the player may get there by Aring. After choosing a location, players will enter an orbital phase where they dodge obstacles as they shoot down enemies, have a chance to soar through the silver ring to regenerate health, and use super bombs to take out hordes of enemies. Fans and game journalists gave Star Fox Adventures mixed to mainly good reviews, with some believing that its departure from prior Star Fox titles to a Zelda-like style gameplay made it feel like it wasn't a real Star Fox game. GameSpot named Star Fox Adventures the second best GameCube game of September 2002. It also sold more than 1.82 million copies.
Get ready for eye-popping
jaw-dropping GameCube action with Mario Party 4, where good friends go at it, live and uncensored. With Tag Match Battle Mode, 4 players tear up in a battle royale of 50 mini-games, played at the corner of madness and mayhem. Mario Party 4. Because it's not a party until something gets broken. Only on Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
Mario Party 4 is the 4th installment of the Mario Party series and the first on the GameCube. The original series started on the Nintendo 64. The gameplay of a Mario Party title is that there's party mode. In party mode, 4 players are on a game board where they take turns rolling a dice block, 1 to 10, leading to how many spaces they'll move on the board. After the players have taken their turns, a random minigame will follow, and the winner will receive coins. The coins can be used to purchase items, pass through gates, use Boo Ghosts to take coins from other players, play the lottery to win coins or items, and purchase stars. The player with the most stars wins. Items can be purchased from the item shop or landing on mushroom patches. Mega Mushrooms grows players into a giant, allowing them to roll 2 sets of dice blocks and crush enemy players with coins. Mini Mushrooms shrink players and roll blocks of dice, including number 15, but can pass through small pipes. Various types of spaces are scattered throughout a board with each effect. Blue spaces give a player 3 coins. Red spaces will take 3 coins from a player, happening spaces would activate a positive or negative effect, and battle stages would activate a battle minigame. The playable characters are Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, Yoshi, Wario, Donkey Kong, Princess Daisy, and Waluigi. The mini-games are divided into 7 categories: 4-player, story, 2 vs 2, battle, Bowser, 1 vs 3, and etc. There are 16 mini-games in the 4-player category. Manta Rings. Players will swim through as many rings as they can, and golden rings are worth more points. Whoever has the most wins. Book Squirm. Players must move on a book with falling pages that have shaped holes. The player who's the last standing without being flattened wins. Stamp Out. Players are given a large stamp where they must put their assigned color on a canvas floor. The one who shows the most color is the winner. 3 Throw. Each player begins in front of 3 movable rows of basketball hoops. The aim is to make as many jump shots as possible to gain points. Shots from the top or bottom row are for 1 point, but shots from the center row, which moves quicker, are worth 2 points. The player with the most points wins. Slime Time. Players are trapped within a blob of slime and must break free from it. Mr. Blizzard's Brigade. Players are set in a frozen pond and must avoid snowballs being thrown by the Mr. Blizzards. The last player standing wins. Avalanche. Players must escape an avalanche. Toad's Quick Draw. Toad will hold up a colored flag, and the players must shoot the balloon that has the same color. Take a breather. The longer the player can have their character hold their breath, they will win. Mario Speedwagons. Whoever reaches the goal under 10 seconds, they will win. Bob Bomb Breakers. Each player begins with their own column as they must use the falling blocks to score points. A chain is established and additional points are gained if the blocks shatter in such a manner that one set falls to form another group of 3. When a Bob Bomb is surrounded by blocks, it explodes and destroys all the blocks that are touching it, awarding points for each one. The winner of the game is the player who reaches 100 points first. Paratrooper Plunge. Players skydive from an airplane with balloons strapped to their backs must collect coins in bags of coins while avoiding Koopa Paratroopas and Fly Guys. Mario Medley. Players must swim for 3 laps. Domination. Each player uses a switch and a mallet. The switches must be pressed as many times as possible within 10 seconds for the players. A womp is activated each time a switch is pressed. The womps are knocked down by a punch from the characters when the time is up. The player who has the most womps knocked over wins. Long Claw of the Law. Depending on the wanted poster, if it's a Goomba, Bob Bomb, Chain Chomp, Boop, Whomp, or Shy Guy, the players must use their claw to capture the enemy 3 times, all of which is hidden in various doors. Photo Finish. Players must put an 8-piece puzzle together. There are 6 battle minigames. Trace Race. Each player has a giant crayon and a long path that they must trace. The winner depends on the accuracy of the trace. Chain Chomp Fever. The goal is for players to avoid the chain chomp while also avoiding stepping on the pool of lava and walls of fire. The player who's the last one standing wins. Paths of Peril. Players must navigate through a large canyon and reach the end goal first. Bowser's Bigger Blast. Players take turns pushing down on the pumps connected to the Bowser Bomb. Only one pump will set the bomb off, and if a player activates it, the bomb will explode, eliminating that player. The player who's not been eliminated wins. Butterfly Blitz. Players will catch butterflies to gain points. Yellow butterflies are worth 1 point, red ones are worth 2, and blue ones are worth 3. Rumble Fishing. Whoever can pull their fishing rod the fastest wins. There are 3 Bowser minigames. Fruits of Doom. Bowser will deliver a list of fruits he wants. Players must give him the right fruit one at a time. Failure to give Bowser the right fruit or give him the same fruit leads to elimination. Darts of Doom. The players will have to throw 3 darts at a spinning dartboard with 8-point numbers 1, 5, 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, and 100, and Bowser's face as the bullseye. Whoever has the lowest point or hit the Bowser bullseye loses. Balloon of Doom. Players will ground pound a balloon pump to inflate the balloon. Whoever inflates the balloon to the point of it popping loses. The 1 versus 3 category has 9 mini-games. Candlelight Flight. Set in a dark room, the solo player is equipped with a candle and the 3-player team are equipped with water guns. If the solo player can keep the candle lit and avoid the team, they will win. Goal. The 3-player team must kick 10 soccer balls in the goal within 30 seconds, while the solo player must defect them. Hop or Pop. While inside a spiked ball, the solo player must run around a stadium to pop the team player's bubble. The team can jump around to avoid the solo player. Making Waves. The solo player is on a platform in a large pool. While on small rafts at the edge of the pool, the 3 players must ground pound to create waves to pushing the solo player into the pool. The solo player must maintain their balance on the board. Tree Stump. The team controls giant tree stump robots with spikes. The solo player must avoid the machines within 45 seconds. Hide and Go Boom. Within 5 seconds, the team must press the button on the cannons to hide inside them. The solo player will be given 3 chances to choose the correct cannon by pressing their assigned button. The fuses will light up and 1 player or more will be blown out of the cannon. Money Belts. The single player starts on a narrow conveyor belt, while the team starts beneath it on a wider conveyor belt. They all must collect as many coins in coin bags as possible while avoiding cookies, boxes, and candy along the way. If a player falls off the conveyor, they will return via the boxes. Fish and Drifts. The solo player and the team each have a large tank in which they must fill with water. The solo player can do this by pushing a sequence of 6 buttons to put water in the tank. However, each of the 3 players must press a button one at a time to acquire a bucket to fill the tank. Blame It on the Crane. The 3 players are placed in orbs on a large circular platform that spins counterclockwise. The single player will operate a crane to capture the players as they pass. 2 versus 2 has 9 games. Cheap Cheap Sweep. The players are in a pond filled with fish called Cheap Cheeps. They must catch them with their nets and bring them over to their team's cage. Red Cheap Cheeps are worth 1 point, and yellow ones are worth 2.
Cliffhangers. Players must climb up a snowy mountain. While climbing, strong winds will attempt to blow the players off, so they must hold on to the mountain, otherwise, they will fall out. The team who makes it up the top wins. Order up. There are various food items covered by boxes on a table, one for each team. The tables will spin around, and once they stop, Toad will order 2 of the food items. The team must find the right items. Whoever does it first will get a point. Rivera Bomb. Bob bombs are walking toward either side of the playing field. Players must press the 6 buttons on their side to divert the bob bombs away from them and toward their opponent's team. Bob bombs that reach the end of the platform will explode, stunning players at its location if they happen to be there when this happens. The team with more total lives at the end of play wins. Parasailing. On each team, there is one player driving a boat and the other player on a parasail. The goal is to collect as many coins as possible. Speeding up the boat causes the player in the parasail to ascend, while slowing down makes them descend. If the player in the boat hits one of the crates floating in the water, they will be stunned for a few seconds, and the parasail will drop to its lowest height. Right or left? The team are placed in boats and must paddle to the end of a long tunnel while avoiding obstacles. Team Treasure Track. Each player starts a different corner of a maze. The goal is for each team member to move to a treasure chest and key, as well as to meet with their teammate. It is entirely possible that a player will get lost, so they can use the map. The Great Deflate. To completely deflate an inflatable blue thwomp, players must ground pound it. Story has 5 mini-games within the main game's story mode. Bowser Bop. By hitting the Koopa Kid and Bowser heads that appear from the furniture, the player would receive points. Koopa Kid is worth 1, and Bowser is worth 2. Archaeologus. The player must decide which of 5 shapes differs from the other 4. If a player makes a wrong estimate, the form will collapse and flatten their character. The shape will fly towards the Shy Guy portrait in the rear of the room if the decision is right. The player who gets 3 right guesses before their opponent wins. Goomba's Chip Flip. With 20 chips on the field face down, the players will ground pound the chips to reveal how much points they're worth. Some chips are 20, 10, or 5. Careening Koopa. Each player has a board with 4 boards and 4 Koopa shells. The goal is to get the Koopa shells in the hole by tilting the board. Mystic Match M. Each player begins with 3 cards, a trumpet, violin, piano, and flute. Players take turns discarding 1 card that remains face up on the table, then taking one of the remaining face down cards, attempting to match 3 like instruments. When a player selects one of the 3 blue cards on the table, the cards on the table and in the player's hand are reshuffled and the player is given 3 new cards. The opponent's hand is unaffected. The person who matches all 3 of their cards to a single instrument is the winner. Finally, there is the Etc. mini-games, in which there are 3. Panels of Doom. Players are placed on numbered panels. A dice block will appear, and players will hit it to draw a number. Whatever number the dice land on, the numbered panel will collapse. If a player is on that numbered panel, they will be eliminated. The last player standing wins. Bowser Wrestling. 2 players must attempt to push one another off a platform. The Final Battle. If the player becomes the superstar of every board in story mode, they will enter Bowser's version of the Party Cube, the Final Battle Cube. The cube's mission is to track down Bowser and recover the player's stolen presents. The cube also contains lava, which the player must avoid falling into. There is also extra mini-games within the extra room. Mario Party 4 received mostly mixed to positive reviews from game critics. Praise was given to the graphical improvements, the multiplayer, and the variety of mini-games. But some felt that this new entry may not be able to bring back players who were burned out by the previous Mario Party games. Story mode was also criticized for its slow pace. The game won the award for Family Game of the Year at the 2003 Interactive Achievement Awards. It sold 1,100,000 units from its release to December 27, 2007 in North America, and an additional 902,827 copies in Japan.
The cold silence of space only punctuates the feeling of death that emanates from this virtually lifeless planet. Only one thing is alive and well here. Evil. And it must be destroyed, decimated, exterminated. First, it must be found.
Metroid Prime is a new installment in the Metroid series. The original NES game was released on August 6, 1986. It was praised for its gameplay, music, and levels. It also has a special notability by being one of the first games at the time to have a female protagonist, Samus Aran. Afterwards, a sequel, Metroid 2: Return of Samus, was released on the Game Boy. Fast forward to the Super Nintendo era, Super Metroid was released. It is cited as not only the best games ever made, but the best games in the Super Nintendo library. The legacy of Super Metroid gave birth to the term Metroidvania, a mix of Metroid's labyrinth-like levels and the Castlevania games. The most notable game in that definition being Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. During the Nintendo 64 era, there was no development of a Metroid game. Shigeru Miyamoto stated that nobody could come up with any ideas that would be appealing. On September 21, 1998, Jeff Spangenberg, founder of Iguana Entertainment, formed an alliance with Nintendo to develop games for mature audiences. This led to the creation of Retro Studios. While they were working on projects that would be on the GameCube, Miyamoto visited Retro in 2000 and saw a prototype of action-adventure. He thought about its potential and requested that a Metroid game must be made from the engine, leading Retro to cancel the projects and focus their attention on this one work. The staff worked long hours to reach the deadline during its development, and at one point the game was planned to be in a third-person perspective, but there were camera issues. Thanks to Miyamoto's heavy involvement behind the scenes, he suggested the camera would be better in a first-person perspective. The story of Prime is set between Metroid and Metroid 2. Samus Aran detected Stressing from the space pirate frigate Orpheon. His crew has been slaughtered by the pirates' own genetically engineered experimental subjects. She fights the parasite, a massive version of the ship's small parasites, but the ship's reactor, and the Queen falls into it, causing an explosion. While escaping the frigate, Samus encounters Meta Ridley, a cybernetic version of Ridley that damages Samus' suit. She follows Meta Ridley to the planet Talon 4. The gameplay of Prime deals with exploration. The player will travel through Talon 4 to find 12 Chozo artifacts that will open the path to the Phazon meteor impact crater. While exploring, the player will come across power-ups, weapons, and armor upgrades. For the suits, there's the Various suit, which can create a shield in Samus' armor to protect her from severe heat in the volcanic zone. The gravity suit allows for underwater exploration. And finally, the Phazon suit, which is the most powerful suit but can only be accessed at the end of the game. The power-ups include the Morph Ball, which lets Samus roll into tight spaces and drop energy bombs, and the Grapple Beam, which functions similarly to a grappling hook by latching onto specific hooks known as grappling hooks, which allows Samus to swing over gaps. The game's first-person POV allows access to the heads-up display of Samus' helmet, which have a radar monitor, a map, missile ammunition meter, and a health meter for Samus. It also includes a thermal imaging vision, X-ray vision, and a scan visor, which is an important function as the player can scan the surroundings for clues and information. It can also hack computer terminals and activate elevators. Metroid Prime received strong reviews from critics. Praise was given to the graphics, music, level design, gameplay, the use of the first-person view, and how it elevates the classic Metroid style to a new era. It became one of the best-selling games on the GameCube with 2.84 million copies sold, and was also the second best-selling game sold in November 2002, behind Grand Theft Auto Vice City. The success of Metroid Prime led to 2 sequels and a 4th installment, which is currently in development.
Sonic Mega Collection is a game compilation created by Sonic Team. The game's director, Yojiro Ogawa, wanted to make a game compilation that would introduce young kids to the Sonic series during its run with the Genesis. To make emulators of the games, Sonic Team gained the help of publisher VR1 Japan. Sonic CD was intended to be on Mega Collection, but it was dropped due to storage issues. Mega Collection includes the titles Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic Spinball, and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. There are also unlockable games, such as Blue Sphere, Knuckles and Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Knuckles Flicky and Restart. The reviews were positive, praising the quality of the game's controls and the conversion of older games. Mega Collection would have an updated version with Sonic Mega Collection Plus, which includes 6 games for the Sega Game Gear.
Crossing is a series of games where you live in a small town and socialize with animals and do everyday menial tasks. And it's fucking awesome. The first game in the series released originally as a Nintendo 64 game exclusively in Japan in 2001, but it was later enhanced and released worldwide on the GameCube a year or so later. The beginning of the game starts with a human character starting a new life in a faraway town for the very first time, and with little to no money, they're barely able to pay for a down payment for a cheap house. With little to nothing, the human character is offered a part-time job to work in Tom Nook's store to help pay off their loan. But after about an hour or so, he runs out of tasks and leaves the human character off to their own devices. From this point on, Animal Crossing becomes an open-ended life simulation game where the human character can do whatever they want at their own pace with no end in sight. With complete freedom to do anything, any semblance of structure is thrown out the window. You can talk to villagers and see how their day is going and help them out to get items, and you can buy a shovel and dig up fossils and send them off in the mail to get them identified and donate them to the museum. You can make money by collecting fruit from fruit trees to sell the fruit at Tom Nook's store, to use that money to buy furniture from Tom Nook's store to put it in your house. You can also pay off your home loan to Tom Nook if you want to renovate your home and be a responsible person who pays the bills. But you don't have to do that. There's no time limit. You'll never get evicted, so it doesn't matter. So fuck it. Go get a fishing rod and fish in the river and sell the fish you get, and don't pay off your loan. Instead, buy cool shit to put in your house. But you can also donate the fish to the museum too, and you can see all the fish you caught. And if there's a holiday, the mayor of the town will give you some dumb shit that you can put in your house. And the homeowners association that breaks inside your room every night will give you more points based off the rarity of the items in your house, and send you spam mail about all the points you have every single day for the rest of your life. And you can also send letters to other villagers too if you want to be super nice, but they'll never understand what you wrote and you'll never do it again. But in the meantime, you can design your own clothes patterns and make your own clothes so you can look cool, or you just look them up on GameFAQs because you're lazy. And you can take all the items to the stinky dump and sell it for money because it's free. And you can also shake trees in town to find money sometimes, but then sometimes bees will come out of the trees to sting you. But you can catch the bees with a bug net and donate them to the museum too, and or sell it at Tom Nook's store. And sometimes you can find furniture in the trees and put it in your house. It's the fucking hypest shit. Now, after hearing this, some people may believe that Animal Crossing is a waste of time because you're doing meaningless tasks just for the sake of doing them. And yes, that is true, but that's also kind of missing the point. The reason Animal Crossing is fun is because you can calm down and relax while you find joy in more mundane experiences of life. It provides a sort of therapeutic experience, like going on a morning walk, watching the waves at the beach, or fishing on a lake, or looking at the stars. These sort of activities are fundamentally boring, but they're also things that people do because they like doing them. And if you like doing something that makes you happy, it makes that otherwise pointless activity worth doing. Believe it or not, video games as a medium are a waste of time. Did you guys know that? I mean, why watch a movie when you just sit there and do nothing? Why eat healthy food and work out if you're just gonna die anyways? Why enjoy anything? You know what? How about this? Since life is pointless and you're going to die anyways, how about you just fucking kill yourself? Just get a shotgun and blow your brains out. Just die. Fuck it. Get it over with. Pull the fucking trigger. Oh, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it, you fucking pussy. Okay, so shut the fuck up and play some goddamn video games. Oh, wow. Here's a video game right here. And it's super fun. You can catch butterflies and plant flowers. No game has ever done this before. You can talk to a dog on the weekends and he'll play you a song on his guitar. It is the greatest game ever made. Now, with all that said, the reason why I love Animal Crossing is while it's a relatively boring life sim on the surface, it somehow also features incredible video game mechanics. The most unique aspect of Animal Crossing is that time passes in real time by syncing itself with the system clock on the game cube. The stores in-game all open and close at certain hours, the entire game cycles through the 4 seasons, and it even features an in-game calendar which posts unique activities all throughout the year, like seasonal activities and even some traditional holidays. Animal Crossing is famously marketed as a game that continues existing even when you're not playing. And during the time, there really wasn't anything else like it. At any time of the day, you can load the game and explore the town and stumble upon some new thing you haven't seen before. Sometimes there's an event happening, sometimes there's a new kind of insect or fish that you can catch. A unique villager will sometimes visit the town for a day, sometimes there's a cool thing for sale at Tom Nook's store. There's always something to keep you interested for the day, and things are always happening later down the road that you can look forward to. Now, if this was all Animal Crossing and dig, it would still be a relatively interesting game to play. But surprisingly, it gets even more complex as you dive more into it. Not only is the town you live in randomly generated, but player characters also have 8 different variations you unknowingly create yourself, and the game features over 200 unique villagers which can move into your town at any time. The villagers feature a variety of different species, appearances, personality traits, and also have a surprisingly vast amount of dialogue with their own little stupid catchphrases. There's also over 1,000 unique items you can collect throughout the game, featuring unique furniture, wallpaper, rugs, clothing, and all sorts of stuff, which allows for an insane amount of customization for decorating your home. You can also collect music tracks for your home by talking to KK Slider on Saturday nights, with each music track representing basically every music genre you can think of, and there's 40 different species of fish and insects you can catch in town, which spawn at different times throughout the day at certain locations, as well as only spawning during certain months throughout the year. I mean, there's so many cool aspects to Animal Crossing that a lot of people just didn't really experience because they didn't know what the game was. After all, the marketing during the time was so bizarre that it didn't really explain what the game was, and since it was a life sim, it kind of just looked boring. But it honestly isn't. The game is charming as hell and has tons of fun interactions you can experience with other characters. Tom Nook himself is a greedy, money-hungry capitalist, but he's also kind of benevolent for giving the player a home despite being homeless and having no money. It's a very hilarious contrast that paints him as a sort of exploited yet generous person, but only due to the absolute horrible standards in place in our society in real life. As the player continues to spend more money, he'll eventually expand his business by renovating his shop into a fancy, full-fledged 2-story department store and resorts to child labor to keep his business afloat. And no, apparently Timmy and Tommy are not his kids or related to him in any way. They're literally just some random kids he hires because he's a fucking asshole. Also, to go on a bit of a tangent because I know I'll have to address this, but his name is pronounced Tom Nook and not Tom Nook. The game does not have voice acting, so you have no in-game proof either way, so suck my dick. You got these fucking nerds out here saying, oh, his store's called Nook's Cranny, and since it's a play on the words Nook and Cranny, its name is actually pronounced Tom Nook according to the Oxford Dictionary. But listen, you dummy, his store is actually pronounced Nook's Cranny, which is just a play on the words Nook and Cranny because it's Tom Nook's Cranny. That's why the store's called Nook's Cranny. Fucking Nookingtons, bro, come on! Also, Tom Nook is a fucking Tanuki. Tom Nook, Tanuki. It makes way more sense. Listen, there's absolutely no possible way I was slightly illiterate when I played this game as a 7-year-old, okay? His name is Tom Nook, okay? Fuck you guys! Blathers is another fantastic character who runs the museum, and it's pretty funny because since he's a nocturnal owl, it means that players have to constantly wake him up during the day. Every time you donate an item, he'll also straight up give you an entire lecture about it. And again, there's a surprisingly vast amount of dialogue. So much so that most players probably don't even give a shit, but he'll explain every minute detail about this fossil you just donated, and you better pay attention and fucking learn something. The Able sisters are also a fan favorite. Mabel's the main person who runs the shop and interacts with our customers, but Sable quietly works in the corner and never says anything. Now, what's really cool is they keep trying to talk to Sable. She'll eventually open up to you over the course of a couple of weeks and eventually become your friend, and you can discover some pretty crazy, in-depth Animal Crossing backstory. Okay, fuck Dark Souls, we got Animal Crossing lore. I mean, there's so many cool characters. You got Red, who runs a black market, who constantly tries to scam you with forged paintings, but he's also got all the super dank furniture, so you keep going back and buying stuff regardless. Pelly works at the post office, and she's super sweet, but Phyllis works the night shift, and she's a total bitch and just wants you to leave. You can ride a boat with a turtle, and he'll sing you sea shanties, just spitting bangers left and right. And one of the best characters in the game by far is Mr. Rossetti, whose entire purpose is to be a giant asshole. If you ever turn off the game without saving, you'll get confronted by this character in front of your house the next time you boot up your save file, and his only purpose is to yell at you for cheating. And if you continue to do it in an attempt to manipulate the time mechanics, he'll eventually become more and more aggressive until he's eventually just full-blown screaming at you. It's one of the most meta things I've ever seen in a video game that is also fucking hilarious. which is incredible because they put in so much work for this character that most players might never even come across. You see, the secrets and hidden mechanics you can discover in Animal Crossing are insane. For example, every day a random rock in town will be a money rock, and if you randomly decide to hit it, it will release a bag of bells and will continue to pour out money for a certain amount of time. There's also a glowing spot that randomly appears in town once a day that you can dig up to obtain bells. Now, what's special about the glowing spot is that by burying bells in the glowing spot location, you can obtain the ability to plant a money tree. The way money trees work is that depending on the amount of money you bury, you're more or less likely to have the money tree grow, which will yield different profits depending on the amount of bells you bury. Which sounds extremely overpowered at a first glance, but as hardcore Animal Crossing fans discovered, the profit ratio of the money trees was so bad that it was essentially a massive gamble to make even a measly profit. Now, what's more cool is that if you take your shovel and bury another shovel into the glowing spot, you will be able to plant a golden tree, which will give you a golden shovel. The benefit of the golden shovel is that it allows you to randomly dig up money whenever you dig a hole, which is pretty sick. There's also golden variations of all the other tools. The golden net can be obtained by catching every bug in the game, and it has a larger catch radius. The golden fishing rod can be obtained by catching every fish in the game, and it's able to attract fish more easily. And the golden axe has infinite durability and is obtained by maintaining a perfect town rating for 15 days straight. Obtaining the status for a perfect town rating is notoriously difficult because the game utilizes a hidden score system which determines your town rating. You can increase your town rating by planting more flowers, pulling weeds, picking up trash, and planting trees in barren areas and cutting down trees in cluttered areas. And figuring out the perfect balance to obtaining this perfect town rating is by far the hardest thing to do in the entire game. There's also a special villager you can buy turnips from every Sunday morning, which you can resell at Tom Nook's store at fluctuating prices and essentially gamble your money away to make a profit through the stock market. Because turnips are a stock, it's literally a stock market. And the price of turnips will actually trend to certain patterns that you can discover where you can predict when you should sell your turnip stocks to maximize your profits. Now, as someone who played this game as a stupid kid, I thought, wow, let's use time travel to cheat the system and make a bunch of money. Because, of course I did. But, as I soon discovered, the game actually takes this into consideration because if you even attempt to cheat the system by changing the in-game clock, the turnips will eventually go rotten and you will lose your entire initial investment. And then Mr. Rossetti will yell at you and call you a bitch. There's also an entire hidden luck system throughout the game which you can unknowingly manipulate. You can get your fortunes read by Katrina, which will obviously temporarily affect your hidden luck stat, but you can also permanently increase your luck stat by utilizing feng shui. Players can inject Chinese energy into their homes by positioning objects in certain corners of your room, which increases your chances of coming across rare items, or increasing your chances of finding money, or increasing their overall luck stat, which does something sometimes. And there's also a completely random list of items which instantly increase your luck stat for some reason. Like, it's fucking crazy. Animal Crossing also utilized all the GameCube tech to its fullest potential. You can hook up your Game Boy Advance to your GameCube and unlock the ability to travel to an island, and there's like a whole mini game you can play on your Game Boy Advance that you can use to unlock items and money. You can scan cards with the e-reader to get items, and you can even travel to other players' towns by plugging in their memory card into the second slot of your GameCube. The game also features collectible NES games you can place in your house, which you can actually play in-game, like actual legit NES ROMs you can find as in-game items. You can play Punch-Out, Excite Fight, Balloon Fight, Wario Woods, tons of other stuff, and if you get an action replay and cheat, you can even get Zelda 1, Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros, and Ice Climbers. It's fucking awesome. I legit played through the entirety of multiple NES games through Animal Crossing on the GameCube. Like, this shit was so fucking cool back in the day. I mean, when you look back in time in this pre-YouTube era where made-up video game rumors were rampant amongst playgrounds and internet forums, what was crazy was that like 99% of the stuff talked about in Animal Crossing was fucking true. It was all in there. Like, someone would be like, dude, there's an invisible ghost that wanders around town at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the only way to find them is to walk through them, and they'll give you a super rare item. It's like freaking crazy. And it's like, oh yeah, they can find you underneath the truck. Like, shut the fuck up. Fuck you. But then you walk around at 2 a.m. and it was real. It's like, what? And it's like, dude, you can go inside the lighthouse. There's a hidden door behind the lighthouse that you can't see, but there's a lock on it, and you can randomly talk to Tortimore and unlock it on an unmarked calendar day. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck fucked up. That's the most made-up bullshit in the world. You can't do that. But then, oh wait, never mind. Apparently you can do that. Like, how did people figure this out? Anyways, the original Animal Crossing holds an incredible place in my heart. It's super nostalgic, the music is perfect, the characters are all super charming, its gameplay is mechanically really interesting, and it's everything I love about Nintendo games all packaged into one experience. Animal Crossing is awesome, it's one of the best games ever made, I fucking love it. So now it's 2005, and Nintendo released a sequel to Animal Crossing on the Nintendo DS called Animal Crossing Wild World, and this game was amazing. The human guy characters no longer had goblin horns coming out of their heads, the girl characters weren't wearing the fucking Harry Potter wizard hats, they had actual hair, you could wear hats and wear accessories, it was the hypest shit. They essentially took the original game and just made it better with more stuff, more gameplay mechanics, more house upgrades, more furniture, more rugs, wallpaper, clothes, bugs, fish, fossils, fucking everything. It has everything. One of the biggest changes of Wild World was the new camera system. Unlike the first game that had a sort of Legend of Zelda top-down view where you transition screens between acres, Wild World continuously scrolls and the town whoops around you on this sort of rolling log. Overall, I really like this style of the top-down view from the first game and was initially put off by this new approach. But the new camera system does work well with the DS hardware and has its own benefits. It allows you to see buildings and villagers off the horizon, you can view the sky in the upper screen, and it allowed you to see more of the town on the incredibly small DS screen. You can also connect to other local DSs to travel to other people's towns and play with them at the same time, as well as doing it through Wi-Fi, which was arguably one of the best new features of the game. Now, the only downside of the multiplayer aspect of this game is that if you shared towns with another player, you would essentially become roommates and share one house together, whereas the original game allowed 4 players to each have their own individual houses, which was obviously much better. Now, despite this technical limitation, it didn't really matter. The more personal experience of having it on a handheld as opposed to a home console meant that you didn't have to share your system with someone else, giving your game file and your town the ownership you deserve. And since the game features real-time multiplayer with other players, there's almost little to no incentive to share a town with someone else when the biggest feature of the game is playing with other people. Wild World also brought some really interesting gameplay mechanics to the series. New notable changes were the new slingshot tool, which you could use to shoot down balloons out of the sky and go over in a fucking UFO, and the watering can, which can be used to water flowers and prevent them from wilting, as well as incentivizing the creation of hybrid flowers, which was a massive new mechanic for the series. By planting 2 of the same flowers in a group, it increases the chances of 2 flowers next to each other to spawn a different colored variation of the same flower the following day. Depending on the color of the 2 flowers, they will carry over the genetic information to the new hybrid flower, which will occasionally result in uniquely colored variants of flowers you can't buy at Tom Nook's store. There's black, blue, orange, pink, purple, and the golden watering can also gave you the benefit of turning black roses into gold roses. The museum also received a major overhaul. A major improvement to the series was that Blathers can now inspect fossils without having to send them through the mail, which was much more efficient and saved players a shit ton of time. An observatory was added to the second floor where Celeste will allow you to stargaze and create constellations in the sky, and a cafe was added on the first floor where KK Slider will play songs on Saturday nights. And if you buy coffee from the Brewster, they'll start talking to you and you'll get some dank Animal Crossing backstory. Okay, fuck this stupid Dark Souls shit. No one gives a fuck about the Furtive Pygmy. Animal Crossing lore is way cooler. There's also a new beauty salon at the Tom Nook's store after he upgrades his store to Nookington's. And yes, that's the correct way to pronounce it. In classic Animal Crossing fashion, you can change your hairstyle by answering a couple of questions, and then Harriet will change the style and color of your hair depending on your answers, which usually resulted in some awful looking pink monstrosity where I would eventually just look up the answers to pick in order to actually make my hair look the way I want it to. A lot of the services and shops have also been consolidated in a much more efficient manner. Tom Nook's shop and the Able Sisters sit next to each other on the same acre to make a little shopping area, where the Able Sisters now exclusively sell clothing and accessories alongside their usual custom patterns. The Town Hall is a new building that combines the post office, dump, and wishing well into one building, where special events occur outside in the main plaza, and there's a town gate that combines the services of the train station and the police station, which is mainly used for multiplayer. Wild World also streamlined the game by allowing players to save their game by just pressing start and quitting whenever they wanted to, which is by far the best feature. In the previous game, the only way to save was to talk to your gyroid at your house, but Wild World made saving such an easy task that Mr. Rossetti basically didn't need to exist anymore. Now, while this game was like the hype as shit and I loved it, there was also some changes to the game that I personally didn't like as much as the original. First of all, the soundtrack wasn't as nearly as catchy. The first game's music featured a lot of goofy samples of cat noises, whistling, weird synths and stuff like that. It was so bouncy, happy, and groovy, and very chill. It nailed this beautiful mix of the colorful, goofy vibes of Animal Crossing. Whereas Wild World is still good, but I feel like the more organic sounding guitar strings and other instruments gets a little too repetitive. The towns also didn't have cliffs or any notable elevation changes, which visually made them a lot less interesting. Also, they got rid of the NES games and never brought it back again because it was too cool. And now that Nintendo charges money for these things, they'll literally never do it again. Finally, another minor complaint is that Wild World removed a lot of the versions of the more traditional holidays like Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and replaced it with like made-up bullshit holidays that no one cares about. Like, oh boy, it's time to celebrate Yay Day, where you tell villagers like shitty knock-knock jokes. Oh, it's La-di-da Day, ooh, zippity-doo-dah Day, oh, like they fucking celebrate Kwanzaa. Like, dude, fucking black people don't even celebrate that shit. Like, what the fuck? Where's Jingle? We genocided these Native Americans to celebrate Thanksgiving, and now we can't even have our bastardized, whitewashed version of history in Animal Crossing. This is fucking bullshit. Okay, the Trail of Tears happened so I could get the Harvest Lamp in Animal Crossing, and now I can't do that. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Still, despite this, Animal Crossing Wild World is a goddamn classic. It was an awesome sequel, and I played the absolute shit out of it. Unlike the next game in the series, Animal Crossing City Folk. Now, this game was released in 2008 on the Wii, and while it's still a really good game, it was also somewhat disappointing. Overall, what made Wild World a good sequel was that the amount of new features, items, and gameplay mechanics was astronomical. The City Folk doesn't add as much new content to the series. In fact, it basically adds nothing. It features nearly the same identical camera system as Wild World, it brought over the same exact mechanics of Wild World, and barely added any new features of its own, and it even has the same identical soundtrack. There were some minor improvements to the older mechanics of Wild World, like obviously more fish and bugs and furniture and whatnot, but nothing substantial enough to really keep older players engaged. They brought back real holidays, you can now do pro designs and create more intricate patterns for your clothes, you can have multiple players live in separate houses in unique acres, they brought back the cliffs, which made the towns look a lot better, there were some minor town improvement projects, they added silver variants to all the tools alongside the gold variants, but despite all their best efforts, City Folk was basically like Animal Crossing Wild World Game of the Year Edition ported to the Wii with all the DLC. The most notable feature in City Folk was a city that you travel to by taking a bus. From my personal experience, there really wasn't much of a reason to go there. All the best places like Tom Nook's shop, the Able Sisters, and the museum were all still inside their town. Whereas all the stuff in the city was more gimmicky and didn't serve as much of a purpose. You could occasionally access Crazy Reds and visit Shampoo to change your hair, but everything else was kind of whatever. There was a theater you could visit where players could learn expressions from Dr. Shrunk. You could visit the auction house to like sell items via Wi-Fi, which I never did, so it was basically useless. Gracie runs a shop that sells ridiculously expensive furniture and clothes that you could literally never afford ever because she's a fucking bitch. You could visit the Happy Room Academy and finally tell them to fuck off directly to their faces. I don't care about the points! Stop sending me letters in the fucking mail! You can visit Katrina and get a fortune, which is whatever. Kicks can shine your shoes, which automatically changes their color to match your hair or clothing. You can visit the Reset Surveillance Center to unlock the Silver Shovel, and that's about it. There's like some dude who sells balloons, like, I don't know. It's cool, I guess. To be fair, it was an interesting concept, and maybe it was just poorly executed. But for me personally, I don't play Animal Crossing to go to the city. It's just not the vibe I'm looking for. When I play Animal Crossing, I want to walk around the forest, want to talk to animals, fish by the lake, walk on the beach. That's why I love Animal Crossing. It's the complete antithesis to the chaotic world we all live in. Meanwhile, city folks just like, yeah, fuck that. Let's go to the city. Loud as fuck, annoying ass fucking people, cars, honking and screaming. Like, get out of the fucking road! Like, I don't want that. I don't want to go to the fucking city. Now, the city is more of a personal complaint that I don't like, but if we want to talk about the actual worst aspect of City Folk, it's by far the grass deterioration. Essentially, the game would track the players' movements throughout their town, and depending on how often they walked over the ground, the grass would start to deteriorate and form a path. And as a concept, it's really neat. But the issue is that if you play the game for hours on end and walk all over town, then all the grass in your town just gets destroyed and there's basically nothing you can do about it. It becomes such a problem that the lack of grass can cause certain insects to not even spawn in your town. Like, what a fucking terrible concept. Also, on a more random note, some copies of Animal Crossing City Folk came bundled with Wii Speak, which I honestly thought was something that they announced and never released, but apparently it did actually come out. It was basically a live microphone which acts similar to the Xbox One Kinect, where everyone in the room can just shout out their favorite racist slurs all at the same time while Kanye West's Power is on full blast and a baby is crying in the background and the mic just picks up everything all at once. Now, me personally, I never had any desire to use this thing because I never trusted anyone online to go inside of my Animal Crossing town ever. I invest way too much time into this game for some dipshit to run over all my hybrid flowers and cut down all my trees, and then on top of that, have some stupid kid pop up in the Wii Speak just like, wow, you have oranges in the town, what are you, fucking gay? Oh my god, you have pink hybrid flowers, you're fucking gay, this town's gay. Like, why would anyone want that? One of the main reasons why I love playing video games is because I don't want to fucking talk to people. I will speed run my way to turning off voice chat in the settings of every video game I play. Like, do you think I play Animal Crossing to have human connections? No! Of course not! I'm friends with a fucking bird! I want to fish by a river by myself and plant flowers, and I want to dig up a gyroid and put it in my house and make it do fart noises, okay? That's what I want to do, alright? I'm having fun by myself, thank you very much. Now, I'll take some screenshots and show off my town on social media, but don't fucking come. I don't want you here. This is my fucking town. Oh, you trying to sneak in here and steal all my fossils? Oh, you trying to talk to all my cool-ass villagers to bring them over to your little shithole town with pears? Yeah, no thanks, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, City Folk was just whatever. I didn't really play it that much because I kind of just got bored of it, but it's still pretty good because it's just the same game as Wild World with some new stuff. So when Nintendo released the trailer for Animal Crossing New Leaf, it was hype as fuck. The human characters actually had normal proportions with actual legs. There was like lampposts and benches placed throughout the town, but most importantly, you could swim in the ocean. Oh my god, you can swim! No other game has ever done this before. It was the fucking hypest shit. New Leaf came out in 2012 on the 3DS, and the new concept was that your character was the mayor of the town, which was a fantastic premise considering the fact that in every Animal Crossing game, you were the only one who ever did anything. With your new position of power, you can issue town ordinances to enact laws which passively affect your town, and you can also commission public work projects to build amenities with the help of your new assistant Isabel. You can build functional things like bridges, fences, streetlights, flower beds, and benches, but you can also build decorative features like fountains, wells, and public art. You can also build buildings like the cafe, a campsite, the Reset Surveillance Center, and the police station from the original Animal Crossing game. The rest of the buildings in the game are accessed at Main Street, which is New Leaf's version of the city. Timmy and Tommy run their own store this time, with Tom Nook being demoted to just selling house upgrades. The post office makes a return from the original game where you can send letters and items to other villagers or players. Able Sisters once again sell clothes as well as pants and shoes now that playable characters are actual human beings. And Label left that bitch Gracie and is now selling accessories in the room next door. The museum is also back as usual with the addition of deep sea catches you can find by swimming in the ocean by using a wetsuit, as well as a museum shop on the second floor where you can purchase some silver tools and create your own personal exhibits. Now, what I love about Main Street is that it nails the fucking vibes. It's the perfect example of a small town shopping area that melds seamlessly with your town, and it fits the aesthetics of Animal Crossing that I personally love. It's fucking beautiful. Another great thing about Main Street is that as you play through the game, it continues to develop and evolve. Kicks from City Folk will eventually establish his own store next to the Able Sisters. Shampoodle will move into the second floor. There's a new gardening store run by Elite where we can buy flowers, saplings, and shrubs. Club Wool replaces the Roost and the theater as an entertainment venue where KK Slam shop again, and you can unlock the Dream Suite, which allows you to visit other players' towns that are uploaded to the internet. There's also the Happy Home Showcase, where you can view houses of other players with Street Pass, and you can also special order their furniture in their house. But for the most part, it's just an ugly gate that Digby awkwardly stands by 24/7, and I kind of fucking hate it because it's so transparently artificial. Like, this dude does not fucking move ever. He's such an NPC video game character, like he's a fucking alien. There's also a new store located in town called Retail, which is run by Reese and Cyrus. You can resell items to them at a higher price than Timmy and Tommy's store, and their other main service is being able to customize furniture for your home. Basically, this was the main place you would go to sell items to make money, which I found a little disappointing because frankly, I like Timmy and Tommy more, and these guys are just kind of whatever. The island also makes a return from the first game in the series, where the previous town mayor, Tortimer, runs an entire shop where you can participate in multiplayer minigames. The main benefit of traveling to the island was being able to catch all the rare fish and bugs which only appeared in the summer and reselling them for a massive profit. In fact, this new strategy for grinding for bells was mainly one of the biggest reasons why I stopped playing. With the new addition of all the public work projects, the sunk cost to build up your town with bridges, shops, and other amenities became extremely expensive. And since it takes a day to build each project, I felt like I was more pressured to grind out money to meet these day-by-day requirements as soon as possible. As I continued playing, I eventually got exhausted from catching fish and bugs to farm money to meet the project deadlines that I eventually just dropped the game altogether, which is a shame because I feel like I missed out on a lot of cool stuff. Another issue with the public work projects is that this new gameplay mechanic also came with many limitations. For example, despite having complete control over the public work projects to build your town, villagers will still randomly set up their homes in any of the predetermined spots which you have no control over. Meaning that most of the time, you plan out the perfect layout for your town only for some dipshit frog villager to move in directly in front of your newly built bridge and ruin everything. Now, if you were a dictator, you'd be able to just tell them to fuck off and demolish their house and let them be homeless. But New Leaf doesn't let you do that. So most players ended up taking the more psychotic approach of just relentlessly bullying their villagers in the hopes that they would eventually leave town on their own, which is about as equally fucked up, if not more. Still, despite this, New Leaf was basically another fantastic sequel and was exactly what I hoped for. It was fucking awesome. In fact, New Leaf was so awesome that the hype for the next game in the series was unreal, especially since most people were anticipating that the series would finally be back on console. The wait for the next game was also incredibly painful because Nintendo spent a ton of time messing around and releasing a bunch of Animal Crossing spin-offs that I personally did not care about. Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer was released in 2015 as a sort of interior design game through the Animal Crossing universe, which honestly seemed kind of boring to me. They also released Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival the same year, which I think was like the shitty Animal Crossing Mario Party game that no one wanted. But, fully knowing this, Nintendo decided to exclusively package the game with the Isabelle Amiibo, so all the obsessive Animal Crossing fans would still buy it despite the game sucking dick. But then Nintendo was like, fuck it, we need even more money. So then they also included another amiibo of the shittiest character in Animal Crossing alongside the bundle to jack up the price even more. Like, what a bunch of assholes. They also made a mobile game called Animal Crossing Pocket Camp in 2017 where players designed a campsite, and apparently some people liked it, but I never played it because, it's a fucking mobile game. Anyways, Nintendo eventually got their shit together and announced Animal Crossing New Horizons at E3 2019. And the hype for this game was unreal. The game looked beautiful, it took place on a remote island, they showed off a ton of new mechanics like material gathering, an entire crafting system, finally being able to place furniture outside your home, path building, 8-player multiplayer, you can pick up trees with a shovel, and most importantly of all, you can get a stick and jump over the river. Holy shit, game of the fucking year. You ever see a game where you can pole vault across a river? I don't think so. No other game has ever done this before. Anyways, New Horizons was eventually released in 2020 on the Nintendo Switch during the peak of the global COVID-19 stay-at-home orders. And frankly, they couldn't have timed the release of this game better. At a time where everyone was depressed and miserable, stuck inside their homes, everyone was looking for an outlet to distract themselves, and Animal Crossing New Horizons was the perfect game to play. Because of this, it sold over 32 million copies, broke every single record imaginable, and cemented Animal Crossing as one of the most popular Nintendo series ever on par with Mario, Mario and Zelda. Animal Crossing New Horizons was a fucking burst of happiness in an otherwise disgusting, bleak world where a life-threatening pandemic is constantly threatening everyone's lives, while also being artificially perpetuated by anti-masker morons who made it last literally like 2 fucking years longer than it need to, because God forbid they can't wear a little flimsy piece of fabric on their faces, bunch of fucking pussies. In fact, my only moments of true happiness during the COVID-19 pandemic was staying at home playing Animal Crossing New Horizons and watching all these anti-masker conservative dumb fucks claim that the virus is fake on social media and that masks do nothing, and then going out and getting COVID and then fucking dying a week later, and it's hilarious every time it happens, and I don't care. Fuck them, fuck their stupid friends, fuck their inbred, neurodivergent, retarded-ass families. The only downside to the pandemic finally starting to end is that more of these dumb fucks will no longer die in the most embarrassing way possible. Animal Crossing New Horizons was the only good thing that happened. Everything else sucked dick. So with all of that out of the way, New Horizons was a pretty good game, but it wasn't nearly as good of a sequel as Wild World and New Leaf were. You see, while New Horizons added tons of new features, it also had a lot less content than previous games and was outright missing a lot of the core features the series was known for. The game was missing a lot of shops, there was no Main Street shopping area equivalent, Crazy Red wasn't even in the game at launch, Tom Nook's store only had like one upgrade, the cafe was just gone, gyroids were non-existent, the game had notably less interactions with villagers, a lot of the fruit trees added to New Leaf were missing. There's just a lot of missing features that didn't carry over to this game. Now, to make up for this lack of content, New Horizons has brought entirely new mechanics to the table instead, most notably the new crafting system. This time around, players can gather materials from the environment and use them to create tools, furniture, wallpaper, clothes, accessories, you name it. What I love about the crafting system is that it sort of gamifies the Animal Crossing experience a bit and gives players more things to work towards that doesn't involve grinding for bells. It also has the added bonus of providing an alternate way of decorating and improving your town, which is a major improvement over New Leaf's reliance on having massively expensive public work projects. In fact, most of the public work projects from New Leaf have an equivalent in New Horizons that's much easier to obtain by either having a crafting recipe or by obtaining them through an alternate form of currency known as Nook Miles. And no, it's not pronounced Nook Miles, it's pronounced Nook Miles, okay? Shut up. I'm right and you're wrong. The way you obtain Nook Miles is by participating in daily activities and completing various achievements as you play through the game, which again gave players more things to do on a daily basis. All these new mechanics are propped up through Tom Nook's latest scam, Akka, the Nook Inc. Getaway Package. Initially, Tom Nook sells the player on the idea of a deserted island vacation getaway, but as time progresses, you slowly start developing the island to attract new villagers, and eventually transition the island into a full-blown tourist destination, where the finale of the story involves getting KK Slider to visit the town to play a concert. This entire experience from start to finish is one of the only moments in the entire series where the game's credits actually felt like the ending to a game, and despite not playing it for very long after, it still gave New Horizons a sense of closure that I really appreciated. Showing up to a shitty island with absolutely nothing and turning it into a full-blown town was incredibly rewarding. And if anything, all of New Horizons gameplay mechanics work together to strengthen this initial experience of completing the main story. In fact, the truly massive improvement to New Horizons in comparison to New Leaf is the amount of freedom players have when building and developing their towns. Right from the start, players have complete control to choose the location of every single building and infrastructure project down to the exact tile, and almost all the problems from New Leaf are essentially gone. In fact, once KK Slider shows up to your town, you also unlock the Island Designer application on your Nook phone, which allows you to adjust the exact layout of your town to your heart's content. Players can create ponds, they can create cliff sides to adjust the verticality of their town, they can add waterfalls, they can adjust the paths of the rivers, they can create pathways between buildings, and you can essentially change every single aspect of your town right down to a single tile. So with all that said, Animal Crossing New Horizons was very good. It's a very solid experience that I personally really love, and I could recommend it to just about anyone. But, as an Animal Crossing fan, there's still a lot of issues with this game that didn't make it the slam dunk it should have been. One notable problem with the game for me personally is that the tutorial lasts way too long. Ideally, the tutorials for Animal Crossing games should take maybe an hour or so to explain all the features, tutorialize some of the mechanics, and then throw you into the start of the game proper so you can start paying off your home loan on day one. But New Horizons stretches this experience out for so long that by the end of day one, you have less features than you would if you were playing the original Animal Crossing. You don't have Tom Nook's store, you don't have the museum, you don't have a house, you can't even walk across the entire island, you don't even have the complete soundtrack, you don't have hourly music. The entire game is just stuck on one song that constantly loops over itself for a fucking week straight. It's so ridiculous. On top of that, they also had the bright idea of giving all the tools durability, which is a huge pain in the ass in this game. Now, item durability has sort of become this really obnoxious conversation to have with people because it never revolves around discussing it with irrational people who just outright hate it, regardless of how it actually affects the game, which is kind of annoying. Breath of the Wild is a perfect example. Everyone loses their minds over the durability of weapons in this game, but at the end of the day, it doesn't negatively affect the combat system in a substantial way. Whether or not you have a sword, or a spear, or a two-hander weapon, or a bow, or a boomerang, or an elemental weapon, they all serve the exact same function of killing monsters. And the combat system is always fun, regardless of how good or bad your weapons are, and you also have runes and other means of killing monsters even when you have nothing. In contrast, tool durability in New Horizons is more frustrating in this case, because each tool in the game has a very hyper-specific function that the other tools cannot serve. For example, if you're trying to catch bugs in New Horizons and your net ends up breaking, then you can no longer catch bugs and you have to get a new one. There is no other option. So as a result, you end up in this really obnoxious situation where you have to counter this system by essentially crafting a shit ton of tools and storing them in your house. And then when you want to do some fishing, you have to go out with like 4 fishing rods in your inventory and preemptively prepare for them all to break. It's just not a very fun solution. You see, unlike all the other activities in Animal Crossing that are enjoyable wastes of time, having to gather materials and craft 20 backup sets for all of your tools is a miserable waste of time. To top it all off, if there was any game in the series where the gold variants of the tools should all have infinite durability, it should have been New Horizons, but it doesn't. The gold tools still end up breaking. Like, what the fuck? Why even make them? And it's not like this is something they missed or didn't think of. Like, this is precedent from, like, the original Animal Crossing game. The axe in the previous games always had durability, and the golden axe didn't. That was the benefit of having the golden axe. So why don't they have it in this game? Another issue I have with the game is that the DIY crafting system also created some unintended consequences with the way you obtain furniture. Essentially, you can either purchase furniture from Tom Nook's store with bells, or you can obtain a DIY recipe for free, but then have to create the furniture by gathering resources. It's a very good concept that I think is brilliant, but the main issue is that the only way to obtain the DIY recipes is by randomly obtaining them from villagers or by finding a message in a bottle. Initially, before the game was released, I thought Tom Nook would be selling random DIY recipes in the store alongside the furniture, but this sadly wasn't the case. As a result, roughly half of the furniture in the entire game isn't even available in Tom Nook's store. Entering the store on a brand new day and having all the furniture end up being duplicates of items you already have was an everyday occurrence. And it also didn't help that it was entirely possible for the game to give you duplicates of DIY recipes which you already have. This isn't even addressing the issue that some furniture through the DIY recipes can also be absurdly difficult to craft due to the rarity of the materials. So when you do finally find some really cool DIY recipe, you usually end up never making it, which is by far the worst possible outcome. Also, did anyone else find it needlessly cruel and unusual that you unlock the landscaping tool after you obtain a 3-star town when all of your buildings and bridges are already in place? Like, why the fuck would they do it like that? With the system as it is, you can't even remodel your town once you unlock it because now you have to move all your buildings and demolish all the bridges and ramps in order to even rebuild anything from the ground up. To make matters worse, it takes an entire day to move one building, and Tom Tom Nook charges you fucking 50,000 bells per building. And then once you finally can afford it and move the fucking thing, you can finally terraform the area and do whatever you wanted to. And then you have to pay Tom Nook another 50,000 bells to place the building in the spot you actually wanted. So it actually takes 2 days and 100,000 bells per building. Like, what the fuck is this shit? And people say Tom Nook is a good guy. What a bunch of morons. Alright, Tom Nook has always been and always will be a greedy, capitalist fucking asshole. Like these dumb fucks would be like, oh man, he doesn't charge you interest on your home loans. He's actually really accommodating. Like, shut the fuck up, you fucking bootlicking peasants. I mean, did you guys even play New Horizons? This is the worst game to date. Tom Nook is back at it again. You spend all your time and energy in New Horizons developing Tom Nook's Island for his company, which you don't own or have any stake in order to get KK Slider to show up to generate more tourism and clout for Tom Nook's Island to generate more money for the town which you built by yourself with your own materials on the island you don't own exclusively for Tom Nook, while you are also paying off your mortgage loans for your house, which you still don't technically own, on the fucking deserted island vacation getaway that you fucking paid for. Like, you are the biggest cuck in this game. Like, why the hell do I have to pay bells to develop infrastructure for Tom Nook's Island? Like, bitch, it's your fucking island! Why don't you pay for it? You do all this shit for Tom Nook's Island, and he still doesn't even pay you. He doesn't give you anything. It's fucking ridiculous. You water the flowers, you plant trees, you gather materials to build fences, pathways, critical infrastructure. You build the museum's entire exhibits from fucking nothing. You go out on island tours and colonize other islands to harvest their natural resources. You do free outreach for Nook Inc. to persuade other villagers to move to Tom Nook's Island and literally pay Tom Nook money to build the villagers' homes, who will still end up paying Tom Nook anyways. He's a fucking asshole, and if you think he's a nice guy, you're a fucking moron. You're being duped by a capitalist mastermind. You are a fucking cog in the machine of the Nook Inc. Corporation. You are helping Tom Nook develop and fund gay whore pedophile bathhouses on his private islands, and he's fucking raping Timmy and Tommy and all the kids, and the blood is on your hands. Wake the fuck up! What the hell was I even talking about? Oh yeah, New Horizons wasn't as good as Nook. You see, I feel like one of the biggest issues with the lack of content in New Horizons was this idea that Nintendo would update the game over time through software patches. By providing updates in this manner, it gave off the idea that despite the lack of content, it wouldn't be that big of a deal later in the year because Nintendo would finally get around to adding in all the old features and missing furniture sets and whatnot, but as we all know, that didn't happen. Ironically, in an attempt to drip feed content over the course of a year to keep player engagement up, they launched the game with so little content that most players got bored before they could download the updates. And the updates themselves had such little content in comparison to how much stuff was originally missing that it didn't really matter. Anyways, despite all my complaints as an Animal Crossing fan, New Horizons was still a pretty good game overall. While it's not an absolute perfect sequel like Wild World and New Leaf were, it did achieve a lot for what it's worth and leaves a lot of room for the next game to build up on what is established, which is exciting. So for now, the future for Animal Crossing is bright. Every game in the series has continued to introduce new concepts and gameplay mechanics over the years, and even games like City Folk, which were somewhat lacking, were able to introduce new mechanics which were later improved on. There's clearly still room for improvement to make future games even better, and there's a lot of directions they can go in. So as someone who's played Animal Crossing for a very long time, here's what I would personally want. For starters, I feel like no other game in the series has ever matched the charm of the original Animal Crossing. I don't know if it's just the camera angle that perfected this feeling of seclusion, but the original games really nailed those vibes of wandering through nature, where I feel like the later games got lost a bit once they transitioned towards the massive town customization features. What I love about the original Animal Crossing is how understated the whole experience is. Whereas New Horizons sort of makes the entire game feel like a sterile diorama that gets perfectly sculpted and then left untouched forever. It's like players take this innocent, perfect little world and then turn it into a fucking Walmart parking lot and install Japanese tea gardens with unrealistic waterfalls all over the place like it's fucking Disneyland. On the other hand, I do get that people really love these customization options, and I wouldn't say that they should get rid of them, but I just don't get as much out of it as everyone else does. Originally, the coolest aspect of the series was having towns being randomly generated with random villagers, but now that you can terraform everything from the ground up and personally recruit whatever villagers you want, it basically doesn't even matter. The amount of control players have over their towns is kind of ridiculous. In New Horizons, Animal Crossing players will literally create fascist apartheid systems where only cute cat villagers can live near the town square, and all the undesirable, ugly villagers get placed in the outskirts of town until they eventually get bullied into moving away, or a villager in a campsite will want to move in and then forcibly displace them from their home. I mean, it's gotten to the point that Animal Crossing players are essentially sex trafficking popular characters on the internet for payment in bells and rare items. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Now, sadly, I feel like we've sort of opened Pandora's box with New Horizons, because now that Animal Crossing fans have so much control over their towns, any future game that takes things away or limits them in some capacity is just going to suck. So with all that said, one solution that I would personally enjoy from a future Animal Crossing game is having the ability to travel to neighboring towns or a national forest or some other areas that can act as safe havens that can't be fucked with in order to preserve the original experience. Sort of like the island system, but on a much larger scale with permanent neighboring areas that are unique to your save file. It would be cool to see villagers in your town move over to a neighboring town. Maybe some of the neighboring areas can have different climates, which could open up their limited availability of certain insects and bugs for a longer period of time. Maybe other places could randomly specialize in certain aspects, like having more fossils spawn in the area. Or maybe it always snows because it's near a mountain peak or something. For the most part, I feel like improving on the player's ability to travel to other areas and expanding the world of Animal Crossing would give players more things to do on a daily basis and play to the strengths of the original game. Like, I'm personally fine with players having their personal towns getting mowed down or being transformed into Akihabara because apparently that's what people want, but as long as there's other places you can travel to outside of the fascist hellholes created by players, then I think that would be a good change that doesn't sacrifice the complete freedom and customization options that fans like. Anyways, with all of that said, the Animal Crossing series is awesome. I fucking love it. It's a goddamn classic. If you haven't played Animal Crossing, you probably should. It's really fun, it's charming as hell, it's very relaxing, the music is incredible, and most importantly, a lot of cute girls play Animal Crossing, okay? And if you want to date cute girls who play video games, you have to play Animal Crossing. Alright? You have to play Animal Crossing, you have to play farming sims like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley, and you have to play Maple Story. Either you're going to play these on your own and then a cute girl's going to date you, or you're either going to date a cute girl and they'll force you to play these games. So you have no choice either way, so start playing these games and get a head start. It is what it is.
Very important thing I need to preface before beginning this video. The Wind Waker is one of those games I hold very close to my heart because of the memories I have with it as a child. This was my very first Zelda game, and one of the first GameCube games I ever played. I love it to death. No matter what I say in this video, no matter how far I try to separate myself from my biases, they exist and they will affect the video in some way. Maybe I'll be too critical, too forgiving, whatever the case, there's nothing I can really do to prevent this. I will certainly try my hardest to critique this game as fairly as I possibly can. We start, as always, with the remake differences. The biggest change comes with the Swift Sail, which rapidly increases your boat's movement speed, and will change the wind direction depending on where your boat is pointed. This cuts down on the frequent use of the Wind's Requiem that was present in the original version. I like that it's an upgrade and isn't given to you at the start of the game, because it allows for a meaningful feeling of progression for the boat that doesn't exist otherwise. The Triforce chart quest at the end of the game has been tweaked to be more manageable. Instead of having Tingle decipher 8 Triforce charts, 398 rupees each, you can instead find 5 pieces of the Triforce on your own using the Incredible chart. This means you only have to decipher 3 of the charts. Paired with the minimum wallet size bumping itself up to 500 instead of 99, it makes the quest much less time-consuming. Finally, the most substantial change is the integration of the gamepad. It allows for on-the-fly weapon switching on the touchscreen via dragging items onto face buttons. It's similar to the previous 2 3DS remakes, but in Wind Waker you don't have to pause your game to move items around. It also lets you look at and interact with the map while you're sailing. These changes alone elevate Wind Waker HD to soaring heights as a remake, but a variety of small tweaks solidify it as the definitive experience. When using the grappling hook, you can now change swing direction while you're swinging, as opposed to only being able to change it after coming to a stop in the GameCube version. Gyro control is back and better than ever for aiming. The cutscene for the grappling hook on land and while roping the treasure on the seafloor is much faster. After you play a Wind Waker song once, it won't repeat the song back to you. The effect of the song will simply activate. The Wind Waker itself is now forever bound to the D-pad for instant use. This means you don't have to waste an item slot for the Wind Waker like you did in Ocarina of Time's original version. Similarly, on the boat, the cannon and grappling hook attachments are on the D-pad, so you don't need the bombs or grappling hook equipped to face buttons to use them on the boat. The pictograph can hold up to 12 photos, and you now get the deluxe picto box via completing the quest on Rainfall Island without having to bottle a ferry from the Lost Woods. Pictures will also tell you if you capture the correct shot of characters that can turn into statues at the Forest Haven, significantly reducing the margin for error. Finally, a hero mode has been added where you take double damage and there are no heartbreaks. You're forced to heal using fairies, potions, and heart piece or heart container pickups. From experience, hero mode is the definitive way to play the Wind Waker. My 100% playthrough was done on normal for the sake of review, but I have done an any percent run through of the game with hero mode, and can safely say it's a breath of fresh air after the ease at which I completed the game on normal. It isn't a perfect solution, and I would have preferred the game organically raise its difficulty by virtue of its design, similar to Master Quest. However, I realize this may have been a feat outside of the likely small porting budget. At the very least, hero mode adds challenge. It doesn't really take anything away by existing. All of these changes are more than welcome, and the touch-up to the already timeless graphical style is great, but I feel this is a case where the graphical enhancement is a bit overkill. The bloom effect is excessive, and the character models don't look as solid as they did in the original. The colors look a bit washed out. This is especially evident while you're on the ocean. It frustrates me that the game couldn't have simply been an HD touch-up of the original, because that's all the art style really needed to remain effective. They overdid themselves here and ruined the point of the art style in the first place. If I compare the HD remake to a 1080p widescreen version of the Wind Waker which I can run on Dolphin, graphically I have to say I prefer the original. It's certainly a drawback of the HD remake, but the other changes are too good to pass up. I suppose I should jump right into talking about the art style. Considering the Wind Waker is technically a sequel to Majora's Mask, it makes the art style of the Wind Waker feel even more suspect. Ocarina and Majora were more realistic, and Majora in particular used this to craft an even darker atmosphere. The Wind Waker is one of the most feel-good games I've ever played in terms of its aesthetic. Everything is bright and colorful, character models are wacky and chibi-esque, they make strange noises, Link is so fucking expressive. That's what I really love about it. The enemy models are similarly cartoony, and I think it lends an air of uniqueness to each combat encounter. The music accentuates this feeling. It's always upbeat and adventurous. Even the darker themes still feel a bit cartoony, especially the combat theme. The animation quality is such an improvement. Link climbs up ladders more convincingly, the way he walks around looks a bit less stiff, and I love how he expresses himself not just with his face, but with a lot more body language. The previous two games usually just used facial expressions with only a slight amount of body movement in cutscenes. The Wind Waker uses its art style to promote a more vibrant and good-feel atmosphere. I find it strange that this was the game to succeed Majora's Mask, but I guess it makes sense to do a complete 180. It keeps the feel of the sequel fresh, and it allows the game to live up to its predecessors, at least visually. It's a very timeless style, and I vastly prefer it over the previous two games. This is the strength most proudly waved by fans of the game, as well it should. It's very easy on the eyes, and future-proofs itself much better than any other 3D Zelda. To this day, the original GameCube version still looks phenomenal. You get a pretty good idea as to what you're in for when you boot up the game. The title screen is lush, the music is more upbeat and cheerful, and it pans around Outside Island, letting you take in the environment. Title screens for the 3D Zelda games have been very effective at setting the tone for the experience. Ocarina of Time sets up the game as a grand adventure across Hyrule, as you watch Link ride around Hyrule Field on a pony's back with a somber, light piano piece playing in the background. You get the feeling you're watching the prelude for a typical adventure. Majora's Mask starts off in the same cheery way as the Wind Waker, panning across Termina to the various townsfolk. Nothing seems suspect until the title screen pans to Skull Kid and the moon. Then the music abruptly shifts in tone to something much darker, and that juxtaposition is how you know something is horribly wrong. The Wind Waker is cheerful all throughout the title sequence, and it presents the idea that you'll be going on a much more pleasant adventure than previous Zelda games, perhaps meant to resonate with a younger audience. Once you start your save file, the game establishes itself as a sequel right off the bat. It recaps the story of Ocarina of Time up to the beginning of Majora's Mask. Apparently, while Link was off finding Navi, Ganon reawakened and flooded all of Hyrule. The hero of time never returned to save the day. This is what I gather from the game. I haven't really paid any attention to the official timeline, so that could be a wrong assessment. I'm just going off what the game told me. Plus, the fact that it's a sequel to the previous two would infer that it's taking place